My girlfriend deliberately allowed me to lose to her aloof best friend while playing games. Yet, her friend claimed to have hardly played any games at all. Lu Ruyin merely desires to take a temporary break from our relationship, to embark on a passionate romance with another person. However, upon learning about Chu Ziqing, I found myself devoid of anger. Since the moment I became acquainted with Lu Ruyin, I realized her profound passion for gaming. She also delights in hearing the boys call her baby while gaming. Whenever I am enraged, she always claims it will be the last time. Having grown accustomed to this, I had long anticipated the outcome that has now unfolded. Before me, Gunyanin suddenly burst into laughter. Although there was no wager between us, there certainly was one between you and me. Do you still remember? Upon hearing this, I nodded helplessly, certainly recalling the memory. In truth, I have long been acquainted with Gunyanin. We were classmates in high school. Even Lu Ruyin is unaware of this. Moreover, during my senior year of high school, Gunyanin expressed her feelings to me. Yet at that time, I chose to decline. However, Gunyanin, unlike Ping, did not give up. She applied to the same university as I did. Even my major is aligned with the selection of 7. I had once believed that after being together with Lu Ruyin, she would choose to relinquish her pursuits. I never anticipated that she would come to me for a confrontation 6 months ago. I shall inevitably part ways with Lu Ruyin within the span of a year. If I prevail, she shall entirely relinquish her hopes and choose to silently bestow her blessings upon us. If I were to lose, then I must. Well, according to our agreement, shouldn't we be together now? Gunyanin smiled, interrupting my thoughts. As I observed her hand entwined with my arm, a shiver coursed through me. Wait a moment, could this be a tad too hasty? Hearing this, Gunyanin pouted her lips. Upon hearing this, Gunyanin pouted her lips in discontent and cast a reproachful glance in my direction. Are you trying to play tricks? I've been pursuing you for years. If the students of Hainan University were to hear the lofty flower of their hearts speak in such a manner, they might be driven to contemplate the river's depths. I am indifferent. I am willing to submit to fate. You have been sold to me by Lu Ruyin. Although she claims it is for only 1 month, I can simply deny it when the time comes. I gazed at her in utter disbelief. At this moment, I am particularly curious to know, what is it about me that you find appealing, as I feel as insignificant as a mere insect? Gunyanin built without a second thought, for you are a pastoral song. I hold affection for you, there exists a reason behind my sentiments. Upon hearing those words, I was taken aback. After a prolonged moment, I let out a deep sigh. I have truly succumbed to you entirely. Hehe, you have compromised. Gunyanin's face was filled with joy. I nodded slightly. What else could I say? After all, I was the one who lost. However, I cannot guarantee how long I can be with you, but I will earnestly strive to cherish my feelings for you. These seemingly trivial words reached Gunyanin's ears, yet they did not evoke sorrow within her. On the contrary, they brought forth a smile. I appreciate your candor, however. I am determined to make you fall for me. I shall surely succeed. Very well, I understand. I mentioned with some difficulty, there is one more matter. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to refrain from making it public just yet. Gunyanin was momentarily taken aback. Are you afraid of what others might say? They claim that your transitions are seamless, yet it is clearly Lu Ruyin who embodies such flawless continuity. I understand. However, based on my knowledge of Lu Ruyin, if we were to disclose this, she would undoubtedly create a scene, insisting on her own version of the truth. In the end, it would reflect poorly on you if it were to spread. Gunyanin's lips curled slightly upward. Are you concerned about me? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter ought not to involve you at all. Upon hearing this, Gunyanin felt a delightful sense of contentment within her heart. What do you wish to do? After a moment of contemplation, I pondered. I have been contemplating this for 7 days. Has she not surrendered me to you for an entire month? During this period, regardless of our actions, she possesses no justification to speak otherwise. After the month has elapsed, I shall confront her directly, rendering any timing issues irrelevant. I shall heed your words. Gunyanin obediently nodded and then tightly embraced my arm. The soft and delicate timbre of her voice caused my body to tremble once more. Shall we gradually develop this further? Gunyanin obediently released my arm. All right. Shall I grant you some time to gather your thoughts? I nodded eagerly. I must take my time to reflect. All right, I shall await your news. Once you have recovered, would you kindly send me a message? Gun Yinan gazed at me with eager anticipation. I took a moment to calm my emotions and nodded earnestly at her. After parting ways, I returned to my dormitory, intending to rest well and liberate my mind for a while. As soon as I entered, a figure suddenly darted towards me. "Brother, how is Shi Qingzhou doing?" Upon witnessing the fiery gaze of Xia Jianren, a jolt of alarm surged within me. Oh no, I must forget that incident. Like the 300,000 boys in the entire school, Xia Jianren is also one of the countless admirers secretly infatuated with Gun Yinan. This morning, I collected 50 yuan from him for a refund. I went to deliver a letter to Gun Yinan. Who could have anticipated that so many events would unfold? Upon this realization, I awkwardly retrieved the weathered book from my pocket and, feeling a twinge of guilt, uttered hesitantly, "Well, it has been returned." In an instant, Xia Jianren appeared as if he were petrified, standing motionless in place. Oh no, my profound affection has been rebuffed. I clear my throat softly. May I take a look at the content? I expressed my curiosity. Having said that, I proceeded to open the 7 Qing book. Xia Jianren did not express any opposition, and he took a seat beside me, perfectly positioned. "Do you see any issues with my content?" I read line by line, initially finding it quite ordinary, merely praising Gun Yinan for her beauty and grace. Then came the self-introduction, followed by, "Thus, I wish to inquire of you." Upon reaching the final line, I found myself utterly perplexed. He turned his gaze towards Xia Jianren. Xia Jianren smiled awkwardly. I feel that for a girl with such an aloof demeanor, a conventional confession is unlikely to be effective. Therefore, I intend to express my feelings in a more abstract manner later on. You understand, don't you? I chuckled softly, for it was rather abstract. Fortunately, she did not see it. What? She didn't even glance. It seems I must alter my approach. I cast a glance at him. You should cease wasting your time on her. Xia Jianren frowned. Why? How can one know without trying? I turned around, placed the book on the table, and spoke softly, for she already had someone she cherished. Upon hearing these words, Xia Jianren stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Oh no! Who is it? Which paramour is this? Do I know them? I hastily lowered my head, concealing the smile at the corners of my lips, remaining silent. Very well. It seems I, as the third party, shall refrain from engaging in conversation. At that moment, a message suddenly arrived on my phone, which I had placed on the table. Xia Jianren's hand effortlessly reached for the phone. As the screen illuminated, his gaze shifted in tandem. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through me. I swiftly grabbed my phone, fearing that if he were to glimpse the message from Gun Yinan, it would spell disaster. Xia Jianren was momentarily taken aback, then mockingly retorted, "What are you doing? I am not Lu Ruyan, nor am I inspecting your phone. What is there to fear?" Upon a mention of a girlfriend, Xia Jianren suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, "Have you broken up with Lu Ruoyan, whose news is so well informed?" I gazed at him in perplexity. Today, I was abruptly notified to pause my gradual breakup. How could he possibly know? Today in class, someone mentioned having seen Lu Ruoyan happily video chatting with another man. I initially thought it was a false rumor, but judging by your reaction, could it possibly be true? I let out a helpless sigh. Yet, Lu Ruyan remains unabashed, engaging in such acts without a hint of discretion. Seeing me, there is no denial. Xia Jianren's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this for real? Really, it's over? Oh my goodness, why is this happening? It is nothing at all, it simply does not seem fitting. When it is unsuitable, one must part ways. I wear an expression of indifference. Xia Jianren exchanged glances with Shun Jingbing, who was also eavesdropping on the gossip. It's not difficult for you to lose weight, is it? I responded lightly with 7 words. In the realm of emotions, I embody benevolence and righteousness. When parting, one finds solace in the natural order of things. This statement effectively silenced them, retracting the words of comfort they sought. I casually picked up my phone to glance at it, but when I saw the message, I was momentarily taken aback. I couldn't believe they had the audacity to message me. A cold smile escaped my lips as I realized that the message was sent by Lu Ruyan. It read, "Checking in. What are you up to? You and Yinan haven't done anything to betray me, have you?" Seeing such twisted news made me both infuriated and amused. I stared at the screen for quite some time, pondering over a single word, none. On the other side, Gunyinan returned to Dormitory 7. Throughout her journey, her heart was filled with an exquisite joy, as if the flowers and the vibrant sounds along the way had united in a melodious song. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside the door. Soon after, a figure stepped in, pushing the door open. Guan Yinan did not need to look up to know who it was. "Su Yin, how have you been?" Lu Ruyin strode directly towards Gun Yinan. "What exactly is going on with Mu Ge?" As she spoke, she extended her phone towards her. Gun Yin lowered her gaze at the conversation between her and Mu Ge. The conspicuous absence of words in the chat history, alongside a solitary question mark from Lu Ruyin, remained unanswered ever since. What does meaningless signify? He can no longer articulate his thoughts properly. Is he wearing tie attire? Lu Ruyin appears to be infuriated, her face and ears flushed. Gon Yinxin felt a sense of triumph within her. She glanced at her roommates and then drew Lu Ruyin out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the stairwell, Lu Ruyin, with a countenance full of melancholy, inquired, "Did you not seek out Mu Ge?" His reaction seems rather peculiar. Gun Yinan inquired knowingly, "What seems to be amiss?" "He never takes the initiative to message me, as if he has truly become indifferent to the matter. This is hardly in line with his usual demeanor. Am I exposed as 7? That can't be right. If I were indeed exposed as 7, he should confront me. He ought to be furious. How could he remain like this?" Gun Yin gazed absently into the distance, her mind a tumultuous battleground. "I too am at a loss, for she grapples internally, uncertain whether her actions are indeed justified. However, she soon came to a realization. She truly cherished the pastoral melodies. If Lu Ruoyan had not chosen to betray her, she would have genuinely offered her blessings. But now it is different. Since you do not cherish it, allow me to love instead. Even if in the future I am subjected to gossip and face scorn, it matters not to me." Upon reaching this thought, she turned her head earnestly to gaze at Lu Ruyan. "I believe," she said, "that you and that man should simply be together. Do not entertain any further notions regarding Mu Ge. That is not acceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, pastoral poetry is indeed quite delightful. Why should one dismiss it? I shall take some time to study it further after this month has passed. It would be splendid to engage in a romantic relationship with both of them simultaneously. May Mu Ge continue to treat me with kindness, while that gentleman lavishes me with affection." "Perfect." Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, clapping her hands in delight, as if she could already envision a beautiful future for herself. The truth concealed within the paper cannot be contained indefinitely. He would have been discovered sooner or later. At that point, how would you wish to obscure it? Rest assured, I shall exercise greater caution. If you remain silent, so shall I. How could he ever know? At that moment, Gun Yinan noticed a faint mark on Lu Ruyan's neck. With a furrowed brow, she pointed and inquired, "What is this? Have you met with him?" Lu Ruyan gazed into her makeup mirror, her heart startled by the reflection before her. Impatiently, he remarked that they had merely shared a meal at noon. He worked at a restaurant located at the school gate. After finishing their meal, he insisted on dragging her to the warehouse, despite her firm refusals. She thought she could simply cover it up with foundation upon returning. Gun Yinan said nothing further, her gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan, her heart swelling with indignation, yet simultaneously reinforcing her resolve. Lu Ruyan answered a phone call and left in haste. With a slight heaviness in her heart, Gun Yinan left the dormitory early to attend her class. Just as she arrived at the teaching building, preparing to take the elevator upstairs, she suddenly heard a boy's voice coming from around the corner. Chapter 10. Despite my insistence that he should not pursue this, he remained resolute. Chu Ziqing gazed out at the sky, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She pondered whether her actions were appropriate. Indeed, she had betrayed Cheng Ying and had yet to reveal the truth to her. Under the current circumstances, her connection with Wen Che could be considered seamless, couldn't it? No. In mere seconds, Chu Ziqing solidified her resolve. She no longer cared whether her actions were deemed suitable or not, nor did she concern herself with right or wrong. It was Cheng Ying who had first betrayed Wen Che. Throughout their time together, she had never acted maliciously nor engaged extensively with Wen Che, maintaining a respectful distance. Her thoughts and convictions were unwavering. She stood firmly on Wen Che's side. Regardless of what transpired or what action she took, it mattered not. Even if her choices were misguided or inappropriate, or if she faced censure and gossip, it was irrelevant, as long as Wen Che did not perceive it that way. Having come to this realization, Chu Ziqing turned to Cheng Ying and said, I believe you should focus on your relationship with that man and cease your advances toward Wen Che. That won't do. Wen Che is quite wonderful. Why should I let him go? I plan to research things over the next month. Ideally, I could date both of them. Wen Che treats me well, and the other man can shower me with gifts. What a perfect scenario. Cheng Ying chuckled, clapping her hands as if envisioning a splendid future. However, the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. It will inevitably come to light. How do you intend to keep this hidden? It won't happen. I'll be more cautious. If you don't say anything, I won't either. You won't find out. At that moment, Chu Ziqing's gaze fell upon a small hickey on Cheng Ying's neck near her shoulder. The clothing concealed half of it, yet would be visible with movement. So, have you met with him? Chu Ziqing inquired, her brow furrowing as she gestured toward the mark on Cheng Ying's neck. Cheng Ying touched it lightly and replied, we had lunch together. He works at a restaurant just off campus, that burger place. I told him not to, but he insisted. No worries. I can cover it up with foundation when I return. Chu Ziqing remained silent, observing Cheng Ying with a growing sense of indignation. She could hardly believe how quickly Cheng Ying had descended to such depths, rendering her previous relationship with Wen Che seemingly inconsequential. If she failed to disclose the truth to Wen Che, he would be blissfully unaware of the betrayal looming over him. At that moment, Cheng Ying received a phone call from a friend inviting her to go shopping. Cheng Ying asked Chu Ziqing if she wanted to join, but she declined, and Cheng Ying subsequently departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Ziqing found that Song Qiui had just finished her phone call. As she entered, Song Qiui instinctively felt the urge to say something, wishing to engage in conversation with her roommate, for fostering a good relationship was indeed essential. However, upon seeing Chu Ziqing's expression, she hesitated, feeling as though her presence was as distant as a star, difficult to approach. Chu Ziqing took a seat, her phone in hand, displaying her chat with Wen Che. She contemplated sending him a message, but ultimately refrained, reminding herself that she had promised to grant him some time to recuperate. Cheng Ying believed that meaningful communication between them was improbable, yet, deep down, Chu Ziqing yearned for that connection. She wished to converse with Wen Che, to know what he was doing, how he felt, and what thoughts occupied his mind. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, Chu Ziqing glanced at the time, stood up, and prepared her belongings for class. She turned to Song Qiui and inquired, Shall we attend class together? Me? Song Qiui pointed at herself in disbelief, astonished that Chu Ziqing had taken the initiative to invite her. Today felt remarkably different. Yes, let us walk together, replied Chu Ziqing. All right, Song Qiui eagerly agreed. Without a second thought, quickly gathering her things to accompany Chu Ziqing out. Having been roommates for a month or two, she never anticipated that they would actually walk to class together today. Did this signify the possibility of friendship blossoming between them? As they exited the dormitory, Song Qiui occasionally stole glances at Chu Ziqing, wanting to speak but finding herself too timid. She silently followed alongside her. The path to class was bustling with students, some of whom recognized Chu Ziqing and turned their gazes toward her. This made Song Qiui particularly anxious. It was her first experience feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, leaving her quite uncomfortable. She even wondered if someone like her should stand beside Chu Ziqing. Stealing a glance at Chu Ziqing, she noticed her unwavering gaze fixed ahead, her expression resolute and unyielding. No matter how many eyes were upon her, they did not sway her composure. This filled Song Qiui with envy, as she silently pondered when she might possess such confidence and radiance. Perhaps it was a feat beyond her reach for a lifetime. She felt she lacked the beauty, the physique, and the charisma that would enable her to stand confidently beside Chu Ziqing and speak freely. Noticing Song Qiui's unease, Chu Ziqing broke the silence and asked, How are your relationships with the other two in the dorm? Well, it's okay, I suppose. Song Qiui pondered for a moment before responding to the question, as she herself could not clearly articulate whether it was good or not. In the dormitory, they could communicate normally and engage in conversation. Occasionally, they attended classes together and sat side by side. However, it was evident that the bond between them was significantly stronger, as they often ventured out to have fun together. leaving her to spend time alone in the dormitory. This made her envious of Chu Ziqing, who seemed to be content with her solitude most of the time, while she herself struggled to achieve such indifference, frequently grappling with anxiety and frustration. As the two entered the academic building, preparing to take the elevator, they heard a male voice resonating from around the corner. How rich is the flavor of black coffee? Yu Jianchu hummed a tune, swaggering around the corner. And at that precise moment, his gaze collided with Chu Ziqing, who was waiting for the elevator. After a brief moment of shock, he hastily turned and retreated. What are you doing? Wen Che and Qi Shitao were momentarily taken aback, having just seen him stride confidently forward. Why did he suddenly turn around and dash back? That. Who? She's right there. It's her. Our friend, little Neza? Qi Shitao tilted his head, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Ugh. Yu Jianchu waved his hand dismissively, urging Qi Shitao to refrain from causing trouble, his face now etched with anxiety as he glanced at Wen Che. Wen Che, somewhat bewildered, took a few steps forward, rounding the corner to see what lay ahead. Chapter 11. He is my boyfriend. When Wen Che and Chu Ziqing locked eyes, an immediate transformation occurred in their expressions and gazes. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ziqing's brows and eyes lifted slightly, as a wave of joy erupted within her. Wen Che, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering her here. Why don't we take the stairs, bro? Yu Jiashu tugged at Wen Che's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Qi Shitao, somewhat perplexed, glanced over and upon seeing Chu Ziqing, remarked, I thought it was Chung. I thought it was someone else. What's the matter? Are you afraid of an awkward encounter? I'm fine. It's merely a matter of my love letter being rejected. Primarily, it's about you. Wen Ge. Isn't she a close friend of Chung? Ahem. Isn't she acquainted with that person? Isn't this meeting rather awkward? Yu Jiashu observed Wen Che, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Wen Che appeared unfazed, beckoning the two. Come on, let us take the elevator. What is there to fear? There were other students nearby. It wasn't solely Chu Ziqing present. Besides, even if she were the only one here, he had no reason to evade her. On the contrary, shouldn't he take the initiative to approach her? Wen Che led the two towards her. Song Shui glanced over, noticing she did not recognize them, and thus averted her gaze. Wen Che positioned himself beside Chu Ziqing, though the distance was not particularly close. Yet, Chu Ziqing felt elated, subtly curling her lips, a gesture that signified her smile. Meanwhile, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao lingered at the back. Why isn't Chu Ziqing with Chungying today? I thought I saw Chungying earlier. I don't know. She asked with a different friend today. They whispered among themselves, bewildered by Wen Che's nonchalant demeanor in the presence of his ex-girlfriend's good friend. Logically, post-breakup, wouldn't this be an especially awkward moment? Surely, the good friend would side with her. Wouldn't she cast blame upon Wen Che? Yu Jiashu began contemplating whom to support if a quarrel ensued between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. If he sided with Chu Ziqing, would she even notice him? What a dilemma. But could he betray Wen Che like that? He would undoubtedly stand with Wen Che. In the presence of a world-renowned painting, I felt compelled to capture the moment. Qi Shitao discreetly took out his phone to snap a candid shot of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing standing together. Yu Jiashu leaned in and whispered to Qi Shitao, it seems she is unaware that I penned the love letter. She doesn't even know me. How could she possibly know you? Came the retort. She likely receives numerous love letters daily. It's impossible for her to remember every single admirer. After a brief moment, the elevator doors opened and a throng of students poured out. Once all had disembarked, they began to enter the elevator. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were the first to step in, thus finding themselves positioned at the back of the crowded space, which accommodated 6 or 7 individuals. The proximity between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing became quite intimate. Wen Che remained still, feeling a stir in his throat as he sensed Chu Ziqing's arm brushing against his. He began to ponder whether he should send her a message upon returning home. Was his aloofness towards her inappropriate? It seemed as if he couldn't quite move on from Chungying, yet in truth, his desire for a pause was merely to collect his thoughts and regain his composure. Not to erase Chungying from his memory. She had long ceased to hold significance in his heart. At that moment, Wen Che sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone had touched his hand, yet only Chu Ziqing was beside him. To his surprise, he observed Chu Ziqing delicately extending her finger, gently teasing his palm. A fleeting glance revealed her lips pursed, as if stifling a laugh, her eyes twinkling like a mischievous child caught in a playful act. Wen Che instinctively shifted his hand back, and Chu Ziqing's finger promptly followed suit. Unable to endure the gentle tickling any longer, he abruptly clasped her finger firmly within his grasp. Chu Ziqing's body quivered slightly, a surge of electricity coursing through her. She mistakenly believed Wen Che was making a bold move to take her hand, and in her excitement, she seized his hand in return. Wen Che, taken aback, inhaled sharply. Yu Jiashu, standing in front of him, turned to inquire, "What's wrong?" In unison, they released each other's hands, and Wen Che shook his head, responding, "Nothing, it's fine." Soon after, the elevator reached their designated floor, and they exited. Before departing, Wen Che cast a glance back at Chu Ziqing, who responded with a playful wink, as if sharing a secret signal. Meanwhile, Song Qiui, standing behind them, gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had witnessed everything. The moment Chu Ziqing had initiated contact with the young man and the subsequent joining of their hands. At that moment, she even doubted whether she had hallucinated after consuming mushrooms at lunch, unable to believe that what she witnessed was indeed real. As they reached their designated floor, Song Qiui and Chu Ziqing exited the elevator together. Following closely behind Chu Ziqing, Song Qiui replayed the perplexing scene in her mind, her heart brimming with questions. Who was that young man? Why was Chu Ziqing holding hands with him? Outside the elevator, there was no indication they were acquainted. Not a single word was exchanged. Yet, once inside, they intertwined their fingers. Moreover, when the young man departed, there was no interaction between him and Chu Ziqing. How could two such individuals appear to be a couple within the confines of the elevator? What was going on? She was utterly bewildered, as if she had just awakened from a dream. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Song Qiui hastened to Chu Ziqing's side and inquired, the young man in the elevator, do you know him? Chu Ziqing turned to her, momentarily taken aback, before responding, which one? That one. The one standing next to you. Just now I saw. You too. Song Qiui candidly expressed her curiosity regarding the nature of their relationship. Oh. Chu Ziqing nodded, then replied nonchalantly, he is my boyfriend. Chapter 12, there were still some intimate gestures. Upon hearing this, Song Qiui stood frozen in place, her expression one of utter bewilderment, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. Surely, she hadn't misheard? Her boyfriend? Chu Ziqing had a boyfriend? This world was utterly insane. She would sooner believe that she could have a boyfriend than accept the notion that Chu Ziqing could. Her demeanor clearly suggested she was not the type to form close bonds. Any male who ventured too near would swiftly be reduced to nothingness, unable to procure even a scrap of contact information, let alone pursue her. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? At that moment, Song Qiui felt an overwhelming curiosity about the young man from the elevator. She was eager to discover what manner of boy could be deemed worthy of being Chu Ziqing's boyfriend. Was he even human? He seemed to be a distant echo of divinity, yet decidedly far removed from humanity. Song Qiui hurriedly followed, her shock palpable. Yet she found no reason to doubt Chu Ziqing's words. She merely considered it astonishing. All right. Chu Ziqing suddenly turned a glance at her and said, please do not disclose this matter to anyone else. She felt that, until Wen Che revealed it publicly, she shouldn't share this information with others. Oh, understood. Song Qiui promptly agreed. Although she was uncertain of the reason, her compliance was instinctive. Simultaneously, she felt elated. For Chu Ziqing confiding in her implied a degree of trust, did it not? Wen Che and the others arrived at the classroom, ready for their lesson. Just as Wen Che settled into his seat, a note unexpectedly soared through the air, landing on his desk. Wen Che paused, glancing around the room, and found that only one person was fixated on him. It was a boy, possessing an air that suggested he was not to be trifled with. And at that moment, he glared at Wen Che with a fierce intensity. Chi Sherdao curiously inquired, hey, what did that fool throw your way? What does it say? Yu Jiashu leaned in closer, speculating, I bet it's another threatening letter. Wen Che cast a resigned glance at the two of them. picking up the note as he replied, "If one could deduce the thoughts of a fool, then one is not far from being a fool oneself." Upon unfolding the note, he discovered a mere few words inscribed. "Break up with Chang'ing." It was all too predictable. The two beside him nodded knowingly, and Wen Che could only shake his head in exasperation. How could someone like Chang'ing attract such a devoted pursuer? This fool Chu Ziqing had targeted him since the very first day he and Chang'ing got together, engaging in all manner of trivial antics. Initially, he had argued his case, but upon realizing the boy was indeed a fool, he had given up attempting to reason with him. However, considering the current state of affairs with Chang'ing, it seemed a bit unreasonable to continue being targeted by this fool, didn't it? Wen Che took out a pen and succinctly replied on the note. "Fine." Then, he folded it neatly and tossed it back. As Chu Ziqing witnessed Wen Che tossed the note back at him, he mistakenly perceived it as a provocation. In a fit of irritation, he crumpled the note into a ball without even glancing at it. This fool, Wen Che, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness. He shielded his eyes with his hand and lowered his head, choosing to ignore him. This guy never confronted him directly, never challenged him to a duel or anything of the sort, but instead resorted to petty antics from behind. It was becoming utterly exasperating. Once the class concluded, Wen Che hastily exited the classroom. He wished to escape the confines of the room, feeling as if he were under constant scrutiny. Surely, there were whispers circling about him, especially since news of his breakup with Chang'ing had already spread through the class. Couldn't he, that fool, just hear it and leave him be? Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Che found that Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu had gone out to purchase some items, leaving him alone. Their dormitory housed 4 individuals, and aside from the 3 of them, there was another resident who had not attended school for 2 days due to family matters, with no indication of when he would return. Alone in the dorm, Wen Che felt a twinge of boredom and thought of Chu Ziqing. He realized he should take the initiative to reach out to her. Since he had decided to be with her, it was only fitting to honor that commitment. If he continued to neglect contacting her, their relationship would lack meaning. Thus, Wen Che took out his phone and sent her a message. "What you up to?" To his surprise, he received a response in less than 10 seconds, startling him with its swiftness. "Thinking of you." Staring at the message on his phone, Wen Che was at a loss for words. How should he reply? "Would you like to go for a walk?" "Sure. I'll head out right away and wait for you by the boys' dorm." "Oh, no, don't wait there. Let us meet by the lake. The spot from yesterday." "Okay." Wen Che arranged to meet Chu Ziqing for a stroll, yet he was wary of having her wait directly outside the boys' dormitory. That would invite a multitude of curious onlookers, eager to discern who she was waiting for, and by the time he returned to the dorm later that evening, it would likely be inundated with inquiries. Once their plans were set, Wen Che tidied himself up, washed his hair, splashed water on his face, and stepped out. Upon reaching the lakeside, he spotted Chu Ziqing waiting for him, prompting him to hasten his steps. He began contemplating what to say during their walk. Even a stroll warranted conversation, didn't he it? "Have you been waiting long?" "Not all, I just arrived myself." Chu Ziqing smiled, her eyes glimmering as she regarded Wen Che. Deep down, he knew she had likely arrived much earlier, patiently awaiting his arrival. It felt as though their roles had been reversed. Typically, it was the boys who waited for the girls to finish their preparations. He used to wait for Chang'ing for about half an hour, but to his surprise, he now made Chu Ziqing wait for him. The two began to stroll by the lake, although they did not walk closely together or hold hands. Chu Ziqing felt a profound joy simply because it was Wen Che who had taken the initiative to invite her out, and that alone satisfied her. After a while, Wen Che broke the silence and inquired, "Has Chang'ing mentioned anything to you?" "Well, she came to see me at noon to ask about you." I didn't divulge anything, but it seems she has met that boy, and there were some intimate gestures, Chu Ziqing replied, glancing at Wen Che, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Wen Che merely nodded and responded nonchalantly. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 13. Oh, they are both being unfaithful. You have truly moved on. Chu Ziqing chuckled, feeling a sense of relief within her. She pondered that if Wen Che could not forget Chang'ing, she would be at a loss as to what to do. She did not wish to relinquish Wen Che, whom she had finally won over. Yet she also did not want to bring him unhappiness. Perhaps it would come to a love defined by letting go. After all, how could I agree to be with you if I had not already let go? I would not embark on a new romance otherwise. That would be unfair to you. You are the best. Chu Ziqing could not help but link her arm through Wen Che's, leaning against him. This time, Wen Che did not react much, allowing her to cling to him without protest. He felt that he should learn to accept this, since he had agreed to be with Chu Ziqing. He ought to try to like her. If, after some time, he genuinely developed feelings for her, their relationship could flourish. However, if time passed and he found himself unable to like her, the best course of action would be to part ways, as that would be best for both of them. To say I am the best is rather excessive. I am rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. Chu Ziqing shook her head gently and replied, I adore you just as you are. Thus, in my heart, you are the best. Ah, thank you. For your affection? Wen Che stammered, finding it hard to respond. Haha, no need to force a reply. You are truly endearing. Could you refrain from saying that? Wen Che lowered his head, feeling a warmth rise to his cheeks. It was quite embarrassing for a grown man to be flustered by a woman's teasing. Nevertheless, he could understand how proactive a girl could be when she liked someone. During his time with Chang Ying, he never felt that she was particularly fond of him, a sentiment he had not experienced even after months together. As they strolled leisurely, a head suddenly emerged from behind a large tree, sporting a fierce expression and frowning at the two of them. It was Chu Ziqing. Well, Wen Che, I've caught you in the act of infidelity, haven't I? If I capture this moment and show it to Chang Ying, let us see if she will break up with you. It will be delightful to slap you too. While Chang Ying is heartbroken, I could comfort her properly. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chu Ziqing smirked mischievously, then pulled out his phone, snapping a few candid shots of the affectionate duo. Off to find Chang Ying. After taking the photos, Chu Ziqing carefully stowed his phone in his pocket and hurried away. His primary objective was to find Chang Ying post-haste and share this revelation with her. Oh yeah. Chu Ziqing felt this was his most brilliant scheme yet. Soon he would dismantle the relationship between Wen Che and Chang Ying, which should never have existed. Based on his surveillance of Chang Ying, he surmised that she was likely wandering through the commercial street off campus at this hour. Thus, Chu Ziqing ventured outside, intent on searching for Chang Ying's whereabouts. Fortune smiled upon him, for after a brief period of searching along the street, he finally caught sight of her. He observed Chang Ying emerging from CAF, and, as he prepared to call out to her, he realized she was not alone. Hurry up! Chang Ying called into the CAF, and a man's voice responded, Coming. A man stepped out, grasping Chang Ying's hand, to which she smiled softly. Together, they strolled hand in hand. Chu Ziqing stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Chang Ying was with another man, their intimacy reminiscent of a couple. Who was this man? Certainly not Wen Che. How could he possibly inform Chang Ying of Wen Che's infidelity? What was happening? Both were in the company of others, exhibiting behavior akin to that of lovers. There could only be one explanation. Oh, they were both being unfaithful. With his astute mind, Chu Ziqing swiftly devised a brilliant alternative to his original plan. First, he opened his phone and captured a photograph of Chang Ying and the man strolling together. Then he departed from the scene. He deemed it unnecessary to inform either Chang Ying or Wen Che of their mutual betrayals. Instead, he would leverage the evidence in his possession to threaten them. He would confront Wen Che, showing him the photo he had taken of him and that woman, coercing him to break up with Chang Ying, or else he would reveal the picture to her, bringing him disgrace. No, that would be too lenient. It would be best to make him serve her, to treat him as a servant, bearing the burden of meals and laundry. Following that, he would find Chang Ying. Hehe, Miss Chang Ying, you surely wouldn't want your boyfriend to discover your infidelity, would you? Splendid. My plan is flawless. I am the ultimate villain. Chu Ziqing bounced back, already envisioning the moment his nefarious scheme would come to fruition, imagining the sight of Chang Ying kneeling at his feet. That evening, Wen Che had returned to the dormitory, as Chu Ziqing had evening classes. They had only spent a little over an hour outside, both seemingly adept at managing their time, perfectly aligned for a brief, yet fulfilling conversation. At that moment, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao returned to the dormitory as well. Bro, you are absolutely right. From now on, if you want to buy something, just take Qi Shitao along. He is sure to procure it. That item had been out of stock for ages, but today, There was just one left. The previous customer canceled their order. How fortunate. After returning, Yu Jiashu sat beside Wen Che, patting his shoulder as he spoke. Chi Shirtao emerged from the restroom and inquired, "Didn't you go out this afternoon?" I did go out, just for a stroll," Wen Che replied. Wen Che was engrossed in his phone when he heard someone inquire about him. He responded with a brief remark, prompting Yu Jiashu and Chi Shirtao to exchange glances. Subsequently, Yu Jiashu earnestly proposed, "Brother, why not join us for outings in the future? Otherwise, you'll be all alone and with no girlfriend at the moment. How much more enjoyable it would be for us brothers to hang out together." Wen Che glanced at Yu Jiashu, initially inclined to refute that he was not entirely devoid of romantic companionship. However, upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. After all, witnessing Yu Jiashu's reaction upon seeing Chu Ziqing was telling. He couldn't help but wonder how Yu Jiashu would react if he were to disclose that he was indeed in a relationship with Chu Ziqing. Would he tie him up and tickle him mercilessly? Perhaps that would be amusing. With a nod of agreement, Wen Che acquiesced, believing he had successfully evaded the inquiry. However, in an unexpected turn, Yu Jiashu lowered his voice and pressed further. "By the way, you mentioned last time that Chu Ziqing had someone she liked. Who is it exactly?" Chapter 14. Do not contemplate romance in solitude? Well, I'm not sure. I merely heard it from Chang'ying. Wen Che, with the nonchalance of sipping water, fabricated a tale to evade the inquiry. Yu Jianshu, seemingly unperturbed by Wen Che's words, nodded in apparent realization and remarked, "No wonder she rejected my love letter. It turns out her heart is already taken. I truly wish to meet that person. What do you intend to do?" He continued, "I want to see who is capable of winning Chu Ziqing's affection. Is it someone extraordinary or merely a facade? Perhaps he should hold a class, and I would gladly pay for a membership to attend all the lessons." "Really?" Wen Che inquired with feigned interest, as if genuinely intrigued. Yu Jianshu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "But one can easily deduce that someone who can capture Chu Ziqing's heart must be exceptional. How should I put it? First and foremost, they must possess remarkable qualities. An average-looking person could never catch her eye. They must be of a caliber akin to Yen. Secondly, they must have superior circumstances, not necessarily wealthy beyond measure, but at the very least, their living expenses must amount to several thousand." Wen Che shook his head in rebuttal, asserting, "That is an exaggeration. It is impossible. She is merely an ordinary person, not a deity. No, in my eyes, she is a celestial being, so noble and ethereal. She must have emerged from the Moon Palace. She is Chang'e," Yu Jianshu proclaimed earnestly. Chi Shirtao, unable to contain himself, chuckled and remarked, "If that is the case, then you must be the second disciple. In that case, let us abandon this study. Let us part ways. You return to your Gao Laozhuang, and I shall return to my Lusha River." Yu Jianshu shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Pa, do not speak nonsense." He then turned to Wen Che, saying, "Monkey brother." "No, wait, brother one. If you discover whom Chu Ziqing favors, you must inform me." "It is I," Wen Che declared, causing the dormitory to fall into a hush. Yu Jianshu opened his mouth, his gaze frozen, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Meanwhile, Wen Che maintained a tranquil expression, as if stating an undeniable truth. After a moment, Yu Jianshu chuckled softly, giving Wen Che a playful nudge. "Do not jest. I'm speaking sincerely. If you receive any news, please let me know." Wen Che shrugged, realizing that even in revealing the truth, he was met with disbelief. All right. However, I am curious. What do you like about Chu Ziqing?" Wen Che sought to understand Yu Jianshu's affections, hoping to uncover aspects that resonated with his own preferences. Without hesitation, Yu Jianshu blurted out, "She is beautiful. Brother, to be frank, anyone who looks like that, even if they were a man, I would still acknowledge." Wen Che shook his head in response, and then turned to Chi Shirtao, asking, "What about you? What do you admire about your girlfriend? What brought you two together?" Chi Shirtao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment, before murmuring, "Which aspect?" This was indeed something he had not contemplated, not thought about. "What does that mean?" "Every aspect is quite delightful. There isn't a particular feature I favor. I find that after being together, everything about her appears wonderful." "Oh!" Wen Che nodded, seemingly inspired by Chi Shirtao's words. As for why they were together, well, there was no specific reason. It simply happened naturally. Yes, it was during a time when there was no desire for romance that we found ourselves together effortlessly. I actually find it quite pleasant. I believe one should not seek love in moments of loneliness. Much like one shouldn't wander through a supermarket when hungry, for one will inevitably purchase unnecessary items. He makes a valid point. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiashu concurred with Qi Shitao's perspective, giving him a thumbs up. Wen Che also grasped the notion, nodding gently as he remarked, I understand. Initially, at the beginning of the school year, when everyone was seeking relationships, I found it rather meaningless. Yet, I too desired to be in a relationship, so I began to sift through many candidates and eventually chose Chang'ying. However, upon reflection, had I not chosen her, it seems I wouldn't have needed her at all. The joyful memories we shared are almost non-existent, with most being filled with my own anguish. At that moment, when Che contemplated a situation with Chu Ziqing, it should not be labeled as natural, right? Let me ask, is it not a natural progression, but rather a muddled, inexplicable connection? Qi Shitao shrugged and replied, I wouldn't know. That must be filled with uncertainties, unclear. Oh, and there's another question. How does one come to like someone? Initially, I didn't hold that romantic affection towards her. How can I elevate my feelings? I know. Yu Jiashu suddenly raised his hand, eagerly interjecting. As both turned to him, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, Time fosters affection. Wen Che rose abruptly, pulling Yu Jiashu to the door, and with a swift kick, sent him sprawling outside. Go away, just leave, he exclaimed. Hey, I was merely jesting. Qi Shitao inhaled deeply, lost in contemplation. After several moments, he finally responded, I believe that lasting relationships require a sufficient degree of candor. As long as both parties are genuinely honest, they will discover increasingly more admirable qualities in one another. In matters of the heart, if one is authentic, there is little to worry about. I truly have the authority to speak on this. Yu Jiashu, brushing off his trousers, re-entered with a serious demeanor. The girlfriend I had in high school lacked sincerity. We would argue daily, exchanging harsh words and sarcasm, or simply fall into silence. How could that relationship thrive? We broke up soon after. Oh, Wen Che nodded in sudden realization, feeling that conversing with these two provided significant clarity regarding his own perplexities. By the way, your inquiries are quite probing. Do you have someone you fancy? Qi Shitao inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Really now, your questions are rather peculiar, making it seem as if such a person is currently in your life. Come on, confess. Yu Jiashu, stepping closer to Wen Che, pointing at him with feigned authority. Did I not tell you? It's Chu Ziqing. You are simply brushing me off again. At that moment, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open, drawing the attention of the trio. A young man swaggered in, his gait exuding arrogance. Upon seeing him, their expressions contorted into an unmistakable display of disdain. The newcomer was none other than Kushwai, who, upon entering, fixed his gaze on Wen Che and declared loudly, I need to talk to you. Chapter 15. Are you afraid she might discover how grotesque your selfies are? The trio, sensing an unpleasant odor, glanced down to find Ku Shuai entering barefoot and clad in slippers. Away with you. Go wash your feet. Those stinky feet have no place in our dormitory. Yu Jiashu rose, mimicking Wen's earlier demeanor, and swiftly kicked Kushwai out. Kushwai obediently retreated to wash his feet, returning with damp soles. Ahem, Wenja, I need to speak with you. Step outside. Kushwai beckoned to Wenja for a private conversation. However, Wenja, preoccupied, shook his head and replied, If you have something to say, do it here. If not, kindly leave. Hey, fine. You'll regret this. As long as you aren't embarrassed, it's all good. Arms crossed and condescended. Hurry up and break up with Chang'ying, then wash my socks and underwear for a month. If you're feeling generous. How about an additional 200 yuan? At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the dormitory. No one uttered a word. Wen Zhe and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Mao Agape, utterly confused. Am I indebted to you? Wen Zhe furrowed his brow, responding curtly. All right, no agreement? Huh? Don't say I didn't warn you. You'll regret it. Kushwai produced his phone, opened the gallery, and handed it to Wen Che. What do you think this is? With a look of astonishment, Wen Che accepted the phone, scrutinizing it for a few seconds. The other two leaned in to peek, only to furrow their brows in unison. Believing Wen Che was rendered speechless, Chu Ziqing remarked, just imagine how Chang'ing would react if she saw these photos. Why don't you show them to her? Wen Che returned the phone nonchalantly. Chu Ziqing tilted his head in confusion. What's going on? Aren't you afraid she'll find out? Afraid of what? Afraid she'll discover how repulsive your selfies are? My selfies? Chu Ziqing snatched his phone, glancing at the screen, his eyes widening in shock. The photos depicted him with his chin raised, tongue licking his lips. No! What is this? As he scrolled through, he realized the gallery was filled with selfies, different locations and angles, yet all capturing only his hideously unflattering visage. I can't believe I forgot to switch the camera, he exclaimed, his face flushing crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Wen Che waved his phone, stating, You forgot to switch the camera. I certainly did not. Everything you just said is recorded. What is this? Campus bullying? Extortion? Should I send it to the instructor for review? Upon hearing those words, Chu Ziqing deflated like a punctured balloon, his legs trembling as he forced an awkward smile. Bro and Go, I was wrong. I was joking around. I came to show you my selfies. Haha. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. With that, Chu Ziqing bolted away. However, due to his wet feet in slippers, he slipped instantly, causing his foot to shoot out from the front of the slipper, which then clung to his ankle. Despite this, he did not halt his escape. There was no time to concern himself with the slippers as he clattered out the door. Yu Jianshu and Chi Sherdao burst into laughter, gasping for breath and slapping the table in mirth. Did you really record that? Send it to me. I want to see. Wen Che shrugged and replied, What is the point of recording? It would be a waste of memory, just fooling around with a simpleton. Chi Sherdao laughed until tears streamed from his eyes, exclaiming, Honestly, I thought he was going to show us something substantial, but it was all just his selfies. Yu Jianshu was doubled over with laughter. Those photos of his would surely attract odd and bizarre tags if posted online, while they both continued to chuckle. Wen Che found himself deep in thought. He realized that Chu Ziqing's intention to show him something could not possibly be those selfies. What had he captured instead? He hadn't done anything questionable. The only potential threat he faced was his association with Chu Ziqing. Therefore, if he had not made any mistakes, he should have certainly recorded a photo of himself walking with Chu Ziqing. And without a doubt, he would show it to Chang'ing, even if it threatened him. He would not keep the secret. But so what if he did show it? In his heart, he had completely severed ties with Chang'ing, and she posed no threat to him. In fact, he was genuinely curious to see the photos Chu Ziqing had taken, to evaluate their quality, and if they were satisfactory, he might even ask him to send them over for his own keepsake. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chu Ziqing. Do you know who that guy is that Chang'ing is with, and where he is? He merely wished to investigate the situation. Encountering Chang'ing with that man would be even better. Since Chang'ing had made him feel repulsive, he felt compelled to reciprocate. After a while, Chu Ziqing replied, I don't know who he is or his name, but I do know he works at a burger joint off campus. Chang'ing told me. All right. Wen Che set his phone down and turned to the other two, asking, How about I treat you both to burgers tomorrow afternoon? Are you in? Yu Jianshu, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You're treating us? What is going on? Are we not having classes tomorrow? What a peculiar statement. It seems I am merely seeking your company. Wen Che never anticipated that he had left such an impression on them. Has he truly become so miserly? He was merely saving money. While he may be more frugal compared to other university students, he hardly considers himself stingy. It's on me, my friends. No need to treat. We can split the bill. Yu Jianshu signaled with an okay gesture. Chi Sherdao blinked and remarked, I know that place, but it tends to be quite crowded. Sometimes, there are no available seats, and tomorrow is Friday, with students returning home in the afternoon, so it will surely be even busier. Should we take it to go? Wen Che turned to Chi Sherdao, shrugged, and replied, No worries. Taking you there will ensure we won't have a seating issue. Yu Jianshu nodded in agreement, stating exactly, As long as we accompany you, there will definitely be seats available. It's your lucky superpower. I used to be skeptical, but now I truly believe it. Is this how it works? Chapter 16. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. That night, Wen Che lay in bed, scrolling through his phone when suddenly he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "What are you doing?" "Playing on my phone, and you?" Wen Che replied, feeling as though their relationship lacked the essence of a couple. However, it was true. They had inexplicably come together, and he needed time to embrace this newfound affection. "I'm thinking of you. I guess you would say that." "Wow, your guess is spot on. Consider it a kiss as a reward, moi." Wen Che couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found it hard to imagine the expression on Chu Ziqing's face as she texted him from the other side of the screen. When she usually wore that aloof poker face with others, no one could fathom that she possessed a different demeanor with him. "I have a question. You seemed to smile a lot in high school. What changed?" In his memories, Chu Ziqing indeed had a cheerful disposition and many friends. Later on, he had heard some unfavorable rumors about her, and by the time they reached university, she had transformed into her current self. During this time, he had felt something had transpired. "I'm still the same with you as I was before. That's enough for me." "All right then." Wen Che thought this was quite comforting. At least it kept other boys at bay, and he felt secure. "What are your plans for the weekend?" He realized tomorrow would be Friday, and he could return home in the afternoon. After dining at that burger joint, he would head back home. "I'm going home. Then I'll go home too. If you were going home, I'd stay to keep you company. I go home every week, though it's not far." "That's good. All right, I'm off to bed. I have an early class tomorrow." "Ugh. Good night. Make sure to dream of me, huh?" Wen Che smiled as he typed a few words. "I'll try. Good night." After shutting off his phone, he realized he had inexplicably broken into a smile. Was this the thrill of flirtation? The essence of love? Would he gradually grow fond of Chu Ziqing with this feeling? Never mind, it was time for sleep. Wen Che closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Indeed, he dreamt, revisiting his high school days. In the dream, he saw Chu Ziqing, the representative of their English class, cheerful and surrounded by friends. "It's all right. Chu Ziqing looks like a gentle soul. Always smiling, she wouldn't get angry." Wen Che suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that dawn had broken. What kind of dream was that? Who had uttered those words? Upon awakening, he found his mind a blank slate. With a sigh, Wen Che sat up in bed, scratching his head and pondering for a moment, yet nothing came to him. Resolutely, he decided to abandon his thoughts and simply rose to wash up. Once he had completed his morning routine, he noticed that the other two had yet to awaken. Thus, he called out to them, "Hey, time to get up." Chi Shirtao responded readily, rousing himself with little effort, while Yu Jiashu rolled about in bed for several moments before finally stretching out and letting out a loud yawn. "Guess who I dreamt about?" Yu Jiashu asked, rubbing his eyes and tousling his hair, resembling a bird's nest as he turned to Wen Che. "Who? Chu Ziqing?" "No, I dreamt of Cheng Ying," he replied. Wen Che shot him a glance, remarking, "Impressive. Was it a nightmare then?" "I dreamt we were at a bar and ran into her. She was with a guy, and they were all over each other. So shameless." Wen Che chuckled softly. "Oh, if only you could remember that guy's name or what he looked like, perhaps we could pay him a visit. That would be quite the challenge, but brother, it definitely wasn't you. That's a relief. Let us hope it's not me at all." Once the three had gathered their belongings, they prepared to head out. Just before leaving, Wen Che received a message from Chu Ziqing, initially expecting a simple good morning. "I'm waiting by the flower bed." He was taken aback, pondering the implication. Was she suggesting they walk together? "I have something to attend to. You two go ahead." He informed Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu before departing the dormitory alone. The two exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had prompted Wen Che's sudden departure so early in the morning. After leaving the dorm, Wen Che made his way to the designated meeting spot with Chu Ziqing. Not far off, he spotted her waiting, as beautiful as ever. She seemed to be holding something in her hand. Approaching her, he greeted her casually, "Good morning." "Good morning." She replied with a warm smile and a nod. She then handed him the item she was holding, and Wen Che realized it was a bag containing food. "A sandwich?" he inquired with curiosity. "Yes, I made it myself," she declared. "You made it yourself?" Wen Che exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The sandwich in his hand resembled something purchased from a store, and he was astonished to learn it was homemade by Chu Ziqing. "Indeed, I know you often skip breakfast, which isn't good for you," she explained. "I skip it because I don't feel like eating, not because I'm too lazy," he retorted. Wen Che did not skip breakfast due to his inability to rise early. Rather, it was his general aversion to meals. He seldom ate, typically foregoing breakfast, consuming only a small amount at lunch, and having a modest dinner. I suspect that you might not enjoy the food offered at school, which is why I took it upon myself to prepare something special for you. Give it a try. If you find it to your liking, I shall gladly make it for you every day. Chu Ziqing gazed at Wen Che with eager anticipation, eager to witness his reaction as he tasted her creation. Wen Che found himself unable to decline and unwrapped the package, mumbling, "Oh no. Making this for me every day is quite excessive and troublesome. It's unnecessary." He struggled to comprehend Chu Ziqing's intentions, questioning why she would go to such lengths for him. Shouldn't these tasks be his responsibility? Is this what being in a relationship entails? He had never experienced such feelings before. Chu Ziqing smiled gently and replied, "It's not troublesome at all. I find great joy in it." Chapter 17. Will you return to the dormitory tonight? Will you stay out? I'm quite pleased as well. But your kindness leaves me at a loss as to how I might repay you. Chu Ziqing shook her head and replied, "There is no need for repayment. Your presence beside me suffices." Wen Che gazed at the sandwich before him, its bread intricately carved into a heart shape. This was indeed his first experience savoring something crafted by his girlfriend. The sensation was rather enchanting. Had it been someone else preparing it for him, or purchasing it, he would surely express gratitude and accept it, only to forget about it as time passed, discarding it once it's spoiled. This sentiment was not dictated by the individual, but rather a universal feeling he held towards all food. Yet, inexplicably, as he looked at the sandwich that Chu Ziqing had prepared for him, he felt a genuine desire to indulge. Under Chu Ziqing's watchful gaze, Wen Che took a small bite. It is still warm. At that moment, as the taste graced his palate, he found it surprisingly delightful. With no flaws to speak of, it was indeed quite delicious. "Oh, this is tasty. What kind of sauce is this?" Wen Che raised his eyebrows, glancing at Chu Ziqing with a hint of astonishment. Seeing the satisfaction on Wen Che's face, Chu Ziqing was overjoyed. "I made it myself. Knowing you do not favor sweet flavors, I omitted the salad dressing and concocted a savory sauce instead. I lightly toasted the bread. It should be all right." "Impressive. You even toasted it? How did you manage that?" "I have a small electric pot. It works wonderfully. If you like it, I can prepare meals for you every day." "In the dormitory? Wouldn't the smell of cooking be rather overwhelming?" "Well, I prepared it in the dormitory manager's office this morning." Hehe. "Oh, I see." Wen Che couldn't help but admire Chu Ziqing for rising early to do something so thoughtful for him. Such a scene was previously beyond his wildest dreams. Yet here it was, a reality with Chu Ziqing. He understood that the best response at this moment was to finish the sandwich. "I will eat it all, but I tend to eat slowly. Take your time, savor it. If you enjoy it, would you like me to prepare your lunch and dinner in the future?" "Oh no, that would be too much trouble. I wouldn't want you to go through all that effort." Wen Che quickly waved his hands in refusal. He felt that enjoying such treatment once or twice was sufficient, and there was no need to be overly greedy, especially since he had not done anything for Chu Ziqing in return, which made him slightly uneasy. He pondered whether he should do something in return. "Next time, I'll cook for you as well." A subtle smile graced Wen Che's lips as he looked at Chu Ziqing and said, "Really? You can cook?" Though Chu Ziqing had made considerable efforts to understand Wen Che, she was not an obsessive stalker and still found many aspects of him elusive, such as the fact that she had never known he could cook. "Well, it's not bad," Wen Che responded softly, nodding gently. Chu Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she remarked, "How tragic it is that someone who doesn't enjoy eating can still cook." Wen Che replied briefly before glancing at the time, realizing he was about to be late. He bid farewell to Chu Ziqing and hurriedly departed. As Chu Ziqing watched Wen Che's retreating figure, a smile crept on her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. She knew her efforts were worthwhile. Upon arriving in the classroom, Wen Che found that Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao had saved him a seat. After taking his place, the two of them stared at him for a moment, their expressions filled with confusion. "What's up? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Wen Che inquired. "Indeed, there's something at the corner of your mouth," Qi Shitao replied, mimicking a wiping gesture. Wen Che paused momentarily, then quickly took out a tissue to clean his mouth. Yu Jiashu, tilting his head in curiosity, asked, "Bro, When you mentioned having matters to attend to this morning, did you mean you were so hungry that you rushed off to grab something to eat? Wen Che, feeling somewhat helpless, lowered his head and refrained from responding. After a morning of classes, they were released for lunch, and those heading home for the weekend began packing their belongings. The three of them decided against having lunch, as they had planned to visit a nearby hamburger joint. After resting in their dorm for a while, they set out. Bro, are you heading home this afternoon? Have you bought your ticket? Yu Jiashu asked Wen Che. There are plenty of bus tickets. We can just buy them at the station. It'll take about 2 hours to get home, Wen Che replied, recalling that neither of them seemed to be going home for the weekend. You both aren't going home, are you? He asked. No, our homes are quite far, so we might as well stay in the dorm and perhaps go out for a night of online gaming, Yu Jiashu responded. Chi Shirtao chimed in. I'm going to see my girlfriend. Oh, look at this guy, I'm exasperated, Yu Jiashu exclaimed, his expression one of agony as he pointed at Chi Shirtao, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Oh, your girlfriend's school isn't too far, right? Exactly, just 4 subway stops away, Chi Shirtao replied, chuckling at Yu Jiashu's distressed demeanor. Yu Jiashu grabbed Chi Shirtao's shirt, his eyes wide with urgency as he demanded, Are you coming back to the dorm tonight? Will you be staying out? Answer me. Hurry up. It depends on the situation. Chi Shirtao replied with a smirk, further aggravating Yu Jiashu. Subsequently, Yu Jiashu quickly turned to Wen Che, grasping his arm and pleading, Brother one, can I come to your house? Staying alone in the dorm is just too boring. I have to help my family with chores this weekend, so I won't have time to have fun. Why do you want to go? That's fine. At least there's something to do. I can help out. Just provide me with food and shelter. Is that all right? Really? Truly. I beg you. Otherwise, I'll end up like a lonely old man. Dule won't be back. Yu Jiashu implored Wen Che, feeling that staying alone in the dormitory was utterly dreary. Out of the 4 of them, one had gone home for the weekend, another was out with his girlfriend, and one had yet to return, leaving him all alone, enduring the torment of solitude. All right, just pack your things and come with me, Wen Che replied with a nod, agreeing without hesitation. Since Yu Jiashu had expressed it so earnestly, he saw no reason to object. Okay, thank you, Brother Wen. Chapter 18 Promise me that you will only use the restroom afterwards, all right? The 3 of them ventured outside the school, heading to the bustling commercial street, vibrant with numerous restaurants, internet cafes, game rooms, and billiard halls, establishments perfectly suited for university students. The foot traffic here was remarkably high. On weekends, even the internet cafes were fully occupied. That's the one, isn't it? The Burger Terminator, Chi Shirtao said, pointing to the hamburger joint ahead. It was the only burger shop on the street, making it easy to locate. Wen Che nodded in agreement and followed them toward the restaurant. Just as they entered, a table of diners was finishing up, preparing to leave. See, I told you. Bringing Chi Shirtao along has its perks. We're guaranteed a spot. Yu Jiashu patted Chi Shirtao on the back, chuckling. Chi Shirtao shook his head in resignation, never anticipating that he would be utilized in such a manner, expending his luck. Upon entering, Wen Che immediately began searching for the person he sought. Having previously viewed the young man's work, he recognized him. Before long, Wen Che spotted a male server within, clad in uniform and apron, cleaning the table where they intended to sit. Despite wearing a mask, Wen Che recognized him instantly. Let us go. Let us scan the code to order. Wen Che urged the other 2, leading the way. The young man continued wiping the table, and Wen Che took a seat, glancing at him. The server met his gaze, but exhibited little reaction, saying, Just a moment, I'll have it ready shortly. Thank you, Wen Che replied, casting a few more glances his way. Yet it seemed the young man was oblivious to his presence. In that moment, Wen Che realized he was completely unrecognized. This implied that the previous posts by Cheng Ying regarding himself were either visible only to her or hidden from him entirely. Thus, he was unaware of what Wen Che looked like. Wen Che couldn't help but scoff coldly. He should have anticipated this. How could Cheng Ying ever be forthright about revealing him? While the other 2 scanned the code to place their orders, Wen Che remained focused on the young man. As he replenished their table with napkins, Wen Che smiled subtly and asked, Hey there, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Yu Jiashu and Chi Shirtao abruptly turned their heads, astonished at Wen Che's question. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and replied, Yes. I do. How long have you been together? It's been over a year. Over a year? Wen Che froze, his expression instantly stiffening. This was contrary to his expectations. Was this fellow lying? He had only been with Chang'ing for 7 or 8 months. Yet this guy had been with her for over a year? Then, could it be that he was the third party? No, no. Wen Che took a moment to compose himself and continued, it's nothing. I just thought you looked familiar, like the boyfriend of a friend of mine. I saw her photos before, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. The young man paused slightly, then shook his head and replied, Oh, that can't be me. My girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. She lives quite far from here. Wen Che's mouth formed an O shape, his eyebrows raised in surprise. And he quickly responded, I must have mistaken you for someone else, my apologies. No worries. Once the young man departed, Wen Che covered his mouth, stifled a chuckle, and then couldn't contain his laughter any longer, bursting into fits of mirth. He had merely intended to drop by for a casual visit, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a delightful revelation. This man had a girlfriend, involved in a long-distance relationship for over a year. Chang'ing was the mistress. Wen Che could no longer restrain himself, laughing heartily and even slapping his thigh. This scene left Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao across from him utterly bewildered. What was happening with Wen Che? Why was he suddenly engaging in conversation with that male server, complimenting his looks and inquiring about his relationship status? Upon hearing that the girlfriend was long distance, he erupted into laughter. What was going on? Yu Jiashu's hand trembled slightly as he asked, buddy, breakups can indeed be quite painful, but there is no need to be so affected, right? Promise me. Let us only use the restroom for the rest of the evening, okay? Wen Che's laughter abruptly ceased as he regarded Yu Jiashu with a furrowed brow and a rather ambiguous smile, saying, large trucks are actually quite timid. You can hide by the roadside at night, and when they approach, leap out to give them a fright. It's quite amusing. Yu Jiashu curled his lip and turned to Qi Shitao, asking, Is that fun? Qi Shitao nodded in agreement, replying, It's entertaining, unless it suddenly shifts gears and jumps over you. Otherwise, you can have a once-in-a-lifetime experience as a speed bump, a rare opportunity indeed. All right. Yu Jiashu shot them both a disapproving glance before returning to his menu, choosing to ignore them. This establishment enjoyed a steady flow of customers. Whenever one table vacated, another would seamlessly take its place. Before long, the male server approached their table, leaning in to speak softly. Hello, your table is for 6. Would you mind sharing with another guest? There is someone waiting over there. Sharing a table. Wen Che followed the direction of his finger and spotted a girl standing at the entrance. Familiar? Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao exchanged glances, recognizing her from somewhere. Wen Che recalled that this girl was the one who had been standing next to Chu Ziqing in the elevator yesterday. She was her roommate, if you remember correctly. That is fine. Wen Che nodded in agreement, then turned to the 2 individuals across from him, remarking, This girl seems to be Chu Ziqing's roommate. I saw her yesterday. Roommate? Really? She must have Chu Ziqing's contact information. Hurry, bring her over. Upon hearing this, Yu Jialu's excitement surged, as he looked at the girl, urging her to approach swiftly. The boy walked over to her, exchanged a few words, and then led her back. When Song Qiui arrived beside Wen Che, she was momentarily taken aback by his countenance. Isn't this Chu Ziqing's boyfriend? Please take a seat. You are Chu Ziqing's roommate, correct? My roommate knows Chu Ziqing. Yu Jialu pointed to Wen Che as he addressed Song Qiui. Song Qiui managed a shy smile, then sat down, contemplating the depth of the relationship between her roommate and Chu Ziqing. She had not anticipated encountering Chu Ziqing's boyfriend here. Although she possessed Chu Ziqing's contact information, they had never communicated before. Perhaps she could inform Chu Ziqing that she had met her boyfriend here, thus opening the door to conversation. With that thought, Song Qiui retrieved her phone, located Chu Ziqing in her contacts, and sent her a message along with her location. I've encountered your boyfriend here. Chapter 19, How about adding each other as friends to communicate? On her way home, Chu Ziqing received a message that caught her attention. She took out her phone and saw it was from Song Qiui. After a moment of surprise, she recalled how Wen Che had inquired about a certain boy the previous night, and now he had gone to meet him. Subsequently, Chu Ziqing replied to Song Qiui, All right, If you see him in a conflict with someone else, please assist him. I will repay you. Thank you. Song Qiui was momentarily taken aback, staring at the message in disbelief. In a conflict with someone else? Why? Wasn't it just a casual outing for a hamburger? How could things escalate to a fight over hamburgers? After placing their orders, the group began to chat. Song Qiui sat alone, engrossed in her phone. Soon, their food arrived. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu had ordered a substantial meal: hamburgers, fries, cola, and fried chicken, while Wen Che had only ordered a single hamburger, knowing he couldn't eat more. To their astonishment, Song Qiui had also ordered just one hamburger. Yu Jiashu had expected her to order more, as she was not particularly slim and might indulge a bit. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Is that all you're having?" Song Qiui nodded politely, offering a small smile as she softly replied, "Yes. I'm on a diet. Their hamburgers are handmade, and it's a nice treat for my weekly indulgence, mainly for convenience." "Oh, impressive," Yu Jiashu remarked, suddenly pulling out his phone and placing it in front of Song Qiui. "I have some knowledge about dieting. How about we become friends to discuss it?" Song Qiui was genuinely taken aback, momentarily stunned. It was the first time someone had asked her for contact information. "You have a research project on dieting?" Qi Shitao tilted his head, looking at Yu Jiashu with confusion. "Honestly, I'm not lying. I weighed 190 pounds in the third year of junior high. My face resembled a loaf of bread. Now I'm down to 160. So what? Did you simply open your mouth? What have you really lost? I meticulously studied the diet plan, and I have been seriously eating low-fat meals and exercising." Wen Che remained silent, unsure of Yu Jiashu's intentions, whether he genuinely wanted to discuss dieting or was simply seeking Chu Ziqing's contact information. Song Qiui hesitated, but did not refuse. She took out her phone and softly said, "Ah, sure." After all, it was her first time being asked for contact information, and she had no intention of declining. Moments later, Song Qiui finished her meal first, tidied her things, and stood up to say, "I'm leaving now. Bye-bye, bye-bye." The three of them bid her farewell as she departed. After her exit, Wen Che turned to Yu Jiashu and remarked, "You aren't trying to get Chu Ziqing's contact details under the pretense of dieting, are you? That would be inviting trouble." Yu Jiashu curled his lips and remarked, "I don't want it. I find her personality rather pleasant. It's merely a friendship." "I sincerely hope that is indeed your sentiment." After the trio finished their meal, they departed from the establishment. Wen Che was preparing to return to his dormitory to pack his belongings. He suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform Chu Ziqing. "Have you returned home?" Wen Che swiftly sent a message and received a prompt reply. "Yes. Yes. I'm almost home. All right. I'm also getting ready to head home." "Okay, are you all right?" Noticing Chu Ziqing's inquiry, Wen Che deduced that the girl must have informed her about their recent visit to the burger joint. "I'm fine. Just want to take a look." "Guess what? That guy has a girlfriend, and it's a long-distance relationship. Cheng Ying is a 2-1. Wow, that's quite the revelation. It seems a good show is inevitable." Wen Che conversed with Chu Ziqing, and after tidying up his belongings in the dormitory, he prepared to leave. Yu Jiashu also gathered his things, intending to accompany Wen Che. Otherwise, staying alone in the dormitory would be rather dull. Once they exited the school, they headed towards the bus station. After purchasing their tickets and waiting for several minutes, they successfully boarded the coach. "Bro, what chores are you returning home to assist with?" Yu Jiashu suddenly remembered to pose this question. He initially assumed Wen Che would be helping with farm work, perhaps feeding chickens or ducks, or even tending to the fields. While scrolling through his phone, Wen Che replied, "My family runs a restaurant, so I'll be helping out there." "Oh, your family owns a restaurant? Is that for real?" "Yes, it's been in operation for over a decade." "Wait, if your family owns a restaurant with so many delicious dishes, why don't you enjoy eating more? You're so thin." Wen Che glanced at him, but chose not to respond further. After 2 hours on the bus, Wen Che and Yu Jiashu disembarked. They then took a few more bus rides before finally getting off, which brought them to around 5 in the afternoon. Yu Jiashu followed closely behind Wen Che for 5 minutes until Wen Che pointed ahead and said, "That is my family's restaurant." Yu Jiashu looked ahead and noticed a large establishment, the signboard significantly larger than that of the neighboring restaurant, emblazoned with the words Yunxiang Restaurant. "Wow, it's enormous. Well, it's been an established business for many years." As they approached, they could see that the restaurant appeared to be bustling with patrons, completely packed. with a young waitress standing at the entrance to greet customers. Yu Jiashu's eyes brightened, and he asked, "Hey, that waitress is quite attractive. How old is she?" "I don't know her. She has probably a recent hire." Wen Che shook his head and walked straight inside. The young woman, upon seeing Wen Che and Yu Jiashu enter, smiled warmly and said, "Hello, welcome. How many are in your party?" "I'm not a customer." Wen Che waved his hand and stepped inside. "Not a guest." The girl stood still, blinking, then watched as Wen Che walked directly toward their boss. The boss was a man in his 40s, exuding an air of authority, standing beside the bar while smoking and observing the cashier in the bar fiddling with something. "Dad, I'm back," Wen Che called out as he approached. The man lifted his head, and upon seeing Wen Che, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why did you return so late? Quickly put your things upstairs. Then hurry to the kitchen. It's mealtime, and several tables have asked if you're back. If you're not, they won't place their orders." "Oh." Wen Che nodded, then pulled Yu Jiashu closer, saying, "Dad, my roommate came back with me." Yu Jiashu, noticing the seriousness of Wen Che's father, greeted him timidly. Hello, uncle." Chapter 20 from Monday to Friday. Our second chef has to attend school. Wen Che's father, Wen Jianhua, glanced up at Yu Jialu and then smiled. "Ah, hello." This surprised Yu Jialu. He hadn't expected a smile in return, assuming a mere nod would suffice. "All right, follow me." After the greeting, Wen Che led Yu Jialu upstairs. The second floor was comprised of small compartments, separated by curtains, while the third floor featured private rooms, seemingly occupied at that moment. The top floor resembled a residence, complete with a living room, furniture, and a bedroom. Wen Che opened the bedroom door to reveal a bed and a set of tables and chairs. "You live here?" Yu Jialu followed him in, astonished to discover that Wen Che resided in this place. Wen Che nodded and replied, "Yes, I didn't want to stay at home, so my dad had this place renovated for me. I stay here when I return home, and at night, I can help with locking up and turning off the lights." Yu Jialu had prepared himself, changing into a pair of sporty clothes that he didn't mind getting dirty. "Okay, what do you need me to do? Take orders? Or deliver dishes?" "No need for that. You don't have to assist in the front. Just help me in the kitchen and do whatever I ask," Wen Che said while tidying up his belongings. "Oh, you work in the kitchen? What do you do? Prepare ingredients?" Suddenly, Wen Che picked up a white garment, shook it out and donned it. The back of the white attire bore the character for chef. He then tied an apron around his waist and gathered his long hair into a bun. "I am the second chef." "Huh." Yu Jialu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face expressing utter astonishment. You cook?" "Yes, I've been taught to cook by my father since childhood. Whenever I have time, I help out in the kitchen." "Is it possible for you to lift a pot?" Yu Jialu questioned, eyeing Wen Che's slender frame, struggling to reconcile his image of a chef with the expectation of a more robust physique. "I can manage lifting a pot," Wen Che replied with a mischievous smile, playfully pinching Yu Jialu's arm. "Ow, wow, you're surprisingly strong," Yu Jialu exclaimed, instinctively rubbing his arm after the unexpected pinch. "So, you can cook for yourself, yet you don't enjoy eating?" Wen Che fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before responding, "I often hung around the kitchen as a child, and the smoke from cooking made me lose my appetite. Gradually, I just stopped enjoying food." "Oh, I see. That explains it." Just then, a loud shout echoed from downstairs. "Wen Che, hurry up. The guests are waiting." "I'm coming." Wen Che responded with a sound, then descended the stairs with Yu Jianshu. Upon reaching the private room on the third floor, they encountered a guest exiting, who immediately approached Wen Che with a smile. "Hey, Wen Che, you're back. We were just waiting for you. They wanted to order, but I said we should wait a bit for the second chef to return from school. His cooking is exceptional." "Thank you. We can order now. I'll start cooking right away." "All right. Same as usual. The ribs should be tender and fall off the bone." "Understood." Yu Jianshu, observing this exchange, clicked his tongue in admiration. "You seem quite popular. Is your cooking really that delicious? Can I sample it later?" "Of course. Helping in the kitchen guarantees you'll get to taste it." Soon after, Wen Che and Yu Jianshu entered the bustling kitchen downstairs. Upon stepping inside, Yu Jianshu was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. The kitchen resembled a sauna, filled with the sounds of clanging pots and the whirring of exhaust fans. A chef was busily frying dishes, his clothes drenched with sweat, a bald head glistening under the heat. Others were equally occupied, rushing around the kitchen, attending to their respective tasks. Wen Che rolled up his sleeves and approached an empty stove. Spotting Wen Che, the head chef exclaimed, "Finally, Wen Che, you're back. I've been exhausted. The customers have been flocking here since Friday, just for you." "Ah, I had some things to handle this afternoon, which delayed my return. Please place the new orders over here. I'll take care of them." Wen Che's voice was raised, competing with the din of the kitchen, as I needed to shout to be heard. He then commenced cooking, while Yu Jianshu stood back, recording the moment on his phone, intending to send it to Chi Shirtao. He was astonished to discover that Wen Che was indeed a skilled chef. Wen Che's movements were swift and precise. He ignited the flames, added oil, introduced the ingredients, and seasoned the dish. Utilizing the stove as a fulcrum, he deftly flipped and tossed the contents. In less than 3 minutes, a plate of food was ready. As Wen Che turned with the pot, he called out to Yu Jianshu, "Grab a plate. Around one for below." "Oh, right. Coming." Yu Jianshu hastily put away his phone and rushed to retrieve a plate, placing it on the counter. Wen Che transferred the dish onto the plate and continued to shout, "Take it to the front for service. Then come back and crack 3 eggs for me. Use that small bowl over there." "Okay, wait. Which bowl?" "Get lost. The small iron bowl over there." Wen Che, exasperated, nearly struck him with the spatula, prompting Yu Jianshu to swiftly carry the dish away. Thus, Yu Jianshu witnessed the remarkable prowess of Wen Che in the kitchen. Having never worked in such an environment, he relied entirely on Wen Che's guidance. However, Wen Che was particularly busy, and with the heat of the stove radiating on his face, sweat beading on his brow, he exhibited a certain irritability, raising his voice in their exchanges. However, the busiest period lasted only about an hour. Gradually, the number of orders diminished, and the most hectic phase had passed. Wen Che could finally take a moment to rest. He retrieved 2 bottles of cold beverages from the freezer and handed one to Yu Jianshu, who was also drenched in sweat from the laborious tasks. He had been scurrying about, handling various chores, all while being careful not to make any mistakes. If he were to drop a dish, Wen Che would surely reprimand him. Meanwhile, a newly hired waitress was tidying up a table when a patron from a nearby table suddenly inquired, "Excuse me, why does your establishment seem to taste even better on weekends?" Caught off guard, she struggled to respond, as it was only her 3rd day on the job, and she had no idea why. Fortunately, Wen Jianhua, who was nearby, overheard and chuckled as he replied, "Ha, our second chef has classes from Monday to Friday." Chapter 21. Am I really taking a bath? Would you like to take a look? Dinner time. Around 8 in the evening, the staff meal commenced, prepared once again by Wen Che. The kitchen staff enjoyed their meal in the back, while the front servers gathered together. Yu Jianshu also took his bowl to the front, as the younger servers were there, and the kitchen was populated by older men and women. After serving his meal, Yu Jianshu noticed Wen Che squatting at the door. Engrossed in his phone, he called out, "Wen Ge, aren't you eating?" Wen Che waved his hand, signaling that he wasn't going to eat. Yu Jianshu stared at Wen Che's back for a moment, then approached and squatted beside him, speaking softly, "Let's buy some food and a bit of wine later. How about we drink together tonight?" Wen Che turned his head and glanced at Yu Jianshu, replying, "What's wrong? Do you still think I'm wallowing in the pain of a breakup?" "Not at all. I simply wish to share a drink with you." "Is that so wrong?" With a smirk, Wen Che nodded in agreement. "Sure, that's perfectly fine. No need to buy anything. We have wine here. After they finish work, I can cook a few dishes. Just make sure you eat lightly, so you don't end up too full." "Not a problem. I'll just have a little rice." Yu Jianshu grinned and returned to his meal. Wen Che took out his phone and opened his chat list, realizing he hadn't contacted Chu Ziqing for several hours. Numerous messages from her awaited him. "I've arrived home. Are you busy? I miss you." He had been occupied in the kitchen since returning and hadn't checked his phone, so he had not replied. Now, he finally had a moment to respond. "Sorry for the late reply. I was busy at home. What are you up to? Have you had dinner?" Wen Che sent the message. After about 5 minutes, he received a reply from Chu Ziqing. "All good. I've eaten. I'm taking a bath." Wen Che's eyes widened in surprise, and he responded, "How can you reply while taking a bath?" "Of course I can reply. I really am in a bath. Would you like to take a look?" With a mischievous grin, Wen Che opened his mouth in a daze, his mind racing momentarily as a hazy image flickered through his thoughts. The alluring, curvaceous figure of Chu Ziqing appeared, partially shrouded in the mist of the bathroom. No, no need for that. Wen Che lifted his gaze to the moon above, silently pondering some unarticulated question. His refusal stemmed from the feeling that things were moving too swiftly, despite being in a relationship with Chu Ziqing. He yearned for a gradual companionship, without the urgency to rush into anything. All right, I'll show you next time. Haha. Chu Ziqing seemed undeterred, her words conveying an unmistakable joy. After a prolonged gaze at the moon, Wen Che finally spoke softly, muttering to himself, persist in being oneself. He recalled the words Chu Ziqing had shared with him, emphasizing that his commitment to authenticity was what endeared him to her. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of confusion that had recently enveloped him. Was this emptiness a byproduct of exhaustion? Around 9:30 in the evening, work concluded, and the patrons had mostly departed. Wen Che approached the bar, where his father, Wen Jianhua, sat, smoking while reviewing the accounts. Leaning his arms on the counter, Wen Che remained silent, patiently awaiting something. Soon, Wen Jianhua glanced up, extracting 3 bills from a stack of cash, which he handed to Wen Che. Here, this is just a day's wage for you. Satisfied, Wen Che accepted the 300 yuan, responding, otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of coming back every week? I could easily just stay at school and enjoy myself. All right. If it weren't for the many patrons coming for you, little money grubber, just like your father, I would have left without a word. Don't forget to turn off everything when you leave. Wen Jianhua stood up and exited the restaurant, leaving only Wen Che and Yu Jiashu behind in the now empty establishment. Observing the earlier exchange, Yu Jiashu inquired with astonishment, "You actually get paid for working here?" "Of course, otherwise, what would be the point of enduring this tiring job?" Wen Che replied, producing a 50 yuan note and handing it to Yu Jiashu. The latter was taken aback, surprised to find that he too received a share. "Is this any different from working part-time on the weekends? And I only worked for about 4 hours, which wasn't too exhausting at all. 50 yuan seems fair enough." Afterward, Wen Che removed his work uniform to wash it, conversing with Yu Jiashu as he did. "Let's head to the bathhouse next door to shower first. Then we can return for drinks." "Sounds good," Yu Jiashu nodded, as they were unable to shower at their residence and could only visit the nearby bathhouse in the evenings, a fact Wen Che had mentioned beforehand. Once Wen Che finished washing his clothes and hung them up to dry, he and Yu Jiashu set out together to the adjacent bathhouse. The neighboring bathhouse remains quite pleasant, and at this hour, there aren't too many patrons. The two of them took their entry cards and proceeded into the male bathing area. "So, you plan to work like this for the next 2 days, correct? It must be exhausting, but you must be earning a fair amount, right?" Yu Jianshu chatted with Wen Zhe as he undressed. He observed that after several hours of cooking, Wen Zhe had earned 300 yuan. Over the entire weekend, he could probably accumulate quite a sum, especially since the establishment attracted numerous customers. During peak times, there were even instances of 2 or 3 tables waiting for seating. Many patrons seemed to come specifically to see Wen Zhe, as the first question upon entering was invariably whether he had returned. Moreover, considering this was his family's business, it was reasonable to assume Wen Zhe would take home a substantial amount, perhaps over 1,000 yuan, depending on the profits. If there were more, he would receive more, and if less, then less. Wow, so you can earn over 1,000 in a week. Doesn't that mean over 4,000 in a month? You're balancing college while raking in over 4,000 monthly? That's incredible, brother. I'm definitely going to stick with you. Wen Zhe shot him a glance and replied, "What are you thinking? My monthly living expenses are fixed at 2,000 yuan. I don't spend a penny more and save the rest." At this point, Yu Jianshu couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, I've always wanted to ask. There is something about you that suggests you're quite wealthy, yet it's not apparent. You seem to have a penchant for money, but I can't quite figure out where it all goes. What are you saving so much for?" Wen Zhe shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "To realize my dreams." Dreams? Chapter 22, Do not be deceived by your slender figure. You indeed possess a remarkable masculinity. What dreams do you harbor? To become a boss? To ascend to the presidency? Wen Che shook his head and replied, "No, my aspiration is to save 2 million and then simply recline." Huh? Wen Che's declaration left Yu Jiashu momentarily incredulous, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Is that so? Your dream is rather down to earth. I had assumed you harbored grander ambitions. Wen Che shot him a glance and said, "No, this is my dream. To save 2 million, live off the interest, and comfortably reside in a small county for the rest of my life." Why? When did you come to this conclusion? Yu Jiashu inquired with growing interest, realizing today that Wen Che's avarice was indeed a means to this end, achieving a state of leisure. This, undeniably, is a commendable dream, for not everyone's goals are lofty. Not everyone aspires to build a nation or carve out their own territory. Many simply desire a stable existence, free from financial worries, which is indeed a commendable aim. Wen Che began to reminisce, then spoke slowly. When I was young, my parents divorced and no one cared for me. I had no desire to attend school, so I sought out my father and asked him to teach me how to cook, proclaiming my disinterest in education. He acquiesced, as my absence from school would save him a considerable sum. I was merely in my second year of junior high, took a year off, and learned cooking in a restaurant. Initially, I worked as an apprentice, burdened with every task. It was only after a year that I was permitted to cook. I thought I would be thrilled to forego school. Yet that year disabused me of the notion that I could spend my life as a chef. The unending workload left me with no real respite. Rest was something to be squeezed into the day. The monotonous cycle repeated endlessly, and by nightfall, not a single article of clothing on me was dry. I was drenched in sweat, my arms too fatigued to lift. My skin felt as though it had been roasted, and the persistent odor of cooking oil rendered food utterly unappetizing. The mere scent of dishes made me feel nauseous. I lost over 20 pounds. I also had to serve the most unreasonable customers. On one occasion, a patron found a hair in his dish and stormed into the kitchen to confront us. Upon discovering I was the cook, a mere child, he became furious, shouting for a refund and threatening to report us for employing child labor. In a fit of anger, I flung the dish in his face. My father had to compensate him and insisted I return to school. Truth be told, I had no desire to continue working. At that moment, I resolved that I neither wished to toil nor to endure the judgment of others. I must accumulate enough wealth to simply recline. Yu Jiashu listened quietly, and after hearing Wen Che's story, he comprehended the rationale behind Wen Che's aspirations. He admired Wen Che's tenacity, recognizing that many would struggle to endure such trials. The efforts made now are indeed for the tranquility of the future. There is nothing inherently wrong with such a mindset. So, how much have you saved now? Approximately 50 to 60,000. After I became an adult, I would work at a restaurant whenever I had free time, managing to save a little. Yu Jiashu gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "That's impressive. Balancing school and earning money. I'm in awe, Wenj. You will be my idol from now on." Wen Che glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "If one day I truly realize my dreams, I shall never allow my feet to tread upon that greasy floor again. All right, let us drink a bit more later, and I'll share some of my past stories with you." As Yu Jiashu spoke, he noticed Wen Che had removed his final article of clothing. He was instantly frozen, his expression shifting to a shade of pale green, eyes wide with shock. "What the?" Wen Che turned his head, looking at him quizzically, and asked, "What is wrong?" "And nothing, brother. Although you seem quite slender, you are, indeed, quite manly." "What nonsense are you spouting now?" "I meant something substantial." The two of them quickly washed up and returned to the restaurant. Wen Che prepared a couple of simple dishes and retrieved several bottles of wine from the freezer, with a small lamp illuminating the first floor. They settled beneath its soft glow, chatting and drinking. Time slipped away, and after more than an hour, Wen Che noticed Yu Jiashu occasionally picking up his phone to chat with others. "Who are you chatting with?" "Oh, just that girl I added today. Her name is Song Chioi." Wen Che recalled the girl he had encountered earlier, the roommate of Chu Ziqing. "What are you two discussing? Are you really talking about weight loss?" "Just casual conversation, asking her what she's up to, just chatting for fun." Yu Jiashu's face flushed slightly. His tolerance for alcohol was not great, having consumed less than Wen Che. Wen Che understood that Yu Jiashu was becoming a bit tipsy, likely entertaining thoughts of women, which explained his conversation with Song Chiu. Wen Che also took out his phone, intending to inquire about what Chu Ziqing was up to. "What are you doing? Are you asleep?" "Not yet. Just thinking about you." "Aren't you drinking?" "Be careful not to overdo it." "It's fine, after I finish." I'll head straight upstairs to sleep. Wen Che felt an unusual sensation while chatting with Chu Ziqing after drinking. His heart truly yearned for her. He even found himself looking forward to Monday, eager to see her again. Moreover, he was beginning to crave the food prepared by Chu Ziqing. The sandwich he had eaten in the morning was undeniably delicious. It had been years since he had tasted something he could genuinely declare as delectable. What was the reason for this? After all, it was merely an ordinary sandwich. By the way, do you like eating fruits? Fruits? They're all right, why? What is your favorite? Apples, I suppose. Sometimes I even eat an apple as a meal. One is enough to fill me up. After Wen Che finished his reply, there was suddenly no news from Chu Ziqing. He assumed she had fallen asleep and paid it no mind, continuing his conversation with Yu Jiaxu. Approximately 10 minutes later, his phone chimed with a notification. He had received a message. Upon opening his phone, he was taken aback to discover an image sent by Chu Ziqing. At the moment he beheld the photograph, a tremor coursed through his heart, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his brows arching high. The image appeared to feature Chu Ziqing. Although her face was not visible, her exquisite figure was on full display. She wore a snow-white camisole, the delicate fabric seemingly melding with her skin, subtly outlining her slender waist and enchanting curves. The straps of the camisole rested like two fine ribbons on her rounded shoulders, exuding an effortless sensuality. Below, her alabaster legs resembled sculpted masterpieces, gracefully bent as she knelt upon the soft bedding. The lines of her legs were long and elegant, the skin smooth as silk without a single blemish, radiating a warm luster akin to that of fine white jade. However, the focal point was above her alluring attributes, where rested a freshly washed apple adorned with glistening droplets. Chapter 23. Where is the restaurant? Can I go eat? Hiss. Wen Che glanced at the screen and felt a rush of warmth enveloping him, his pulse racing. Ah. After Wen Che replied, Chu Ziqing retracted the photo and sent a blushing, shy emoji in its place. At this moment, Wen Che was still in a daze, realizing he had just been tantalized, perhaps. Yet, he could not deny that this teasing was remarkably effective. It nearly left him breathless. What are you so engrossed in? Yu Jianshu leaned over to take a look, but Wen Che immediately turned his phone away. TSK, could you not respect someone else's privacy? What are you afraid of? Who else could possibly be in there? Go away. Wen Che continued chatting with Chu Ziqing, surprised that her inquiry about his favorite fruits had such a suggestive undertone. Do you really have apples? Because my family owns a fruit shop, we have everything you like. Then what dishes do you enjoy? Wen responded, thinking he should do something for Chu Ziqing. Perhaps cooking was his forte, so he made a mental note of her preferences, hoping to showcase his skills whenever the opportunity arose. You, because you're my type, huh? Stop it. Sweating, I'm fine. I don't have any particular favorite dishes. All right, I dislike carrots. I see. Wen Che noted this quietly. While he didn't know her favorite foods, at least he learned what to avoid, thus sidestepping any culinary missteps. When do you usually go to sleep? Wen Che asked, noting it was already midnight. Chu Ziqing's response tightened his chest. I'll sleep when you do. I'm waiting for you to say goodnight. I'll be quick. Wen Che closed his phone and urged Yu Jianshu to drink faster, hastening their pace. Yu Jianshu was on the same wavelength, and soon they finished the bottles they had. Afterward, they tidied up, taking the plates to the kitchen to wash, putting the empty bottles away, and wiping the table clean before preparing to head upstairs to sleep. Wen Che's bed could only accommodate one person, so Yu Jianshu would sleep on the sofa in the living room. Wen Che fetched him a blanket, and with no extra pillow available, he had to fold another blanket to serve as one. Is this okay? If not, you can take the bed, and I'll stay on the sofa. Wen Che observed Yu Jianshu comfortably lying down and asked, to which Yu Jianshu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, no need. I'm perfectly fine here. It's not cold at all. All right then. After ensuring Yu Jianshu was settled, Wen Che entered the room, lay down on the bed, and prepared to send a brief message to Chu Ziqing before drifting into slumber. However, at that moment, a message unexpectedly popped up. What are you doing? To Wen Che's surprise, the message was from Chang'ing. It was already nearing 1 o'clock in the morning. How curious that she would message him at such an hour. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to disregard it, assuming it was merely trivial. Yet, just 5 minutes later, Chang'ing sent another message. I miss you. Wen Che couldn't help but chuckle. This message was too much for him to bear. A message like this on a Friday night, approaching the witching hour. What could it possibly signify? Did it imply she had just concluded a rendezvous and was now beset by feelings of guilt? It was quite amusing indeed. Still, he chose not to respond and instead engage in conversation with Chu Ziqing. After bidding goodnight, he silenced his phone, preparing to succumb to sleep. He had no desire to reply to Cheng. He perceived her as akin to a piece of chewed gum, which he found utterly repulsive. Once touched, it would cling to him, causing discomfort and annoyance. Based on his understanding of Cheng, responding would only lead to an endless cycle of communication. She would not feel remorse, but would instead shower him with sweet words, attempting to draw him back into her orbit. In truth, it was merely a test, an assessment of whether he could still be manipulated by her whims, much like a compliance test. Should he fail to meet her expectations, she would transform, unleashing a torrent of accusations upon him, offering no praise while inundating him with blame. It was exceedingly rare for someone like her to relent and offer kind words, let alone sacrifice her pride. Wen Che had never witnessed such an occurrence. Before long, he succumbed to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening and checking his phone, he discovered several unread messages, predominantly from Cheng, all indicating missed voice calls. After he had ignored her, she had attempted to call him multiple times. Fortunately, he had silenced his phone the previous night. Wen Che rose from his bed and stepped out of the room, noticing that Yu Jiashu was still asleep. He chose not to disturb him. After all, it was the weekend, and he was merely visiting for leisure. It was best to let him awaken naturally. Yet, Wen Che could not afford to linger in bed any longer. He needed to head downstairs and commence his work in pursuit of earning a living. After Wen Che descended the stairs, Yu Jialu quietly opened his eyes. In truth, he had already awakened but pretended to be asleep, as he genuinely wished to enjoy a moment of rest and did not want to embark on work so early. Had he known that his time at Wen Che's would be so arduous, he would have preferred to remain in his dormitory. At this moment, he held a profound admiration for Wen Che, who was truly remarkable, incomparable to an ordinary university student. After a week of classes, he had finally looked forward to a restful weekend, only to find himself confronted with even more exhausting tasks. Nevertheless, Wen Che displayed not a hint of complaint. If Yu Jialu were to endure such a routine for a month, he would surely be grumbling and his face would betray not a shred of vitality. Wen Che descended the stairs and opened the doors of the restaurant, ensuring everything that required opening was attended to. He then donned his work attire, preparing to engage in kitchen duties. At that moment, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "Good morning, my most beloved person." A chuckle escaped Wen Che's lips as he replied, "Good morning. What has you awake so early? Aren't you indulging in a little slumber?" "Not at all. You're up quite early as well. Why not sleep a bit longer?" Wen Che sent her a snapshot of himself in his work uniform, stating, "I rise early to assist my family. We own a restaurant. I'm not deceiving you. I can indeed cook." "Wow, how impressive. Where's your restaurant? May I come and dine?" Chapter 24. I always encounter her. This must be fate. In a moment of contemplation, Wen Che found himself in a quandary. Should he reveal the address of his family's restaurant to Chu Ziqing? What if she actually decided to come? He would be preoccupied and unable to attend to her. And if his father happened to see her, who knows what might transpire? Yet, if he withheld the information, it would appear rather petty on his part. What if she merely wished to show support? Concealing such information would certainly be inappropriate. After some deliberation, Wen Che resolved to share it with her. "My family's restaurant is in Anqing City. I will send you the location." He sent the location, and a few minutes later, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "Wow, it's only about 20 kilometers away from me. Quite close indeed." "Ha, that's true. We attended high school together, so our homes must be relatively nearby. Then would it be convenient for me to dine there today?" Wen Che pondered for a moment, considering whether it would truly be inconvenient. Although Yu Jiashu was also present, it was uncertain whether that fellow would even rise from his slumber today. And even if he did see her, what of it? Dining together is quite a normal affair, after all. "Sure, I'll treat you." "Haha, no need for that. I'll be going with my family. Otherwise, it would feel rather odd to go alone, not a problem. I can just add a few dishes when the time comes." At that moment, employees began arriving for their shifts, and customers started to trickle in as well, drawn by the morning noodle offerings. Wen Che also busied himself, preparing ingredients in the kitchen for the evening service. "Come on, Wen Che," Wen Jianhua called out from the service area. Upon hearing, Wen Che approached. Wen Jianhua handed him a piece of paper. "This is the menu for a large private room reserved for 6 o'clock. We must get it right. It's for the leaders of our local industry and commerce bureau. Understand? Wait, if it's that important, why not have Brother Wang handle it? Why assign it to me? Un second chef? I'm giving you an opportunity. You must do well. If the dishes turn out great, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, okay?" Without further ado, Wen Che accepted the menu, glanced at it, nodded, and returned to his tasks. On that particular day, Wen Che was preoccupied in the kitchen, barely managing to eat a morsel during mealtime. Yu Jialu, feeling famished, descended from upstairs, had a meal, and then approached the kitchen to inquire if Wen Che required any assistance. However, Wen Che insisted that he need not worry, suggesting he could either remain upstairs or venture out for some leisure. Unable to stay put, Yu Jialu decided to step out, intending to either stroll or indulge in some time at an internet CAF. He noticed Wen Che engrossed in preparing some sophisticated dishes, feeling somewhat inadequate to offer any help. Wen Che had spent the entire day meticulously preparing according to the menu, simmering chicken soup and slow-cooking beef for several hours. Though he hadn't taken a moment to rest, the thought of securing a bonus of 1,000 yuan invigorated him. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, the dining hour arrived, and multiple tables of guests arrived simultaneously, causing a flurry of orders to accumulate in the kitchen. Wen Che found himself overwhelmed, assisting with the cooking, hardly glancing at his phone throughout the day. At the entrance, 2 young ladies arrived, one of whom was Chu Ziqing, clad in a delicate light blue dress that fluttered gently with a breeze, complemented by a pair of white sandals adorned with fine ankle straps that exuded elegance. Her makeup revealed the effort she had invested in her appearance. The other young woman, appearing slightly older, bore a resemblance to Chu Ziqing. "Good evening. How may I assist you?" The server greeted. "We are 2, came the reply. "Very well, please follow me." The waitress led them inside, her gaze occasionally drifting to Chu Ziqing, internally marveling at her beauty. They settled at a small table on the first floor, relatively close to the entrance. As soon as they sat down, Chu Ziqing began to glance around, seemingly searching for someone. "Qing, this place is rather far. You brought me here, and I expected a trendy spot, but it doesn't seem like one," her sister remarked. "Sis, I assure you, this place is definitely delicious. Trust me," Chu Ziqing replied earnestly, nodding at the woman across from her. "All right, then shall we order?" her sister suggested, peering at the menu. Yet, Chu Ziqing's mind was far from the menu. She was solely focused on spotting Wen Che. If she had come to the wrong place, dining here would hold no significance. Before long, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure through the service window, bustling about in the kitchen. Wow! Chu Ziqing's eyes sparkled. Though she could only admire Wen Che's back from a distance, she felt a profound sense of contentment. For reasons unknown, each time Wen Che turned to reveal his profile, she could not help but think, how handsome he looked. Qing, order already. As the two were perusing the menu, Yu Jiashu entered from outside. Fully aware that this was the peak of the rush and he ought to lend a hand, he couldn't let Wen Che bear the burden alone. As he walked past the table of Chu Ziqing and her companions, his eyes caught a glimpse, and at first, he failed to register the sight. However, upon a second glance, he was left momentarily transfixed. Yu Jiashu stood beside Chu Ziqing, dazed, his gaze fixated on her, his expression a portrait of astonishment. In response, Chu Ziqing and her sister looked up with equal bewilderment, noticing Yu Jiashu standing nearby. In an instant, Yu Jiashu sprang into action, darting towards the kitchen with the speed of a startled hare. Ah, Wengu, she has appeared again. I can't believe it. It must be fate. There's no other explanation. It's simply miraculous, he exclaimed, arriving breathlessly at Wen Che's side, bubbling with excitement, almost as if under the influence of some stimulant. Wen Che glanced at him, responding with an air of indifference. Oh, so, Chu Ziqing is here? I see. Which table is she sitting at? Just let me know. Yu Jiashu's animated gestures abruptly ceased, his eyes blinking in confusion as he stared at Wen Che, struggling to comprehend the calmness of his reaction. Did this imply that he was already aware of Chu Ziqing's arrival? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wen Che remarked, "I don't have time to entertain you right now. I'm quite busy. I invited her here. Once she finishes ordering, let me know which table she is at. I need to place an additional order." Chapter 25. Is this the work of your little boyfriend? Did you summon her? Do you have her contact information? She truly came? Yu Jiashu was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had thought that encountering Chu Ziqing here was a stroke of fate, but unexpectedly, it was Wen Che who had summoned her. What was the purpose of her arrival? To discuss matters concerning Qingying, perhaps? Yu Jiashu could only speculate, as nothing else made sense. Noticing that Wen Che was indeed preoccupied and had no time to engage with him, Yu Jiashu refrained from further inquiries and assisted in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would steal glances at the exterior, catching sight of Chu Ziqing. Before long, their table had completed their orders and the menu was handed over to the kitchen. Yu Jiashu retrieved the menus and placed them before Wen Che. "These are their dishes." "All right, I understand. Please fetch them 2 bottles of drinks," Wen Che instructed. "Sure thing." Yu Jiashu exited the kitchen, retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the freezer, and approached Chu Ziqing's table, placing them down. "We didn't tea order these?" Chu Ziqing's sister glanced up at Yu Jiashu, puzzled. They're complimentary." From Wen Che, Yu Jiashu replied softly, directing his gaze at Chu Ziqing. In an instant, Chu Ziqing lowered her head, seemingly shy to meet the eyes of others. Her sister quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere, a smirk forming as she exclaimed, "Oh, I wondered why you brought me to such a distant place. It turns out you have a friend here." Yu Jiashu chuckled lightly and departed, returning to the kitchen. Her sister immediately leaned closer to Chu Ziqing, inquiring curiously, "What kind of friend? A boyfriend?" "Oh dear, sis, please don't ask. Let me guess. Oh my, our Qingqing is actually in a relationship." "Sis, lower your voice. I beg you, don't let our family know just yet." "All right, I understand. You were right to bring me today," her sister replied with a playful pout. Before long, the dishes for their table arrived. In addition to what they had ordered, there were 2 or 3 exquisite dishes that seemed like desserts, incongruous with the other offerings, clearly added specially by Wen Che. Chu Ziqing's sister gazed at the delicacies before them and remarked, "Wow, these are truly exquisite. Did your little boyfriend prepare these?" "Ah, yes." Chu Ziqing looked at the dessert-like dishes, her pupils flickering. She could tell that these were crafted with utmost care by Wen Che. At that moment, several men clad in business jackets and ties entered through the door. Upon their arrival, Wen Jianhua promptly greeted them. "Ah, Chief Niu, you've arrived, please. Are we cooking in the private room upstairs now? Or should we wait a moment?" "Ah, let us start cooking now." The leading Chief Niu, hands clasped behind his back, appeared to be around 40 years old. With glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an air of authority as he entered the room, surveying the surroundings with a meticulous gaze. Moments later, he noticed Chu Ziqing and her companions seated nearby, but after merely casting a couple of glances in their direction, he ascended the stairs alongside the waiter. The peak of the dining rush soon subsided, and Wen Che finished preparing the last dish, delivering it to the private room. The complexity of the 10 or so dishes in this room surpassed that of the several tables he had prepared for, yet he deemed the effort worthwhile, especially considering the reward of 1,000 yuan. Oh, speaking of which, it occurred to Wen Che that Chu Ziqing was still dining there. He glanced through the serving window and, to his delight, found her gazing back at him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Chu Ziqing beamed a smile and waved at him. A gentle smile graced Wen Che's lips as he retrieved his phone, discovering an abundance of messages from her. "So delicious. Absolutely amazing. Unbeatable. How do you cook so well? I'm in awe of you. Can you teach me sometime? And I initially thought to win your heart through your stomach, but it seems my stomach has been captured by you instead." Reading these messages, Wen Che's brow arched slightly, and he chuckled. At that moment, he felt utterly invigorated, and everything seemed worthwhile. He refrained from approaching her directly, as Chu Ziqing was there with her sister. Thus, they could only converse through their phones. Yu Jianshu approached Wen Che, inquiring, "Brother, why aren't you going to find Chu Ziqing? Didn't you invite her?" What was your intention in inviting her? To discuss Cheng Ying's matter? Wen Che shot him a glance and replied, No, I merely invited her for a meal. Yu Jianshu's expression brimmed with disbelief. Just for a meal? But aren't you two close? Guess. Come on, don't make me guess. I've been pondering this forever. What's really going on? Take your time guessing. If you get it right, I will tell you. Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing and her sister had lingered far longer than other guests, having occupied their seats for over 2 hours. Neither had urged a return home, and Chu Ziqing made no mention of leaving, content to chat with Wen Che through their phones. Soon, the sounds of clattering echoed from upstairs as Chief Neo and his companions descended, their steps unsteady and voices boisterous, clearly inebriated. With flushed faces and needing to grasp the handrails for support, Wen Jianhua hurried over to assist Chief Neo, asking, Chief Neo, have you all enjoyed your drinks? How are the dishes? Chief Neo gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Excellent, truly delicious. Ha ha ha, that will suffice. Come by when you have the time, Director Neo. Wen Jianhua assisted him to the doorway, but as they passed by the table of Chu Ziqing and her companions, he abruptly halted, standing still. His gaze fixated on Chu Ziqing and her friends, his glasses nearly slipping from his face. Director Neo suddenly stepped forward and patted Chu Ziqing's arm, a smile gracing his face. Little sister, how old are you? Chu Ziqing lifted her head, slightly furrowing her brows, while her sister quickly stood up, moving to her side to shield her, glaring at Director Neo with irritation. Sir, have you had too much to drink? I haven't had too much. Who said I had too much? How about you two accompany me for another drink? Director Neo shouted, shaking off Wen Jianhua's hand and swaying unsteadily in place. A nearby individual approached and declared loudly to Chu Ziqing and her friend. This is Director Neo from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Chu Ziqing's sister tightened her brows and sternly retorted, I don't care if you're Director Neo or Director Ma. If you continue to harass us, I will call the police. Chapter 26. You did it. This is my promise. Come on, go ahead and report us. We haven't done anything wrong, right? Section Chief Neo displayed an unmistakable air of defiance, a sinister smile plastered across his face, his expression far from innocent. Observing Section Chief Neo's brazen demeanor, Chu Ziqing's sister wore a troubled expression, biting her lip and glaring fiercely at them. Don't be so afraid. We're not villains or thugs. We are respectable individuals. How can we possibly harm you? As these words echoed, several tables of patrons on the first floor turned their attention towards the unfolding scene, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly falling into silence. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted from the kitchen. Yu Jiashu, who had been peering from the kitchen door, was bumped into. He focused his gaze, astonished to see Wen Che stride forward without hesitation, unfastening his apron as he walked. Hey, Wen Che! Upon witnessing Wen Che's departure, Yu Jiashu hastily followed suit, abandoning his previous position. Chu Ziqing, initially wearing a troubled countenance, sat with a furrowed brow. But as her peripheral vision caught sight of Wen Che, a spark ignited in her eyes. Wen Che suddenly flashed a smile, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Ziqing and her sister. Sir, how do you find today's dishes? Are they to your liking? Who are you? Oh, I am the chef who prepared your meal. Section Chief Neo lightly nudged Wen Che, his impatience palpable. It's good, move aside. I'm quite busy right now. Youngsters really lack awareness. Sir, in front of so many people, wouldn't this tarnish your image? May I have a word with you? Wen Che said, pulling Section Chief Neo outside. Though Neo appeared irritable, having indulged in drinks, he was unable to resist as Wen Che guided him away. They conversed outside for approximately 5 minutes, during which Chu Ziqing's sister watched intently, eventually leaning in to whisper in Chu Ziqing's ear, Is that your little boyfriend? Embarrassed, Chu Ziqing lowered her head, replying softly, Yes. Not bad. He even stood up for you, and he is quite handsome, though a bit slender. Sister. Afterward, Wen Che escorted them away, returning alone to the restaurant with a look of resignation. Yu Jiashu rushed over, inquiring, What did you say to him? What else could I say? Flattering him, of course, and gave him a discount. After some negotiation, they finally left. Wen Che sighed, clutching several hundred yuan in his hand. The discount had spared them a significant sum, and had he issued a receipt, he might have profited slightly. As Wen Che approached Chu Ziqing and her sister, the latter suddenly called out to him, "Hey, wait a moment. What is your name?" "Ah." Wen Che paused, instinctively glancing at Chu Ziqing before slowly responding. "Wen Che, you're quite impressive. I'm Chu Wen, Chu Qing's elder sister." "Ah, hello, sister." Wen Che slightly bowed and nodded in greeting. Chu Ziqing sat behind Chu Wen, her cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue. If only she had known her sister would converse with Wen Che, she might have preferred to come alone. What if Wen Che didn't fancy such an arrangement? Yu Jianshu patted Wen Che on the shoulder, whispering excitedly in his ear, "Hey brother, it seems you've won her sister's approval. Does this mean you have a chance with Chu Ziqing?" Wen Che remained silent. He was already in a relationship with Chu Ziqing, and it was evident that Chu Wen was aware of it. He approached the bar where Wen Jianhua sat, smoking and wearing a serious expression. He had certainly witnessed the earlier exchange, yet he chose to remain quiet. Wen Che placed the collected money in front of Wen Jianhua and stated coolly, "Deduct the remainder from my salary. You needn't return that 1,000. Wen Jianhua took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, then looked at Wen Che and inquired, "Do you know those two girls?" "Yes, they're my girlfriend and her sister," Wen Che replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth from his father. Wen Jianhua glanced over at Chu Ziqing, who happened to be looking their way as well. Upon their brief eye contact, Chu Ziqing shyly lowered her gaze. "Quite beautiful, and you, my son, possess quite the charm. Just like your father," Wen Jianhua remarked, handing the few hundred yuan to Wen Che. "This is your salary, and—" He then pulled out an additional 1,000 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Wen Che's hands. Wen Che looked at the money in astonishment, gazing at Wen Jianhua in confusion, wondering why he was still receiving funds. Wen Jianhua, squinting through the smoke, replied, "Your old man isn't a fool. Protecting your girlfriend has nothing to do with your salary. And as for this 1,000, I promise that if you cooked well, it would be yours. You've delivered, and this is my commitment." Wen Che's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape in disbelief as he regarded his father. He never expected to receive such money, nor did he anticipate his father to be so reasonable. Was it because he knew about his relationship? Then, "Shall I accept it?" Wen Jianhua waved his hand dismissively, saying, take it. Go rest for a while." Wen Che arrived at the back door, exited the restaurant, and squatted on the steps to rest. The mere thought of facing such a superior at work further solidified his resolve. He absolutely did not wish to enter the workforce. However, as long as he aspired to save money, he would have to toil each day. If it required over 20 years to achieve his dreams, it would hardly differ from the conventional employment of others. How, then, could he amass that wealth swiftly? While Wen Che pondered this, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Chu Ziqing standing there. How did you come?" "I came to see you. I've missed you," Chu Ziqing replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she slowly approached and squatted beside him. It was then that Wen Che noticed she held something in her hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a container filled with sliced apples. Chu Ziqing opened the container, skillfully speared a piece with a small fork, and offered it to Wen Che's lips, her expression radiant with a sweet smile. Chapter 27 Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my opinions. I shall always support you. As Wen Che observed this scene, memories of the photograph sent to him by Chu Ziqing the previous night surfaced in his mind. He had not anticipated that she would indeed bring him an apple. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Che relented, opening his mouth to accept the piece of apple. Hehe. Chu Ziqing's laughter rang out joyfully, and she continued to feed Wen Che apples, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed, even contemplating taking the apple for himself. He recalled Yu Jiashu's words, noting that someone like Chu Ziqing, if she were to date, would likely choose a partner with immense wealth, one who could afford a lavish monthly allowance. Furthermore, her suitor must possess a strikingly handsome appearance akin to that of a celebrity. He felt that he bore no resemblance to such standards. "You see, I am merely a chef. I assent that rather lowly. I feel as though we are worlds apart." Wen Che muttered softly, for the more kindness Chu Ziqing showed him, the less confidence he felt in being worthy of her affection. Such a splendid woman. Could she truly be with someone like him? It felt almost surreal. Even if he were to attain her, could he possibly keep her? Retaining her would be the true challenge. Yet did he possess the capability to do so? Chu Ziqing did not cease her actions, but instead smiled gently, her lips curving upward. What troubles you? Are you feeling lost of late? How did you know? Because this is not like you at all. To be steadfast in being yourself means you do not concern yourself with others' judgments or thoughts. Why have you begun to care about mine? The warmth of Chu Ziqing's smile deepened, causing Wen Che to momentarily pause. Indeed, had he not once been indifferent to all this? He had not cared about others' perceptions, their opinions, or their evaluations. He had simply pursued what he desired. Yet recently, why had he begun to regard Chu Ziqing's thoughts with significance? Setting down the container, Chu Ziqing exhaled softly, gazing ahead as she spoke gently. If you believe I would alter my feelings for you based on these matters, then you underestimate the depth of my affection for you. Wen Che turned his head, observing the profile of Chu Ziqing in silence. I believe that regardless of your appearance, as long as you remain true to yourself, you are extraordinarily admirable. Even in that chef's uniform, you are exceptionally handsome. Therefore, you need not worry about my opinion. I shall forever support you, no matter what you choose to do or how you appear. Chu Ziqing's words plunged Wen Che into contemplation. After a moment, he gently shook his head and replied, Look at what you're saying. How can I not care about your opinion? Are you not my girlfriend? Naturally, I must care. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chu Ziqing's lips, and she leaned closer to Wen Che, resting her head on his shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, Wow, you acknowledge that I am your girlfriend. When have I ever denied it? Haven't I always regarded you as my boyfriend? Oh, it's just that verbal acknowledgement feels different. All right then. Wen Che lifted his gaze towards the sky, the crescent moon glowing softly, and in that moment, he felt that everything was truly wonderful. Perhaps being with Chu Ziqing was indeed a splendid affair. The two of them sat quietly together for a while. Soon, Chu Wen called Chu Ziqing, urging her to return home as it was quite late, and her family had also rung her. Reluctantly, Chu Ziqing bid farewell to Wen Che, and they departed from the place. Chu Wen approached the bar to settle the bill, inquiring, Boss, how much do I owe? Wen Jianhua glanced up and waved his hand, saying, No need, it's on me. What? Chu Wen was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard him. Just then, Chu Ziqing happened to walk over, and Wen Jianhua gestured toward her, stating, Isn't she my son's girlfriend? No need to settle the bill. You both can leave. It's fine. Oh. Chu Wen turned to look at Chu Ziqing, who suddenly felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, the blush spreading from her cheeks to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Chu Wen turned back, smiling, and said, Then it would be even more inappropriate not to pay. It's quite embarrassing to have a free meal on the first visit, especially with so many additional dishes served. They exchanged pleasantries, but ultimately, Chu Wen left behind 200 yuan, as their table's total was just over 200 yuan. This was their compromise. Wen Che returned to the kitchen to tidy up, as there were few customers left, preparing to close for the night. Don't move. Suddenly, Wen Che felt something pressing against his waist. A low voice from behind, belonging to Yu Jiashu, startled him. Wen Che widened his eyes, set down what he was holding, and slowly raised his hands. Hey, what is pressing against me? Is it something serious? What are you thinking? Chopsticks. What do you want? Wen Che turned around and asked Yu Jiashu, exasperated. Yu Jiashu tilted his head, an odd smile on his face, and with a peculiar tone, asked, I want to know, when did you and Chu Ziqing get together? Wen Che simply turned away, picking up his tools to continue cleaning, pretending not to hear. Hurry up. Be honest. Otherwise, next time it won't just be chopsticks. Hey, stop. Wen Che instinctively covered his backside and quickly turned to distance himself from Yu Jiashu. I already told you before. You didn't believe me. You insisted on seeing it with your own eyes to believe it. Wow. How was I to know you were speaking the truth? Alas, why am I boasting to you? Subsequently, Wen Che revealed the truth to Yu Jialu without reservation. Upon hearing about Cheng Ying's machinations, Yu Jialu's brow furrowed instantly. What? Cheng Ying resorts to such schemes? Just to keep you as a backup while playing with someone else? Wen Che shrugged helplessly, saying, at least for now, it appears to be the case. No, she hasn't executed this well at all. She probably never anticipated that Chu Ziqing shares this connection with you. How intriguing. Isn't this bound to blow up in her face? Hey, when are you going to expose her plot? May I witness it? Yu Jialu looked at Wen Che with palpable excitement, envisioning the reaction Chu Ziqing would have upon discovering the truth, which he found utterly amusing. Wen Che pursed his lips and remarked, "What a peculiar sense of humor you have. No, are you not planning to unveil her? Don't you intend to unsettle her a bit? What do you mean by unsettling her? This is merely a matter of convenience." Chapter 28, I want to converse with her like this. Even in quarrels, I end up chastising myself. I still find it somewhat hard to believe. You truly managed to speak with her, didn't you? You could just make me envious to death. Will you be angry with me? You still have feelings for Chu Ziqing, don't you? You even wrote her a love letter. Yu Jiashu shook his head and replied, "Then why would I be angry? I'm genuinely happy for you. I've mentioned before, my fondness is merely for her appearance. There's no emotional attachment, so you needn't worry about my thoughts running wild." That has settled then. At that moment, Yu Jiashu suddenly leaned closer to Wen Che, whispering in her ear, "So, how far have you two progressed? Have you, crossed any lines?" "Absolutely not. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. It's only been a few days. We haven't even kissed yet." "What? You haven't even kissed? What are you waiting for? This is a prime opportunity. Not taking advantage would be a shame. If it were me, I'd be kissing her 800 times a day." Wen Che shot him a glare and said, "Well, I'm not you. As I've already told you, I'm still trying to gradually develop feelings for Chu Ziqing." "Oh, come on, my friend. This is the most surreal part 1V heard today. You mean to say you don't like Chu Ziqing? Is there something wrong with your taste?" This isn't about taste. Shouldn't one consider various factors before being with someone? If you only care about looks and physique, what happens when things don't align later on? There is no such thing as misalignment. I want to engage with someone like her, even in arguments. I end up chastising myself. Then you've won. Wen Che knew that discussing such matters with Yu Jiashu would lead nowhere, so he chose to remain silent. Before long, Wen Che finished tidying up, and, as the restaurant closed, they went to the nearby bathhouse for a shower, just as they had the day before returning to prepare for sleep. That night, lying in bed, Wen Che chatted with Chu Ziqing. He pondered deeply and then shared his dreams with her. After all, if they were to remain together in the future, it was essential to communicate his aspirations. What if her dreams clashed with his? What if Chu Ziqing didn't wish to spend her life in a small county town, but aspired to venture into a bustling metropolis? Such choices would become significant concerns. Upon hearing Wen Che's dreams, Chu Ziqing responded enthusiastically, "That's wonderful. I support you. I'll help you realize your dreams. Working together will hasten the process, right? Really? You support me? You don't have to help. After all, this is my dream. What is yours? It's you. Hence, your dreams are my dreams. I want to assist you in achieving them." Wen Che gazed at his phone screen, and without realizing it, a gentle smile crept onto his lips. After a brief moment, he typed a few words and sent them. "Actually, I have another dream." "What is it? Can you share it with me?" "I'll help you make it happen. At present, I'm unable to disclose that to you. I will share it when the moment is right." "All right." After exchanging a few more words, they bid each other good night and retired for the evening. The following morning, Wen Che rose early, as was customary, descending the stairs to commence his daily tasks. However, this day marked the final day of the weekend, and he and Yu Jianshu would leave for school after the bustling dinner hour. Previously, Wen Che felt weekends slipped by swiftly. Had he the opportunity to extend his holiday, he would gladly work an extra day at the restaurant to earn additional income. Yet, today, an unexpected yearning to return to school earlier began to surface within him. He understood this sentiment stemmed from Chu Ziqing. While laboring downstairs, Wen Che received a message. Without pausing to dry his damp hands, he hastily retrieved his phone. Upon seeing it was a message from Chu Ziqing, a surge of joy welled up within him. "Good morning, baby." Upon reading her words, his heart raced with excitement. It was astonishing how a mere term of endearment could evoke such a profound reaction. What enchantment did this title possess? Previously, he deemed it insignificant, yet it now appeared to carry substantial weight. "Good morning," Wen Che replied with a simple greeting, feeling he lacked the courage to add any affectionate title. Nevertheless, Chu Ziqing seemed unfazed, continuing to message, "Has my diligent baby begun working already? I must rise quickly as well. I need to help at home and earn some money." "All right." Wen Che was taken aback that Chu Ziqing genuinely took yesterday's conversation to heart. Was she truly willing to assist him in realizing his dream? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. She recognized his commitment to promises, and if she had no intention of following through, she would not have uttered such words. The day rapidly passed, and the time when Che and Chu Ziqing spent conversing was minimal, as both seemed engrossed in their separate endeavors. By evening, Yu Jianshu also lent a hand, helping them navigate through the busiest period. Subsequently, when Che shed his work attire, preparing to wash and hang out to dry, organizing his belongings for their return to school. Bro, I must admit, I somewhat regret returning home with you this week. I had anticipated we would enjoy ourselves, yet instead, I spent the weekend working. Oh please, how much work did you truly do? Besides, I never insisted you accompany me. It was you who insisted, even pleading with me. Moreover, did I not compensate you for your efforts? Yu Jianshu exhaled deeply, shaking his head. However, this week has significantly altered my perception of you. You have surpassed many of your peers. Oh, really? Indeed, not everyone has the fortune to date Chu Ziqing. Is that what you meant? The two boarded the bus back to school, preparing for their return. In the car, Yu Jiashu remarked that upon returning to the dormitory, he must share this matter with Chi Shidao. Wen Che, however, was indifferent. After all, Chi Shidao harbored no affection for Chu Ziqing and was unlikely to react as strongly as he did. After more than 2 hours of travel, the two finally arrived back at school, the clock having already struck 8 and darkness enveloping the surroundings. Once they returned to the dormitory, Yu Jiashu pushed the door open and exclaimed loudly, Chi Shidao, hurry, I have something to tell you. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized that Chi Shidao was not in the dorm. His bed was vacant. Oh dear, why the uproar upon arrival? At that moment, a voice emerged from a nearby bed, belonging to a boy who had just emerged from beneath the covers, appearing groggy, as if he had only recently awakened. Dulé, you're back. Chapter 29. My grandmother's bound feet. A young man named Dulé sat up in bed, stifling a yawn. His countenance bore a slightly fierce demeanor, accentuated by his buzz cut, which rendered him even more intimidating. As he spoke, his voice had a hoarse quality, further contributing to the impression that he was not to be trifled with. Dulé descended from his bed and settled into a chair, crossing his legs and absent-mindedly picking at his ears. Wen Che placed his belongings down and inquired, Why did you take a week off? What were you doing? I returned home to pay respects to my ancestors. Wasn't he their festival last week? Dulé replied. Yu Jiashu raised an eyebrow, asking, You spent an entire week honoring your ancestors? Do you have that many forebears? The process is rather tedious, Dulé lamented. There are 3 days of fasting, bathing, and changing clothes, just a chaotic array of rituals. It's utterly exhausting. Yu Jiashu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. At my home, we just burn a bit of paper at the crossroads. I recall your family is particularly traditional. Is that not so? Dulé dismissed with a wave of his hand, stating, What tradition? It's just antiquated superstition. In this day and age, why cling to such things? You wouldn't believe it. During my week at home, I felt as if ants were crawling over me, just an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Wen Che, intrigued, approached Dulé and asked, What other superstitions are there? Oh, there are many. Arranged marriages, women and children not allowed to dine at the same table. And my grandmother had bound feet. Wen Che pursed his lips, casting his gaze elsewhere, as if regretting broaching the subject. Dulé took a sip of water, exasperated, and guess what? They told me I needn't study anymore. They want me to marry my 16th aunt. Seriously? Incestuous marriage? Wait, how many aunts are we talking about? My 16th aunt is 14 years old. WOC. Wen Che abruptly stood up and returned to his seat, unable to suppress an expletive. Yu Jiashu sat there, stunned, as if his brain had short-circuited. Is this true? They even suggested I marry multiple wives, that I could accept, but marrying a minor relative? That's beyond unacceptable. I bought a ticket and sneaked back immediately. Dulé retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer, placed one between his lips, and lit it, inhaling deeply. He was the only smoker in their dormitory, yet the others tolerated the scent of smoke, though they had never raised objections. The dangers of secondhand smoke were well known, which is why Dulé seldom smoked in the dormitory, only occasionally indulging in the habit when the urge struck him. Wen Che and Yu Jiasu could not help but exclaim, "Your family is so traditional, yet you are the most open-minded one." They all knew what Du Lei was like. He was nothing like someone from such a conservative family. In the dormitory, he was the most carefree of them all. It was likely that his buzz cut was a result of his family's restrictions against long hair. Du Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly, "It's all because of my family. There's no other choice." At that moment, the door swung open, and Qi Shitao entered, holding a bag of items. Evidently, just returned for shopping. Upon seeing Qi Shitao, Yu Jiasu immediately jumped up and rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh my gosh! Tao, you won't believe this. That bee, he's together with Chu Ziqing." Yu Jiasu pointed at Wen Che, as if expressing his grievance. Qi Shitao blinked in surprise, looking at Wen Che and exclaiming, "Really?" Wen Che nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. "What's going on? Didn't they break up?" Du Lei extinguished his cigarette and smiled at Wen Che, inquiring. "MHM." Wen Che replied, then proceeded to recount the entire story, including how Cheng Ying had betrayed him. After hearing this, both Qi Shitao and Du Lei were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of deep concern, brows furrowing. Qi Shitao remarked, "Wait, doesn't she have any manners? Didn't her mother teach her how to behave?" Du Lei slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn, this bee is simply asking for it. Bring her here, and I'll show her what. All right. With you two around, I feel reassured." Wen Che quickly waved his hands, urging them to calm down. He wasn't even that angry. Yet these two seemed to be more incensed than he was. "Speaking of Cheng Ying's infidelity, is it that male server from the burger place we went to last time? What is he after?" "I thought he was just looking for a sugar mama," Qi Shitao said, sitting down, shaking his head in confusion. He couldn't comprehend why Cheng Ying would act that way. He had seen the server and thought nothing of him, especially not compared to Wen Che. Du Lei took another drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling, and said, "Maybe that guy is more competent in certain areas?" Yu Jiasu shook his head in refutation. "What kind of talk is that? Are you implying that my Wen Gu is lacking in that regard?" "Quite the opposite. Wen Gu is most confident in that aspect." At this, a profound silence fell over the dormitory as the others stared at Yu Jiasu in shock. Qi Shitao placed a hand on his shoulder, trembling as he asked, "Have you tried it? Get lost." Wen Che and Yu Jiasu simultaneously kicked Qi Shitao in the rear, unable to suppress their curses, while Du Lei laughed heartily, nearly doubling over, and exclaimed, "Well, it's fine. After all, we practice monogamy. One husband and one wife, perfectly matched. Ha ha ha. You two be quiet. How dull this is. Let's go out and have some fun." Du Lei glanced at the time and addressed the other three. Qi Shitao looked at the clock and said, "What are we going to do? It's already past 9. Isn't that the perfect time? Come on, let us head to the bar." "Not going," the others replied in unison, leaving Du Lei momentarily speechless. "Oh, come on. What are we just sitting around for? We haven't gathered in ages. Let's go. It's on me." Du Lei was still reluctant to give up, rising to persuade his companions. "You're treating? Well, in that case, I'm in." Yu Jiasu was the first to agree, prompting Du Lei to look towards Wen Che and Qi Shitao. As Qi Shitao climbed onto his bed, he said, "I'm not going. My partner won't allow it." Wen Che nodded in agreement, adding, "I won't be going either. My partner won't permit it." Chapter 30, Don't waste time if you're not interested in him. "Come on, you two. Don't be such a buzzkill. What is there to refuse? We're not looking for a girlfriend. We're merely going out for drinks. What's wrong with that?" Qi Shitao had already climbed onto his bed and took out his phone, saying, "If you want to drink, we could buy some alcohol to enjoy in the dormitory." "Why must we go out?" "For the atmosphere. What kind of drinking can we have in the dorm? For grown men staring at each other, one tea suffice. We must go to a place with a vibe. Stop dragging your feet. Let us go. I brought back quite a bit of money from home this time. I'll treat you all to something nice. Let us go." Du Lei quickly scrambled up to Qi Shitao's bunk, shaking him with both hands, saying, let us go. You must come. Otherwise, we're doomed. You're our good luck charm. I've told you, I'm not used that way." "All right, fine. I'll ask my girlfriend. If she says I can go, then I'll go, okay? Quick, call her. I want to say a few words too." Du Lei stayed by Qi Shitao's side, urging him to call his girlfriend immediately. With no other option, Chi Shirtao dialed his girlfriend's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Baby, what is up? Chi Shirtao hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to begin. Suddenly, Dule interjected, Hey, Chi Shirtao, baby. Can you let him join us at the bar for drinks? There are 4 of us guys, and not a single girl. Once we're there, you can have him record a video for you, all right? Oh dear. Chi Shirtao quickly moved the phone aside, nudging Dule with his elbow. Meanwhile, there was a moment of silence on the other end, causing Chi Shirtao to awkwardly clear his throat for several seconds before finally speaking softly. I just wanted to ask, if you don't allow it, I'll just stay in the dorm. After a few seconds of silence on the line, her voice finally emerged. It's not about whether I allow it. It's about whether you want to go. I really want to. It's been a while since we all gathered to drink together, so I thought a small get-together would be nice. Then you should go. Remember, if you want to go, you need to express that desire. I will let you go, but if you don't want to, you must refuse, understood? Okay, I understand. Thank you, baby. And remember, no hanging out with girls. If I find out, you're in big trouble. Got it, don't worry. After hanging up, Chi Shirtao saw Dule hastily climb down from the bed and rush over to Wen Che. Wen Che sat there, head down, busying himself with his things, pretending to be preoccupied. Dule leaned in closely, his eyes wide, staring intently at Wen Che's face, and in a low, ominous tone, said, Xiaoke, Xiaoke, we're just waiting on you. 3 for 1. You wouldn't want to be labeled as the odd one out, would you? It's not that. You don't understand my situation. How am I supposed to tell my girlfriend? We've only been together for less than a week. Why not just say nothing? You could simply say you're going to sleep, couldn't you? But that won't do. I can't bring myself to do that. Wen Che shook his head resolutely, dismissing the suggestion. He simply could not act in such a manner, especially not towards Chu Ziqing, who treated him with such sincerity. How could he repay her with such disloyalty? Then hurry and ask. If worst comes to worst, I can help you ask. All right, I will ask. Wen Che took out his phone and opened the chat with Chu Ziqing, sending a message. Are you there? Yes. What's up? Chu Ziqing replied instantly, without any delay, and Wen Che felt a twinge of trepidation. He was uncertain about how she would react to his message. Well, my roommate has invited me to a bar, and all 4 of us in the dorm are going, just the 4 of us guys. Can I go? After about 10 seconds, he received a reply. Are you informing me? Surprised. Yes, I suppose I need to get your permission before I go, right? Hehe. How could I possibly stop you from going? But I'm so happy that you're informing me. So you agree then? Of course I do. Just be sure to stay safe. Okay. All right, I've asked. We can go now. Wen Che turned off his phone and looked at the others. Then let us go. Off we go. Are you guys going to tidy yourselves up? Dule instantly donned his coat and glanced at the other 3. Is that really necessary? It's just a drink. I assent it. What is there to tidy up? Chi Shirtao looked at himself, thinking he was presentable enough, not at all disheveled. You 2 with girlfriends can skip it, but the shoe, aren't you going to clean up a bit? Looking sharper might just catch a girl SI, you know? Dule playfully patted Yu Jiashu's chest, smiling faintly at him. Yu Jiashu pouted and said, then I'll go wash my hair and my face. At this moment, Yu Jiashu performed his utmost grooming ritual, feeling markedly more handsome afterward. Shortly after, the 4 of them left the dormitory. Most people were returning to their rooms at this hour, preparing for their classes in the morning, but these 4 were choosing to go out for some fun instead. So where are we staying tonight? Please don't say we're going to party all night. My girlfriend will kill me. Chi Shirtao inquired. Realizing that once they ventured out, returning would be impossible, and the question of accommodation for the night loomed large. Moreover, they could not stay out too late, or they wouldn't be able to rise from morning classes. Let us just book a room for the night. It's no problem. I can handle all the arrangements. It's a process I'm quite familiar with. In Yu Jiashu's mind, it seemed as though a vivid scene was unfolding. As he furrowed his brow and remarked, are we truly expected to cram into a single room tonight? Must it be this way? I can hardly endure it, especially with 4 grown men, intoxicated, sharing the same space. Dule chuckled softly and replied, if you possess the charm, you could engage a young lady and take her away to share a room with her. You mentioned I should have that charm, Yu Jiashu countered. No worries. Just point out the one who catches your eye, and I shall assist you. Dule draped an arm around Yu Jiashu's shoulder, grinning at him. Really? What must I do? Just refrain from being too foolish. Be proactive. If someone is interested in you, seize the opportunity. If not, move on swiftly. Do not squander time. Meanwhile, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing ambled behind, whispering, I think we should just have a drink and then depart to find a place to sleep. I concur. Chapter 31. Shall we return to find Wen Che for a couple of days? The four of them departed from school and arrived at a bar located 2 kilometers away, which was considered the finest establishment in the vicinity. On weekends, if reservations were not made, securing a table on Friday or Saturday nights would be utterly impossible. However, since it was a Sunday evening, the crowd was somewhat sparse, preventing the place from being overcrowded. As they approached the entrance, they noticed a few individuals standing outside, smoking and chatting. Dulé eagerly walked over and called out, Oi, what are you up to? Instantly captivated by Dulé's voice, the group turned to him, their faces lighting up with smiles as they welcomed him. Ah, look who is here. Little Lei has come back. How many days has it been since you last showed up? I thought you had kicked the bucket. Get lost. Even if you were to kick the bucket, I wouldn't. Dulé retorted, handing each of them a cigarette, quickly blending into their conversation. The other 3 stood back, somewhat puzzled by the unfolding scene. However, considering Dulé's familiarity with everyone in such places, it seemed rather normal. Is there still space? We are all roommates. Dulé turned to the others, beckoning them to join him. Just then, a table vacated, or else a group had been waiting for over half an hour. Upon hearing this, Dulé immediately glanced at Chu Ziqing and murmured, See, I told you it was essential for you to come. If you hadn't, we'd be without a place. Chu Ziqing clutched his chest and replied, Don't talk to me right now. I feel like one of my energy bars just depleted a bit. I'm feeling a tad uncomfortable. It's nothing serious. Let us head inside. What do you mean, nothing serious? The 4 entered the bar, and as they stepped inside, the cacophonous music enveloped them. They promptly settled into the vacant spot and scanned the QR code on the table to place their orders. Dulé removed his jacket and, patting Yu Jialu on the shoulder, exclaimed loudly in his ear, Big tree, which girl catches your eye? I can help you get her contact information. Or I could just ask her to share a table. Let me take a look. Yu Jialu began his search, resembling a lion surveying his territory, his head swiveling left and right, not missing any girl in the vicinity. Damn, look at that couple over there kissing. How shameless. Why can't I get that lucky? Yeah. Just after Yu Jialu had cursed the couple, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This scene felt oddly familiar, as though he had encountered it in a dream. He seemed to recall a dream about being in a bar, and then, my goodness, is that Chang'ing? Yu Jialu's eyes widened in shock, his mouth twitching and eyebrows dancing as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had not misjudged. That person over there, kissing a man, was indeed Chang'ing. It was exactly like his dream. Alas, alas. Yu Jiaxu hastily extended his hand, vigorously shaking Wen Che's body. Wen Che, who had been engrossed in a conversation with Chu Ziqing on his phone, found himself disrupted, his fingers fumbling over the keys. What are you doing? Brother. Chang'ing is over there indulging in food. Yu Jiaxu shouted loudly into Wen Che's ear, fearing he might not hear. Upon hearing this, Wen Che furrowed his brow slightly and turned to gaze in the direction Yu Jiaxu pointed. About 5 or 6 meters away, there was a table against the wall where a man and a woman sat on the same side, deeply engrossed in a kiss, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Wen Che recognized the couple well. The man was the waiter he had seen at the burger joint, and the woman was none other than Chang'ing. Bravo, Yu Jiaxu, our little scout. Wen Che broke into a smile, patting Yu Jiaxu's shoulder. He then retrieved his phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in several times until the figures became distinctly clear. He took several shots, fearful of not capturing the moment accurately, even recording a video. It was worth the trip. After finishing, Wen Che happily stowed away his phone, as if he had struck a jackpot. Yu Jiaxu, standing beside him, smirked, understanding the situation. Otherwise, he would have wondered why Wen Che appeared so cheerful upon witnessing his ex-girlfriend kissing another man. Does this mean you have evidence to confront her? That must feel exhilarating. Indeed, today calls for a celebration. Tomorrow I shall not confront her, rather, I shall criticize her from a position of righteousness. Dulé opened a bottle of wine, raising it high and bellowing, Come, the shoe, Taozi, Xiao Che Che. Let's toast. Wen Che, equally delighted, opened a bottle and clinked it with Dulays. The other two joined in, and the four of them toasted before downing the entire bottle. Yu Jiashu leaned closer to Wen Che, whispering, "Aren't you going to inform those two?" He referred to Qi Shitao and Du Lei across the table. Wen Che shook his head, replying, "No need to mention it. I'm afraid those two might cause a ruckus after a few drinks. Qi Shitao is unaware, but Du Lei would definitely stir up trouble." Fair enough, let's leave it be. For now, only the two of them had noticed, while the others remained oblivious. Their backs turned. Meanwhile, Cheng Ying and the young man continued to share a prolonged kiss before he finally stood up, telling her, "I'm off to the restroom." Cheng Ying sat there, her face marred by the remnants of makeup, revealing a patchy and caked appearance. However, under the dim lighting of the bar, it was not overly conspicuous. Her neck bore several faint and deep kiss marks. She took out her phone and snapped a picture, frowning as she murmured, "How thick must the foundation be to cover this? TSK." At that moment, her thoughts drifted to Wen Che. The messages she had sent him that night, along with her unanswered calls, lingered in her mind. He had yet to respond. She had intended to engage him in a heartfelt conversation to soothe his spirits, yet he had chosen to disregard her. Frustrated, she had blocked him for an entire day, only now to reinstate him, thinking to herself that if he wouldn't reply to her, then he shouldn't expect to send her messages either. Cheng Ying rested her chin on her hand, contemplating silently. The intense emotion she felt for this boy had begun to feel somewhat tiresome. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself nostalgic for the time spent with Wen Che. Although there was little passion, there existed a distinct sentiment. His occasional clumsiness was endearing and amusing. He was always attentive to her wishes, and it was with him that she could truly feel his goodness. Yet now, this boy seemed overly driven by his desires, seemingly fixated solely on her physicality. Perhaps she should return to Wen Che for a couple of days? Chapter 32. I fear you might miss me. Thus, I have been waiting for you. Cheng Ying contemplated within herself, feeling a desire to spend a few more days with Wen Che. Perhaps it was time to distance herself from the young man beside her for a few days, skillfully employing the art of feigned indifference to make him cherish her more, thus encouraging him to spend more on her. After that, she could return to Wen Che for a few days, indulging in lighter fare after a period of excess, maintaining her bond with Wen Che while achieving two objectives at once. It was settled. Cheng Ying had made up her mind to seek out Wen Che the following day, to utter sweet words that would coax him back into her company for a brief respite. Equilibrium must be maintained. After so many days of neglecting Wen Che, it was time to grant him a taste of sweetness. She couldn't help but smile, feeling that she had expertly navigated the dynamics between the two men. "I'm back." At that moment, the young man returned, taking a seat beside Cheng Ying. "Shall we go out? Perhaps enjoy some hehe?" Cheng Ying feigned contemplation, knowing full well she had no intention of going. What would follow a meal at hehe? He would inevitably suggest that they not return so late, but rather go to his place or perhaps book a room together. She was determined not to yield her body to him so soon. How could she maintain her leverage otherwise? I think not. I have an early class tomorrow, and I must return. If I linger too long, I want to make it back to my dorm. Oh, come on. Don't go back. It would be so boring without you. Stay and keep me company. The young man persisted, unwilling to let her leave. If she departed now, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. Yet, Cheng Ying was resolute, sharply stating, "Zhou Tsong, I'm going back. If you don't let me leave, I want to come out with you again." Zhou Tsong, displaying a look of exasperation, nodded reluctantly and muttered, Fine. Then I'll escort you home." They gathered their belongings and departed. Not far away, Wen Che observed their exit, unaware of their destination, yet feeling it bore no significance to him. "Come on, let us continue." "I refuse to concede." Du Lei playfully smacked Wen Che's arm, urging him to resume their game. Wen Che decided to set aside his earlier thoughts and enjoy the moment. Thus, the four of them consumed considerable amounts of alcohol in the bar, genuinely reveling in their merriment. Yu Jiashu sought out potential companions, scanning the room. While he noticed some attractive girls, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. The less appealing ones did not entice him, and those of moderate appeal were already accompanied by other men, leaving him with no opportunity. Ultimately, he resolved to focus on drinking, as his purpose was not to seek fleeting romantic encounters. At that moment, Yu Jiashu's phone, resting on the table, suddenly lit up. He glanced at it and was surprised to see a message from Song Chioi. Drink less and stay safe. Yu Jiashu stared at the message, momentarily lost in thought for a few seconds. Just before stepping out, he had casually mentioned to her that he was going out for drinks. Was this a sign of concern for him? Over the past couple of days, their conversations had been infrequent and rather superficial. After a brief silence, Yu Jiashu replied with a simple message. Okay. The gathering of the four proceeded swiftly. Soon, Dule had consumed a bit too much and began seeking out new companions. He approached a table occupied by only two girls and took a seat, engaging them in conversation before sharing drinks. Well, it seems he intends to abandon the three of us. Chi Shirtao anticipated Dule's behavior, but they now needed to find a place to stay. Wen Che, having indulged a little more than usual due to the evening's merriment, felt a warmth enveloping his face as he rested his chin on his arm at the table. After a while, he stood up and told the other two, I need some fresh air. He then grabbed his phone and stepped outside to enjoy the breeze. Once outside, Wen Che found it was already midnight, and the streets were nearly deserted. He squatted at the entrance, feeling the cool night air rustle through his hair, bringing him a refreshing sensation. At that moment, he inexplicably yearned for someone, Chu Ziqing. Perhaps it was the recent closeness with her that had led him to slowly adapt to her presence in his life. Wen Che took out his phone, unsure whether Chu Ziqing was asleep at this hour, but she likely wasn't. If she were, she would have informed him. Are you asleep? He texted, lifting his gaze to the starry sky. Within half a minute, he received a reply. Not yet. What's up? I miss you. Wen Che boldly sent this message, marking the first time he had expressed such feelings so directly. He felt no desire to conceal anything. He needed to confront his emotions, acknowledging that he truly missed Chu Ziqing and even wanted to see her. Look up. When Wen Che read the message, he was momentarily taken aback, then slowly lifted his head to look ahead. There, not far in front of him, stood the very figure he longed to see at that moment. Chu Ziqing stood there, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Wen Che with a gentle smile. He quickly rose and walked towards her, astonished. How are you here? I was afraid you would miss me, so I waited for you. Chu Ziqing replied softly, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Wen Che found it hard to believe. Had she come out long ago? Had she been waiting for him all this time? Why didn't you come in to find me? Outside, how cold it is. I didn't want to disturb you while you were drinking. I'm not cold at all. I've been waiting in the convenience store nearby. So, does that mean? Wen Che suddenly realized an important issue. Since Chu Ziqing has come out as well, doesn't that imply she cannot return to her dormitory either? Then where will you stay tonight? Wen Che inquired, knowing that returning to the dorm was no longer an option, and she would need to find a place to stay for the night. Well, I could book a room to sleep in. You, alone? Chu Ziqing nodded, then revealed a subtle smile, tinged with allure and mischief. Yes, would you like to join me? Chapter 33. I want to sleep holding you. This seems a bit inappropriate. Wen Che hesitated slightly. After all, they had only been together for a few days. Could they really spend the night together? Chu Ziqing lowered her gaze, speaking softly. In truth, I have never stayed out before. I'm a bit frightened. This was her first time venturing out late at night, and she had acted without hesitation, not contemplating the consequences. She had never stayed anywhere other than her home or dormitory, leaving her somewhat anxious. Her earlier suggestion for Wen Che to accompany her was not made in jest. I see. Then, I will accompany you. Wen Che thought to himself that he would not take advantage of Chu Ziqing. Such matters should wait for the right moment. It was far too early for anything of that nature to transpire. He had an inkling that if they were to engage too soon, the relationship would not endure. Although this notion resided solely in his mind, it stemmed primarily from his sense of responsibility. Until he could offer Chu Ziqing a commitment to share a lifetime together, he would refrain from any actions. Upon hearing that Wen Che could accompany her, Chu Ziqing's face lit up with joy, and she nodded eagerly yes. Let's leave now. We have concluded our business. Wen Che took out his phone and sent a message to the others, informing them that he would be leaving early. Yu Jiashu responded with a perplexed emoji. Wen Che, feeling helpless, replied with a fabricated excuse. I'm tired. Going to sleep now, bye. Let us go. After sending the message, he and Chu Ziqing planned to depart. Noticing that Wen Che still seemed quite warm, Chu Ziqing inquired, "Shall we take a stroll?" "Sure." Wen Che nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Ziqing recalled she had brought something for Wen Che. "Oh, right." She retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and handed it to him. Wen Che accepted it, glancing at the unmarked bottle, and asked, "What is this?" "Honey grapefruit water. I made it myself. It's good for relieving the effects of alcohol. I was worried you might feel unwell after drinking too much." Wow. Wen Che was genuinely surprised by Chu Ziqing's thoughtfulness. He could hardly find any faults in her. At least for now, she treated him with such kindness. Meanwhile, he had yet to even grant her a public acknowledgement of their relationship and was still entangled with Cheng Ying. However, tonight would be the last night. Come tomorrow, he must confront Cheng Ying decisively. "Thank you." Wen Che opened the bottle and took a sip, an immediate wave of sweet and sour flavor soothing his throat, alleviating much of the alcohol's sting. He had indeed been a bit hazy. He had already consumed more than enough, and the cold air outside had intensified the effects of the alcohol. As Chu Ziqing walked, her head bowed, she softly murmured, "Then can you call me?" It seemed she wished to express something, yet hesitated to voice it. Her tone was faint, but the surrounding silence allowed Wen Che to hear her clearly. He understood that Chu Ziqing was yearning for a term of endearment, akin to how she referred to herself. "Thank you, darling," Wen Che whispered, then extended his hand, gently taking hers. Chu Ziqing's body trembled slightly, and she grasped his hand tightly, though her head remained lowered. It could not conceal the blush of her ears and the upward curve of her lips. After a tranquil stroll, they discovered a decent chain hotel and booked a room, a twin-bedded accommodation. With the room key in hand, they ascended the stairs. As they walked down the corridor, Wen Che felt a twinge of anxiety. He pondered what others would think if they knew he had brought Chu Ziqing to a hotel. Would they believe him if he claimed nothing had transpired? Upon entering the room, they stepped inside. Wen Che caught a whiff of the lingering scent of alcohol on himself and worried it might offend Chu Ziqing. I think I should take a shower otherwise. I'll smell like alcohol," he suggested. "All right." Chu Ziqing nodded gently, taking a seat on the bed. Wen Che entered the bathroom, closed the door, and began to shower. After cleansing himself, he felt considerably more alert, the haze of inebriation dissipating. Dressed, he emerged from the bathroom to find Chu Ziqing still seated by the bed, unmoving. He approached the other bed and sat at its edge, gazing at her, stammering, "Shall we sleep?" It was already past 1 a.m, leaving them with only 5 or 6 hours of slumber before they had to rise for classes. Chu Ziqing nodded affirmatively, then slowly removed her shoes and climbed into bed. She pulled back the covers and nestled in, leaning against the headboard, her body tucked beneath the blanket. Turning her head, she blinked at Wen Che, who then lay down on his bed, covering himself with the blanket. He reached for the light switch, asking, "Should I turn off the light?" "Yes," she replied. Wen Che extinguished the light, enveloping the room in darkness. Lying on his back, he stared at the ceiling, unable to close his eyes. The reality of sharing a room with Chu Ziqing felt surreal. He found it challenging to drift off to sleep. Reflecting on the days prior, he could hardly have imagined this scenario. Being with Chu Ziqing, gradually getting to know her, and experiencing her kindness towards him. It had fostered within him a desire to remain close to her. After 5 minutes of restless contemplation, Wen Che turned onto his side, facing Chu Ziqing. Coincidentally, she too had turned over. He softly inquired, "Aren't you asleep yet?" The night was restless, and she pondered aloud, "Is something troubling you? Is it my fault? Are you uncomfortable?" "No, it's just that I don't wish to sleep so soon," she replied. Her words left Wen Che in a state of confusion, prompting him to inquire, "How would you prefer to sleep?" "I wish to hold you as I drift off," she confessed. Wen Che was taken aback, rendered speechless for a time. He reflected on the fact that he and Chu Ziqing had yet to engage in any intimate actions, and now she desired to sleep in his embrace. Wasn't that a bit premature? Yet, what significance did that hold? Chu Ziqing had ventured out to seek him. Had he not appeared, she could have nestled in her dormitory for a peaceful slumber. Thus, it was his duty to be there for her. Perhaps she was feeling a touch of fear, so why not hold her as she slept? Chapter 34. Teasing you, may I steal a kiss? Upon hearing Wen Che's words, Chu Ziqing softly inquired, "Is it possible?" Wen Che, without hesitation, nodded and replied, "Yes, if that is what you desire." "May I join you on your bed?" she asked timidly. "Of course." Wen Che shifted his posture slightly, creating space beside him, encouraged by his affirmation. Chu Ziqing descended from her own bed and approached Wen Che's side, cautiously lying down. Wen Che could distinctly sense her presence beside him. Given that they were in a twin room, the bed was rather snug, and Chu Ziqing found herself nearly pressed against his arm. It dawned on Wen Che that he had indeed acted boldly, likely under the influence of alcohol. Had he not indulged, such an action would have been unlikely. It seemed as though Chu Ziqing had anticipated this moment, for she would not have made such a request otherwise. In truth, her heart raced, the rhythm echoing in her ears. Although she appeared to propose the idea with ease, she was, in fact, compelling herself to be brave, gathering the courage to articulate her thoughts. She had pondered this for quite some time, from the moment she entered the room, sitting silently, to now, as she lay awake, conflicted about whether to voice her desires. What if Wen Che rejected her? Would he come to despise her? Would he perceive her as a frivolous girl? Such thoughts swirled in her mind until, ultimately, she resolved to embrace courage. Now, both lay in silence, motionless as if frozen in time. Suddenly, Chu Ziqing turned to face Wen Che, reaching out to embrace him. Wen Che could feel her soft form against him, her heartbeat palpable. Moreover, he noticed a delicate fragrance wafting from her. "I must appear quite slender. It must be uncomfortable to hold me," he worried. Not that he was emaciated, but merely a bit leaner than average, his height accentuating his weight. Chu Ziqing gently shook her head, responding, "No. It feels quite comfortable." "Comfortable, you say?" Wen Che murmured skeptically, suspecting she was merely trying to comfort him. After all, he felt he lacked sufficient flesh to warrant such a sentiment. However, Chu Ziqing quickly clarified, "It is comfortable because I am embracing the person I cherish the most." Wen Che's heart fluttered at her words, and he stammered, "Is that so? What does it feel like to embrace Chang'ing?" Chu Ziqing suddenly uttered a statement that left Wen Che momentarily bewildered. He was at a loss as to why Chu Ziqing would pose such a question, but after a moment's contemplation, he realized that he indeed lacked any memories of hugging Chang'ing. "I have never embraced her." "Really? Why not?" There was a hint of surprise in Chu Ziqing's tone, as if she had not anticipated this revelation. The truth was, they had never shared such an intimate moment. Although he and Chang'ing had been together for 7 or 8 months, the initial months were primarily spent chatting, occasionally visiting shopping malls or dining together, followed by a long vacation during which they did not meet. By the time school resumed, any feelings had dissipated. Wen Che began to reflect on his relationship with Chang'ing, and it became evident that there were no particularly significant experiences. Most of their time was consumed by texting. They would converse when topics arose, and in the absence of conversation, it felt as though their relationship was non-existent. Chang'ing preferred to spend time with her roommates rather than going out with him, resulting in very few outings. Their dates consisted merely of strolling through shops, enjoying bubble tea, and sharing a meal, nothing more. During the holidays, he was preoccupied with work to earn money, while Chang'ing never expressed a desire to meet. Upon returning to school, she frequently played games with other boys, further neglecting him, leading to their current predicament. In retrospect, it seemed that his relationship with Chang'ing was illusory, almost superfluous. Chu Ziqing had been resting her head, but upon hearing Wen Che's words, a slight smile crept upon her lips. After a moment, she quietly remarked, "I thought you two had already been intimate. Why would you think that? Do I seem to have a good relationship with her?" "Well, not really." Chu Ziqing could discern that Wen Che and Chang'ing's relationship was strained, which fueled her own feelings for Wen Che, as she believed there was still a chance. If Wen Che were content and deeply in love with Chang'ing, she would not have persistently desired him. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. She had never interfered in anyone's relationship and ultimately found herself with Wen Che. "So, you two never engaged in any intimate actions?" Chu Ziqing continued to inquire, her curiosity piqued. Previously, she had hesitated to ask, fearing the potential sorrow that knowledge might bring. However, Now that she learned they had not shared anything significant, she felt reassured and eager to delve into the details. It seems the most we ever did was kiss on the cheek. Oh, Chu Ziqing softly replied, falling into silence. Wen Che was puzzled by her reaction, wondering what was on her mind. After a few moments of silence, Chu Ziqing suddenly spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper, murmuring, "I want that too." What? Wen Che did not catch the words clearly and, filled with confusion, inquired once. Chu Ziqing lifted her head, her face inching closer to Wen Che's, and softly exhaled warm breath into his ear. "I wish to kiss your cheek." Now, Wen Che understood perfectly. A subtle smile graced his lips as his heartbeat quickened. Gradually, he turned his body to face Chu Ziqing, and now they stood merely inches apart, only two clenched fists separating them. "Then, I shall kiss you now," Wen Che murmured softly, seeking her consent. Chu Ziqing tilted her face slightly and nodded him. With that, Wen Che leaned in slowly, but just as their lips were about to brush against her cheek, she suddenly turned her face away. Instead of making contact with her cheek, Wen Che's lips met the softness and warmth of her mouth. The moment was fleeting, and he instinctively pulled back, astonished. A hint of playful mischief danced across Chu Ziqing's face as she teased, "I tricked you. I meant to kiss your lips." Chapter 35. On the day you like me, you'll also do these things. You're so naughty. Wen Che murmured softly, surprised that Chu Ziqing would resort to such antics. It was late at night, and her actions had certainly roused his spirits. Chu Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle, inquiring, "Do you dislike this?" "No, not at all." Although Wen Che was initially taken aback, he found himself rather enchanted by the sensation, even reveling in it. Though it was merely a fleeting kiss, it left an indelible mark on him, as it was their very first kiss. "How is it that you seem so skilled at this? It's almost as if you possess a wealth of experience. Have you had many romantic encounters before?" Wen Che couldn't suppress his curiosity as he experienced the tender gestures from Chu Ziqing, wondering why she seemed so adept at captivating him, even causing him to blush at times. This led him to ponder whether she had indeed gone through such experiences in the past, hence her apparent expertise. Chu Ziqing paused for a moment, then earnestly replied, "You are my first love." "Really? Is that true?" "Absolutely. You can ask anyone who knows me. I have never been in a relationship, nor do I have any male friends. You're the very first. Yet, the way you act towards me feels as if you are quite experienced, leaving me feeling like a novice, while you appear to be a seasoned expert. In truth, most of my actions are instinctual. Like just now, I didn't plan it beforehand. It was simply a spontaneous urge. I believe it's because I like you so much that I unconsciously do these things." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Chu Ziqing's response, Wen Che began to understand that love does not require instruction. He could sense her affection for him, which affirmed that she must genuinely care for him. "Perhaps, on the day you truly like me, you too will engage in such actions, and then you will comprehend my feelings," Chu Ziqing softly expressed, eagerly anticipating that day. All right. Wen Che was still uncertain of what that feeling might be like, but he figured it would resemble what Chu Ziqing described, that on the day he liked her enough, he would exhibit similar behavior. "Let us sleep now. It is quite late." "Okay." The two closed their eyes. Wen Che, already feeling the weight of drowsiness due to the wine he had consumed and the late hour, succumbed to sleep within minutes. Chu Ziqing followed suit, embracing Wen Che as she drifted off shortly thereafter. The two individuals enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening only at the insistence of the alarm clock. Otherwise, they would have remained blissfully asleep. When the alarm rang, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing simultaneously opened their eyes. As daylight illuminated the room, they exchanged glances, their proximity evoking a hint of shyness, particularly as the events of the previous night lingered vividly in their memories. Wen Che sat up in bed and softly murmured, "Good morning." "Yes, good morning, darling." Chu Ziqing replied with a smile, savoring the delightful sleep she had experienced, albeit wishing it could last longer. If she had her way, she would have loved to remain in Wen Che's embrace indefinitely. "Let us return quickly," she suggested. "All right," he agreed. They both rose from the bed, preparing to return to their dormitory to tidy up before heading to class. As they exited the hotel, they were greeted by the morning sun, which still carried a slight chill. They made their way back to the school, parting ways as they reached their respective dormitories. Chu Ziqing felt a pang of reluctance as they separated. If possible, she would have preferred to stay with Wen Che a while longer. The moment she entered her dormitory, her smile vanished, replaced by a distant expression that rendered her seemingly aloof. It was hard to reconcile this demeanor with the radiant farewell she had just shared with Wen Che, her eyes betraying a lingering sadness. Upon entering the room, she found her 3 roommates already awake, engaged in various morning routines. As she stepped inside, their collective gaze fell upon her, a mixture of confusion and surprise evident on their faces. Song Chioi promptly inquired, "Where did you go last night?" They had all remained in the dormitory, and Chu Ziqing's sudden departure without a word had sparked their curiosity. The 3 of them had spent the night speculating about her whereabouts. The other 2 entertained the notion that perhaps Chu Ziqing had simply gone home, but Song Chioi had a hunch. Maybe she went to see her boyfriend, knowing that he had been out drinking the previous evening. As Chu Ziqing began to gather her belongings, she remained silent in response to Song Chioi's question, as if she had not heard it. However, Song Chioi was accustomed to this behavior. When Chu Ziqing chose not to speak about something, she simply would not. Over time, this had led her roommates to perceive her as difficult to approach, resulting in minimal interaction. Yet, Song Chioi no longer held that belief. She felt there was still a chance to befriend Chu Ziqing. Nevertheless, Chu Ziqing's reticence had its advantages, chiefly that her possessions were left undisturbed, avoiding any disputes over personal items. Chu Ziqing meticulously organized herself before setting off for class. She stepped out of her dormitory, joining other students along the pathway to their lectures. Some frequently observed her solitary demeanor, her aloof appearance sparking curiosity about the thoughts swirling within her mind. Yet, only Chu Ziqing held the key to her own contemplations. She walked silently, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression impassive, pondering, "When will I have the chance to spend another night with Wen Che? It seems unlikely in the near future. I long for kisses and embraces. Oh heavens, grant that we may remain together forever, never to part." Just then, a voice called out to her from behind, breaking her reverie. She paused, turning to see that it was Chung Ying who had summoned her. Chung Ying hurriedly approached, a smile illuminating her face. "What's the matter?" she inquired as she reached Chu Ziqing's side. "I'm going back to Wen Che for a few days." Chu Ziqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression tightening in disbelief. "What?" Chapter 36. Last night, Wen Che could not restrain himself and ventured out for a brief escapade. "I must ensure that Wen Che remains close. I cannot allow him to slip away. Therefore, I plan to return to his side for a few days to cultivate our relationship. The line has been extended too far. It is time to reel it back in." Chung Ying believes her strategy is flawless. In her mind, she perceives Wen Che as obedient and easily manageable. She even feels fortunate that she had not previously treated him too well, thinking that a slight improvement in her demeanor would surely give her the upper hand. "Are you not tired?" Chu Ziqing inquired, unable to comprehend Chung Ying's perspective. How could one harbor affection for 2 individuals? To her, it seemed that Chung Ying merely loved herself, intertwining emotions with personal gain. As long as there was benefit to her, she would not let go. Were it not for Wen Che's favorable treatment toward her, she would not be so preoccupied with him. But is this not exhausting? To act on both sides, to run back and forth like a performer rushing from one scene to another. Not at all. I relish the kindness others bestow upon me. What could possibly be tiring about that? It is truly worthwhile. Perhaps you should try it too. With your looks and figure, you could easily cultivate a vast pool of admirers. Chung Ying occasionally harbored jealousy towards Chu Ziqing, who possessed the beauty, perfect physique, and distinct aura that Chung Ying lacked. She often fantasized that if she had such attributes, her life would be exponentially better. Not necessary. All right then, have you spoken with Wen Che? Has he noticed anything? You can inquire yourself. Chu Ziqing offered little more, turning to leave. She was already aware that Wen Che had completely moved on from Chung Ying. Thus, she felt no concern about Chung Ying's pursuit of him. She did not wish to engage further. She believed that continuing the conversation would be a waste of time. As Chung Ying watched Chu Ziqing gradually distance herself, her lip curled in disdain, and her brow furrowed as she muttered, "Pretentious." No wonder you remain single. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wen Che pushed the door open to find himself the first to arrive. The room was completely empty. As he went about his evening routine, the others began to trickle in. To his surprise, Yu Jialin and Qi Shitao returned, supporting Du Lei, who appeared to be inebriated, eyes squinting and walking unsteadily. The first thing Du Lei did upon entering was collapse into a chair. "Goodness, I am exhausted. This guy can really drink," Yu Jialin exclaimed as he set Du Lei down and stretched his shoulders. Qi Shitao, noticing Wen Che washing up in the bathroom, called out, "Hey, Wen Che, you're back. Where did you go last night?" Wen Che, half emerging from the bathroom while brushing his teeth, mumbled, "I was at a hotel sleeping. I was too tired to stay awake." Yu Jialin pointed at Du Lei and declared, "This fellow drank until after 4 in the morning." Qi Shitao sighed beside him, "Alas. Yu Jiashu and I were ready to retire for the night around 1 o'clock, but Du Lei insisted we stay with him. He kept us company until he finally passed out at the hotel around 4. Didn't he try to find 2 girls last night to drink with? What happened there?" Upon hearing Wen Che's inquiry, Yu Jiashu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Guess what? Those 2 girls were a couple." "Ha ha." Wen Che was momentarily taken aback, processing the revelation for a few seconds before responding, "Well, that's unfortunate for him." He then gestured towards Du Lei and asked, "Is he even fit to attend class like this? Just take him to the classroom. Sleeping is sleeping, no matter where," Yu Jiashu retorted. "Forget it. He reek of alcohol. The whole classroom would smell him. He should just sleep in the dorm." Disregarding Du Lei, the trio finished their morning routines and stepped out of the dormitory, ready for class. Meanwhile, Du Lei remained in the dorm, slumped over the table in slumber, not even bothering to get into bed. As the 3 walked along, engaged in conversation, Yu Jiashu suddenly caught a whiff of something unusual. Drawing closer to Wen Che, he inhaled deeply. "What are you doing? That's creepy." Wen Che dodged him, frowning in irritation. Yu Jiashu squinted, inching closer to Wen Che, his hands slowly rising to rest on Wen Che's neck. "You better spill what you were up to last night, or else," he warned. "What are you talking about?" "I told you. I just went back to the hotel to sleep," Wen Che replied, puzzled by Yu Jiashu's sudden intensity, though a slight tremor of unease flickered within him. "You smell delightful. It's definitely a woman's scent. Explain yourself now," Yu Jiashu shouted, unable to contain his curiosity. Wen Che was taken aback. Could he really have carried a scent from last night? Had Chu Ziqing's embrace lingered on him? You better not pry further," Wen Che said, suddenly serious, pushing Yu Jiashu's hand away. Yu Jiashu froze momentarily, then realization dawned upon him as he nodded knowingly. Leaning closer, he whispered, "So, you did find someone last night? Where did you go? A foot massage parlor or a bathhouse? Can you just shut up?" Wen Che replied, exasperated. He couldn't believe Yu Jiashu suspected him of seeking out such women. It had not considered that Chu Ziqing might have sought him out. Perhaps in Yu Jiashu's mind, it was inconceivable for her to engage in such activities. "I get it, brother. After a few drinks, it's natural to want to indulge. I promise, this stays between us. But you should definitely take a shower after class. If Chu Ziqing catches a whiff, you're doomed," Yu Jiashu said, nodding as if he understood everything. "What's going on?" Qi Shitao approached, curious about the whispered conversation between the 2. Before Wen Che could utter a word, Yu Jiashu abruptly turned his head and remarked, "Oh." Last night, Wen Che couldn't hold back and went out for a bit. "You bastard?" Wen Che's expression darkened instantly, wishing he could eliminate Yu Jiashu on the spot. "Oh, it's nothing. Qi Shitao is not a stranger. You can tell him it's fine." Qi Shitao, taken aback, gazed at Wen Che in disbelief and asked, "What? You're already with Chu Ziqing, yet still not satisfied? You needed to go out for a release? You actually believe his words? Your intellect must be on par with his." "Ahem. Actually, I don't believe it. I was just joking." Qi Shitao coughed to mask his embarrassment and quickly changed his tune. Suddenly, Yu Jiashu halted, a slight frown forming on his brow as he softly said, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that Chang'ing walking towards us?" Chapter 37. Let her no longer involve us. Wen Che stood still, gazing ahead, and soon discerned a familiar figure hastening towards him. It was unmistakably Chang'ing. Clearly, she was approaching him, and he had been intending to seek her out to address some pressing matters. "Wen Che, Cheng Ying waved cheerfully from a distance, her face illuminated with a smile as she jogged towards him. Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao, displaying their understanding, decided to take their leave, knowing that remaining would likely result in Cheng Ying scolding them. "Let off first. Take care," they remarked, quickly passing by Cheng Ying and hastening their steps. Wen Che remained stationary, and as Cheng Ying arrived before him, she inquired, "Do you need something? Why are you so cold? Don't you miss me? I've been thinking about you a lot these past few days. You haven't responded to my messages." Before she could articulate her main point, she had already shifted the blame onto Wen Che. A cold smile crept upon Wen Che's lips. He had not previously perceived the situation this way. But now it dawned on him that Cheng Ying had been toying with him all along. With an air of superiority, she criticized him, instilling a sense of guilt and obligation within him, hoping to elicit more attention and care from him. Was this truly the demeanor of someone who had missed him after such a long separation? He found it hard to believe that someone capable of such behavior could genuinely claim to miss him. After all, she had been out enjoying herself while he had been waiting, and just last night, she had been at a bar kissing someone else. The irony was palpable. If this continued unchecked, he worried she might soon profess her love with the same lips that had been engaged elsewhere. "If you have something to say, make it quick. I have class soon," he stated, glancing at his watch, noting he had only 5 minutes before class commenced. Delaying further would result in tardiness, and he might as well be sleeping in the dormitory like Du Lei. Cheng Ying, aware of the time constraint, quickly said, "I just wanted to see you. Let's have lunch together after class." When Che feigned interest, asking, "Oh, wasn't the wager for a month?" Cheng Ying softened her tone, attempting to sound amiable. "Oh, forget the wager. How could I bear to part with you for a whole month? That is far too long. I can't stand it. Let's have lunch, all right?" "Fine. I have something to discuss with you as well." "Let us talk then," he replied. "Great." With that, they parted ways, and without a second thought, Wen Che left, eager to avoid lingering any longer. Upon arriving in the classroom, the two who had left earlier were quick to inquire, what did Cheng Ying want? Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao were keen to know what had transpired between Wen Che and Cheng Ying after their departure. For Wen Che, he was reluctant to elaborate on these matters, for regardless of the process, the outcome would remain unchanged. It was perhaps more prudent to await the result before discussing it with others. "It's nothing. I will tell you later this evening," he replied, shaking his head without providing further explanation. Since Wen Che had already expressed himself thus, Yu Jianshu and Qi Shitao refrained from pressing further. After class, they departed from the classroom, preparing to return to their dormitory. Wen Che had similar intentions. He planned to wait for Cheng Ying in his dormitory and inform Chu Ziqing about his meeting with her. More precisely, he sought her consent. If Chu Ziqing opposed his meeting with Cheng Ying, he would certainly abstain. It was crucial for him to convey his true intentions clearly to Chu Ziqing, ensuring that no misunderstandings arose. Upon returning to the dorm, Wen Che sent a message to Chu Ziqing. Coincidentally, she had just sent him a message as well. Their communications nearly simultaneous. "Cheng Ying wants to meet me today. Cheng Ying said she wants to see you." Wen Che quickly realized that Cheng Ying had evidently spoken to Chu Ziqing about this. What was Chu Ziqing's stance on the matter? "So, what did you say?" "I didn't say much. Her intention seems to be to maintain connections with both sides. She doesn't want to lose you. As for her reasons, she likely wishes to ensure your continued affection. I will clarify things with her today." In the dormitory, as Chu Ziqing engaged in conversation with Wen Che, her eyes widened in surprise upon reading his message, her lips parting slightly, a glimmer of excitement crossing her face. Clarifying means confronting her directly? Chu Ziqing felt a flicker of anticipation. If she interpreted this correctly, Wen Che indeed meant to take a stand. If so, Cheng Ying would inevitably learn of their relationship. She looked forward to the prospect of openly claiming the man she adored before Cheng Ying, making it clear that Wen Che was hers and no longer belonged to her rival. Before long, Chu Ziqing received Wen Che's reply. "Yes. Make it clear to her that she should no longer involve herself with us." A thunderclap of realization struck Chu Ziqing at that moment, causing her to spring from her seat, her chair toppling over in the process. The sudden noise startled Song Chioi, who gasped and nearly dropped her phone in fright. Stunned, She stared at Chu Ziqing, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Chu Ziqing? Are you alright? Song Qiui approached, carefully righting Chu Ziqing's chair and inquiring with concern. Chu Ziqing remained with her back turned, obscuring her expression and reactions from view. After a few moments, she slowly took a seat and softly replied, "It's nothing. I was just a bit too excited earlier." While others might have raised their voices or gesticulated wildly at such a moment, her reaction was rather stiff, inevitably startling Song Qiui. She sat there, gathered her thoughts, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. All right. At this juncture, she appeared exceptionally composed, shedding the playful demeanor she had previously displayed. After Wen Che finished his conversation with Chu Ziqing, he received a message from Cheng Ying. "Are you done with class? Shall we go for a meal? I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." Glancing at the message, Wen Che chose not to respond, closed his phone, and picked up his coat before heading out. Yu Jiashu looked up and inquired, "Are you going to eat? Aren't you joining us?" "No, I have something to attend to during lunch today," was the reply. Chapter 38. We should have broken up long ago. Is something the matter? Again? Before Yu Jiashu could utter another word, Wen Che had already burst through the door, startling Du Lei from his slumber, rubbing his eyes and stretching. He heard his back crack. "What's going on?" Du Lei, still half asleep, glanced at Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao, inquiring, "You're awake. You truly can hold your liquor. We're all in awe of you. I shall henceforth refer to you as the strongest," Qi Shitao declared, bowing in reverence to Du Lei. He mused that had he drunk as much as Du Lei the previous night, he would surely have found himself in a hospital bed. Du Lei tapped his head, muttering, "Ugh, this fake liquor is killing me. My head is throbbing. I need to clear my mind tonight, and perhaps indulge a bit more later, right? Let us not. Let us not. After last night, I feel like I've consumed enough for a month. I doubt I'll touch alcohol again any time soon." Qi Shitao hastily waved his hands. The thought of drinking again was unbearable, not only for his health, but also due to the impending wrath of his girlfriend if you're to indulge 2 nights in a row. You might wait for Wen Che to return and inquire. "He might be up for a drink tonight," Yu Jiashu suggested, pointing to the door that had just been opened. Du Lei yawned and asked, "Where has he gone?" "Off to handle some matters. Your brother Wen is a busy man. He is always swamped with tasks. If he is feeling down after finishing, he'll certainly need your company for a drink. Conversely, if he is in high spirits, he may also wish for your company." "Damn, I'll just sleep a bit longer," Du Lei groaned as he climbed back into bed, still too drowsy to keep his eyes open. After Wen Che exited the dormitory, he made his way directly to the school gates, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It felt as though something significant was imminent, though he could not discern whether it would be good or bad. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance of the school, Cheng Ying, engrossed in her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen. In the past, he would have speculated endlessly about whom she might be conversing with, but now, he felt an unsettling calm within, aware of the potential parties involved in her chat. As Wen Che approached, Cheng Ying's gaze flicked towards him, prompting her to hastily shut her phone and look up with a faint smile. "You're here. Let's go eat. What do you want to have?" Wen Che, maintaining a neutral expression, replied coolly, "Anything is fine." "Oh, are we adopting a cool demeanor now? Very well. Then let us randomly choose a place to eat. Ultimately, it matters not what we eat, but rather who we share the meal with." Cheng Ying turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she directed a flirtatious glance at Wen Che. Yet, he remained unresponsive, fully aware that her demeanor was merely an act, skillfully crafted to project her affection for him, while her true feelings might well be a cacophony of self-reproach echoing in her mind. The two of them sought out a nearby restaurant, and although it appeared to be a casual choice, Cheng Ying would never allow herself to select an establishment of poor quality. After all, her intention for the day was to foster a connection with Wen Che, and she was determined to make an effort, even going so far as to recreate a makeup look that he had once complimented. Once they were seated, Wen Che contemplated broaching a subject, but Cheng Ying preemptively summoned the waiter to place their order. As Wen Che narrowed his eyes, he noticed the stark contrast in skin tone between her neck and face. Typically, one would expect a paler visage, yet her neck was noticeably fairer. How much foundation could she possibly have applied? Despite the layers, remnants of marks remained visible, not entirely concealed beneath the makeup, though they were subtle enough to elude casual observation. Wen Che, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Chu Ziqing presented the menu to him, her expression radiating the charm of a dutiful girlfriend. He cast a glance at the menu, realizing how unrealistic it was to dine with her under these circumstances, and thus, he pushed it aside. Let us not eat. We should address the matter at hand. Matter? What do you mean? What matter? Chu Ziqing's voice quivered slightly, her gaze darting nervously, unable to meet Wen Che's eyes. In the midst of her restless glances, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. She had spotted a familiar face in the restaurant. Chu Ziqing, what was he doing here? Her heart raced as she recognized the figure seated in the corner, casually engrossed in his phone. Her other romantic interest, Chu Ziqing, with whom she had shared kisses just the previous night at a bar. Chu Ziqing sat there, seemingly waiting for someone, oblivious to Chu Ying's presence, while she could see him all too clearly. At that moment, her anger surged. Just moments ago, Chu Ziqing had texted her, claiming he was busy at work, possibly too occupied to check his phone. She had felt a sense of relief, as it meant she could focus on her own endeavors with Wen Che, even telling Chu Ziqing she was out with her roommates and might not be able to respond frequently. But now what was this? What was happening? Their paths had crossed in the most unexpected way. Although I did not venture out with my roommate, I found myself in the company of Wen Che. However, he too had deceived me. He was not at work as he claimed, but rather lounging in the corner of this restaurant, idly engrossed in his phone. Is this what one calls being too busy to check their device? At that moment, Chu Ziqing was overwhelmed with the urge to confront him for clarity. Yet, with Wen Che still present, the thought of their potential encounter sent a shiver down her spine. Would it not ignite a firestorm in her harem? Wen Che, noticing that Chu Ziqing was fixated elsewhere and utterly disregarding his presence, furrowed his brow in irritation. He wrapped his fingers on the table and declared, "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Afterward, you can do as you please." "Oh, all right. Please, go on," Chu Ziqing replied, finally turning her attention to Wen Che. Her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Ziqing, leaving her oblivious to Wen Che's earlier words. With an exasperated expression, Wen Che slowly articulated, "What I mean is, it's time to lay our cards on the table. Let us stop pretending as if we are still together. We should have parted ways long ago." "You, what did you just say?" Chapter 39. You prepared such a surprising gift for me? Chu Ziqing clearly heard what Wen Che had said, yet she found it hard to believe. Her mind momentarily failed to process the information. She pondered over Wen Che's words once more, and in an instant, her heart seemed to skip a beat. "No. What are you saying? You must be joking. When do we break up? Stop talking nonsense." Chu Ziqing forced a smile, one that appeared exceedingly awkward, her tone betraying her unease. Her heart raced as she contemplated whether her actions had been discovered. She fervently hoped it was not the case. At this very moment, Chu Ziqing silently prayed, her palms sweaty and her back chilled. "What do you truly think of me? Am I so naive and easily deceived? Do you believe you can keep this from me and treat my feelings as if they were worthless?" Wen Che sighed. Today, he finally found the courage to voice these thoughts. In the past, he would never have dared to speak up. If he had, Chu Ziqing would have transformed, her face darkening with anger and emotional turmoil. However, now it mattered little to him. Even if she erupted, so what? "What do you mean by that? Well, have I ever thought you were foolish or easily manipulated? What have I deceived you about? How can you say such things about me? Is this how you perceive me, Wen Che? You have truly disappointed me." Wen Che closed his eyes, unable to stifle a chuckle. His simple words had triggered her defensive instincts. Chu Ziqing was far too sensitive. He slowly took out his phone and muttered, "That person works at the hamburger shop outside the school. I have seen your interactions online, and..." Wen Che opened his phone and presented the photo he had taken the previous night, showing it to Chu Ziqing. Each of his words pierced Chu Ying's heart, and when she finally laid eyes on the clear photograph of the two of them kissing, it felt as though a sword had pierced through her heart, leaving her breathless. So, once you became involved with him, we should have ceased to exist as a couple. After all, you deleted all evidence of our time together, as did I. What difference does it make? If you refuse to acknowledge it, that's fine. I will formally tell you now. Chu Ziqing, we have broken up. Wen Che's expression was calm, a smile gracing his lips, his demeanor radiating relief as if he had been awaiting this moment all along. Chu Ziqing lowered her head, her face dark as storm clouds gathering before a tempest, her gaze icy, and the corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly. I did not agree. How can you make such unilateral decisions? Chu Ying's voice was frigid. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would still utter such futile words at this juncture. What does your agreement matter? It cannot alter the outcome. I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. Is your consent necessary to be together, yet you think it is required to part ways? Bang! Chu Ziqing slapped the table, lifted her head, her eyes wide with fury. She could no longer maintain her hehe, revealing her true self, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. From her perspective, she had benevolently granted Wen Che a measure of dignity, yet he had audaciously disregarded it. Wen Che, have you grown wings? I've left you to your own devices for just a few days, and you've become so brazen. How can you utter such callous words? We've been together for over half a year, and you think you could just end it? Wen Che listened to Chu Ying's words without a flicker of emotion. Most would have been incensed by her accusations, but he understood her character all too well. The more anger he exhibited, the more entangled their conflict would become. I may be speaking harshly, yet you're the one committing unfeeling acts. I have no desire to argue about right and wrong. That would merely squander our time. After our breakup, I shall not speak ill of you, so please do not persist in this. Persist? Am I the one persisting? Huh. Wen Che, you truly amuse me with your self-importance. Do you think I'm unwanted? Just wait. Chu Ying's face flushed crimson, a clear indication of her agitation. She abruptly stood and strode towards Wen Che's rear. He turned in surprise, noticing a boy in the corner, suddenly grasping the situation. He had not anticipated that this man would also be here. What was his purpose? To surveil them? Or was this some sort of twisted game? After Chu Ying approached, she slapped the table in front of Zhou Kongcrack. Zhou Tsong looked up at the sound, his eyes widening in shock and fear upon seeing Chu Ying. Chu Ying? No. You. What are you doing here? Zhou Tsong stammered, visibly trembling, as if the very hairs on his body stood on end. Chu Ying, mistaking his fear for guilt, brushed it aside. She had more pressing matters at hand. She swiftly seized Zhou Tsong's arm, yanking him from his seat. Come with me. Wait. Zhou Tsong had yet to comprehend what was happening when he was dragged directly before Wen Che. Wen Che sat there, looking up at the pair with an impassive expression, unaware of Chu Ying's intentions. Zhou Tsong stood frozen, like a statue, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment at the sight of Wen Che. Chu Ying, looking at Wen Che, lifted her chin defiantly. You were right all along. I did deceive you. The stakes were all fabricated. I merely wished to break up with you and be with him. So what? I've kissed him, touched him. Does that infuriate you? And this. The more Chu Ying spoke, the more animated she became. She retrieved a makeup remover wipe from her bag and wiped her neck, revealing the unmistakable marks of a kiss beneath the foundation. These are all from him. How do you like that? He is 100 times better than you. I shall cherish my time with him, while individuals like you deserve to lose their girlfriends. Chu Ying's voice was far from quiet, resonating loudly enough for the patrons of the neighboring table to overhear, drawing their attention and prompting some to capture the scene on their smartphones. Chu Ying's intent was to humiliate Wen Che, to plunge him into despair, thereby gratifying her desire for vengeance and indulging herself in a moment of satisfaction. However, Wen Che remained unfazed. He was already well aware of her machinations. At that moment, he caught sight of a girl standing in front of him, her eyes wide with disbelief. An instinct whispered to him that she was extraordinary, prompting him to tilt his head and gaze in her direction. Chu Ying and Zhou Tsong noticed Wen Che's shift in attention and turned to look as well. The instant Zhou Tsong laid eyes on the girl, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. The girl nodded, then shook her head, fixing her gaze on Zhou Tsong and coldly remarking, Well, Zhou Tsong, I traveled thousands of kilometers to find you. And this is the delightful surprise you have prepared for me. Chapter 40, I promise. From now on, I shall love only you. Do you believe me? What? Chu Ying was momentarily taken aback by the girl's words, swiftly turning to Zhou Tsong, seeking an explanation. However, Zhou Tsong completely disregarded Chu Ying. hastily shaking off her hand and rushing towards the girl. Darling, it's not as you think. You've misunderstood. I don't know her at all. She came over insisting I help her provoke her boyfriend. I have no acquaintance with her. Cheng Ying's mouth fell open, her gaze frozen in disbelief, nearly fainting with wide eyes, her lips twitching and brows furrowing in silent fury. What did this mean? What did Zhou Tsong call her? Darling? And what about herself? What was she to him? And he claimed not to know her? What nonsense was this? If he didn't recognize her, then where did those love bites on her neck come from? A rash? And who was this woman? Did Zhou Tsong have other women? Was she merely a fish in Zhou Tsong's pond? Cheng Ying's mind felt like it had crashed, a blank slate, utterly lost for words as she struggled to comprehend the situation. The girl abruptly pushed Zhou Tsong aside, pointing at Cheng Ying and exclaiming loudly, "She just said that you two have kissed and touched, claiming those marks on her neck are from you. Now you tell me you don't know her? Who would believe that?" Cheng Ying, unable to contain her anger, was in the midst of enacting her revenge when this girl dared to interfere. She advanced, glaring at the girl and demanding, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Zhou Tsong?" "I am his girlfriend. We have been together for over a year." "Oh no, wait. Now, I am his ex-girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsong quickly lowered his voice, pleading, "No, baby, that was all fake. None of it happened. Please believe me." At that moment, Wen Che suddenly raised his hand, holding up his phone, interrupting their conversation. "Hey, I have photos of the two of them kissing. Would you like to see?" The three of them stared at Wen Che in shock. The girl, upon hearing this, felt her face flush crimson, furiously glaring at Zhou Tsong and shouting, "Goodbye, a pair of scoundrels." After expressing her indignation, the girl resolutely turned on her heels and left. "Hey, don't go. Let me explain. Baby, baby." As Zhou Tsong saw the girl about to leave, he hurriedly chased after her, utterly ignoring Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying seized Zhou Tsong's arm, questioning him loudly. "Wait, shouldn't you explain this to me? What does this mean? Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Tsong glanced back at Cheng Ying, then forcefully shook off her hand, a look of disdain crossing his face. Oh dear. After shaking him off, he dashed outside, leaving Cheng Ying alone in her place. Cheng Ying's hand lingered in the air, as if frozen, her face a mask of numbness. She had endured too many blows today, and her mind could scarcely process it all. Her heart raced, and her lips trembled. Meanwhile, the onlookers around her whispered among themselves, discussing her as the other woman, just moments ago, so arrogant. Indeed, how could she still have the audacity to act with such entitlement? Meanwhile, Wen Che sat there, covering his mouth, desperately stifling his laughter. He found it remarkable to witness such a captivating spectacle up close. He would have gladly paid to see it. It was evident that Zhou Tsong had arranged to meet his long-distance girlfriend today, only to be caught off guard by Cheng Ying. Now, Zhou Tsong had crashed, and Cheng Ying felt as if she had collided with an iceberg like the Titanic, sinking into despair. As for Cheng Ying's predicament, Wen Che could only conclude that she had brought this upon herself. Such a fate was simply her misfortune. This also imparted a lesson to Wen Che. Besides being forthright in ending relationships, one should not treat others as mere backups, for in doing so, one could very well become someone else's backup. At that moment, Cheng Ying slowly turned around, glanced at Wen Che, and quickly lowered her head, as if her dignity had vanished and she could no longer bear to face him. The awkwardness was palpable, visibly evident in the flush of her ears and neck, as if she might burst into flames, much like a vegetable overcooked. Wen Che, however, appeared in high spirits, his lips curved in a satisfied smile, having accomplished his mission, ready to depart contentedly. "Well, goodbye," he declared, rising to gather his belongings, prepared to leave. Over the past month, this day marked his happiest, as if he had shed a heavy burden and felt utterly liberated. Just as Wen Che was about to exit, passing by Cheng Ying, she suddenly reached out and grasped his arm. He halted, turning to face her, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you doing?" Cheng Ying lifted her head, and Wen Che noticed the glistening tears on her cheeks, her eyes filled with helplessness and panic. "Wen Che, please don't leave me," she pleaded, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. The stares and whispers of those around her pierced through her like needles. She was terrified, desperate to cling to her only source of support. Wen Che paused momentarily, but his heart remained largely unresponsive. He knew Chu Ziqing all too well. Her tears were nothing more than crocodile tears. She was not crying out of regret or fear of his departure, but rather out of dread of being left alone, exposed to the judgment of others. Can you let go? We're no longer together. Wen Che's piercing gaze instilled a sense of fear in Chu Ziqing, for she had never encountered such a look before. Yet, she remained unwilling to let go. Her throat constricted as she choked out, "I beg you, grant me another chance. I truly understand my mistakes, and I recognize your worth. Everyone makes errors. Please forgive me just this once. I promise, evil. I will love only you from now on." Trust me, Wen Che could not help but let out a cold chuckle, fully aware that Chu Ziqing's promises were fleeting. Once she achieved her desired outcome, her commitments would be swiftly forgotten, a lesson he had learned all too well. For someone who valued promises as he did, such behavior was profoundly distasteful. With a forceful motion, he flung Chu Ziqing's arm away, continuing on his path. Chu Ziqing hurriedly chased after him, extending her hand in an attempt to grasp Wen Che. "Wen Che, please listen to me." At that moment, a hand unexpectedly reached out from the side, seizing Chu Ziqing's wrist with a firm grip. Wen Che's peripheral vision caught sight of the figure beside him, prompting him to halt abruptly, while Chu Ziqing stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ching? Chu Ziqing had not anticipated that Chu Ziqing would appear here, her expression as indifferent as ever, her grip on Chu Ziqing's wrist unyielding. Wen Che has made himself clear. Cease your entanglement. Chapter 41. I will not let you have it easy. If it comes to worst, we shall perish together. Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing with a hint of surprise, whispering in her ear, "What brings you here?" Chu Ziqing, caught off guard by the question, felt her cheeks flush slightly as she stammered, I was just passing by." Passing by? Wen Che raised an eyebrow, his surprise evident. Chu Ziqing's demeanor hardly suggested a mere chance encounter. It seemed as though she had been waiting here all along, especially given her inconspicuous attire, which further convinced him that she had been lying in ambush for quite some time. Upon spotting Chu Ziqing, Chu Ziqing's eyes lit up as if she had found a lifeline. She urgently implored, "Ching, please, you must speak on my behalf. I didn't mean for it to be this way, did I? I have my reasons." Chu Ziqing shot frantic glances at Chu Ziqing, blinking with desperation. All her hopes rested upon her dear friend. If only Chu Ziqing could intercede for her. Even with a fib, Wen Che would likely believe her. If she could just calm Wen Che's emotions, she could then continue to plead her case. In her heart, she believed Wen Che was quite soft-hearted. As long as she persisted, he would surely forgive her. "I will not speak on your behalf. I am fully aware of your actions," Chu Ziqing replied, shaking her head and releasing Chu Ziqing's hand, her tone devoid of warmth. "What?" Chu Ziqing felt a jolt of uncontainable anger as a flash of annoyance crossed her gaze. A chill ran down her spine. Something felt amiss. Why was Chu Ziqing so close to Wen Che? What was the nature of their relationship? "Are you hiding something from me?" Chu Ziqing took a step back. Her tears abruptly dried, her furrowed brow and reddened eyes fixated on the pair before her. Wen Che stepped forward, his expression calm as he replied, "What do you mean by hiding? Our matters should have no bearing on you, should they? There is no need to report to you." With that, he suddenly grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, their fingers intertwining. In an instant, Chu Ziqing's eyes widened, turning to meet Wen Che's determined gaze. A surge of joy welled up within her. She understood that Wen Che was boldly showcasing their relationship to Chu Ziqing. This signified that their bond was no longer a secret, but rather a publicly acknowledged connection. You too." At that moment, Chu Ying's mind seemed to stall, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. She questioned her own senses, doubting whether she was dreaming. What was happening? How could Wen Che be holding hands with Chu Ziqing? In Chu Ying's mind, the disparity between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing was vast. She believed that Chu Ziqing could easily outshine someone like Wen Che, who would never be able to catch up to her. Yet, what she witnessed now defied all logic. How could two individuals, so utterly disparate in their realms, find themselves entwined? Observing Wen Che's candid acknowledgement of their relationship, Chu Ziqing realized that the veil of secrecy was no longer necessary. Thus, she spoke softly elucidating, Wen Che and I have long been acquainted. Even before I met you, we were quite familiar with each other, and I had developed feelings for him long ago. However, during your time together, I did not interfere, nor did I approach him. It was only after you took those actions that he resolved to part ways with you, subsequently entering into a relationship with me. Of course, your thoughts on this matter are inconsequential to me. Chu Ziqing firmly established her stance, indifferent to Cheng Ying's potential misconceptions or reactions. Cheng Ying's thoughts crystallized in an instant as she pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ziqing, exclaiming, It was you who informed Wen Che. I trusted you, confiding in you about these matters. How could you betray me like this? She had found it peculiar that Wen Che seemed to have been aware of these matters for quite some time. How had he come to this knowledge? If it were not through his own discovery, it was likely that someone had divulged the information to him. The individuals privy to this secret were limited to herself, Zhou Tsong and Chu Ziqing. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Chu Ziqing had betrayed her trust. Wen Che wished to defend Chu Ziqing, but before he could utter a word, she resolutely interjected, Yes, I was the one who informed Wen Che. I stand by him, and thus I had to tell him. You are correct in saying I betrayed you. However, I would do so again without hesitation. I believe my actions were justified, and I cannot keep such a secret on your behalf. She perceived Cheng Ying's actions as fundamentally wrong. Aiding her in concealing such a secret would render her no different than Cheng Ying. Moreover, the person at risk was the one she cherished most dearly, and she could not bear to remain passive. You, Cheng Ying stammered, her face flushed crimson, unable to articulate her thoughts in her agitation. Suddenly, she erupted in a shrill outburst within the restaurant, her voice piercing, prompting patrons to instinctively cover their ears and furrow their brows. Wen Che hurriedly covered Chu Ziqing's ears, his expression contorted in discomfort, perplexed by Cheng Ying's sudden transformation. This outcry could easily be mistaken for a kettle boiling over. Chu Ziqing had never witnessed Cheng Ying in such a state, her expression tinged with disdain. The volatility of her emotions was unsettling, almost frightening, as if she might explode in anger at any moment. Wen Che shared this sentiment and swiftly took hold of Chu Ziqing, leading her away from the scene. Having already lost face, remaining in Cheng Ying's presence would undoubtedly lead to further disgrace. Who could predict what Cheng Ying might do next? What if they charge in like rabid dogs and bite them? Moments later, the restaurant manager rushed over, his expression grave, as many patrons had already left in dissatisfaction due to Cheng Ying's actions. Hey, young lady, stop shouting. You need to leave at once. What are you making such a scene for? If you don't go, I will have to call the police. Cheng Ying was interrupted by the manager. She stood still, taking deep breaths, her face flushed crimson, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her jaw clenched tightly, radiating resentment and fury, as if the pent-up anger within her was on the verge of eruption. Cheng Ying appeared to be struggling to contain her rage, muttering venomously, Chu Ziqing, Wen Che, I must take my revenge on you. You have destroyed me. I will not allow you to have it easy. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Chapter 42. Upon finishing their meal, if I were not allowed to indulge in this cigarette, I might as well perish. As Wen Che and Chu Ziqing departed the restaurant, they returned to school in silence. Yet it was apparent that each harbored numerous thoughts yearning to be expressed. Their relationship, once shrouded in secrecy due to Cheng Ying, no longer required such concealment now that the factor of Cheng Ying had dissipated. Unconsciously, they clasped each other's hands, strolling through the campus unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers. Along their path, several students witnessed this scene, particularly those acquainted with Chu Ziqing, whose expressions morphed into astonishment. Jaws agape, their eyes trailing the couple as if witnessing an ethereal spectacle. It felt as though a significant transformation had unfolded. At that moment, Wen Che's emotions mirrored this sentiment. Everything seemed so abrupt yet remarkably natural. He had anticipated that Cheng Ying would prove more troublesome than expected. Yet now it appeared that the matter had resolved itself. Indeed it had, Chu Ziqing softly affirmed, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Albeit one with a pleasing outcome. She was thoroughly content with her current state, her heart brimming with joy that she wished to display openly, were it not for the need to maintain a semblance of composure in public. Wen Che recognized that there were myriad topics to discuss with Chu Ziqing, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He was unsure where to begin, recalling how he had similarly struggled for conversation when he first embarked on his relationship with Chang'ying. Ideally, Chu Ziqing would have taken a more proactive role, yet her silence indicated that she was likely experiencing the same turmoil as he. WOC? Wen Che. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the air, drawing his attention. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted Du Lei approaching, who quickened his pace upon seeing Wen Che. Initially smoking, Du Lei immediately inhaled sharply and discarded the cigarette upon their encounter. "What are you doing?" Wen Che asked, halting with Chu Ziqing beside him, directing his inquiry toward Du Lei. Glancing at Chu Ziqing, who exuded an air of indifference, Du Lei disregarded her demeanor and turned to Wen Che, asking, "So you two are back from your meal? Out for a stroll, perhaps?" Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing, suddenly recalling that amidst the commotion, they had yet to have lunch. While he could forego a meal, he surmised that Chu Ziqing had not eaten either. "We haven't eaten yet." Du Lei clapped his hands in realization. "Neither have I. Let us go eat together. I just woke up, and my dorm mates have already finished, leaving me in search of a dining companion." As Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing, he found himself grappling with a decision, particularly since they were still strolling together. Had he been alone, he would have accompanied Du Lei instead. Chu Ziqing observed Wen Che's silence, yet understood that he was seeking her opinion. Given that he had inquired, it was evident that he harbored a desire to go. If he had no such inclination, there would have been no need to consult her. He could have simply declined. Thus, Chu Ziqing gently nodded, signifying her tacit agreement. Upon receiving her response, Wen Che turned to Du Lei and asked, "What shall we eat?" "Let us dine at that home-style restaurant outside. Isn't it quite good?" "Which one? The one at the corner?" "Yes, that's the one." "Shall we? Let South choose another place. I probably want to return there for a while." Wen Che chuckled awkwardly, recalling their recent departure from that establishment, without ordering anything, having caused quite a stir before leaving. The thought of returning there for a meal made him feel quite embarrassed. They would likely be politely ushered out upon entry. "Ah, that's fine. There's a fast food place that's quite nice. Let us go there. I'll treat you." Du Lei didn't question Wen Che's reasoning and promptly suggested a different restaurant. Wen Che waved his hand and replied, "There's no need for you to treat us. We can pay for ourselves." All right, don't be so courteous. Let us go." Du Lei said no more and urged Wen Che to follow him. Thus, Wen Che, accompanied by Chu Ziqing, left the school alongside Du Lei. The trio arrived at the fast food restaurant Du Lei had mentioned, and by now, it was afternoon with fewer patrons dining for lunch. After they found a spot to sit, they began to place their orders. Chu Ziqing suddenly realized that this was perhaps her first time dining out with Wen Che. They sat closely together, and although others were present, she felt a twinge of excitement. "I'm starving. By the way, they mentioned you were out handling business at noon. What was it about? Did you finish?" "Ah, it's all done. Nothing significant, just sorting out a few minor issues." Wen Che and Chu Ziqing exchanged a glance, and he nodded slightly, responding quietly to Du Lei. "Shall we drink a bit tonight? Just to unwind?" "No, I can't drink anymore. If I do, I'll truly be unable to handle it." Wen Che waved his hand, swiftly declining Du Lei's invitation. He had only gone out for drinks the previous night out of a sense of obligation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wished to participate. Yet, reflecting on it now, he was thankful he had attended, as it allowed him to capture a crucial photograph. Resolving his most pressing concern today, "Well, if you're not drinking, I suppose I'll buy a couple of bottles to enjoy in the dormitory. It'll be perfect for winding down and then sleeping." Du Lei sighed. Unable to find anyone to drink with him, he lost interest in drinking out and settled for having a few drinks in his dormitory. Wen Che admired Du Lei's enthusiasm for drinking, as he knew he would struggle to keep up with such a habit. Soon, the meals ordered by the trio arrived. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing consumed very little, whereas Du Lei indulged himself quite heartily, devouring his food with remarkable speed. While Wen Che and Chu Ziqing savored their dishes at a leisurely pace, Du Lei had already reached the finishing line, beginning to clear away the remnants from his plate. "Burp, In just 5 minutes, Dulé had polished off his meal, then let out a belch, reaching into his pocket to feel around for something. "I'm done eating. Take your time," he announced. "I'm going out for a smoke." However, just as he stood up, he discovered that his cigarette pack was utterly empty. "What the heck? This is a disaster. I have no cigarettes left." This meal was for naught. Wen Che cast a glance at him and remarked, "Is it really necessary to smoke right after a meal?" Dulé crumpled the empty pack in his hand, looked at Wen Che with earnestness, and said, "Buddy, if I finish my meal without being able to smoke this one cigarette, I might just drop dead." Chapter 43. What kind of man gets angry with his girlfriend when he lacks ability? "Never mind. I shall take my leave now. I have settled the bill. You two can enjoy your meal," Dulé remarked before departing the restaurant. Prior to his exit, he settled the bill for their table. As Wen Che observed Dulé walking out, he awkwardly turned to Chu Ziqing and said, "My roommate can be a bit abstract." Well, he is not a bad person. Chu Ziqing had taken the time to understand Wen Che's roommate, driven by concern that Wen Che might be bullied or targeted in the dormitory. After a bit of inquiry, she discovered that while each individual had a distinct personality, none harbored ill intentions. With the absence of others, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing felt less urgency to eat, allowing them to savor their meal at a leisurely pace while engaging in conversation. After leaving the restaurant, Dulé wandered into a nearby supermarket, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and inhaled deeply after lighting one, exclaiming, "Phew, that was close. I nearly choked." As he smoked, Dulé's demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed, so much so that one might mistake him for indulging in something more illicit. Strolling along the street aimlessly, he found himself casually observing the passing women. Upon reaching the entrance of a narrow alley, he suddenly noticed a figure ahead, exhibiting signs of distress. It was a young woman, seemingly on the verge of emotional collapse, pounding her fists against the wall, stomping her feet, and muttering curses. Before Dulé could discern her identity, a smile crept onto his lips. As he approached and got a clearer view of her face, he paused in surprise. Well, he chuckled softly, realizing it was Wen Che's ex-girlfriend, Chang'ing. He had encountered her before and, after that brief interaction, had formed the impression that she was not a virtuous individual, though perhaps not outright malevolent. She certainly seemed mismatched with Wen Che. However, as Wen Che had been in a good relationship with her at that time, Dulé had chosen not to voice his concerns. After hearing about recent events from Wen Che, he was now convinced that Chang'ing was indeed not a decent person. After venting her frustrations, Chang'ing took a couple of steps back and sat down on the steps. Dulé approached her deliberately and settled beside her. Chang'ing glanced over, recognizing Dulé with a slight furrow of her brow. After a brief silence, she recalled who he was. "Aren't you Wen Che's roommate? What are you doing here? Did Wen Che send you?" Assuming that Wen Che had dispatched him, she wished for him to leave immediately, as she had no desire to hear anything about Wen Che at that moment. However, Dulé shook his head, offering a gentle smile as he softly replied, "No, I merely happened to pass by and noticed you seemed quite upset. May I inquire what has transpired?" Chang'ing initially thought that if he were sent by Wen Che, she would want him to go away, but upon realizing he was not, she found that he maintained a respectful distance and spoke with a gentle tone, leaving her to wonder if he was there to offer her comfort. Chang'ing gazed ahead, gritting her teeth, and exclaimed, "Humph, what else could it be? That scoundrel Wen Che, that cat, he abandoned me without a second thought. And that wretched Chu Ziqing, she betrayed me. That little mistress, she must have been in cahoots with Wen Che all along." "Oh dear, so it is like this? Truly a dreadful affair," Dulé remarked, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, then offering one to Chang'ing, inquiring, "Care for a smoke?" "No," Chang'ing replied, frowning and shaking her head. She was now certain that Dulé had come to console her. As for his motives, she didn't dwell on them. It was merely a man's instinct. She surmised to approach a beautiful girl weeping alone and offer comfort, seeking her attention. Yet, Chang'ing chose not to confront Dulé. She genuinely needed someone to lend an ear and share her grievances. "I have truly seen through them. A pair of despicable lovers. How could they possibly have a good ending? I may have erred somewhat, but are they blameless? Ultimately, Wen Che bears the greater responsibility. If he lacks capability, who can he blame?" Dulé inhaled deeply from his cigarette, nodding in agreement, and spoke indeed. I have a friend whose experiences mirror yours. Really? Cheng Ying abruptly lifted her head, looking at Du Lei with an expression of astonishment. Yes, she shared a great deal with me the other day. She asserted that women have the right to choose better partners and pursue a better life. If one is unhappy or unfulfilled, why engage in a romance? That makes sense. She is absolutely right, Cheng Ying affirmed with a nod, exhibiting her profound agreement. Du Lei continued. She also mentioned that society inherently views women as the weaker demographic, and men ought to accommodate them. Otherwise, how could there be a women's federation without a men's federation? Given this, isn't it quite natural for women to possess more rights? Even having two husbands could be deemed normal. If one is abusive, the other could provide protection, which is rather advantageous. Isn't it? Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? She is spot on, Cheng Ying exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Hearing these words resonated deeply within her. She now believed she had done nothing wrong. Is it wrong to seek a better life? Is it wrong to fight for one's rights? She had neither broken the law nor committed a crime. Thus society tacitly accepted her stance. Why should she feel guilty? Why should she be the one to weep? Women must rise up. Why must she cry while the other party remains unscathed? Du Lei extinguished his cigarette and continued, exactly. So, she dated 2 or 3 boyfriends, and guess what? Those boyfriends actually became displeased. How petty. She offered each of them the same love. It was entirely fair. Are those men not deranged, selfish even? Indeed, those men are utterly irrational. If they desire their girlfriend to love only them, then they should strive for it. To throw tantrums at their girlfriend due to their own inadequacies, what sort of man is that? Trash. Cheng Ying rose to her feet, her expression one of indignation. As she stamped her foot, Du Lei looked up at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then stood as well, inquiring. Her experiences are quite similar to yours, aren't they? Therefore, she must certainly understand you. Cheng Ying pressed her lips together, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, and nodded. Subsequently, she raised her gaze to Du Lei and asked, "But can you comprehend our plight?" Me? Du Lei pointed to himself, feigning surprise. He quickly stepped back a couple of paces, waving his hands dismissively with an innocuous smile, and remarked, "Oh no, no, no. I certainly cannot understand. I am not a courtesan. Only a courtesan can truly grasp the sentiments of another courtesan. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 44 At noon, there was a brief interlude of amusement. Temple Run. What? Cheng Ying thought she must have misheard. Her mind buzzed, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell slightly agape. Completely stunned. Ha ha! Du Lei burst into hearty laughter, his chest vibrating with mirth, slapping his thigh and pointing at Cheng Ying, exclaiming, "You aren't afraid of being called a disgrace, are you?" Ha ha! Cheng Ying's face flushed crimson, her eyelids twitching, and her lips quivering uncontrollably, as if steam were rising from her head. She couldn't help but utter a particularly vile curse. However, Du Lei was utterly unperturbed, quickly turning to flee. Cheng Ying, nearly grinding her teeth to dust in fury, dashed after him, wishing she could tear him to shreds. She had thought this fellow had come to comfort her, only to find he was slyly mocking her instead. "Stop, you bastard. I swear I'll end you." Ah! Cheng Ying's voice pierced the air, especially in the narrow alley. Echoing sharply, as she ran, she shouted, prompting Du Lei to quicken his pace. Just then, Du Lei suddenly halted, turning to face Cheng Ying, the mirth on his face replaced by a serious demeanor. "Wait, I have something to say. Something serious." Du Lei raised his palm, signaling Cheng Ying to pause. His earnest expression caused her to momentarily falter. She stood there, panting heavily, glaring at him with malice, demanding, "What do you want to say?" Du Lei clasped his hands together, slowing his speech and softening his tone, and began, "Well, honestly, I have a suggestion for you. Please reconsider your approach. It really isn't beneficial. After all, sometimes the drawbacks outweigh the advantages. How about I offer you a plan?" "What plan?" Cheng Ying furrowed her brows, inquiring. "If you do this, I have connections. I can introduce you to a commercial opportunity. You could purely engage in that realm, allowing you to encounter all sorts of men while earning money. What do you say? If you're interested, I could be your agent, helping you connect with clients. How about we split the profits 80-20? I swear, I will end you today. Cheng Ying's face turned a ghastly white with rage as she picked up a brick from the ground without hesitation and hurled it at him. Du Lei twisted his body, narrowly dodging it, and burst into laughter. Missed it! Missed it! Haha, someone in a hurry. Then, a scene unfolded in the street. Cheng Ying relentlessly pursued Du Lei, occasionally picking up stones and bricks to hurl with all her might. Each throw potentially lethal if it struck the back of his head. Du Lei, fearing for his life, sprinted away, skillfully dodging the deadly projectiles. One was screaming and cursing with increasingly foul language. The other, ahead, laughed uproariously, each chuckle louder than the last. Until Cheng Ying had exhausted all her strength. Du Lei finally shook her off. However, this left Cheng Ying with a deep-seated grudge against someone she wished to eliminate. A sentiment that surpassed even her feelings towards Wen Che and the others. In those brief 3 to 5 minutes, Du Lei had become the object of her utmost hatred. When afternoon classes commenced, Wen Che and his companions were seated in the classroom. Shortly after, Du Lei entered, plopping down beside them, visibly fatigued. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as if he had just finished an intense workout. What on earth were you doing? Yu Jiaxu inquired, puzzled. Recalling that Du Lei had left for lunch earlier. Why was he returning out of breath? Wen Che also found it curious. Hadn't they just shared a meal together? Had he run all the way to a neighboring city for cigarettes? Du Lei opened a bottle of water he had purchased, took a sip, and shook his head, exhaling. I just played a little during lunch. Temple Run. What? Temple Run? Yes, haven't you played it? You run ahead while a monster chases you from behind. Du Lei chuckled at the memory of his lunchtime escapade. It had indeed been quite entertaining, albeit demanding, as one could easily perish if not careful. Qi Shidao turned to Wen Che and remarked, Wen Che, I see you've changed your couple's avatar again. Did you swap with Chu Ziqing? Is that true? Have you gone public? Yu Jiaxu quickly pulled out his phone for a look, confirming that Wen Che had indeed changed his profile picture to one that clearly indicated a romantic connection. Well, it's just a change of avatar. It doesn't mean much. Wen Che reflected on their earlier conversation at lunch, where he had broached the topic. Although there were numerous ways to announce their relationship, such as posting on social media, he felt these matters required careful consideration. Lunchtime had been too brief for such a declaration. They had lunch with me earlier. You mentioned you had something to take care of at noon, which I suppose was your confrontation with Cheng Ying. Du Lei queried, casting a glance at Wen Che. How did you know? The monster told me. Huh? Wen Che was baffled by Du Lei's cryptic response. Yet he had grown accustomed to Du Lei's tendency to speak in riddles. During class, Wen Che occasionally found himself lost in thought. The image of Chu Ziqing frequently surfacing in his mind, drawing his attention involuntarily. After class, he was the first to depart, as he had arranged to take a stroll with Chu Ziqing and perhaps dine together afterward. The other three could only watch him leave, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Qi Shidao clicked his tongue and mumbled, I truly envy Wen Che. Too bad my girlfriend isn't at this school. Yu Jiaxu shot him a disapproving look and replied, I envy you both. Unfortunately, I don't even have a girlfriend. Du Lei then embraced the shoulders of the two, saying, All right, while he is off on a date, why don't you both join me for a few rounds of billiards? As long as one abstains from alcohol. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the girls' dormitory is gradually filled with returning residents. Those who return earlier take their time to shower and freshen up, a process that consumes quite a while. Song Qiui, dragging her weary body, finally arrives at her dormitory. Clad in sports attire, a headband adorning her brow, and headphones in place, she is drenched in sweat from a run. While others indulge in the leisurely moments of university life, she dedicates herself to self-improvement. Upon pushing open the door to her dormitory, she discovers her two roommates standing in silence, their gazes fixed upon Chu Ziqing's bed, their expressions marred by discomfort. What's the matter? A sense of confusion washes over Song Qiui as she steps inside and inquires softly. The two slowly raise their hands, pointing towards Chu Ziqing's bed, their breaths held in trepidation. Turning her head to behold the scene, Song Qiui's eyes widen in shock, a chill racing down her spine. For there, upon Chu Ziqing's bed, lies a disarray of refuse, used tissues, sunflower seed shells, and crumpled wrappers scattered about. Who could have done this? Chapter 45. If you need anything from me, please speak up. Song Chioi stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat, her mind blank as she beheld the scene before her. Who could have possibly done such a thing? She glanced at her two roommates beside her, who shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, "It's not us. We just returned and found this." Who would stoop so low? They too were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, their hearts tinged with fear. After all, this was Chu Ziqing's bed. What if she returned and suspected them of being responsible? The mere thought of Chu Ziqing's wrath sent shivers down their spines. Her usual demeanor was already intimidating, and her anger would surely be even more fearsome. Anyone who dared to cast a lingering glance may find themselves targeted. At that moment, Song Chioi was deeply worried. Recently, Chu Ziqing had been in high spirits, and their relationship had improved significantly. They had transitioned from silence to exchanging occasional words. However, now, upon witnessing this scene, all her good mood would surely be shattered. With urgency, Song Chioi climbed onto Chu Ziqing's bed to tidy up. After a while, she turned to her roommates, asking, "Could you please bring me the trash bin?" Noticing that they were still frozen in place, awkward expressions plastered on their faces, she directed her gaze toward the door, where they pointed. When she turned her attention to the entrance, her heart raced. There stood Chu Ziqing, quietly observing her. Song Chioi stammered, still perched on Chu Ziqing's bed, holding the trash in her hands. Her roommates hastily retreated to their respective corners, engrossed in their own tasks, as if the situation bore no relevance to them. Unsure of how to explain, Song Chioi feared that Chu Ziqing might think she was the culprit. I was just helping you clean up. I have no idea who did this. It wasn't me," she murmured, her expression earnest, almost pitiable. After all, if Chu Ziqing misunderstood her intentions, it would be an unjust accusation. "I know," Chu Ziqing replied coolly, continuing, "Please come down. I will handle it myself." She could deduce without a second thought who was responsible. Initially, she had hoped Cheng Ying would act with more dignity, yet here she was, resorting to such a petty and distasteful tactic. With a resigned demeanor, Song Chioi climbed down from the bed, and Chu Ziqing began to clean up, wrapping the soiled sheets around the trash and disposing of them. She then replaced them with fresh linens, meticulously checking her belongings to ensure nothing else had been tampered with. Nevertheless, she realized she must find a way to prevent such incidents from occurring, as she did not possess an abundance of spare sheets. Who on earth could have done this? Song Chioi whispered, her curiosity piqued. She yearned to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Could it be that Chu Ziqing had offended someone outside, resulting in such treatment? "Cheng Ying is irrelevant. Just a boring person," came the dismissive reply. "Cheng Ying? Isn't she your close friend?" Song Chioi was perplexed. Hadn't Chu Ziqing and Cheng Ying shared a good rapport? Cheng Ying would often visit their dorm to see Chu Ziqing. What could have prompted such behavior now? "My boyfriend is her ex, and due to certain circumstances, they had a falling out," Chu Ziqing succinctly explained, leaving Song Chioi even more bewildered. Their relationship seemed rather intricate. The fact that Chu Ziqing's boyfriend was indeed Cheng Ying's former partner likely clarified matters. Cheng Ying must have been unable to bear the outcome, thus targeting Chu Ziqing. Surely, Chu Ziqing must be suffering as well, being subjected to such hostility from a once dear friend. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Song Chioi quickly interjected, "Don't worry. I will help you. If there's anything I can do, just let me know." "Thank you, but you needn't do anything. Just keep an eye out for me in the dormitory," Chu Ziqing replied softly, turning to look at Song Chioi. Her eyes brightened with determination as she nodded vigorously, affirming, "All right, you can count on me." She had already resolved in her heart to remain in the dormitory more often, ensuring that such incidents would not recur. Later that evening, after tidying up, Chu Ziqing lay on her bed and took out her phone, gazing at the couple's profile picture she had shared with Wen Che. A smile crept across her face. Although it had been a hasty choice, they had at least officially declared their relationship. She contemplated posting on her social media, despite the limited audience it would reach. She sent a message to Wen Che, thinking he might be free to chat now that she was finished with her chores. "Hello, darling," she typed. Just as she hit send, she received a reply from Wen Che. "What are you doing?" Their messages had nearly crossed paths, and upon seeing his response, Chu Ziqing's eyes lit up with excitement as she quickly typed back, "What a coincidence. Ha ha. What a stroke of luck," Wen Che mused, equally surprised by their simultaneous messages. "Guess what I saw when I got back?" Chu Ziqing's message caught Wen Che off guard, prompting him to ask, What's wrong?" Then, Chu Ziqing recounted the scene she had encountered upon her return, and her sadness was palpable even through her words. Before her roommates, she presented herself with an air of calmness, seemingly indifferent. Yet, in the presence of Wen Che, she appeared quite aggrieved. In truth, this was a subtle ploy on her part. The matter at hand was trivial, and she had previously expressed that she was unconcerned about Chang'ying. Her display of grievance was primarily a means to seek a bit of affection from Wen Che. "I understand. Don't worry. I will find a solution. As for the bedsheets, I shall purchase new ones for you," he offered. "Oh, it's quite all right. No need for that. I merely wanted to inform you." "It's not a problem," Chu Ziqing conveyed, having already achieved her objective. She had successfully indulged in a moment of charm with Wen Che and felt content. However, Wen Che took the matter seriously. Initially reclining comfortably on his bed, he abruptly sat up, glancing towards the other 3 beds, and inquired, "Brothers, I find myself in a bit of a quandary. Who among you can assist me in devising a solution?" Chapter 46. All set. I shall resolve this tonight. The other 3 lay on their beds, engrossed in their phones. Chi Shirtao was the first to speak, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Yu Jiashu turned on his side and whispered, "You should discuss it with Chu Ziqing. I don't wish to engage in conversation with you." "Stop joking. This is serious." Wen Che stepped down from his bed, glancing at the others, and proceeded to recount what Chu Ziqing had just shared with him. Initially, the 3 were casually playing on their phones, but upon hearing that garbage had been dumped on Chu Ziqing's bed, they all put their devices down and began to listen intently. Yu Jiashu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What the hell? This is utterly despicable. Who could have done such a thing? Who else but Chang'ying? It's obvious if you think about it. You should have her speak to the dormitory supervisor. If this behavior goes unchecked, it will only escalate, and who knows what they might do next." Chi Shirtao also felt that the matter was rather excessive. It bore the hallmarks of provocation. The crux of the issue was that seeking the dormitory supervisor would be of little use. There were no cameras and no evidence. Wen Che had certainly contemplated this, but it was primarily futile. There was no way to fundamentally resolve the issue. Chang'ying relished such antics. Even if one knew she was in the wrong, confronting her would only lead her to feign innocence. Without evidence, she would continue to be a nuisance. At that moment, Du Lei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I have a plan. Let us repay her in her own coin. Would you be interested?" A cryptic smile appeared on Du Lei's face, leaving Wen Che somewhat puzzled. He cautiously asked, "You have a scheme?" "Indeed, my friend. I know a formidable woman in the girls' dormitory. Everyone calls her Sisterly. When she steps in, there's no problem she cannot resolve." "Sisterly? What can she possibly do?" "That's not for you to worry about. Sisterly has both strength and means. She typically requires payment for her services. For a matter like yours, it would cost at least 500 yuan. Du Lei extended his palm, speaking earnestly. 500? Are you joking? I have no idea if she can actually resolve it. And you expect me to pay her 500 yuan? Am I made of money?" Wen Che was agitated, waving his hand to reject Du Lei's suggestion. However, Du Lei persisted, speaking clearly. "Rest assured, if she cannot resolve it, your money will be refunded. Everyone knows Sister Li's integrity. There's no problem she can't handle. She is essentially the undisputed queen of the girls' dormitory. She engages in all sorts of business. You could even purchase original flavors she procures from the dormitory." Hey, enough. I do not wish to know. Primarily, 500 yuan is far too steep for such a trivial dispute. That is simply unreasonable. Ultimately, Wen Che still felt the fee was excessive, but if it were lower, he might consider it. "How about this? You give me 200, I'll figure out the rest. After all, I have a decent rapport with her, and I also have a slight conflict with Chang'ying." Du Lei rubbed his fingers together, raising an eyebrow at Wen Che with a mischievous grin. 200? Well, for just 200, it's all settled. Sisterly has her tricks. All settled? Absolutely. If it isn't resolved, I'll reimburse you the 200. Wen Che stood still for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he took out his phone and said, I'll transfer the money to you. When will it be resolved? Du Lei, holding his phone, smiled as he received the payment, assuring him, rest assured, Sister Li is the most efficient person around. As soon as the money arrives, she'll get right to it. I hope so. I trust you won't deceive me. Oh, come on. We've been roommates for nearly a year. While I do enjoy teasing girls, I would never trick you. Du Lei replied with a grin. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu, lying on their beds, found the conversation somewhat eerie. Is there really such a person in the girls' dormitory? Chi Shirtao suddenly had a thought and muttered, I think I've heard of her too. See? Although Sister Li is involved in underground business, she still has a reputation. You've heard of her? Wen Che asked Chi Shirtao. Chi Shirtao nodded, saying, I think I overheard some girls in our class talking about her. They mentioned something about her not being quite right in the head. Du Lei interjected, explaining, Hey, I initially thought she was mentally unstable, but after learning about her situation, I changed my mind. She lost her mother at 14, her father remarried, and she has 2 younger sisters. Given her circumstances, she managed to get into university and raise her sisters. Just think about it. Isn't that remarkable? With such a background, she must work tirelessly to earn money. If you were in her position, you would probably be even more desperate to make money. I don't have such a background, yet I still find ways to earn money. I charge 50 yuan just to deliver a love letter, Wen Che remarked, turning to Yu Jiashu with an innocent smile. Yu Jiashu scoffed, replying, Oh really? You send a love letter and end up in a relationship. You want it all, don't you? Eating and taking at the same time. Weren't you refunded the 50 yuan? Honestly, Du Lei waved his hand dismissively and said, That's nothing compared to what I'm talking about. Brother, I know you're a bit greedy and love saving money. If you learn from Sister Li, you have pockets full of cash by now. Is it really that outrageous? Absolutely outrageous. Just wait for the news tomorrow. All right, I'll wait. Wen Che nodded and returned to his bed, deciding to trust Du Lei this time. Meanwhile, Du Lei was fiddling with his phone, seemingly chatting with someone else. After a while, he sent a voice message. It's about our roommate's girlfriend. The situation is quite complicated. Do you have any way to resolve it? Just tell that woman to stop bothering his girlfriend. After a moment, Du Lei looked at Wen Che and said, All set. I'll take care of it tonight. Really? Such efficiency? Certainly, Sister Li is exceptionally busy, and this minor matter won't take up much of her time. Anyone could assist you with it. Well, Wen Che was quite curious about this legendary figure, but if what Du Lei said is true, and Sister Li has such a family background, then she's indeed quite remarkable. After chatting with Chu Ziqing for a while, Wen Che bid her good night and went to sleep. The next morning, the dawn light filtered through the sky, awakening the slumbering earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory, a few young women had risen from their slumber, appearing somewhat unrest. They quickly approached another girl's bed, the one being Cheng-Ying. Cheng-Ying, are you all right? They inquired with genuine concern, their voices gentle and tentative. Cheng-Ying sat on her bed, arms wrapped around her legs, her mouth twitching involuntarily, and her eyes reflected a hint of terror. Chapter 47. The woman declared herself a super lesbian. She appeared as though she had not slept a wink, her demeanor lacking vitality, with faint dark circles under her eyes, and her complexion was particularly poor, revealing signs of distress. Her other roommates seemed to be aware of the situation, exchanging glances, unsure of what comforting words to offer. The previous night, the sounds had awakened them, and upon opening their eyes, they were met with a shocking scene, leading them to silently agree not to speak. Now that morning had arrived, they mustered the courage to inquire about Cheng-Ying's well-being. Perhaps we should help you take a leave of absence so you can rest properly, one suggested. Cheng-Ying offered no verbal response, merely nodding in agreement with their proposal. The 3 of them tidied up and prepared for class. Upon exiting the dormitory, they began discussing the events of the previous night, which had already cast a psychological shadow over them. One could only imagine the extent of Cheng-Ying's own trauma. As Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui made their way out of the dorm, they encountered the 3 girls passing by. Oh my, that was truly terrifying. Who was that? One exclaimed. I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. It was so frightening that I didn't dare to make a sound. Another admitted. Same here, I just pretended to sleep chimed in the third. Chu Ziqing found their conversation peculiar. She recognized these three as Cheng Ying's roommates, but was unaware of the specifics of their discussion. However, her instinct suggested it was related to Cheng Ying. At that moment, Wen Che and his companions also emerged from their dormitory. Du Lei was engrossed in a conversation on his phone when he suddenly looked up and exclaimed to Wen Che, "Brother, it's all sorted out. Sister Li said she definitely won't dare to do anything further. If she does, she'll handle it, free of charge." "Really? How did she manage that?" Wen Che inquired, astonished that such a complex situation had been resolved in a single night. He had merely slept, and yet Sister Li had managed to deal with someone as troublesome as Cheng Ying? "I'm not sure. You could ask around," Du Lei shrugged, not pressing for details, as the resolution was no longer his concern. As they walked, Wen Che spotted the three girls ahead, recognizing Cheng Ying's roommates from a couple of previous encounters. Noticing them whispering among themselves, he sensed something was amiss. He turned to Du Lei and asked, "Do you think those three might know something about Cheng Ying? Why not just ask them?" Du Lei replied, pulling Wen Che along as they approached the trio. Though Wen Che felt unprepared, he was already being dragged forward. "Hey, wait a moment," Du Lei called out, startling the three girls, who seemed to be shaken as if recovering from a fright. They turned to face the two boys, and upon seeing Wen Che, they paused in surprise. Wen Che? One of the individuals recognized Wen Che, and they were all aware of the relationship between Wen Che and Cheng Ying. However, following their breakup, they lacked precise information, having merely heard a few rumors. Du Lei approached and directly inquired, "What happened to Cheng Ying last night? Was there an incident?" Upon hearing Du Lei's question, the three women displayed expressions of discomfort. "Well, what is it?" Wen Che found their reaction somewhat peculiar. "Come on, speak up." The three women began to nudge one another, ultimately pushing one forward to explain the situation. The chosen individual hesitated for a moment before she slowly began. We all turned off the lights and went to sleep last night, and then we heard some commotion. Someone came in." Du Lei whispered in Wen Che's ear, "It must be someone sent by Sister Li." And then, Wen Che, eager for more information, pressed on. Then, that person quietly climbed onto Cheng Ying's bed and lifted the blanket. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Then she did something to Cheng Ying's. The girl stammered, faltering as she struggled to articulate the rest. Confused, Wen Che was left wondering what had transpired next. Du Lei, sensing that there was something unspeakable, leaned closer to the girl and said, "Come on, just whisper it to me." The girl hesitated again, then leaned in to share the details softly with Du Lei. He listened intently, nodding as she spoke. After she finished, he returned to Wen Che, who remained in a fog, oblivious to what had been communicated to Du Lei and why it could not be voiced openly. Once back beside Wen Che, Du Lei leaned in and said, that person climbed onto Cheng Ying's bed, lifted her blanket, and then tasted her bitter tea." Wen Che questioned her own hearing, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Was that in Chinese? Why did she understand each word, yet fail to grasp the sentence as a whole? What nonsense was this? Had he consumed alcohol this morning? Furrowing her brows, she stared at him, suspecting he was jesting. Du Lei, observing Wen Che's serious demeanor, replied, "It's quite literal. Don't you understand? Are you serious?" "Absolutely. That's what she told me." "But what was she doing? What does that mean? How? Is this a resolution?" Wen Che tilted her head, her expression darkening as she pondered how Sister Li could have sent such a deviant. Du Lei shrugged and remarked, "The issue has indeed been addressed. Why not ask her what happened next?" The woman proclaimed herself a super lesbian, warning Cheng Ying to cease her mischief. Otherwise, she would sample all of her undergarments. At that moment, we were all rendered speechless. Behold, has this not resolved the issue? Just observe if Cheng Ying dares to misbehave again. If she does, Sister Li will ensure her compliance, guaranteeing that she will think twice before acting out again. Wen Che's lips twitched as he gazed at Du Lei in disbelief, inquiring, "Is there truly no more dignified solution to this predicament? This feels rather exaggerated, does it not?" Du Lei patted Wen Che's chest and replied, "My brother, you have merely pocketed 200 yuan. What more do you expect? Should you have taken 500, a far superior resolution would have been afforded to you." And if you had taken 1,000, it goes without saying that the solution would be impeccable. This is simply a matter of transactional service. For 200, this is the level of service you receive. Chapter 48. In the dormitory, I cannot do anything to you, but I shall not let this matter rest. This sum of 200 yuan is rather coarse. How could she conceive such a method? I've already told you, Sister Li is no ordinary person. She has all sorts of individuals under her command. This is splendid indeed. The problem is resolved with remarkable efficiency, all within a single night. As for the process, do not dwell too much on it. After all, it is about making money, which is not beneath one's dignity. Ah, but no. This is rather beneath dignity. Wen Che could never have conceived this approach in his lifetime. Indeed, some money is meant to be earned by certain individuals. The girl across from them continued. As of now, Chu Ziqing is still in the dormitory. She took leave from her morning class and is likely left with a psychological scar. Du Lei tugged at Wen Che's arm, preparing to leave. Before departing, he addressed the three girls, saying, "You should go back and comfort her. By the way, just remind her to be discreet. It is precisely because she is too conspicuous that she has drawn attention." With that, the two of them exited the scene. The three girls only then realized that the woman who came last night, could she possibly have a connection with Wen Che? Otherwise, how would they know what transpired the previous evening? However, they refrained from speculating further, secretly deciding that they must keep a low profile in the future. If they attracted the attention of that formidable female companion, it would spell disaster. Upon returning, they must ensure that their intimate garments are securely locked away. After all, the dormitory was shrouded in darkness last night, and they truly could not discern who that person was. An unknown entity is indeed the most terrifying of all. Wen Che and Du Lei arrived at their classroom, and at that moment, Wen Che had yet to regain his composure, feeling as though he had just heard something exceedingly surreal. Who is this Sister Li? And how do you know her? What sort of person is she? At this moment, Wen Che found himself greatly intrigued by this individual, wondering where Du Lei had encountered such a remarkable character. Du Lei glanced at Wen Che, chuckling softly, and whispered, "Do you know there's a dark web at our school? Is it for real? Is it the kind I'm imagining? There's nothing of a pornographic, violent, or bloody nature. It primarily consists of gifted individuals within our school who share information or assist one another. Of course, it is all fee-based. There exists a ranking system on that dark web, and Sister Li holds the top position. As long as you pay, there is nothing she cannot accomplish." That sounds rather ominous. How did you come to know about this dark web? Naturally, I was invited by the administrators. As I mentioned, it is filled with extraordinary individuals. Du Lei straightened his posture, adjusted his hairstyle, and wore a proud smile. Indeed, individuals like you truly belong in such circles. Wen Che nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Du Lei was indeed among the gifted individuals he had encountered. Although he remained uncertain about the extent of his capabilities, he believed the matter should be settled. But how should he convey it to Chu Ziqing? If he were to recount the events, would she not consider herself as someone with a fragile mental state? That morning, he had merely exchanged a brief greeting with her, sharing a few casual words without mentioning the trouble he had resolved for her the previous night. After class, Wen Che took the initiative to approach Chu Ziqing, saying, "Class is over. Shall we have lunch together?" He invited her to join him, despite the brevity of their interactions. He was gradually acclimating to the notion of being with her. "Sure," Chu Ziqing replied enthusiastically. Wen Che returned to his dormitory to rest for a while, waiting until Chu Ziqing was ready before they ventured out for a meal. They decided to dine in the school cafeteria, weary of the monotony of eating outside every day. Wen Che arrived at the girls' dormitory and waited for Chu Ziqing to descend. To pass the time, he scrolled through videos on his phone. Suddenly, he sensed a presence before him. Upon looking up, he was startled to find Chu Ziqing standing directly in front of him. At that moment, Chu Ziqing appeared unwell, her complexion pale and her eyes bloodshot, fixating her cold gaze upon Wen Che, her lips twitching in a suppressed display of anger. Upon seeing Chu Ziqing, Wen Che recalled the events of the previous night. If those incidents were indeed true, her feelings must be quite tumultuous, and she would likely suspect that either he or Chu Ziqing was involved, just as they could easily deduce who had disposed of the trash. Chu Ziqing swiftly approached, her movements betraying an intent to strike Wen Che, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. He had no desire to confront her directly. Just as Chu Ziqing was about to reach him, a figure suddenly interposed. Chu Ziqing had just emerged from the building and rushed over, concerned for Wen Che's safety. Chu Ziqing halted, her gaze locked onto Chu Ziqing, who met her glare with equal defiance. Chu Ziqing felt a sense of discomfort wash over her as she slowly spoke. You too. Impressive. You truly have your methods. She raised her thumb in a sarcastic gesture, her fury rendering her almost speechless. The memories of the previous night causing her to tremble, her heart racing, while Chu Ziqing remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Wen Che understood the implications of Chu Ziqing's words. A moment of awkwardness crossed his face as he looked away, unsure of how to respond. Had he known this was how it would pan out, he might have offered 500 yuan, ensuring the matter was resolved more effectively. Chu Ziqing pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ziqing, her anger nearly causing her to grind her teeth as she seethed, "Fine, I cannot confront you in the dormitory, but I will not let this go unchallenged." With that, Chu Ziqing stormed off, filled with resentment. Chu Ziqing remained perplexed by the phrase "cannot do anything to her" in the dormitory. What did that even mean? She had not done anything, after all. Turning to Wen Che, she noticed an expression of awkwardness on his face, as if he were concealing a small secret. In an instant, she surmised that he must have done something. A wave of joy surged through her heart. Could it be that Wen Che had truly stood up for her? However, the next moment, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. What could Wen Che have accomplished in such a short span of time that would dissuade Chu Ziqing from targeting her in the dormitory? "What'd you do?" Chu Ziqing could not help but inquire, her curiosity piqued. Wen Che trembled at the question and quickly grasped her hand, whispering, "Shall we go for a meal, darling?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ziqing momentarily paused, then her face lit up with a radiant smile, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. She instantly cast aside her previous inquiry. Sure. Chapter 49. How is it possible to date someone like Chu Ziqing? Wen Xiao and Chu Ziqing strolled hand in hand into the school cafeteria, eager to indulge in a meal. In the past, Wen Xiao had exhibited little enthusiasm for dining, often viewing it as an optional activity. However, he realized that during the past few days spent dining with Chu Ziqing, his eating habits had become significantly more regular. He understood that it was not the act of eating he cherished, but rather the pleasure of sharing meals with Chu Ziqing. Previously, when he was with Chu Ziqing, their shared meals were infrequent, leading him to the mistaken belief that dining together as a couple was a rare occurrence. As they entered the cafeteria, their intertwined hands drew the attention of many onlookers. "Isn't that Chu Ziqing from the English department? Oh my, it truly is. I once asked her for her contact information, but she ignored me. Who is that guy? Her boyfriend? She has a boyfriend? How could that be? How on earth did he manage to win her affection? Incredible. I need to capture this moment and share it with my roommate." Within the cafeteria, those who recognized Chu Ziqing stood in stunned silence as they witnessed her walking in hand with a boy, their mouths agape, even choking on their rice in disbelief. They all knew what kind of person Chu Ziqing was, an elusive figure, akin to an insurmountable iceberg, making it seemingly impossible to approach her, let alone forge a friendship. Yet, in that moment, a boy appeared beside her, holding her hand as if they were a couple, leaving everyone bewildered. The very thought of dating someone like Chu Ziqing had only existed in their wildest dreams, and yet they were witnessing it in reality. Wen Xiao felt the weight of the gazes upon him and caught snippets of their conversations. It was a novel experience for him, as he had never been the center of such scrutiny or discussion before. Nevertheless, he remained largely unfazed, for he held little regard for the opinions of others. A glance at Chu Ziqing revealed that she too was unaffected, seemingly impervious to the external chatter. Wen Xiao surmised that she had likely grown accustomed to such attention. "Wen Xiao." Just then, a voice called out to him. Turning his head, he spotted Yu Jiashu and others seated at a table against the wall, waving at him. Among them were Yu Jiashu, Qi Shitao, and a girl. "Isn't that your roommate?" Wen Xiao pointed towards them, inquiring of Chu Ziqing. She followed his gaze and locked eyes with the girl across the room. "Yes, Song Qiui. How is she dining with your roommates?" Chu Ziqing expressed her surprise. not expecting to see Song Qiui sharing a meal with Wen Chao's friends. As Song Qiui sat there, she lowered her head slightly upon noticing Chu Ziqing, her expression tinged with shyness. Wen Chao and Chu Ziqing approached the table, asking, "What brings you all together for a meal?" Yu Jiashu cast a glance at Song Qiui and remarked, "We encountered each other in the cafeteria and decided to sit together." He and Qi Shidao had planned to dine in the cafeteria today and unexpectedly ran into Song Qiui, with whom they were already acquainted. Hence they joined her at the table. To their surprise, they also spotted Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. The two had ordered their desired dishes and joined Yu Jiashu and his companions. Song Qiui was taken aback to see that Chu Ziqing and Wen Che had openly intertwined their hands. She recalled how Chu Ziqing had previously asked her to keep their relationship a secret, but it seemed that it was no longer a clandestine affair. "By the way, we just mentioned that this afternoon we have a public class. You two will surely sit together, won't you?" Yu Jiashu said while eating, gesturing towards Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Both Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were momentarily stunned, clearly forgetting about this detail. Indeed, they could attend class together. Chu Ziqing remembered that during their previous public class, although they were acquainted, they hadn't sat together because Wen Che was still with Chang'ing at that time. Now that they were together, they could certainly sit alongside each other in class this afternoon. The thought filled Chu Ziqing with anticipation. Attending class with Wen Che would hardly be a class at all, but rather a date. Wen Che nodded in agreement, responding, "Of course, I must sit with good students. Sitting with you all would hinder my studies." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiashu and Qi Shidao couldn't help but smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Wen Che. "You say that. Fine, we accept it. Just for the sake of your girlfriend being present, we'll let you save face." The two exchanged eye rolls with Wen Che, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Song Qiui silently covered her mouth, stifling laughter, appearing quite uncomfortable but daring not to make sound. As Yu Jiashu and Qi Shidao noticed that while they were engaged in conversation, Chu Ziqing's expression remained largely unchanged, as if she had not heard their words at all. This left them feeling a bit uneasy, and they admired Wen Che for how he managed to interact with Chu Ziqing when they were on a date. Could it be that only Wen Che chattered endlessly while Chu Ziqing remained silent, merely nodding or shaking her head? That would be rather stifling. What about the intimate gestures typically shared between couples? Did they not have any? It seems that they were merely holding hands. And it was utterly inconceivable for them to imagine any intimate actions between Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Such a scene was beyond their comprehension. Yu Jiashu glanced over at Song Qiui, who was delicately eating her meal. He noticed that she appeared to have undergone some transformation compared to a few days prior. "You seem to have lost weight," Yu Jiashu instinctively remarked. Upon hearing this, Song Qiui looked up, momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering as they met his. Since she began her weight loss journey, she had endured a great deal of suffering, and the agony of dieting was an experience she wished never to relive. At that moment, the most melodious words she could hear were those uttered by Yu Jiashu. The sentiment even brought her to the brink of tears. "Thank you," Song Qiui replied softly, her voice trembling slightly, leaving Yu Jiashu momentarily stunned. There's no need to thank me. I wasn't offering a compliment. I was merely stating the truth." Yu Jiashu was perplexed as to why Song Qiui felt the need to express gratitude. He had simply spoken a truth. "Well, I still appreciate it," she responded. Chapter 50. After being with you, I have gained quite a bit of weight. After a few of them had dined together, they departed from the cafeteria. Wen Che and his companions returned to their dormitory, awaiting their afternoon classes. "Hey, didn't you seek out that sisterly last night? Was it resolved?" Yu Jiashu could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Wen Che's lips twitched. He truly wished to avoid further discussion regarding sisterly. "I am unaware. Perhaps you should inquire on the dark web," Wen Che replied dismissively. "What? The dark web?" Yu Jiashu exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. He pondered what kind of person would resort to such measures. Wen Che sought to divert the conversation, patting Yu Jiashu on the shoulder. "Aren't you quite close with that Song Qiui now? I noticed the two of you chatting extensively in the cafeteria just now." "Well, we get along fine. She's just a friend. I find her to be quite admirable. It's been a while since I encountered a girl with such sound principles and a delightful personality. As friends, she is wonderful," Yu Jiashu reflected, recalling their recent conversations on their phones. Most of their discussions revolved around weight loss, and, at times, Song Chioi would inquire about dieting, prompting him to engage in discussions about it. "Oh, I assumed you had feelings for her," Wen Che remarked. "Not at all. We are merely ordinary friends," Yu Jianshu clarified. "Very well." Wen Che successfully shifted the topic, preventing further inquiries. He found himself unable to articulate certain thoughts and admired Du Lei's ability to speak so nonchalantly about such matters. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Ziqing first checked her belongings and bed for any disturbances. Noticing everything appeared normal, she surmised that Cheng Ying had not caused any further mischief. She was oblivious to the specifics of Wen Che's actions, yet after their conversation yesterday, he had taken upon himself to address the issue on her behalf, leaving her feeling valued. Her heart was filled with joy. However, she understood that Cheng Ying would not relent easily. Even if she refrained from direct confrontation within the dormitory, she would undoubtedly employ other tactics against them. Nevertheless, Chu Ziqing had never known fear. Regardless of Cheng Ying's schemes, retreat was not an option for her. What she desired most was to discover a means to ensure Cheng Ying would cease her harassment, for even if she was not afraid, it was unacceptable to allow her to persist in troubling them. As afternoon classes commenced, Wen Che and his companions arrived at the classroom for their public lecture. The room was already populated with numerous students. Wen Che surveyed the space and spotted Chu Ziqing seated in a corner, their eyes meeting briefly, filled with anticipation. Surrounding her were empty seats, as few dared to sit beside her. Only Wen Che, upon noticing her, walked directly over with a smile. His decision to sit next to Chu Ziqing immediately drew the attention of their peers. The familiar hum of conversation akin to that in a cafeteria suddenly resurfaced. However, this time, Wen Che had grown accustomed to it. After all, sooner or later, these individuals would react in such a manner upon discovering the truth. As long as they adjusted to it, all will be well. Oomph. This time I caught you. I shall not forget to switch the camera this time. At that moment, a boy pulled out his phone and captured a picture of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, a smug expression adorning his face. This boy was Ke Shuai, the one who had previously troubled Wen Che, but due to his negligence in flipping the camera, his phone contained only selfies of himself. At last, he had managed to obtain evidence of Wen Che's alleged infidelity. Surely, this would not be a mistake. Hey, don't waste your efforts. At that moment, Chi Shirtao, seated behind him, tapped him on the shoulder. Ke Shuai turned, glaring at Chi Shirtao, and asked, "What do you mean? That girl has already broken up with Cheng Ying. Stop fixating on Wen Che." "What? They've broken up? When did this happen?" Ke Shuai's lips twitched involuntarily, disbelief etched across his face. He had been reveling in his discovery of Wen Che's supposed betrayal, only to be informed that Wen Che and Cheng Ying had long since parted ways. Did that render his efforts meaningless? "I'm not sure exactly when they broke up, but it has been a while. Your information is quite outdated. You can pursue Cheng Ying now, but just leave Wen Che alone." Chi Shirtao waved his hand dismissively. Ke Shuai pouted and stammered, "TC," as if I did bother with him. I couldn't care less. As he spoke, he deleted the photos he had just taken. Despite his words, he felt an undeniable sense of elation within. He had finally awaited Wen Che and Cheng Ying's separation. He and Cheng Ying finally had a chance. Once Wen Che settled beside Chu Ziqing, he had barely opened his mouth when she unexpectedly retrieved a container from her bag. It was a lunchbox containing sliced apples. "This is for you," Chu Ziqing softly offered, extending the box to Wen Che. Wen Che accepted it, pressed his lips together, and replied, "Thank you. You're welcome." At that moment, Wen Che felt a twinge of regret for not bringing something for Chu Ziqing. Knowing they would be sitting together in class that afternoon, he wished he had brought a little something. He felt he fell short compared to her thoughtfulness. Wen Che opened the lunchbox, took out the small fork, and speared a piece of apple, not placing it in his own mouth, but rather offering it to Chu Ziqing. "Oh!" Instantly, a wave of murmurs swept through the classroom, startling Wen Che. Did so many people really have their eyes on them? Chu Ziqing slightly lowered her head, then parted her crimson lips and consumed the apple piece. "My goodness! How bold!" At this moment in the classroom, Yu Jiashu, Chi Shirtao, and Song Chioi sat together, unable to suppress their astonishment at the scene before them. Oh, Song Chioi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she never imagined witnessing such a side of Chu Ziqing, being fed by a boy in a public setting. She truly wished she could have captured that moment on camera. Posting it on the school forum would likely elicit disbelief, with others assuming it was AI generated. Soon after, the teacher arrived to commence the lesson, restoring a sense of tranquility to the class, although many still cast curious glances at Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, as if vigilantly monitoring them to prevent any provocative actions. Wen Che had consumed most of the apples from the box, but the remainder was more than he could manage. Having eaten lunch and then indulged in the fruit, he realized he had never consumed such a large quantity in a single day before. Leaning closer to Chu Ziqing, he whispered, "I have a feeling that being with you will cause me to gain quite a bit of weight." Chapter 51. Will we always be together? Wen Che's inquiry was not without basis. Over the past few days, he truly felt as though he had gained weight. Whether it was the delectable treats offered by Chu Ziqing or the meals they shared, they left him with an unprecedented sense of fullness. Chu Ziqing softly inquired, "Do you dislike gaining weight?" Wen Che hesitated, having never contemplated this question before, as he had never experienced weight gain and was uncertain of what it entailed. His friends often remarked that, at his height, even a 20-pound increase would not be excessive, and perhaps he would even appear more attractive, as beauty is not solely defined by thinness. Rather, the perfect proportion of height to weight is what truly enhances one's allure. "No, I don't dislike it. My friends say I might look better with a little more weight." "Hehe, that's wonderful. Leave it to me. I will help you gain a bit." Chu Ziqing quirked an eyebrow and smiled confidently. "Ha ha. Then I leave it to you," Wen Che replied playfully, uncertain of the seriousness of her words, yet aware that she indeed had the potential to help him add a few pounds. He had not forgotten the delicious sandwich she had made for him. It was undeniably delightful. During class, Wen Che remained relatively earnest. Previously, he had not been so attentive, but in Chu Ziqing's presence, he desired to present himself as more diligent. At that moment, he felt Chu Ziqing's hand reach out, gently brushing against his thigh. He glanced down, noticing her fingers lightly grazing his leg. Raising his gaze to her, he observed her focused expression, as if she were wholly unaware of the unfolding events beneath the desk. Wen Che chuckled softly and extended his hand to touch hers. It was as though Chu Ziqing had detected her target, as she swiftly grasped his hand. They naturally intertwined their fingers beneath the table, their eyes fixed on a blackboard while their thoughts were entirely occupied with one another. At that instant, Chu Ziqing shifted her chair closer to Wen Che, narrowing the distance between them. He could feel that with a mere reach, he could touch her leg. Then, Chu Ziqing released Wen Che's hand, her fingers gliding over his thigh, as if inscribing something. He felt a tingling sensation, yet he remained still, allowing her to continue her playful scribbling. "Guess what I wrote?" she whispered in his ear. Wen Che paused, bewildered. How was he to discern what she had written? He had only felt the tickling sensation. Can you write it again?" "Okay." Chu Ziqing resumed her writing on his thigh, this time slowing her movements to ensure that Wen Che could clearly perceive her intentions. Wen Che immersed himself in the moment, and after a while, he began to sense that what was being conveyed was, "Perhaps I like you?" He turned to her and said, "I like you?" To which she fervently replied, "So do I." In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Ziqing's face, responding to Wen Che's words without hesitation. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback, and then a gentle smile spread across his lips as he realized he had once again fallen for Chu Ziqing's playful trickery. After a while, Chu Ziqing scribbled something on a piece of paper and slid it across to Wen Che. He glanced down and saw her question, "Will we always be together?" Upon reading it, Wen Che picked up his pen and wrote a response, "We should." He pondered carefully, hesitating over whether to include the word should, adding it might convey a lack of confidence, potentially disheartening Chu Ziqing. Nevertheless, he opted for caution, believing it represented a form of commitment, and he felt incapable of offering a more definitive promise at that moment. When he could make such a commitment, he would express it with unwavering certainty. Chu Ziqing, upon reading Wen Che's reply, found nothing amiss. She regarded it as the best answer possible and felt a surge of joy. She tore off that small segment of paper and tucked it behind her phone case. Previously, Wen Che had felt time dragged on during class, but now, sitting beside Chu Ziqing, it seemed to fly by, and before long, the class was over. Together, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing exited the classroom, leaving the building behind. Strolling outside, they were in no rush to return to the dormitory. Wen Che, still somewhat concerned about Chang'ing, said to Chu Ziqing, "If Chang'ing continues to target you in the dormitory, just let me know." "Okay," Chu Ziqing replied softly, her lips forming a faint smile. The feeling of being protected by Wen Che filled her heart with a delightful warmth. As they ambled leisurely, their conversation remained simple yet fulfilling, devoid of any overly sweet exchanges. "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Chu Ziqing inquired softly. "Ah, such a proper 3 meals a day. That sounds fine." Wen Che contemplated skipping dinner, feeling that he had already reached his limit for the day. Another meal seemed daunting. "Or, do you want to eat something I prepare for you?" "That might be a bit troublesome," she replied hesitantly. Truth be told, Wen Che was genuinely eager to taste Chu Ziqing's cooking again. He had relished her previous creations and even looked forward to her next culinary endeavor. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed to express this desire, as it seemed shameless to request something without having offered her anything in return. "It's not troublesome at all. Let us settle on that. I'll go back and cook for you, and we can enjoy it together." Chu Ziqing was filled with joy, for she could discern that Wen Che was yearning for something to eat. As long as Wen Che desired it, she was willing to undertake any inconvenience to fulfill that wish. "Ah, well, then, I shall prepare it next time." Wen Che nodded in agreement, realizing that he should also learn from Chu Ziqing and perhaps buy a small pot for their dormitory, so he could prepare something delectable for her. Soon after, the two parted ways, returning to their respective dorms, while Chu Ziqing prepared to create a meal for Wen Che. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wen Che found it deserted, with no one else present. Where had everyone gone? Chapter 52, here it is on your desk. You may indulge. As Song Qiuyi jogged along the lakeside track, she inhaled deeply, having covered 2 kilometers. She was beginning to feel quite fatigued, her pace significantly slowing and sweat streaming down her body. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered until she reached 3 kilometers before finally coming to a stop, transitioning into a walk to steady her erratic breath. After completing 2 more laps, she settled onto a bench to rest for a while, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction at the end of another day. She retrieved a towel to wipe away her perspiration and to tidy her disheveled hair. Just then, a bottle of water was unexpectedly offered to her. Song Qiuyi was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to discover that it was Yu Jiashu standing beside her. "What are you doing here?" she asked softly, still in surprise. Yu Jiashu sat down beside her and replied, "I happened to be passing by. There was no one in the dormitory, so I decided to take a stroll and coincidentally saw you running here." He had noticed her from the moment she began her first lap, but chose not to disturb her, instead quietly observing until she finished her run before purchasing a bottle of water and approaching her. "Here for you." "Thank you." Song Qiuyi accepted it cautiously and took a sip. "You are truly remarkable for your perseverance. I find those who can stick to their weight loss journey to be exceptionally admirable." Yu Jiashu leaned back on the bench, speaking earnestly. He had been struck by this thought while watching her from sidelines. Several times, he had seen her struggling, yet she pressed on with determination. Song Qiuyi lowered her gaze to the bottle of water in her hands and murmured, "It's because I want to see a better version of myself. I don't want to be looked down upon by others." "Yes, I understand your feelings. I was the same way once, but I couldn't maintain the same dedication to fitness as you. That is why I genuinely admire you. It's truly impressive." A flicker of melancholy crossed Song Qiuyi's eyes as if a memory had surfaced. "I used to be even heavier, back in high school. They called me Fat Pig. Do not concern yourself with them. Being overweight is not a sin. Live for yourself, not for the opinions of others. Your own thoughts and feelings are what truly matter." "Yes, I know." Song Qiuyi nodded gently, responding softly. Then she rose, the bottle of water Yu Jiashu had bought still in her hand. Looking at him, she cautiously asked, "I'm going to take another walk. Would you like to join me?" With newfound courage, Song Qiuyi extended an invitation to Yu Jiashu. She felt it would be somewhat inconsiderate to leave him alone, so she asked him to join her. However, deep down, she understood that if he were to decline, it would be entirely reasonable. After all, this was a familiar occurrence for her. Previously, very few were willing to engage her in conversation or accompany her. Naturally, a simple stroll would suffice. Without a second thought, Yu Jiashu stood up and accepted Song Qiui's invitation. She was taken aback, not expecting him to genuinely agree. Thus, the two began to meander along the lakeside as the sun began to set, with the temperature dropping and a gentle, cool breeze stirring. Dressed in a thin tracksuit, Song Qiui felt the chill acutely, especially after her recent run, having worked up a sweat. The breeze sent a shiver down her spine. Observing her discomfort, Yu Jiashu quickly removed his jacket and offered it to her. Here, put this on. It's getting cold. You might catch a cold. Ah, this. Song Qiui gazed in disbelief at the jacket he extended, her eyes reflecting surprise. For someone accustomed to idol dramas, this felt like a scene straight out of script. Yet, such moments typically befall the female lead. How could it be happening to her? Surely, she wasn't dreaming. Please, just wear it. Don't refuse. Yu Jiashu, without overthinking, simply wanted her to cover up, concerned about her catching a chill. His intentions were devoid of any peculiar thoughts. He merely wished to support Song Qiui, whom he recognized as someone who faced challenges. A Wen Che. Refuse. Thank you. Hesitantly, she accepted the jacket, draping it over her shoulders. The warmth lingered, providing her comfort and causing her heart to race. This was the first time she had worn a boy's jacket. In the past, even an accidental brush against a boy would earn her disdainful glances. I'll wash it and return it to you, she proposed. No need, really it's no trouble. I'll walk you to the girls' dormitory. Just give it back to me without washing it. Yu Jiashu shook his head. He would not impose such a chore on a girl, especially one as diligent as Song Qiui. Asking her to do anything more felt like an unfair burden. They arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, preparing to part ways. Song Qiui removed the jacket and handed it back to him, once more inquiring, Are you sure you don't want it washed? I could clean it before returning it. Yu Jiashu took back his jacket, insisting really it's fine. You should head back and have something to eat to replenish your energy. Otherwise, you might end up with low blood sugar. All right, understood. Song Qiui nodded, waving goodbye to Yu Jiashu as she stepped into the dormitory. As she stepped inside, she immediately spotted Chu Ziqing approaching her, a bag in hand. Are you heading out? Song Qiui took the initiative to speak to Chu Ziqing, feeling that engaging her in conversation was no longer a daunting task. Chu Ziqing paused, looked at her, and nodded, saying, Yes, I prepared some food, and I'm going out to eat with Wen Che. I left some in the dormitory on your desk. Please enjoy it. Really? For me? Song Qiui pointed to herself, her expression one of astonishment and disbelief. Could she truly savor the delicacies personally crafted by Chu Ziqing? Furthermore, had it been intentionally set aside for her? Indeed, if you don't fancy it, just return to my desk, Chu Ziqing replied before hastily departing. As Song Qiui watched Chu Ziqing's retreating figure, she instinctively patted her chest, feeling as though the moment was surreal. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. It seemed that an array of events she had never dared to imagine were unfolding today. Could it be that her fortunes were about to change? Upon exiting the dormitory, Chu Ziqing spotted Wen Che waiting for her in the distance. A smile lit up her face as she hurried towards him. I'm here. Chapter 53. Then I shall devote my life to you. It's settled, all right. Slow down, slow down. Wen Che held something in his hand, and as Chu Ziqing approached him, he lifted the item. It was 2 cups of milk tea. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just picked one for you. With less sugar. While Chu Ziqing busied herself with her preparations, he took the opportunity to buy a drink, feeling that he had made a slight improvement, much better than his previous obliviousness. I like anything you buy. Chu Ziqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Although she rarely indulged in milk tea, she felt the warmth of Wen Che's thoughtfulness, which transcended the mere act of purchasing. The pair found a quiet spot and settled onto a bench. Chu Ziqing opened her carefully packed container, revealing a sumptuous array of food, shrimp, meat, and vegetables. It looked quite lavish, yet given the constraints of cooking in a dormitory, achieving such a result was no small feat. Where did you get shrimp and meat? Does your dormitory have a refrigerator? Wen Che inquired, puzzled as he examined the contents of the container. After all, Chu Ziqing had visited a market recently. How could she have procured these items? Chu Ziqing explained, There are advertisements in the girls' dormitory selling various items. You can scan a code to place an order, and before long, someone delivers it right to the dorm. What? The girls' dormitory is that advanced now? Wen Che's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. A sudden thought struck him. This must be the enterprise of that Li Jie. After all, only someone like her could facilitate such transactions within the dormitory. Since the incident last time, Wen Che had come to regard Li Jie with a newfound respect. The ability to sell daily necessities in the dormitory surely seemed trivial to her. Does the dormitory management allow this? Do they turn a blind eye? Chu Ziqing blinked innocently and responded, "The dormitory supervisor told me it was permissible to purchase from there. She even shops there herself. I heard they possess food business licenses and permits." All right then. At this point, Wen Che found himself at a loss for words. All he wanted to know was whether Li Jie was an ordinary student. The fact that she could obtain food safety permits and business licenses, and even gain the school's approval, left him incredulous. Could it be that Li Jie had some sort of system behind her? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wen Che's mind. Could it be that Li Jie's business is confined solely to the girls' dormitory? The boys' dormitory could participate as well. He could act as an agent, enabling him to earn some money too. The speed at which Li Jie earns seems to suggest that achieving one's dreams may not be as daunting as it appears. Wen Che concealed this thought within his heart. Resolving to consult Du Lei upon his return, seeking assistance to explore the possibility of becoming Li Jie's representative in the boys' dormitory. "Here, try this," Chu Ziqing exclaimed, lifting a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks, preparing to feed Wen Che. He noticed that the shrimp was impeccably cleaned, a task that surely required considerable effort within a short time. "Well, I shan't be polite." Wen Che opened his mouth and took a bite. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. Quite delightful indeed. It's exceptionally well prepared, not at all tough, and certainly not fishy. You truly possess remarkable culinary skills." Wen Che was not exaggerating. He genuinely believed the dish was superb. He could not replicate such an outcome himself, as he worked in a restaurant with only 2 chefs. During busy periods, the priority is speed. Otherwise, a backlog of orders leads to calamity. As a result, restaurants seldom achieve such meticulousness. He had never encountered shrimp prepared with this level of care before. No wonder he felt a sense of anticipation for Chu Ziqing's cooking. It had been ages since he had savored food crafted with such dedication. Whether made by himself, a restaurant, or the cafeteria, none could match this level of thoughtfulness. The flavors might be similar, but the texture and overall experience were entirely different. "Really? Do you enjoy it?" Chu Ziqing's smile broadened, her joy radiating. Unlike Wen Che, who served numerous patrons and was indifferent to their mixed reviews, she sought the approval of just one person, Wen Che, and that alone filled her with immense satisfaction. "I like it. I absolutely adore it. I'd be willing to eat it for a lifetime." Perhaps that sounds a bit greedy, Wen Che blurted out, realizing that his words might have been inappropriate, as if he were asking Chu Ziqing to cook for him forever. In today's world, she might even be labeled as a servant or a free nanny, and he certainly did not wish to imply that. However, Chu Ziqing's face lit up with surprise as she cheerfully responded, "Really? Then I shall cook for you forever. It's a promise. Let us not be silly. I can cook too. How about I take a turn?" Although Wen Che relished Chu Ziqing's cooking, he felt it better for him to participate in the culinary process. "Well then, shall we take turns in the kitchen? When you cook, I can assist you." Chu Ziqing stepped back, eager to taste Wen Che's dishes, recalling how delicious she found the meal at his family's restaurant. "Sounds great." Wen Che nodded in agreement. Yet, upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. Were they not here to enjoy dinner? Why did it appear they had begun discussing life after marriage? How did this topic stray so far? Before Wen Che could ponder, Chu Ziqing had already picked up another morsel and fed it to him. I can do it myself." Wen Che felt too embarrassed to let Chu Ziqing continue feeding him. He believed that such treatment was something to be savored only occasionally. If it were to persist, he would feel somewhat uneasy. Although the two were merely dining together, the atmosphere was rife with an ambiguous tension reminiscent of a date. Click at that moment. Not far away, Cheng Ying hid behind a tree, capturing the scene on her phone. Her expression was grim, all thanks to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. She believed that as long as they remained together, her peace would be forever elusive. Just wait, I must seek my revenge. Chu Ziqing tucked away her phone, preparing to leave when suddenly a young man appeared behind her, startling her. What the hell? Are you insane? Chu Ziqing frowned, unable to restrain her irritation. She recognized him. His name seemed to be Shuai or something of the sort. He had pursued her in the past, but she found him rather peculiar and unattractive, so she had ignored him. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, Shuai stood before Chu Ziqing with exaggerated seriousness, declaring, Chu Ziqing, I like you. Be with me. Chapter 54 Brothers, come back quickly. There is something fun in the dormitory. Huh? Are you out of your mind? Leave me alone. I'm not in a mood to play with you. Chu Ziqing retorted, pushing him away and preparing to leave. However, it was evident that Shuai had no intention of giving up easily. He quickly blocked her path again and said, I'm serious. I know you and Wen Che have broken up. Promise me. I am 100 times better than Wen Che. Get lost. Chu Ziqing exclaimed, raising her foot to kick him, thinking how he always brought up things that troubled her. Really? Trust me. Just give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything. Get away from me. Wait. You said you're willing to do anything? Chu Ziqing suddenly lowered her voice, furrowing her brows slightly. Her expression tinged with curiosity. Seeing her hesitation, Shuai knew he had a chance. He eagerly nodded, of course. I'm willing to do anything. He needed to seize the opportunity. Being with Chu Ziqing was all that mattered to him. He had liked her for a long time. Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with an idea. Since she couldn't deal with Chu Ziqing in the dorm, she could target Wen Che instead. Unable to enter the boys' dormitory herself, she thought it best to have a puppet who could act on her behalf. All right, if you help me with something, I might consider your confession. Really? What do you need me to do? I want you to make Wen Che's life miserable in the dorm. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with disdain. She harbored no feelings for Wen Che now, only a deep-seated loathing. How? How should I go about that? Shuai was puzzled by Chu Ying's animosity toward Wen Che, yet he had long wished to take revenge on him. They had many grudges against each other, and he was more than willing to seize this opportunity to annoy Wen Che. Do whatever you like, throw trash on his bed or whatever. Just make sure he has a hard time. Oh, that sounds rather interesting. Shuai nodded in realization. Although he had previously been an expert in annoying Wen Che with petty tricks, like flicking boogers into his cup, he had never thought of the idea of dumping trash on his bed. It was brilliant. Don't worry, I'll head back right now. When I left, I saw that Wen Che's dorm was empty. Shuai could hardly wait to carry out this plan. For him, it was a simple task, one he was eager to undertake. Great, I'll wait for your good news. Chu Ziqing nodded, surprised at how easily she had manipulated a fool. There was no way she would actually agree to be with him. She merely intended to use him, and it was astonishingly simple. Afterward, Shuai dashed back, but after taking a few steps, he turned around and ran back. What's wrong? Is there another problem? Chu Ziqing furrowed her brow and inquired, while Shuai took out his phone, scratching his head, and said, I don't have your contact information yet. Let's add each other, and once I'm done, I'll send you some pictures. Chu Ziqing was reluctant to add him, yet she retrieved her phone and exchanged contact details with Shuai. He left in high spirits, seemingly buoyant, as if adding her contact was a triumph. Chu Ziqing promptly muted his messages. She had no desire to communicate or engage in any relationship with him. Upon first encountering Shuai, she had perceived him as rather unkempt and unpleasant. Not wishing to linger any longer, Chu Ziqing resolved to pursue her own plans. Watching Wen Che and Chu Ziqing on their date was decidedly uncomfortable for her. Meanwhile, Shuai returned to the boys' dormitory, eagerly rushing to his room to retrieve his trash can, which contained his prized remnants. 3 days' worth of leftover takeout, a collection of cigarette butts, and the paper wontons he had hastily wrapped the night before. He gleefully envisioned dumping the contents onto Wen Che's bed. It would be sheer delight. Upon exiting his dormitory, he feigned nonchalance, concealing the trash can behind him, aware that surveillance cameras monitored the corridor, albeit with certain blind spots. He needed to evade the cameras to successfully infiltrate Wen Che's room and dispose of the refuse. Cautiously and stealthily, he approached Wen Che's door. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and with remarkable speed, he dashed into Wen Che's room. The room was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, and eerily silent. He began to chuckle foolishly, feeling like the ultimate villain. He could already envision the ensuing chaos when Wen Che returned, undoubtedly furious and suspicious of him, yet lacking any evidence. He would dedicate his utmost acting skills to this endeavor. Chu Ziqing climbed the ladder, preparing to empty the trash can onto Wen Che's bed, when suddenly, bang, the lights in the room flickered on. Startled, Chu Ziqing's legs buckled, and he tumbled from the ladder. Thud! He landed on the floor with the trash can atop him, the refuse spilling all over him. Oh dear! I forgot my headphones and returned to fetch them, only to stumble upon a rat. What luck! Chi Shirtao stood at the entrance, smiling warmly as he gazed at Chu Ziqing, who lay on the floor. For reasons unknown, Chu Ziqing felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Chi Shirtao's smile. They had all been reminded repeatedly that the last person to leave the dormitory needed to lock the door. Why did they keep forgetting? It was truly exasperating. As the dormitory leader, it was his duty to address this issue upon his return. Chi Shirtao gradually walked inside and took a seat on a nearby chair, retrieving his phone. Brothers, hurry back. There's something entertaining in the dorm. After sending his voice message, Chu Ziqing's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively attempted to flee. However, Chi Shirtao was resolute, kicking the dormitory door shut and blocking his escape. I was wrong. Let me go. I didn't do anything. Please spare me this once. Chi Shirtao's eyes glinted with a cold light behind his glasses, revealing a trace of a sneer. How naive you are. You sneak into our dormitory, and who knows what mischief you've been up to. You claim you did nothing? Then if we happen to lose something, who will be responsible? Chapter 55. Is this the revelation of the mastermind behind the scenes? Impressive. What is going on? After a while, Du Lei and Yu Jialu rushed back to their dormitory. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Chi Shirtao and Chu Ziqing entangled in a struggle. Realizing that mere words would not suffice, Chu Ziqing prepared to force his way through. However, Chi Shirtao was not one to easily let him go, and thus continued to grapple with him. Upon seeing Du Lei and Yu Jialu return, Chu Ziqing felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. The two, noticing the disarray of litter strewn about the floor and then catching sight of Chu Ziqing, immediately understood that he was once again causing trouble. Chi Shirtao, drenched in sweat, approached them and remarked, "This rascal attempted to secretly dump trash onto Wen's bed, and I caught him red-handed." Oh, dumping trash on the bed. What a peculiar style. It's quite a challenge to guess the origin. Yu Jialu chuckled at the memory of Wen Che recounting a similar incident from the girls' dormitory the previous night, now unfolding in their very own room. It was evident to them who orchestrated this mischief. Given that the perpetrator was Chu Ziqing, the source of the orders was utterly predictable. TSK, this fellow seems to be in need of a lesson, doesn't he? It appears I haven't dealt with you in quite some time. Du Lei furrowed his brow and stepped forward slowly, his expression radiating anger, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Let go. I was wrong. Let us discuss this calmly. Chu Ziqing retreated until he was pressed against the wall, for in this dormitory, Du Lei was the one he feared the most. He had faced the brunt of Du Lei's wrath before. Shirtao, did you? Hold him down for me. I shall retrieve my secret weapon. Du Lei shouted before turning towards his cabinet. Here we go. Upon hearing Du Lei's call, Chi Shirtao and Yu Jialu exchanged glances, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. They advanced towards Chu Ziqing, each step laced with mockery. As Chu Ziqing observed their expressions, a wave of dread washed over him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He stammered, "Didon, don't do this. Let us talk this over." Yet, Chi Shirtao and Yu Jialu showed no signs of halting, continuing to close in on Chu Ziqing, their hands poised for action. Chu Ziqing's fear intensified, and his voice quivered even more. It was Cheng Ying who instructed me. Truly, she made me do it. Upon hearing this, Chi Shirtao and Yu Jialu paused, exchanging glances filled with amusement. So, we unveiled the mastermind behind it all? Quite impressive. However, we still need to teach you a lesson. They did not relent, instead charging forward to firmly subdue Chu Ziqing. Despite his desperate struggles, Shuai was no match for the combined strength of Qi Shitao and Yu Jialu. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from their grasp. At that moment, Du Lei emerged from his cabinet carrying a large bag, which appeared heavy and seemed to contain a multitude of items within. Du Lei cautiously approached Shuai, his bag in hand. "What is this?" Yu Jialu and Qi Shitao inquired, their expressions filled with curiosity. "It's amusing," Du Lei replied. A shiver coursed through Shuai as he realized his body was slowly stiffening, a chilling sensation penetrating deep into his bones. Although he was unaware of the contents, an ominous premonition surged within him. With a swift motion, Du Lei opened the bag, revealing a myriad of intriguing items before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. "Goodness!" Both Qi Shitao and Yu Jialu exclaimed, utterly amazed. They had never encountered such peculiarities before, yet it was evident that these items were extraordinary, shrouded in an indescribable mystery. Stop it! I surrender! I surrender! Please!" Shuai stammered, drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling with palpable fear upon seeing the objects. With a resounding thud, Du Lei closed the dormitory door, advancing slowly with a smile that sent a chill down Shuai's spine. "No, no!" he cried out, a wave of dread washing over him. The ensuing 10 minutes stretched painfully slow, a torment unlike any he had ever experienced. Qi Shitao and Yu Jialu, exhausted, released their grip on Shuai. "Brother Lei, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly regret it. I will do anything you say," Shuai pleaded, crawling to Du Lei's feet, tears streaming down his face, haunted by the ordeal of the last 10 minutes. Du Lei quickly pulled his foot away, directing Shuai's attention to the mess he had created. "Clean this up first," he instructed, gesturing to the overturned trash can and the litter scattered across the floor. "All right." Shuai scrambled to tidy up the debris. Meanwhile, Yu Jialu and Qi Shitao leaned closer to Du Lei, whispering, "Where did you procure these items? What were your intentions?" They were filled with trepidation, astonished that Du Lei possessed such things. "Oh, I got them from various places, some online, some from others. I just thought they seemed entertaining, so I kept them," Du Lei chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. "All done, Brother Lei," Shuai announced, his face lighting up as he gazed at Du Lei, hoping he would unveil the contents. Du Lei nodded in satisfaction, settling into his seat, crossing his legs, and lighting a cigarette. "Since you just said you'd do anything, let's see how you perform. If you don't meet expectations, don't blame us for being heartless," Du Lei remarked, casting a glance at Yu Jialu and Qi Shitao. They nodded eagerly in agreement, proclaiming, "Indeed, you should visit our dormitory more often. After all, this is our dormitory, and we hold the authority." "No, no, no." Shuai is in utter despair. He deeply regrets ever provoking this dormitory. "Look at my performance." Shuai quickly realized the situation, cupping his hands and placing them beside Du Lei, indicating for him to flick his ash ear. Du Lei glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "That's not what I meant. I want you to betray them. Do you understand? We need you to gather some evidence of Cheng Ying's mischief. Can you manage that? If you perform well, we shall spare you." Chapter 56. The halo surrounding him surpasses all the buffs you accumulated before confronting the boss in the game. "Oh dear. All right. I agree. Shuai hastily consented, for he certainly wished to avoid such torment. "Do you have her as a friend?" Yes. Just added her today." Shuai nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Du Lei responded with a soft hum, then instructed him, "When you return, dump the trash on your own bed and take a photograph to send to Cheng Ying, thereby gaining her trust." This. What's the difficulty in that? Just find some old bedsheet to spread out, and after dumping it, you can simply discard it, can't you?" Oh, all right. I shall do it at once." Shuai put on his shoes, took up the trash can, and exited the dormitory, preparing to execute the plan. Upon stepping out, he encountered Wen Che returning to the dormitory. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Shuai quickly lowered his head, hurrying away. Wen Che, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Shuai had emerged from his dormitory. After returning to his own room, he discovered the other three laughing, unaware of the cause of their amusement. "What are you laughing at? What was that fool doing here just now?" Wen Che inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion. "Oh, nothing. Just a friendly exchange. Nothing of import." Dulé waved his hand dismissively, signaling the others to remain silent. He felt it unnecessary for Wen Che to be privy to this matter. Let him focus on his romance. What is going on? Shrouded in mystery, Wen Che was puzzled, but refrained from probing further, recognizing that sometimes guys would inexplicably laugh together without revealing the reason. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Ziqing suddenly dashed back in, seeking out Dulé. "Brother Lei, it's done. Look." Chu Ziqing handed his phone to Dulé, who beheld the chat history between Chu Ziqing and Cheng Ying. Chu Ziqing had sent the photograph, and Cheng Ying responded with an okay gesture. Subsequently, he inquired what he should do next, to which Cheng Ying advised him to continue seeking opportunities to annoy Wen Che in similar fashion. "Very well, splendid. Keep it up. Chat with her more, gather more evidence, and send it my way when the time comes." "Sure thing." Chu Ziqing nodded and departed. Wen Che gazed at Dulé, perplexed, and asked, What are you having him do? Why does he listen to you so obediently?" After witnessing that scene, he initially thought Chu Ziqing was merely Dulé's subordinate, so compliant. He recalled that Dulé had not been particularly fond of Chu Ziqing. In fact, he often reprimanded him. "Just a new recruit, assisting me with a few tasks, nothing more." Dulé waved his hand dismissively, uttering a casual remark that clearly failed to convince Wen Che, who turned his gaze toward Yu Jiasu and Qi Shitao. The two appeared utterly indifferent, revealing that they were privy to the situation while he remained in the dark. What a peculiar affair this was. It was truly abstract. At that moment, a thought struck Wen Che, and he shifted his tone, looking earnestly at Dulé. "By the way, I must ask you something. How is it possible to procure a variety of items, even fresh produce, in the girls' dormitory? Is it sold by that Sisterly?" "Indeed, it is," Dulé replied, engrossed in his phone. "Sisterly has taken over an abandoned storage unit at our school, filled with goods. If you need something, it can be delivered to the dormitory within minutes." "Hey, does she operate in the boys' dormitory as well? Is there an agent?" "She used to, but there was a conflict with the dormitory manager, who prohibited it." "Ah, I see." Wen Che's expression darkened. He should have anticipated that becoming an agent was not a novel idea. Many would aspire to it, and he would likely be at the bottom of the queue. He was surprised that the boys' dormitory had outright banned it, complicating his plans for earning money. He had hoped to profit over the weekend, and perhaps even more from Monday to Friday. Wen Che turned to Dulé, pressing further. "Is there no way to do it discreetly? I could just say I'm bringing things for a friend. Surely they wouldn't be so stringent?" Dulé shook his head softly, leaning closer to Wen Che and whispering, "You have quite the audacity. Many wish to engage in this, yet few dare. Do you know why? Is it because they fear being reported out of jealousy?" "Correct. If everyone refrains, it's manageable. But the moment one person dares to act in secret, they'll be scrutinized, and a report would mean punishment. Unless one possesses sufficient prestige, I suppose." Wen Che began to grasp the depth of the situation. It seemed that entering this realm uninvited might lead to peril. Indeed, to my knowledge, only two individuals could pull it off: the student council president and the vice president of the school's youth league. If they decided to engage in such activities, no one would object, but they wouldn't stoop to such measures. The student council president, a significant figure indeed. Are such individuals also part of the dark web? Dulé shook his head, saying, "What are you thinking? It's people like us who dwell in the shadows, akin to rats in the sewers. Those individuals are on the school's official website, basking in the light of promising futures, their prestige far surpassing any buffs one might accumulate before defeating a boss in a game. I imagine their paths are already paved for the next 30 years. Very well. When Che decided to abandon such thoughts for the time being, perhaps it was best to focus on cooking instead. What's the rush? Are you eager to make money? Is dating too costly? Dulé moved his chair closer to Wen Che and inquired. Not so much a rush, but wouldn't it be better to earn a bit more? Wen Che shrugged nonchalantly. He was not in a hurry. Years of experience in earning money had cultivated in him a temperament of steady perseverance, understanding that wealth cannot be amassed in haste. There are still numerous lucrative opportunities available through Sisterly. If you require assistance, I could make an introduction for you. I have no desire to engage in the tedious task of tasting bitter tea. Certainly not. Is it so difficult to earn money? This school abounds with opportunities. What is your area of expertise? Cooking. Precisely. Then you should pursue cooking. As long as you possess a skill, you are bound to earn money through sisterly. Consider it. Even those in the LGBTQ community manage to profit. What is there to fear? Wen Che found this rather intriguing and inquired, is it truly feasible? Absolutely. So, are you interested in giving it a try? Sure. Then I would appreciate your assistance in making the introduction. That is a trivial matter, but I cannot labor without compensation, can I? Hehe. Du Lei chuckled, twirling his finger. After all, this involved matters of personal connections, and he could not undertake this without due consideration. Wen Che acknowledged the validity of this and contemplated for a moment before responding, well, if I could earn money through cooking, would it be acceptable for you to dine without charge? Okay. Chapter 57. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon her? Have you saved her life? The following morning, the first thing Wen Che did upon opening his eyes was to reach out to Chu Ziqing to wish her a good morning. This had gradually become a cherished routine for him. Regardless of the hour, whenever Wen Che sent a message to Chu Ziqing, he would swiftly receive a reply. Good morning. Darling, aren't you free this morning? Why are you up so early? You should sleep a bit longer. As Wen Che sent his message, he hurriedly got out of bed to prepare for the day, even chatting with Chu Ziqing while brushing his teeth. I've grown accustomed to waking up early, and this way I get to talk to you. Hehe, all right then. How about we go out after my class? Absolutely. Thus, Wen Che continued his delightful conversation with Chu Ziqing while completing his morning preparations before heading out. This time, the four roommates ventured out together. Du Lei had initially been reluctant to attend class, but was compelled by the others to rise. Holding his phone, Du Lei eventually looked up at Wen Che and said, Xiao Che, I've been in touch with Sisterly. She mentioned that she would have time next week to meet and discuss further. Oh, that's great, thank you. It's nothing, he replied. Yu Jiashu interjected. What's this? Are you planning to join that mysterious organization too? Wen Che did not ponder much on it. He merely wished to earn a little money while at school. After all, why not seize the opportunity to make some income? If there were chances to earn, he would certainly strive for them. Otherwise, staying idle at school served little purpose. Yu Jiashu appeared somewhat envious as he remarked, Ah, how I envy you. You've managed to snag such a beautiful girlfriend. Oh wait, I mean exchange. You've got quite a bit of savings. And now you're also trying to earn money at school. You truly are. Oh no, you must fail at least 2 courses this semester to balance my psyche. Get lost. I wouldn't even consider putting you up on a second-hand trading platform. Wen Che retorted, giving Yu Jiashu a playful kick. Are you too interested in joining as well? Think of it as a part-time job. The earnings can be quite substantial. Du Lei looked toward Yu Jiashu and Qi Shitao, inquiring about their thoughts. The response was a synchronized shake of their heads. I'm fine, my allowance suffices. And I don't spend much, Qi Shitao stated. Yu Jiashu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No. I feel Sisterly might be a bit dangerous. I dare not. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Qi Shitao continued. It is indeed perilous to lose oneself. Wen Che shared this sentiment, realizing that securing a well-paying job while still in school was no easy feat. Most part-time positions merely offer a modest supplement to one's income, and he was reluctant to squander his precious time on such trivial pursuits. Upon exiting the dormitory, Wen Che paused at the entrance, taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure not far ahead. Chu Ziqing stood there, adorned in a white sleeveless linen dress that flowed gracefully past her knees. A slender black belt cinched her waist, and she wore a minimalist silver necklace around her neck, her hair styled in a low ponytail. In her hand, she held a bag, waiting patiently. Upon noticing Wen Che's presence, her brow lifted slightly, and a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. Wen Che was momentarily stunned, while the 3 companions beside him could not help but smirk. Oh, your girlfriend is waiting downstairs for you. How blissful. One remarked. What kind of charm did you cast on her? Did you save her life or something? Another teased. All right, we'll take our leave now. Don't keep her waiting, the last chimed in, and with that, they turned and departed. Wen Che hadn't anticipated that Chu Ziqing would be here. Hadn't she mentioned having no classes this morning? As he approached her, he softly inquired, What brings you here? Here, Chu Ziqing extended the bag towards him. Wen Che accepted it, his curiosity piqued. This Wen Ti happened to be? Indeed. I guess you might skip breakfast, so I prepared this for you. Her lips curled into a warm, inviting smile, leaving Wen Che astonished that she had risen early to make him breakfast. Attending university, waking up to find a beautiful girlfriend waiting to present him with a meal she had lovingly crafted felt almost surreal. Yet, here he was experiencing this dreamlike moment. His emotions were difficult to articulate. The privilege of such treatment left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this normal? Was this what a typical romantic relationship entailed? He had never known such indulgence, and it seemed few were fortunate enough to experience it. Noticing his momentary daze, Chu Ziqing tilted her head and playfully asked, "What is wrong?" Nothing, just a bit overwhelmed by your kindness," Wen Che admitted, his voice barely above a whisper as he averted his gaze from her penetrating eyes. "I'm glad you like it." As Chu Ziqing's eyes curved gently, seemingly imbued with mirth, she felt that her actions were indeed worthwhile. "I am at a loss as to how to repay you," she mused. "In comparison to you, I feel utterly inadequate, a mere straightforward man." Wen Che lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. He too wished to treat Chu Ziqing with greater kindness, yet his mind struggled to conceive how to accomplish this. The gestures she performed appeared instinctual, as if born from a profound affection for him. He pondered when he might instinctively reciprocate such sentiments towards her. "You know, right?" "Ah." Wen Che lifted his gaze, astonished as he regarded Chu Ziqing. "You know?" Then, Chu Ziqing stepped forward, turned her cheek, and playfully tapped it twice with her finger. "Hehe." "Ah." Wen Che suddenly comprehended her meaning. So, she had been waiting for him all along. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in closer, gently placing his lips against her cheek. "Is that all right?" "All right. I am satisfied." Chu Ziqing nodded vigorously, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. "Well, I must attend class now." "Okay." Wen Che stepped away from Chu Ziqing, taking a few strides before glancing back to see her still standing there, waving at him. He opened his bag to discover a breakfast prepared by Chu Ziqing, consisting of a fried egg, half a corn on the cob, toast, a can of still warm milk, and even a can of coffee. Chapter 58, I simply wish to give this to you. Do you not appreciate it? Upon witnessing Wen Che enter the classroom, Yu Jianshu and Qi Shitao could not suppress a sigh. They immediately noticed the bag he had brought in, unmistakably a gift from Chu Ziqing. Wen Che, feeling helpless, chose to ignore their teasing and sat beside them, extracting the contents of the bag with the intention of finishing his meal swiftly. "I am quite famished. I did not have time for breakfast this morning. Indeed, we are rather unfortunate, lacking girlfriends to bring us breakfast," Yu Jianshu and Qi Shitao remarked sarcastically, eliciting a faint smile from Wen Che. "You two should not even entertain the thought. There is no way I would share this with you. You may have some of this milk. I am somewhat lactose intolerant." Wen Che produced a can of milk and offered it to Yu Jianshu and Qi Shitao, who eagerly accepted it and quickly took a sip. Though he knew that milk would upset his stomach, he understood that Chu Ziqing was unaware of this. Nevertheless, she had taken it into account, for she had not only provided milk but also coffee. One could mix them, or if unable to drink milk, simply enjoy the coffee. Wen Che found many admirable qualities in Chu Ziqing, and her attentiveness was something he believed he ought to emulate as a boyfriend. If this truly was her first experience with love, she possessed an extraordinary talent. After consuming the food, Wen Che felt significantly revitalized, having skipped breakfast earlier. His body was not accustomed to the sudden intake of food. As class commenced, his focus wavered. Whenever his mind wandered, thoughts of Chu Ziqing would intrude. He could not fathom why he often thought of her, even wishing for the class to conclude swiftly so he could see her. Whenever his mind went blank, the image of Chu Ziqing would materialize in his thoughts. Vibrant, cheerful, sunny, gentle, and considerate. Her presence in his mind was a stark contrast to how others perceived her, almost as if she were an entirely different person. Finally, when class was over, Wen Che gathered his belongings and stood up, addressing the other three. "I shall take my leave." They lifted their heads to glance at him, instantly comprehending that he was off to find Chu Ziqing, which meant they likely would not see him for the rest of the day. "Come on, brother. Could you not occasionally participate in the activities of our dormitory? At this rate, our cohesion is fading," Yu Jianshu remarked, somewhat exasperated. His comment was certainly not rooted in envy of Wen Che's romantic pursuits. Chi Shirtao interjected, "In fact, our dormitory is quite cohesive. During the last dormitory meeting, they mentioned that the four of us are complicit." Wen Che paused momentarily, taken aback, then smirked and inquired, "What is it you wish for me to do?" Dule waved his hand and said, "Why not bring her along to join us? Having your girlfriend participate in group activities can foster the development of your relationship. Even if you share a close bond, it's essential to have moments apart. There's no need to be inseparable at all times. But we've only been together for a few days. How can it be all the time? That is inconsequential. What matters is that she is your girlfriend and we're your friends. You must balance both sides, don't you think? Fine, I'll ask her. But if she is unwilling, please don't put me in a difficult position." Wen Che cose tu compromise. Although he found some truth in their words, he still leaned towards Chu Ziqing in his heart. He felt it was crucial to respect her wishes. If she agreed, they would all hang out together. If not, he would have to make it up to his friends another time. "All right, we'll wait for you in the dorm. You two can have lunch together, and then head out this afternoon." "Okay." After Wen Che finished speaking, he left the classroom. Though he had verbally agreed, he was uncertain about how to broach the subject with Chu Ziqing. They had just started to grow close, and now suggesting that she join his roommates felt like he was reluctant to spend time alone with her. Would this lead her to overthink the situation? Once outside the academic building, he took out his phone and messaged Chu Ziqing, letting her know that he had finished class. "Hey, avez startled Wen Che," nearly causing him to drop his phone. Oh, just as his message was sent, Chu Ziqing appeared before him, standing there with a gentle smile. Her hands clasped behind her back, as if holding something. "You were waiting for me?" he asked, surprised. "Yes." Chu Ziqing nodded, then revealed a bouquet of delicate pink gypsophila from behind her back, its beauty captivating. "Here, this is for you." Wen Che felt momentarily flustered, his hands instinctively hovering in mid-air as the fragrance of the flowers wafted towards him. Why the sudden gift of flowers? Today isn't any special occasion. This was the first time he had received flowers, and on such an ordinary day, he was utterly bewildered. It wasn't his birthday or a holiday. What prompted this gesture? What's wrong? Can't I give flowers on a regular day? I just wanted to. Do you not like them? Chu Ziqing playfully shook her head, her long, silky black hair cascading over her fair shoulders, gently brushing against her delicate skin. Her deep, bright eyes sparkled with a warmth that seemed to deepen with every passing moment. "I like them. I like them very much." Wen Che reached out and accepted the bouquet, captivated by the scene before him. Chu Ziqing's radiant smile seemed to reflect in the flowers, blurring the lines between the beauty of the blooms and that of the girl. Both were equally enchanting. Wen Che carefully cradled the starry sky, as the rich fragrance of flowers mingled with the faint scent of jasmine emanating from Chu Ziqing, nearly causing him to forget the matter at hand. Noticing Wen Che's unusual demeanor, Chu Ziqing inquired, "What's the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Wen Che hesitated, his throat bobbing as he focused on the pearl hairpin nestled in the crown of Chu Ziqing's head. Finally, he managed to articulate, "It's just that my roommate would like me to bring you along to join them for some leisure time. They mentioned something about fostering dormitory cohesion. If you would prefer not to, it would be perfectly fine for just the two of us to go out instead." Chapter 59. Where Children Cry Daily. Where gamblers lose daily. Chu Ziqing extended her hand and linked it with Wen Che's arm, chuckling softly, "I will follow your lead. You can decide whatever you wish." Chu Ziqing was indifferent to where they ventured or what activities they engaged in. For her, a date simply meant being in Wen Che's company. Whether it was shopping, dining, or attending class together, she regarded it all as a date. Wen Che shared this sentiment. He found immense contentment in merely being with Chu Ziqing. The longing he felt during class, that torturous sensation, was something he could hardly forget. It was only upon seeing Chu Ziqing that he found relief. "Well then, let us join them for some fun this afternoon. I wonder what they have planned?" Wen Che mused, hoping that his companions would not propose anything embarrassing, such as a foot massage. "What do you usually do when you go out?" Surf the internet, play billiards perhaps. We rarely manage to gather four of us to go out together." Wen Che recalled that outings typically involved only 2 or 3 people. As for often meant drinking. As Wen Che and Chu Ziqing strolled along, he held a bouquet of flowers, attracting glances from passersby. He paid no mind to their stares, feeling a hint of pride. After all, these flowers were a gift from Chu Ziqing. He wished they were artificial, so they could remain vibrant forever without wilting. After sharing a meal, Wen Che returned to his dormitory. Since Chu Ziqing had class in the afternoon, they agreed to go out together once she finished. "Hey, did you receive flowers?" Upon entering, the baby's breath in Wen Che's hand caught everyone's attention. A smile graced his lips as he found a makeshift vase and arranged the flowers on his desk. Yu Jiashu inquired, "So did she agree?" The three of them had lingered in the dormitory for quite some time, uncertain of what to do. Any suggestion was likely to be met with dissent. "How about billiards?" Yu Jiashu suggested, but he wasn't too keen on it. "What about surfing the internet?" Dulé wasn't interested either. "Drinking?" Chi Shirtao declined that option as well. This led to a stalemate, resulting in the three of them lounging on their beds, engrossed in their phones while pondering where to go. Wen Che, seated at his desk, remarked, "Well, she did agree, but where shall we go?" Yu Jiashu shook his head. "We haven't decided yet. Genuinely unsure of where to go. Any suggestions? For guys and one girl, how would I know where to take her? Please, let us keep it normal. If it's not, I want to bring her along next time." "Come on. Is that supposed to be an insult? Which of us is abnormal?" "Especially me. I'm perfectly normal," Du Lei exclaimed, sitting upright and pointing to himself with righteous indignation. Wen Che cast a glance at him and remarked, "My friend, when I returned yesterday, your cabinet was left ajar and that black bag was unzipped. Take a look inside and ponder whether that is normal. If you consider this normalcy, then the world itself should perish. Among us, I am arguably the most sane. Wouldn't you agree?" Chi Shirtao raised his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke lightly. Yu Jiashu scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "As the dormitory leader, you bear the greatest responsibility for our current state. After all, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Fine, don't use me as your shield in the future." He added, "Let's get to the point." Dulé turned to Wen Che and inquired, "Why not ask your girlfriend what she wishes to do? We're open to anything she said to follow my lead, yet none of you have decided where to go. Why must you drag us along? We can plan a trip together once you've made up your minds," Wen Che replied, somewhat exasperated. He truly could not comprehend why these three had so much time on their hands and insisted on including him and Chu Ziqing, assuming they had already settled on a destination. Just then, Dulé suddenly had a revelation. He sat up, his eyes sparkling as he pointed his finger, exclaiming, "I know what we can do. It's been ages since we played that." "What?" they asked in unison. "The super-secret, earth-shattering card game." Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent, the dormitory enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if even the faintest sound would disrupt the atmosphere. After a moment, Wen Che slowly spoke. "You mean playing cards?" It had taken a while to process what Dulé had meant. Yu Jiashu retorted with irritation, "Here we go again. We never win when we play cards. You always take a couple of hundred from us. I'm not keen on playing anymore." "I don't mind," Chi Shirtao replied nonchalantly, for he rarely lost at cards. However, he seldom won much either, often merely playing along for entertainment. "Oh, come on, Yu Jiashu. What is there to fear? Children don't cry every day, nor do gamblers lose constantly, right? One must have dreams. Those who dream are truly alive, while those without are akin to salted fish. Salted fish is quite fine, really, and goes well with rice. Just don't keep enticing me, all right? It's always the same. You lure me in and then win all my money. So, are you playing or not?" "I am." Chi Shirtao chuckled, looking at him and saying, "It serves you right to lose your money." At this moment, all three turned to Wen Che, eager to discern his thoughts. He had been pondering whether it would be inappropriate to take his girlfriend to play cards, however. This hardly qualifies as a romantic rendezvous. If I were to take Chu Ziqing alone to partake in such activities, it would undoubtedly be inappropriate. Yet, if it were a group affair, engaging in card games would seem rather commonplace. At least for these individuals, it has become a normal pastime. If the stakes are modest, I would participate. However, I remain uncertain whether she would acquiesce. When Che recalled the previous instances of playing cards with this group, the thrill of winning was indeed exhilarating, with victories yielding a modest profit of 1 or 200 yuan, which was quite considerable. Conversely, the frustration of losing was equally palpable. Yet, these concerns are not paramount. The crux of the matter lies in my uncertainty regarding Chu Ziqing's willingness. Initially, I anticipated a more enjoyable endeavor, but it seems we are merely playing cards, evoking a sense of disillusionment akin to discovering that a long-anticipated main course is merely a hamburger. Perhaps you should inquire with her. If she is truly reluctant, then you may simply go on a date without any undue pressure. That seems reasonable to Wen Che, who nodded in agreement and replied, "All right. I will ask her once she finishes her class." Chapter 60. May I address her as mother? Once Chu Ziqing's class concluded, she promptly sent a message to Wen Che. "I've finished class, baby." Upon receiving her message, Wen Che inquired, they're going to play cards. Do you wish to join? If not, we can engage in other activities. Chu Ziqing's response, as anticipated by Wen Che, was, "I'm fine with whatever you decide." "All right. Got it." Wen Che lifted his gaze to the others and asked, "So, where shall we go for some fun?" "The card room outside. Let us head out." Du Lei leapt gracefully from his bed, landing elegantly while adjusting his shirt. Whoosh, or rush. Let us get started. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu followed suit, leaping off their beds with flair. Whoosh. Chi Shirtao almost stumbled upon landing, but fortuitously seated himself in a chair, avoiding injury. Unfortunately, Yu Jiashu was not as lucky. Upon his descent, he seemed to have twisted his ankle, collapsing directly in front of Chi Shirtao. "Thud, what are you doing? It's not even the new year. No red envelopes here. Get up, hurry and help me out." Thus, the four of them exited their dormitory. Upon stepping outside, Wen Che spotted Chu Ziqing still waiting at the dorm entrance. The moment she saw him, her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she waved at him. "My goodness," she smiled. "I never knew she was capable of such joy." Chi Shirtao's eyes nearly popped out, astonished as if struck by lightning. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed Chu Ziqing smile. He had thought she had lost this ability entirely, given her consistently frosty demeanor towards everyone. Seeing her smile now transformed her entire aura, as if she had metamorphosed into a different person. The previously domineering presence had vanished, replaced by an aura of gentleness and charm. Yu Jiashu was equally taken aback, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a whole fist, momentarily dazed. He gulped a few times, as if his throat had dried up. Little did he know that Chu Ziqing possessed such a captivating side. It was simply enchanting. While her previous aloof demeanor had its own allure, reminiscent of an unreachable flower atop a lofty peak. This gentle and adorable appearance was far more mesmerizing, truly akin to the light of a cherished moon. "Wengu, could you do me a favor?" Yu Jiashu approached Wen Che, whispering in his ear. "What is it?" Wen Che regarded him quizzically, unsure of his intentions. "Could you ask Chu Ziqing for me? May I call her mother? Please, don't embarrass yourself here. If you frighten her, I will not let you off easily." Wen Che furrowed his brow slightly and patted Yu Jianshu on the back. Although Du Lei did not appear overtly shocked, he was momentarily taken aback and then leaned closer to Wen Che, intriguingly whispering in his ear. "Isn't she a bit of a contrast?" "I don't know." "Perhaps," Wen Che replied, unable to articulate precisely what was amiss. However, he noted that Chu Ziqing was undeniably different when interacting with him compared to her demeanor with others, as if he were an exception in her world. "Well, you seem to have a way with her," he remarked playfully. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The three of them finally grasped the situation. They had previously wondered how Wen Che managed to be with Chu Ziqing, realizing how challenging it must be to date her. It turned out she was not at all the same when with Wen Che. Upon approaching Chu Ziqing, she immediately moved to Wen Che's side, grasping his arm gently and asking, "Did you miss me?" This seemingly teasing remark reached Wen Che's ears, even though they had only been apart for a mere 2 hours. Wen Che hesitated to respond at first, instinctively glancing at the others nearby. They, being quite perceptive, promptly diverted their gazes and began discussing unrelated matters. "What are your thoughts on the recent trends in gold prices?" one asked. "Ahem, I believe. Stop chattering about nonsense. Do gold price changes really concern us?" Wen Che turned back to Chu Ziqing and nodded, replying, "Yes, I did miss you." "I missed you too." Chu Ziqing received his answer with delight, pressing closer to his arm. The three behind them immediately quickened their pace, almost as if propelled by a gust of wind. Chi Shirtao mumbled under his breath. I've never been so eager to play cards before. Indeed, me too. Let us hurry and play. I can't wait any longer. Yu Jianshu chimed in, suddenly indifferent to winning or losing, simply yearning to leave the place. Wen Che wore an amused expression, then took Chu Ziqing's hand, saying, "Shall we go?" "Yes." The two followed behind, strolling leisurely with a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them, as if they were strangers. They arrived at a popular game room outside the school, a favored spot among students. The downstairs area, bustling with billiards, was nearly full of university students, making the likelihood of encountering acquaintances greater than that on campus. The upstairs offered a variety of games, from mahjong to board games. While typically one would need to wait for a table, they were spared such troubles thanks to Chi Shirtao's presence, which alleviated any concerns. Just as they arrived, a private room had just been cleaned, allowing them to enter immediately. The private room, though not spacious, was maintained with commendable cleanliness. After a few individuals gathered around the table, Du Lei produced 2 decks of cards, opened one, and began to shuffle. He cast a glance at the others, inquiring, "So, how shall we play? I'm open to anything, but let's not play Nyo-Nyo. You win far too swiftly at that game." Chi Shirtao remarked as he settled into his seat, waving his hand dismissively. "And I won't be participating in Texas Hold'em either. I have yet to grasp its intricacies. And I am easily deceived by you." Yu Jiashu also offered a suggestion. Subsequently, Du Lei turned his attention to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, tilting his chin slightly to inquire about their preferences. Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing seated beside him, who softly replied, "You all can play. I'll just accompany you." Wen Che blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, so you just sit here? Won't you find it boring?" Chu Ziqing shook her head gently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Not at all. I am quite happy." Chapter 61. I am truly great. You must believe me. That works too, after all. You two are a family. It matters not who plays. It would be quite unfair for just the two of you. Du Lei nodded and spoke up. Chu Ziqing turned her gaze towards Du Lei, her lips curling into a faint, polite smile. She heard Du Lei mention their familial bond, but paid little heed to the rest. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu both noticed her delight in such words. It was rather evident. Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing and inquired, "Is this all right?" "Of course, it's perfect. I don't really know how to play anyway," she replied. This was the crux of the matter. Chu Ziqing was not well-versed in card games, struggling even with Do Di Zhu, and thus had no desire to partake. She had come here solely to accompany Wen Che. As long as he was happy, so was she. "Then allow me to teach you. We shall play together," Wen Che said, shifting his chair slightly closer to hers, causing them to sit nearer. "Let's keep it simple, shall we? How about a game of Jia Jin Hua? The one who wins the most treats us to dinner tonight. That is fair, I assent to it." Du Lei began shuffling the cards and dealt 3 to each player. They placed a chip as the ante. "As per our usual custom, let us keep it secret for a round." Du Lei did not glance at his cards and tossed in a chip. The next was Chi Shirtao, who matched the bet. When it came to Yu Jiashu, he picked up his cards. "I'm not taking any risks with you all. I'm going to look directly," Yu Jiashu declared, glancing at his cards before discarding them. Reclining in his chair and muttering, "These cards have raised my blood pressure." Chi Shirtao shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Why did you throw them away so hastily? We haven't even looked at our cards yet. What are you afraid of? Are you too timid to play? The highest is a 7. Can you not compete? You're selling this hand to yourself. Then forget it. That hand probably won't raise your blood pressure as much as I have," Yu Jiashu retorted. After the first round concluded, Du Lei continued to raise the stakes, as did Wen Che. When it was Chi Shirtao's turn, he glanced at his cards and, upon seeing them, doubled his bet. "Oh dear, I must take a look now. I will not play blind against you. Your luck is simply too good." Du Lei quickly revealed his cards, lacking the courage to continue gambling against Chi Shirtao. Wen Che also unveiled his cards to take a glance. Chu Ziqing leaned in to see as well 2 6s. Wen Che held his cards, frowning slightly, 2 6s and 1 3. This hand was particularly vexing for him, unpalatable yet too precious to discard. "Come on then, who is afraid?" Du Lei exclaimed, exuding confidence after reviewing his hand. Wen Che, however, discarded his cards. I'm out, he stated. Chu Ziqing leaned close to Wen Che's ear and asked, Are your cards not good? Wen Che shook his head, replying, Mediocre, but I lack the confidence to play against them. Oh. Chu Ziqing nodded as if she understood, though in truth, she was utterly perplexed. At this moment, Wen Che decided to pass the time by explaining the rules to Chu Ziqing. As for Du Lei and Qi Shitao, they were engaged in a relentless game of raising the stakes. I refuse to believe you hold a strong hand. You've been deceiving us all along. Qi Shitao continued to increase his bets, unable to accept that Du Lei possessed a formidable hand. Given that Du Lei had often bluffed them in previous games, playing weak cards as if they were strong. Brother, I am not lying this time. I truly have a strong hand. You must believe me, Du Lei remarked with a slight smirk, matching every raise Qi Shitao made, which began to unsettle Qi Shitao. All right, let us reveal our cards. The pot has grown sufficiently large, Yu Jiashu urged them, noting that the chips in the center had amassed significantly, and further increases could lead to chaos. Fine, let us see, Du Lei responded, revealing his hand, a pair of aces. See, I wasn't deceiving you. This is quite a hand. I assent it? Not really, my friend, Qi Shitao replied with a grin, unveiling his own cards and promptly claiming all the chips in the center. Du Lei furrowed his brow as he glanced at Qi Shitao's hand. A straight 7-8-9. Damn, I concede. I knew better than to go head-to-head with you. I can never win, Du Lei exclaimed, slapping the table and rolling in his seat like a stranded fish. Ha ha ha, your play has made me doubt myself. I almost considered surrendering. Qi Shitao laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Wen Che leaned over to Chu Ziqing and whispered, This confirms my suspicion. I made the right call, as both of them have stronger hands than I do. He surmised that either Qi Shitao or Du Lei held a strong card, while his own hand was too weak to compete. Oh, I see now. Chu Ziqing note that. Her understanding illuminated by Wen Che's explanation after just one round of observation. Really? You understand? Yes. I grasp the basics. Then let us take turns playing. You can go next, and I'll teach you. Wen Che gestured for Chu Ziqing to join in, believing that her continuous presence without participation would be rather dull. He wanted her to feel involved. After all, any losses would not be hers to bear. He had decided that letting her play would suffice, and he would absorb any losses, prioritizing her enjoyment. All right, she agreed. As the next round commenced, each player placed their bets, and the cards were dealt. Yu Jiashu was the first to examine his hand, only to discard it in disappointment. What is happening? I can't even see a playable hand, not even reaching 10. His frustration mounted as his luck seemed abysmally poor, enduring 2 successive rounds of dreadful cards. Chu Ziqing, too, opted against taking risks, glancing at her cards. An ace, a king, and an 8. From her understanding, this hand was not substantial, falling short of Wen Che's previous hand, prompting her to prepare for a discard. Just then, Wen Che grasped her hand, halting her. Do not rush. Wen Che whispered softly into Chu Ziqing's ear, advising her to retract her hand. Meanwhile, Qi Shitao and Du Lei were utterly engrossed, ignoring their cards as if they were locked in a silent duel. Du Lei, are you still not looking at your cards? Such audacity. Isn't this how the game is played? Who's afraid? But you. Are you not seeking stability? I've just won quite a bit. What I have to fear. The two continued to raise the stakes, while Chu Ziqing, having seen her cards, doubled her bets, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Shall we reveal the cards? Let's do it. Du Lei and Qi Shitao felt it was time to unveil their hands. For among them, Chu Ziqing possessed the most chips, meaning whichever of them won would cost her dearly. Upon glancing at their cards, they couldn't help but frown. What to say? Chapter 62. I shall reimburse you. With a disdainful flick, Qi Shitao discarded the cards in his hand, revealing the highest being merely a 10. Had he known earlier, he would have examined his hand sooner. It was folly to play such a hand to the end. Wen Che glanced at Du Lei and remarked, If it's a pair, you may as well take it. Chu Ziqing clutched her cards tightly, eagerly awaiting Du Lei's reveal. A solitary card, a king. Du Lei unveiled his cards, the first one being a king. Could it be victory? Chu Ziqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Wen Che. Indeed, you're amazing, darling. Wen Che chuckled, nodding in affirmation, then gathered the chips, placing them before Chu Ziqing. Huzzah! Huzzah! The two exchange high fives, their joy palpable. Sk-sk. Chi Shirtao and Yu Jiashu exchanged glances, pondering that these two were not merely playing cards. They were on a date. They were but a part of this duo's playful charade. Du Lei observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as beneath his king lay yet another king. Come, let us shuffle for the next round. The game continued, and Chu Ziqing opted not to participate further, recognizing that this was primarily Wen Che's game with his roommates. It seemed only fitting to allow him more playtime, which would undoubtedly bring him joy. As his girlfriend, her presence beside him was sufficient. After nearly 2 hours of play, the final tally revealed that Du Lei had won approximately 200 yuan. Chi Shirtao also netted around 200 yuan, while Yu Jiashu suffered a loss of over 300 and Wen Che lost just over 100. Oh dear, I shall distance myself from gambling, beginning with myself. Yu Jiashu reclined in his chair, raising a hand as if to make a solemn vow, his head buzzing with thoughts of regret. He felt an urge to slap himself. How could he have been so foolish? Knowing he lacked the luck for such games, he still chose to participate. Having lost so much, he would have to scrimp and save for nearly 2 weeks. He silently vowed never to gamble again. Should he do so, he would be a fool. Wen Che's losses paled in comparison to Yu Jiashu's. Yet losing felt disheartening nonetheless, akin to throwing away money without any return. Let's go, let us go. I shall treat you to dinner, come along. Deshu, eat your fill. Du Lei patted Yu Jiashu's back in an effort to console him. Yu Jiashu glanced at Du Lei, softly inquiring, I am quite hungry. May I have roasted whole lamb? Chi Shirtao interjected loudly, get lost. You look like a roasted whole lamb yourself. I can treat you to a lamb leg instead. Du Lei turned to Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, asking, what would you like to eat? Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing, whose expression conveyed a willingness to go along with anything. We can have anything, whatever you wish to eat is fine by us. Subsequently, a few individuals exited the game room, eager to explore the streets outside in search of delectable fare. Ultimately, they opted for barbecue, as it remains an excellent choice when one is uncertain about what to eat. Hello, may we place our order? Yes. Yu Jiashu took the menu from the server's hands, perusing it briefly before lifting his gaze to the server and earnestly declaring, let us start with 30 chicken wings. Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly finish that? Chi Shirtao immediately snatched the menu away, casting a disapproving glance at him. Mind your own business. If I can't finish, I'll take it to go. Stop causing trouble. Let me order. Chi Shirtao proceeded to select the dishes, then handed the menu to Wen Che and the others, inviting them to peruse it for additional choices. What would you like to eat? Wen Che held the menu before Chu Ziqing, slowly flipping through the pages, allowing her to make her selection. Chu Ziqing, however, had no particular cravings, content to eat whatever was available. Yet upon spotting a dish, her brows lifted, and she pointed. It was a cheese-baked corn. Wen Che turned to Chu Ziqing, softly inquiring, do you enjoy cheese? Yes. Chu Ziqing nodded, acknowledging her fondness for it. Wen Che ordered the dish, quietly committing this preference to memory, as it was vital to know what Chu Ziqing enjoyed. After the orders were placed, the group engaged in conversation, although most of the dialogue consisted of Wen Che and Chu Ziqing talking privately, leaning closely together as if inseparable. The other three maintained their own discussions, mindful to refrain from inappropriate topics, especially with Chu Ziqing present. Du Lei ordered 2 bottles of beer, but upon surveying the group, found no one willing to join him, leading him to drink alone. During their meal, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing remained relatively quiet, while the 3 individuals across from them wisely refrained from engaging them in conversation, allowing the couple to bask in their own world. They still required time to integrate into the group. For now, they were in the throes of romance, their eyes only for each other. After finishing their meal, the trio prepared to return to the dormitory, leaving Wen Che and Chu Ziqing to take a leisurely stroll outside before heading back, reluctant to part ways so soon. Hand in hand, they wandered through the campus, directionless yet moving forward, for they understood that the destination mattered little. What truly counted was being in each other's company. The evening air, a blend of coolness and warmth, caressed their faces like soft velvet. As time slipped away, they resolved to return, their pace slowing as if cherishing the fleeting moments together. Though they would see each other again tomorrow, an inexplicable reluctance lingered. Wen Che escorted Chu Ziqing to the base of the girls' dormitory, preparing to watch her depart. Chu Ziqing turned around, the warm glow of the street lamp outlining her delicate features. With arms wide open, a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons, brimming with joy. "Let's embrace." Wen Che's gaze flickered as he pressed his lips together, stepping forward to envelop Chu Ziqing in his arms. Their heights differed slightly. She rose on her toes while he lowered his head to rest on her shoulder. After a lingering embrace, they reluctantly parted. "I'm heading back now." "All right, let's chat on our phones later." "Okay." After their farewell, Chu Ziqing returned to her dormitory, while Wen Che turned towards the boys' dorm. After walking for a while, he slipped his hands into his jacket pockets, abruptly halting his steps. What had he touched within? Pulling out, he was taken aback to discover 2 banknotes. Where had these 200 yuan come from? Suddenly, he recalled that during their embrace, Chu Ziqing had reached into his pocket. Had she placed it there? Wen Che unfurled the rolled-up notes to find a small piece of paper tucked inside. Opening the note, he read, "I've reimbursed you." Chapter 63. Surely, there will be someone who loves you, perhaps even more than they love themselves. My heavens! Wen Che could hardly fathom the extent to which Chu Ziqing had gone. It was rather exaggerated, leaving him at a loss for words. Was she not attempting to completely capture his heart? How could one withstand such an onslaught? It was utterly beyond him. What kind of devoted love could spur someone to act in such a manner? Wen Che took out his phone, intending to transfer the money back to Chu Ziqing, believing he deserved to bear the consequences of his card game losses, which had nothing to do with her. He could not use her money to fill his own void. Yet, just as he was about to send the funds, he realized that, after all, this was a token of her affection. If he were to outright refuse it, she would undoubtedly be displeased. What, then, was the best course of action? He could not accept the money outright, but returning it without any context felt rather blunt. Should he perhaps use this money to purchase a gift for Chu Ziqing, utilizing her funds under his own name? However, that would only be appropriate if the gift significantly exceeded the value of those 200 yuan. Otherwise, it would seem rather inappropriate. In light of this, how should he proceed? With these questions swirling in his mind, Wen Che made his way back to the dormitory. Upon entering, the 3 other occupants noticed his sullen demeanor and exchanged puzzled glances. "What's wrong? Did you lose and are feeling down?" Yu Jiashu inquired, approaching Wen Che with curiosity. No, Wen Che pulled out the 200 yuan and recounted the events that had transpired. "Isn't this a good thing? She likes you so much. You should be happy about that." "Wait a minute. Are you putting on a show to make us envious?" Chi Sherdao chimed in from his bed, peeking out. "So, you don't want to feel indebted to her, and that's why you wish to return the money?" Du Lei asked, discerning the underlying sentiment in Wen Che's words. Wen Che nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He sought a flawless resolution. Yet Du Lei dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand, saying, "You're overthinking this. Such matters shouldn't warrant excessive contemplation." "Why not?" "Because it makes your relationship with her feel distant. It doesn't reflect her as someone close to you. If you return the money, she will certainly be disheartened. It is far better to accept it graciously. But I feel guilty doing that." "What's there to feel guilty about? When you go out again, you can simply spend a bit more on her. Eventually, this money will be spent on her anyway. Won't it?" "That's true." Wen Che lowered his head, murmuring softly, "There is truly no need for you to overthink this. It's not worth such deliberation. Instead, use this time to ponder what to do tomorrow, what to eat, and how to treat her well." "Oh, very well." After Du Lei's counsel, Wen Che felt a notable lift in his spirits. As he had mentioned, there was indeed some merit to his words. After all, this money would ultimately find its way to Chu Ziqing. Wen Che unlocked his phone, preparing to engage in a conversation with Chu Ziqing. It was best to momentarily set aside other concerns. The foremost priority was to converse with her frequently, for such interactions would deepen their bond. The events of the past few days had undeniably intensified his reliance on Chu Ziqing, as if she were destined to be a vibrant presence in his life. Infusing it with color, seated on a chair, Wen Che gazed at the bouquet of gypsophila adorning his desk, and as he stared, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Alas, you have fallen in love." Yu Jiashu, having appeared behind Wen Che, unbeknownst to him, playfully clapped his hands on Wen Che's shoulders, his tone laced with teasing. Wen Che shot him a sidelong glance, opening his mouth but failing to articulate his thoughts, ultimately managing to stammer, "I cannot deny it. Oh, I cannot deny it." Who was it that previously declared love to be of no importance, opting instead to pursue other endeavors? Who could it be? Yu Jiashu drew a chair closer, seating himself beside Wen Che with a grin. Initially, I believe the issue lay within love itself. However, I have come to realize it is a matter of the individuals involved. Love is distinct depending on whom it is shared with. Really? Why so? Because in your eyes, and in the eyes of the other, what you perceive as flaws or shortcomings may be entirely disregarded or even appreciated by them. It truly is different. I assent it. How long have you and Chu Ziqing been together? And already you're sounding like a romantic philosopher. Yu Jiashu clapped his hands in astonishment, never expecting to hear such musings from Wen Che, who had previously seemed so lost while with Changying. Intrigued, Yu Jiashu turned to Wen Che, pressing, "So will I encounter true love? What kind of person do you think I should seek?" Wen Che glanced at him, saying nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Just be yourself, and surely someone will love you, perhaps even more than you love yourself." Sigh. "Isn't that just platitude? I've been myself for 19 years, and I haven't seen anyone love me except for my parents." Suddenly, Chi Shirtao, lying on the bed, interjected, "Well, at least you know your father loves you. What a good son. Hey, whose son are we talking about here?" Yu Jiashu sprang up, rushing to Chi Shirtao's bed to engage in playful banter. Later that night, as Wen Che lay in bed, he chatted with Chu Ziqing on his phone. Both were alike in their eagerness for the arrival of tomorrow, yearning to see one another. Even through the screen, they could feel each other's longing. After bidding each other good night, Wen Che closed his eyes, preparing to succumb to slumber. However, sleep eluded him. His mind was ensnared by a flurry of thoughts, rendering it impossible to clear his head. Each time he shut his eyes, the image of Chu Ziqing would invade his consciousness. After a prolonged struggle, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he drifted into sleep. Just before succumbing to dreams, he wished fervently to encounter Chu Ziqing in his slumber. In his dreams, his thoughts transported him back to the past, where he indeed beheld the former Chu Ziqing, an incarnation of her that differed markedly from the present. At that moment, a shadowy figure approached him, indistinct and unclear. The figure leaned closer, whispering softly, "Do not get too close to Chu Ziqing." Suddenly, Wen Che's eyes flew open, and he found it was morning. It took him several seconds to regain his composure, gradually awakening from the remnants of his dream. The memories from the dream faded, and he struggled to recall the latter part of that enigmatic phrase, though it felt as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 64. Please give him a slap. Wen Che picked up his phone and noticed a message from Chu Ziqing sent 10 minutes earlier. "Good morning, baby." "Good morning. I just woke up," he replied briefly and then prepared to rise, as he and Chu Ziqing both had no classes today, allowing them to enjoy a day of leisure. As Wen Che got out of bed, the other three were still soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking up. He brushed his teeth quietly to avoid disturbing them. Once ready, he set off to meet Chu Ziqing. When Wen Che stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted Chu Ziqing waiting at the door, just as she had been the day before, holding the breakfast she had prepared. Today, Chu Ziqing wore a cream-colored oversized blazer, paired with a cropped tank top that accentuated her slender waist. She complemented this with high-waisted flared jeans and chunky white sneakers. The blazer balanced the sweetness of the tank top, while the flared jeans flattered her legs, and the platform shoes elongated her silhouette. Adorned with pearl stud earrings and a chain bag, she emanated both gentleness and poise. Wen Che was momentarily taken aback. He often wished to capture Chu Ziqing's beauty on his phone, yet he always forgot, too absorbed in admiring her to remember. He was pleasantly surprised to see that she had prepared breakfast again. His eating habits had become remarkably regular lately, and he noticed a significant improvement in his digestion. As soon as Chu Ziqing caught sight of Wen Che, her face lit up with a sweet smile, and she eagerly approached him. Wen Che also stepped forward, feeling his spirits lift immediately upon seeing her. He finally understood that there was indeed someone who could bring him joy at first sight. However, Just as they were about to close the distance between them, suddenly, a figure darted out from the side and stood before Wen Che. It was a girl of petite stature, with shoulder-length light brown wavy hair that curled naturally at the ends. Her large eyes resembled a clear lake, framed by long, fluttery eyelashes. She had a small, delicate nose that turned up slightly at the tip, exuding a hint of playfulness, and her lips were small and rosy, reminiscent of fresh cherries. She wore a white shirt with a doll collar, embellished with pink lace trim at the neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of sweetness. Over this, she donned a light blue knitted cardigan that was soft and comfortable. Her lower attire consisted of a pink pleated skirt that fell just above mid-thigh, swaying gently with each step, brimming with youthful energy. On her feet were white knee-high socks adorned with pink bows at the tops, paired with light brown leather shoes, creating an ensemble that was both adorable and elegant. Wen Che, the girl stood before him, addressing him with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were both momentarily stunned, with Chu Ziqing's eyes widening, her heart racing, and her lips trembling slightly. "Ah, you are." Wen Che stared at the girl for a moment before it dawned on him. "You are Qi Shitao's girlfriend, right?" Previously, they had met once. He too was uncertain, his tone tinged with a hint of doubt, akin to the moment when the girl had just called his name. "Ah, you are indeed Wen Che. How splendid. I did not mistake you, or I would have been utterly embarrassed. You must have forgotten my name, right? I am Qi Mingyan." "Ah." Wen Che quickly regained his composure, approaching and taking Chu Ziqing's hand, leading her before Qi Mingyan and introducing, "This is my roommate Qi Shitao's girlfriend, named, Qi Mingyan. Truly, I just told you and already forgotten." Qi Mingyan crossed her arms and glanced at Chu Ziqing beside her, offering a warm smile as she said, "Hello, you are Wen Che's girlfriend, correct? I have heard Qi Shitao mention that Wen Che's girlfriend is very beautiful. Indeed, you are quite lovely." "Ah, thank you. I am Chu Ziqing." Chu Ziqing slightly bowed, awkwardly greeting her. At that moment, when Qi Mingyan had been conversing with Wen Che, her heart had nearly stopped. She could not fathom why, but the sudden appearance of another girl calling Wen Che's name had such a profound effect on her, nearly causing her to drop what she was holding. "What brings you here?" Wen Che looked at Qi Mingyan in surprise. He recalled that her school, though not too distant, required a journey by bus, and today was not a weekend. "I have no classes today, and Qi Shitao mentioned he was also free. So I came to visit him. But this guy, he does not reply to messages. He does not answer his phone." Qi Mingyan's face displayed annoyance, seemingly struggling to contain her frustration as she tapped her foot and pointed at her phone. She had made the effort to come here, hoping to surprise Qi Shitao, only to find herself unable to reach him. This had transformed her anticipation into disappointment, and now she felt particularly vexed. Moreover, she could not enter the boys' dormitory, leaving her a loss. Fortunately, she encountered Wen Che. Otherwise, she would not know how long she would have to wait here. He has not awakened yet. I will go and rouse him for you." "Really? Thank you so much." Qi Mingyan's eyes brightened, and she slightly bowed to Wen Che, expressing her gratitude. Wen Che glanced at Chu Ziqing beside him and softly said, "Then, please wait for me a moment. I will return shortly." Chu Ziqing nodded, "All right." Wen Che turned to head back to the dorm, when suddenly Qi Mingyan shouted after him, "Please give him a slap for me." "Okay." Wen Che signaled with an okay gesture before entering the dormitory. Upon returning to his room, he found Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu still asleep, while Dulé had already risen, stepping outside for his first morning smoke. Wen Che slowly approached Qi Shitao's bed, climbed up using the ladder, and gazed down at his slumbering roommate. He reached out, gently patting Qi Shitao, whispering, "Taozi, time to wake up. Ugh, don't mess with me. Allow me to indulge in a few more moments of slumber." Qi Shitao furrowed his brow, dismissing Wen Che's hand with a flick of his arm before turning over to resume his sleep. Ahem. Wen Che recalled the earlier words and, with renewed determination, rolled up his sleeves, setting his sights on Qi Shitao's cheek. Smack! With a controlled yet firm slap, Qi Shitao reacted as if jolted awake, sitting up instantly, his expression a blend of confusion and bewilderment. He slowly turned his head to face Wen Che, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with reproach. He inquired, Bushijman. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Is it impossible for me to enjoy a bit more rest without classes? Do not blame me, my brother. It was a lady named Qin Mingyan downstairs who urged me to do so. Chapter 65. I listened to Wen Che. He instructed me to go, and so I did. What is the matter? Who? Chi Sherdao instantly perked up, his robust frame jolting, which in turn roused Yu Jiashu from his slumber. What's going on? Can't you be a bit quieter? It's still early. Yu Jiashu rubbed his eyes, glancing towards Wen Che and Chi Sherdao, perplexed by their intentions. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a good sleep, yet there was always someone making noise. I mean, your girlfriend is looking for you. I was sent to fetch you. She seems quite upset. Wen Che indicated towards the outside, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Chi Sherdao hurriedly rummaged through the items by his bedside, desperately searching for his phone. At last, he discovered it beneath his body, heated from being pressed down. Upon unlocking it, he was met with the disheartening sight of the no-signal icon in the upper left corner. My phone has no balance. Quickly, help me activate a hotspot. I need a recharge. Wen Che assisted Chi Sherdao in enabling the hotspot, and as soon as Chi Sherdao connected, a deluge of messages flooded in. Beep, beep, beep. A multitude of unread messages erupted before him, leaving Chi Sherdao bewildered, his head throbbing. The messages from Qin Mingyan transitioned from initial joy to growing impatience, eventually culminating in anger, rendering Chi Sherdao utterly flummoxed. Subsequently, after recharging his balance, a barrage of missed calls erupted. This is a disaster, a disaster, a disaster, he muttered, throwing off the covers and hastily rising from his bed, so flustered that he even wore his pants inside out. As he dressed, he implored Wen Che, bro, I beg you, say a few good words for me. Just tell her it was unintentional. It was an accident. No amount of explanation will change the outcome. Wen Che replied, what a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory, several male students emerged, their gazes lingering on the two beautiful women standing at the entrance. Chu Ziqing stood there quietly, awaiting Wen Che, unaffected by the passers-by. Qin Mingyan stood beside her, occasionally sneaking glances, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her, biting her lip, as if she wished to speak to Chu Ziqing but lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. She had long heard tales of Chu Ziqing, a girl of extraordinary grace, whose cool and elegant demeanor rendered her seemingly unapproachable, making conversation a daunting prospect. Initially, Qin Mingyan had been skeptical, deeming such descriptions exaggerated. However, standing next to Chu Ziqing today, she realized the truth behind the claims. The aura was palpable. As a fellow woman, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Chu Ziqing's charisma, feeling an overwhelming desire to engage in conversation. Would it be too strange to initiate a dialogue? Would she receive a cold glare in return? Though perhaps it would be quite exhilarating. Ahem, were you planning to go for fun? Qin Mingyan mustered her courage to strike up a conversation with Chu Ziqing, believing that, regardless of the circumstances, she could at least elicit a response from her, especially since she was acquainted with her boyfriend. As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Ziqing glanced back at Qin Mingyan and replied softly, I don't know. She spoke candidly, as they had not actually decided where to go with Wen Che. Their outings were merely leisurely strolls, enjoying each other's company without any particular destination in mind. Qin Mingyan understood this feeling well, as she too often found herself uncertain about what to do during her outings with Chi Sherdao. However, since Chu Ziqing had responded, it indicated that there was a possibility for a normal conversation between them. Establishing friendships among women was not so daunting, provided the other party was amiable. You and Wen Che must have a great relationship. It's evident that you hold him dear, Qin Mingyan observed, noting how eagerly Chu Ziqing awaited Wen Che's arrival. This affinity was unmistakable, a sentiment that could not be feigned. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered how Wen Che managed to captivate Chu Ziqing, who appeared utterly flawless. Chu Ziqing nodded in affirmation, responding with a simple mm. Not wishing to pry further, Qin Mingyan still felt a desire to converse more with Chu Ziqing. She sensed that Chu Ziqing was not as unapproachable as she seemed, and considering their boyfriends were roommates with a good rapport, it would be beneficial to cultivate a friendly relationship now to avoid any awkwardness in the future. Do you have time this evening? I'd like to invite my boyfriend's roommate to dinner, and as Wen Che's girlfriend, you should join us, Qin Mingyan suggested. Though her invitation appeared courteous, it was primarily a pretext to include Chu Ziqing while subtly bringing along Qi Shitao and the others, essentially a means to stir a bit of envy. If Chu Ziqing declined, the plan would fall through, making it unnecessary for anyone else to join. Chu Ziqing regarded Qin Mingyan and, after a moment of silence, continued to gaze ahead, stating, "I'll follow Wen Che's lead. If he says I should go, then I will." Qin Mingyan was taken aback by Chu Ziqing's response. This seemingly poised and elegant beauty was remarkably obedient to her boyfriend. She had assumed that in their relationship, Wen Che was the one who complied, wary of inciting Chu Ziqing's ire. Yet, it appeared the reality was quite different. At that moment, Wen Che and Qi Shitao finally emerged from the boys' dormitory. As Qi Shitao locked eyes with Qin Mingyan, he caught sight of her forlorn expression, causing him to shudder involuntarily, as if a cold sweat had broken out. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyan stood there, arms crossed, head tilted, gazing intently at him, making it increasingly difficult for him to take the next step. "Brother, I think I'm going to perish today. Don't be so dramatic. It's not like you did it on purpose. Just explain yourself clearly." Wen Che gently patted Qi Shitao's back, offering him solace. Subsequently, Qi Shitao approached Qin Mingyan, and before she could utter a word, he hastily lowered his head, explaining, "Darling, it was not my intention. My phone ran out of credit. I did not receive the messages. Truly, I can show you my phone." Qi Shitao produced his device, eager to display the recent payment record to Qin Mingyan, hoping to earn her trust. However, Qin Mingyan did not even glance at Qi Shitao's phone. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "No need. I believe you, as long as it wasn't deliberate. I'm not upset." Chapter 66. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Really? Qi Shitao exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Qin Mingyan, not anticipating that she would be unperturbed. He had thought that he would need to coax her for quite some time this time. "Of course it's true. Do you perceive me as someone particularly aggressive? As long as you clarify things for me, that suffices." Qin Mingyan turned away slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him, as if to express her mild discontent. "All right, you're the best, darling." Qi Shitao's face lit up with a smile, reminiscent of a child, as he opened his arms wide and embraced Qin Mingyan. She felt a slight blush creeping on her cheeks, especially with Wen Che and Chu Ziqing nearby. She gently patted Qi Shitao's back, murmuring, Okay, stop being so mushy. Let me go." Seeing that they were not in any serious trouble, Wen Che took hold of Chu Ziqing's hand and said, "Shall we go?" "Sure." Just as Wen Che was about to lead Chu Ziqing away, Qin Mingyan suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Wen Che, I have something to ask you." "Huh?" Wen Che halted, looking at Qin Mingyan with curiosity, unsure of her inquiry. He cast a worried glance at Chu Ziqing, primarily concerned that she might misunderstand. After all, he was not particularly familiar with Qin Mingyan, having only met her once. Qi Shitao was somewhat puzzled, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, while Chu Ziqing seemed to have an inkling of what Qin Mingyan intended to ask, likely regarding the dinner invitation she had mentioned earlier. "I would like to invite you and your dormitory mates for dinner tonight. Please bring your girlfriend along. What do you think?" Qin Mingyan looked at Wen Che with anticipation, hoping he would accept her invitation. Upon hearing this, Qi Shitao felt a sense of relief. They had been together long enough to understand one another, and he was well aware that Qin Mingyan had devised this idea to invite Chu Ziqing for dinner, as long as Wen Che agreed to attend. Chu Ziqing would have no reason to decline. His girlfriend was naturally sociable, relishing the opportunity to meet new friends, and given that Chu Ziqing was Wen Che's girlfriend and a striking beauty, her participation seemed entirely reasonable. Wen Che hesitated for a moment, glancing at Qi Shitao, who slightly raised his chin, indicating that Wen Che could decide for himself. "I can go, but my girlfriend." Wen Che looked at Chu Ziqing again, seeking her opinion. She nodded in agreement, showing no signs of refusal. Wen Che had grown accustomed to this. Chu Ziqing always heeded his preferences, allowing him to decide. "All right then, if nothing else comes up, we will attend." "Great. We shall not disturb you any further. See you tonight." After Qin Mingyan finished speaking, she promptly took Qi Shitao's hand and left, hardly giving him time to bid farewell to Wen Che. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing stood still, watching as Qi Shitao and Qin Mingyan walked away in the distance, pondering their thoughts. Had they been together for quite some time? It has been approximately half a year, and the relationship remains quite delightful. Just a week ago, Wen Che admired Qi Shitao the most in the dormitory. Not only was he a fortunate soul, but he also had a girlfriend with whom he shared an exceptional bond. However, now Wen Che finds no reason to envy, for he too possesses a girlfriend who evokes envy in others, equally remarkable in her own right, and in his heart, she is already the best. Can we be like that? Chu Ziqing turned her face, casting a gentle smile at Wen Che. He turned to meet her gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Of course, half a year is nothing. We can easily surpass that. Hehe." Chu Ziqing leaned closer, her arm snug against Wen Che's, her tender demeanor sending a delicate shiver through him. "Where shall we go, darling? Anywhere is fine. I will follow you wherever you lead," she whispered softly in his ear, her tone resolute and devoid of hesitation, as if promising to accompany him to the ends of the earth. "Then shall we stroll around the train station?" Wen Che suggested, unsure of where to go, opting for the liveliest locale, the area around the train station, bustling with activity and adorned with numerous shopping streets and grand malls, a perfect place for a leisurely outing. "Sounds great," Chu Ziqing replied with enthusiasm, her joy evident at the prospect of shopping with Wen Che. With their plans set, they departed, leaving the school behind and hailing a cab toward the pedestrian street near the station. Although it was not the weekend, the streets were still lively, albeit with fewer young people. Hand in hand, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing wandered through the bustling area, basking in the beautiful weather. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed their skin, creating an ideal atmosphere for shopping. "Did you often come here before?" Wen Che inquired. "Not really. I seldom visited because I had no one to accompany me, and there was little to explore with the guys in the dorm." "I see. But now you have someone to shop with. It's me," she exclaimed playfully. "Indeed, I am truly fortunate. Thank you so much. Ha ha ha, it's the least I can do. It is my honor to accompany you." As sunlight bathed the streets, casting dappled shadows, a refreshing breeze danced through their hair, bringing with it a sense of coolness. They meandered through the throng, engaging in light-hearted and joyful conversation. Wen Che's gaze frequently drifted to Chu Ziqing, whose smile blossomed like spring flowers. Her long hair flowed in the wind, occasionally brushing against his cheek, leaving a trace of a subtle fragrance. Together, they strolled leisurely, entirely immersed in each other's company, cherishing this precious moment of solitude. The surrounding clamor and throngs gradually faded into obscurity, leaving only the two of them, as if the entire universe existed solely for their presence. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's silhouette under the sun, a warm sensation blossoming within his heart. Her existence resembled a brilliant light, illuminating his world. In that moment, he found her utterly radiant, impossible to overlook. As evening approached, around 5:30, the sun dipped below the hillside, leaving behind a splendid crimson glow on the horizon. Qi Shitao returned to the dormitory and saw Yu Jiashu and Du Lei inside. Yu Jiashu lay on the bed, engrossed in a game, while Du Lei sat below, smoking a cigarette and watching videos on his phone. "Brothers, my girlfriend has invited our entire dormitory to dinner, and I'll be treating. Would you do me the honor?" Qi Shitao inquired, casting a glance at the two. Yu Jiashu sat up from the bed, still engaged in his game, and replied, "Sure, just let me finish this round." Du Lei extinguished his cigarette, put away his phone, and responded nonchalantly, "Sounds good. It's always nice when someone has treating." Chapter 67, I possess the ability to make commitments, and only then should I ponder such matters. At that moment, Wen Che walked in from outside. Despite having spent the entire day out, his complexion appeared remarkably well, clearly indicating that he was in high spirits today. Du Lei crossed his legs and bounced them a couple of times, a smile gracing his lips as he teased, "Ah, you look radiant. So what's the verdict? Did she concede?" Before Wen Che could utter a word, Yu Jiashu, nestled on his bed with his arms crossed, twisted his body playfully and remarked in a sarcastic tone, "What if she doesn't tea, huh?" Wen Che is quite insistent, A wave of laughter erupted in the dormitory. Wen Che, rolling his eyes in exasperation, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm truly a loss for words with you all. Can we refrain from such crude thoughts?" Dulé tilted his head and retorted, "Crude? Is that not a perfectly normal thought? What is the matter? Are you and she engaged in that? What is it called? A Dolly Garden sort of romance?" "Ah, I prefer a holy friend kind of romance," Wen Che replied, bemused. "What are you even saying? You must mean a platonic love. But we are not that refined. I merely believe such matters ought to be approached with caution. If one lacks the capability to make a definitive commitment, it is best not to be so casual." Just as Wen Che finished his statement, Dulé suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming, "All right, new topic. Everyone listen closely." The other three gazed at Dulé in silence as he lowered his head and articulated slowly, "If your girlfriend tells you that she does not accept that before marriage, what are your thoughts?" With a loud thud, the three others slapped their thighs simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions brimming with incredulity, as if they had encountered an unthinkable truth. Observing their unified reaction, Dulé chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I knew I picked the right dormitory." Wen Che was the first to settle down, stating, "All right, enough of the antics. I believe this perspective is quite reasonable, as girls have many considerations to weigh. Primarily, their health and safety must come first. After all, what would happen if they were to fall ill or become pregnant? One must also worry about the partner's sense of responsibility. Who can truly know if the other will cherish what they have received? Hence, I maintain that I must possess the ability to make a commitment before contemplating such matters." Chi Shirtao nodded in agreement and added, "Moreover, it depends on one's perspective. If you're only with someone for that purpose, then surely it would be unacceptable. There is no right or wrong. Mutual affection is what matters. I believe maintaining one's integrity is commendable." Upon hearing this, all three turned to Yu Jiashu. Dulé extended his hand, casually stating, "All right, let the virgin speak." "What? Wen Che is also here. Why am I singled out?" Yu Jiashu exclaimed, gesturing towards Wen Che. Wen Che shrugged and replied, "I never claimed I wasn't T. My situation doesn't T hinder yours. What is there to deny? Ah, I possess no particular opinion. I merely extend my respect to others. If that is their stance, I shall endure it." With a scoff, the other three waved their hands dismissively, finding Jiashu's response exceedingly dull, almost predictable. They then turned their gaze toward Dulé, fully aware that his reply would undoubtedly diverge from the norm. Dulé lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and declared, "I would end the relationship." "Scoundrel," Chi Shirtao muttered under his breath. Dulé shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "What makes me a scoundrel when I haven't even touched her?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, "In my family, such principles are deeply ingrained. We are not a progressive household. It is an ironclad rule that women must not share a bed before marriage. If one were to defy this, they would be labeled as promiscuous. Yet, I am determined to overturn such traditions. I refuse to subscribe to that mindset. Her virtue is commendable, and my desires are not inherently wrong. Are they? You just mentioned that mutual affection knows no right or wrong. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. I shall not bring harm to her, will I? Individuals like myself should seek companions with similar beliefs. Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp. This is beneficial for both parties. Is it not?" After Dulé concluded his thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the room. The others remained silent until Yu Jiashu leapt from the bed, approached Dulé, and patted his shoulder earnestly, stating, at this juncture, she would exclaim, "Are you getting anxious because you can't have me? Was it your intention all along? The declarations of love are mere fabrications. Scoundrel, perish! Enough, enough! Go away!" Dulé laughed while playfully kicking Yu Jiashu in the rear. Amidst the laughter, Wen Che also rose and delivered a similar kick to Yu Jiashu's backside. "Why did you kick me too?" Yu Jiashu exclaimed, clutching his rear and glaring at Wen Che. Wen Che pointed at Yu Jiashu, saying, "Your words remind me so much of Cheng Ying. They are precisely the sort of things she would say." "Ha!" Dulé clapped his hands, declaring, "Well, the discussion is concluded, and once again, the least impressive contribution comes from Yu Jiashu. Damn it, it's me again. Can we not discuss a topic in which I excel next time? Yu Jiashu lamented. What are your areas of expertise? Qi Shidao chuckled, inquiring. Yu Jiashu spread his arms wide, striking a graceful pose, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, and proudly proclaimed, pretentiousness. You cannot possibly outshine me in that regard. I could be more pretentious than a sack. Dulé scoffed. Just then, Qi Shitao's phone chimed, and upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in shock. He sprang to his feet, smacking his thigh, exclaiming, goodness. We've been engrossed in this discussion. My girlfriend is urging me. I came to invite you all out for a meal. All right, I believe that was indeed the case. At this moment, Wen Che also recalled and promptly took out his phone to contact Chu Ziqing. This was their usual pattern. One person would initiate a conversation in the dormitory, and as they engaged in discussion, they would often forget their original intentions. Du Lei and Yu Jiashu were also gathering their belongings, preparing to dine together. Let's depart. It is time for a meal. Chapter 68. It was quite an ordinary man. After the four emerged from the dormitory, they spotted Qin Mingyan and Chu Ziqing waiting outside for them. The reactions of Qin Mingyan and Chu Ziqing were markedly different. Chu Ziqing made a beeline for Wen Che, while Qin Mingyan waved her hand and greeted everyone with a smile. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, responded Yu Jiashu and Du Lei, who were meeting Qin Mingyan for the first time. Their initial impression of her was that she was a cheerful girl with a pleasant demeanor. Subsequently, the group prepared to head out for a meal. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing walked hand in hand, while Qi Shidao and Qin Mingyan strolled together, with Yu Jiashu and Du Lei following closely behind. Yu Jiashu shook his head, muttering, It's so painful. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Am I really that inadequate? I don't mind being single. I actually quite enjoy it, Du Lei shrugged, indifferent to the fact that others had girlfriends while he did not, as he simply felt no need for one. Of course, if you wanted to date, you could easily do so, switching partners every week if you wished. On the other hand, Yu Jiashu shot him an exasperated glance, fully aware that Du Lei's situation was not due to an inability to find someone, but rather a lack of desire. Unlike him, who couldn't even secure a single conversation with a girl, Du Lei had numerous girls in his phone, capable of conversing with 8 at once. Du Lei patted Yu Jiashu on the shoulder, saying, Brother, it's like instant noodles. If you don't have it for a while, you crave it. But if you have it daily, you'll get tired of it. It's the same principle. When you're not in a relationship, you long for one. But once you're in one, you realize it can be bothersome. What do you mean by that? Yu Jiashu asked. I mean, there's no rush to buy a car. If you could take a taxi, then do so. No need for fuel or maintenance, as long as you reach your destination, right? Yu Jiashu silently regarded him for a moment before responding. Is this how you usually compare relationships and casual flings? Aren't you the one who pressures us? You're always saying my words are too blunt. He glanced ahead at the two couples chatting and laughing, fell silent for several seconds, and then continued, No, what I care about is not just reaching the destination, but enjoying the scenery along the way, the joy of listening to my favorite music, and having someone important seated in the passenger seat. Du Lei glanced at Yu Jiashu's profile, chuckling, Oh, look who's being poetic. I knew that putting on airs is your forte, huh? Yu Jiashu playfully slapped Du Lei on the back, laughing as well. However, as his smile faded, he murmured softly, barely audible, but I'm speaking from the heart. The group chose a hot pot restaurant, which was quite popular in the area. At that moment, it was bustling with patrons, so they requested a private room for a quieter dining experience. In the private room, a round table was set, with several individuals taking their seats to order the hot pot base and dishes. Some preferred spicy flavors while others did not, leading to the choice of a dual-flavor hot pot. After placing their orders, the group began to engage in conversation, with Qin Mingyan steering the dialogue. I know Wen Che, and you two are. This is Yu Jiashu, and this must be Du Lei, right? Qin Mingyan accurately identified Yu Jiashu and Du Lei, leaving them somewhat astonished by her familiarity. Yu Jiashu, puzzled, inquired, Did you guess? How would you be so precise? Qin Mingyan shook her head, explaining, No. Qi Shidao mentioned your characteristics to me, which made it easy to recognize you. Really? What did he say? Du Lei asked with interest, glancing at Qi Shidao. Coughing violently, Qi Shidao, who was drinking water, suddenly choked, feeling an ominous premonition. Well, he described Du Lei as a crew-cut man who looks like a little thug, and in this country where psychedelic drugs and ecstasy are prohibited, often speaks words that seem out of this world. Chi Shirtao quickly covered Qin Minyan's mouth, wide-eyed, whispering, all right, stop talking, please." Du Lei stood frozen for several seconds, leaning forward as if petrified. Yu Jianshu stifled laughter, slapping the table in amusement. "Brother Lei, I can only describe it in one word. Right to the point." After Yu Jianshu's remark, it suddenly occurred to him, and he looked at Qin Mingyan, asking, "By the way, how did he describe me?" Chi Shirtao, let go. Let her speak. I didn't say anything. Really, you can ask her. Chi Shirtao released his grip. Responding, Qin Mingyan nodded, saying, "Well, indeed, I asked him how Yu Jianshu was described, and he said, he didn't know how to express it." Huh. Just as Yu Jianshu appeared confused, Du Lei chimed in, explaining, "Brother, that means you lack distinctive traits, just an ordinary guy." Darn it. Ha. While Yu Jianshu and Du Lei confronted Chi Shirtao, Qin Mingyan approached Chu Ziqing and Wen Che. Holding her phone, she smiled and asked, "May I have your contact details? We could become friends, right?" Chu Ziqing hesitated for a moment, not reaching for her phone, but instead looking at Wen Che. Wen Che returned her gaze, softly saying, "If you want to add her, just do it." Okay. Chu Ziqing took out her phone and added Qin Mingyan as a friend. She had a positive impression of Qin Mingyan, at least initially, so she didn't mind making a new friend. "Thank you." After successfully adding her as a friend, Qin Mingyan nodded in gratitude and returned to her seat. Upon returning, Qin Mingyan opened her phone and sent her name to Chu Ziqing for her to save in her contacts. Subsequently, she ventured into Chu Ziqing's moments, driven by curiosity, only to find a lack of content. She had anticipated a plethora of affectionate displays. Thus, Qin Mingyan leaned closer to Chi Shirtao and inquired softly, "Why is it that I cannot see Wen Che in Chu Ziqing's moments?" Chi Shirtao glanced at Wen Che's moments as well, discovering a similar absence of shared photographs. Perhaps, he mused, they had not been together long enough to post anything yet. Chapter 69. Just one photo for each person, perfect for sharing on social media. Would you agree? During the meal, the atmosphere remained harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation, bringing joy to everyone. Wen Che occasionally picked up food for Chu Ziqing, which secretly delighted her, even though she didn't show it outwardly. Her heart was already blooming with happiness. Wen Che then lifted a piece of shrimp paste to his lips, gently blowing on it before slowly extending his chopsticks towards Chu Ziqing's mouth, softly saying, "Ah." His voice was tender and low, carrying a hint of affection. Chu Ziqing's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised that Wen Che would directly feed her. This unexpected gesture filled her with both astonishment and joy, prompting her to part her lips slightly to take a bite. A smile unconsciously graced the corners of Chu Ziqing's mouth as she gazed at Wen Che, her eyes shimmering with happiness. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Che had picked up a tissue, hovering it near her lips to gently dab at the corners of her mouth. "Is it delicious?" he asked. "Very delicious," she replied, her smile blossoming further, the dimples in her cheeks deepening, her flushed face reminiscent of clouds kissed by the evening glow. In that moment, the voices of those around them faded into a blurred background, their gazes intertwined, silent yet fervent, as if their eyes held 1,000 unspoken words. Suddenly, Chu Ziqing's phone buzzed with a message, an unusual occurrence since few people ever contacted her. Curiously, she opened it to find a message from Qin Mingyan, who she had just added as a friend. The message contained 2 photos, one of Wen Che feeding her, and the other capturing their shared smile, radiating happiness. Surprised, Chu Ziqing looked up at Qin Mingyan, who was holding her phone with a smile. "I caught these candid shots. Aren't they lovely? Just perfect for sharing on social media." Wen Che, intrigued, leaned over to glimpse the recently captured moments on Chu Ziqing's phone, indeed finding them quite beautiful. It dawned on him that they had yet to post any photos together on their social media. They were so engrossed in each other that they hadn't thought to document those fleeting moments. The authenticity of the candid shots felt incredibly real, allowing one to sense the emotions within the images, vastly different from posed photographs. A faint smile graced Wen Che's lips as he looked up at Qin Mingyan, softly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Chu Ziqing mirrored his gesture, raising her gaze to Qin Mingyan, her lips curling slightly in acknowledgement of her appreciation. How polite, Qin Mingyan exclaimed, her heart lightened by their enjoyment of her photos. Qi Shitao leaned closer to Qin Mingyan, whispering, nice job. You took those just for them, didn't you? Indeed, it would be rather peculiar to have no photographs in one social circle. It has been quite some time since we last captured a moment, Qin Mingyan remarked as she pulled Qi Shitao closer, raising her phone in preparation for a selfie with him. Meanwhile, Wen Che and Chu Ziqing found themselves sharing their first display of affection on social media. Wen Che's phone was filled with numerous high school classmates, and upon seeing this post, the comments erupted. What? No way. You and Chu Ziqing are together? What's going on? Is that really Chu Ziqing? Wow, I'm so envious. What you two up to? Can you share a bite with me? This can't be real. When did you two start dating? They were incredulous that two former high school classmates had unexpectedly found themselves together. It was a puzzle beyond comprehension. Chu Ziqing, observing these comments, was flooded with thoughts. Soon, she realized that Cheng Ying would also be able to see her post. Thus, she opened Cheng Ying's chat window, only to discover she could no longer view her friend's updates. Cheng Ying had removed her from her circle. This came as no surprise. Cheng Ying surely wished to avoid any evidence of her happiness with Wen Che, prompting her to sever ties early on. It was likely that she had also deleted Wen Che from her contacts. By the time they concluded their meal, it was around 8 in the evening. The group exited the restaurant, preparing to part ways. Qi Shitao planned to escort Qin Mingyan back to school, thus temporarily bidding farewell to the others. As Qin Mingyan departed, she exchanged goodbyes with Chu Ziqing, who smiled faintly. Today, her impression of Qin Mingyan had significantly improved. She seemed to be a rather splendid person. After all, anyone who supported and encouraged her budding romance with Wen Che was undoubtedly commendable. Yu Jiashu and Du Lei returned to their dormitory first, while Wen Che intended to accompany Chu Ziqing back to the female dormitory. They strolled leisurely under the streetlights, observing their elongated shadows cast upon the ground. As Chu Ziqing gazed at the intertwining silhouettes, it seemed as if affection blossomed within the interplay of light and shadow. Suddenly, she let out a soft laugh. Wen Che turned his head, his gaze as gentle as water. What is it? Look, our shadows appear to be dancing together. Chu Ziqing tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Following her gaze, Wen Che noticed that under the warm glow of the streetlight, their two shadows swayed gently with each step, truly resembling a graceful dance. In that instant, Wen Che grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, their fingers interlacing. Shall we join in the performance of these shadow dancers? He suggested with a mock seriousness, stepping into a dance move. Chu Ziqing was amused by his antics, a giggle escaping her lips. Her cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms in the night. Together, they walked along the tranquil campus path, engaged in light-hearted banter. As a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves by the roadside, carrying their laughter into the evening air. As they neared the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Wen Che paused, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Ziqing. Wen Che gently squeezed her hand and said, "Go ahead. See you tomorrow." Chu Ziqing noted that, but after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly turned back, tiptoed, and swiftly kissed Wen Che on the cheek. Then, like a startled little rabbit, her face flushed as she dashed towards the dormitory building. Wen Che stood still, a broad smile spreading across his face, his fingertips lightly brushing against the spot where she had kissed him, as if he could still feel the softness of her touch. He watched as Chu Ziqing disappeared through the dormitory door before finally turning to leave. As he walked, he took out his phone to admire the photo Qin Mingyan had taken of them that day, growing fonder of it with each glance. Subsequently, he set that picture as his wallpaper. Upon returning to his dormitory, he received a message from Chu Ziqing. "I had a great time today. Yes, me too. Just seeing you each day brings me joy." Chapter 70. Otherwise, it would be quite unsightly, resembling a chicken skeleton. Soon Friday arrived, and the week was drawing to a close. The students' moods were entirely different from those on Monday. Wen Che felt that this week had been the most joyous since he began university, as his romantic life with Chu Ziqing was utterly captivating. Nearly every day was filled with happiness. Upon waking up in the morning, Wen Che noticed that several of his dorm mates were beginning to pack their belongings. Taozi, what about you this week? Are you still going on a date? Yu Jiashu inquired, observing Qi Shidao organizing his luggage. Qi Shidao shook his head and replied, no. I return home every 2 weeks, and this week it's time to go home. I bought the ticket yesterday. Wen Che turned to Yu Jiashu, smiling as he asked, what do you say? Are you coming back with me this week? It would be great to earn some money over the weekend. Yu Jiashu quickly shook his head bobbing like a rattling drum, decisively refusing. Forget it. Your weekend life is something we mere mortals cannot endure. I truly admire you. Oh, so you'll be accompanying me this week? We should go have some fun. Du Lei stood up, looking at Yu Jiashu, a joyful expression on his face. Oh, never mind. Your weekend life is far too intense. I cannot accept it. Yu Jiashu once again declined, feeling that the weekend lives of these two were beyond his capacity to handle. Perhaps someone like him was better suited to find a random internet CAF, stay overnight, and then return to the dormitory to sleep and order takeout. Wen Che took out his phone, preparing to send a message to Chu Ziqing. Today is Friday. I'm heading home this afternoon. What about you? I'm going home too. Do you still have to work at the restaurant after you get home? That sounds exhausting. Yes, it's manageable, no worries. Well, as Wen Che typed, a hint of hesitation crossed his mind. In truth, he wished to invite Chu Ziqing to dine at his family's restaurant. Last week, he and T felt this way, but now, he genuinely hoped that Chu Ziqing could come, as it would allow him to see her over the weekend. Otherwise, he would go 2 full days without seeing her. But how should he extend the invitation? Even if she didn't mind the trouble, he had to consider her situation. It wouldn't be appropriate to invite a girl to his restaurant so far from her home, especially when he would be working and unable to accompany her the entire time. Just as Wen Che was deliberating, a message from Chu Ziqing arrived. Can I still come and eat this week? Looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it. In reality, there was no need for Wen Che to extend an invitation. Chu Ziqing had already contemplated this. Her thoughts mirrored his, as she too wished to meet over the weekend. Seeing her message, this sudden understanding filled his heart with sweetness, his fingers trembling slightly above the keyboard. Of course, I'll be waiting for you. Hehe. Great. Wen Che turned off his phone and continued tidying up. The sunlight outside had unexpectedly become exceptionally gentle, and he suddenly felt that returning home was equally something to look forward to. After class at noon, Wen Che prepared to head home, having received a message from his father, Wan Jianhua, urging him to return as swiftly as possible. Several large private dining rooms had been reserved for the evening, all in anticipation of his arrival. Upon boarding the bus home, he continued to chat with Chu Ziqing. Although their homes were not far apart, both residing in the same city, their routes home diverged, preventing them from traveling together. Once Wen Che arrived home, he noticed the restaurant was already bustling with activity. With several tables of patrons, he ascended the stairs to his room, organized his belongings, donned his work uniform that had been washed and left to dry, and prepared to commence his shift. During work, Wen Che found it nearly impossible to check his phone, as he simply had no time. Chu Ziqing was aware of this and refrained from disturbing him excessively, only informing him of her own activities while patiently awaiting his replies. Friday evenings were particularly hectic, and Wen Che worked up quite a sweat in the kitchen, hardly taking a moment to relax or eat. However, he felt the exhaustion was justified, as he received compensation that surpassed that of his peers. You did well today. You seem to be in good spirits, Wen Jianhua remarked, handing a stack of bills to Wen Che with a light chuckle. Whenever you're in a good mood, your work seems to improve. Me? I'm fine, I suppose, Wen Che replied, taking the money, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, unable to articulate the extent of his own contentment. The mere thought that Chu Ziqing might visit tomorrow or the day after filled him with joy, creating a small beacon of hope in his life. And what of that little girlfriend of yours? Has it fizzled out? Not at all. Can you not wish me some good fortune? Wen Che shot his father a sideways glance, speaking with mild irritation. Ah, I've noticed you seem to have gained a bit of weight, Wen Jianhua observed, having seen his son after a week's absence. It appeared that Wen Che had put on a little flesh since their last meeting. Really? Is that so? I don't think I've changed. Wen Che, unaware of any difference in his physique, felt it was likely he simply couldn't perceive the subtlety of his own transformation. However, it was understandable that his father could notice such minor changes after not seeing him for a week. Indeed, a bit more weight is good. Otherwise, you look like a chicken skeleton, which is rather unappealing. This is much better. You look more presentable. Have you been eating well at school? Well, I suppose I've eaten quite well, Wen Che mused, recalling the numerous meals prepared by Chu Ziqing, which suited his palate perfectly. Moreover, dining with her meant he had been eating more regularly, contributing to a slight increase in weight. All right, go grab a bite to eat, then rest up. Tomorrow holds plenty of tasks. Wen Che nodded thoughtfully and then returned to the kitchen to tidy up. As the closing hour approached, and only a few tables of guests remained, I've finished my tasks. What are you up to? Wen Che sent a message to Chu Ziqing. Having not been in contact with her for 2 hours, at that moment, he found himself missing her. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the head chef was busy compiling a list of supplies needed to replenish any shortages. Suddenly, an idea struck Wen Che, prompting him to approach the chef. Brother, could you do me a favor? Of course, what do you need? The chef replied, picking up a pen and preparing to write. Please, bring me 2 bags of cheese. Chapter 71, I plan to visit around noon, as I yearn to see you earlier. That evening, Wen Che took a bath at the nearby spa, returned to his room, and lay down, preparing to rest. He took out his phone to chat with Chu Ziqing. After a busy afternoon and evening, he hadn't had the opportunity for a proper conversation with her and wondered if she might be upset. In the past, when he was with Changying, she would undoubtedly have been annoyed if he took too long to reply, which led to frequent quarrels, leaving Wen Che perplexed about how to appease her. I'm lying down now, finally done with my tasks. Baby, you're amazing. Thank you for your hard work. I miss you so much. Chu Ziqing's reply was almost instantaneous, as if she had been staring at her screen, poised to respond at any moment. Upon seeing her message, Wen Che felt a wave of relief. It seemed he should let go of the past. His current life was incomparable to what it had been. I miss you too. Will you come tomorrow? Sorry, I have to help my family tomorrow, so I'll probably come the day after. Is that all right? Of course, that's perfectly fine. I'm just happy you can come. Wen Che felt no disappointment. As long as Chu Ziqing could visit, he was already elated. Tomorrow would be relatively busy, while the day after had fewer commitments, allowing him to focus on preparing delightful dishes for her. Yes, I will definitely come. After chatting a bit longer, they exchanged good nights and drifted off to sleep. Wen Che was quite fatigued, so he fell asleep swiftly, having turned off his phone just a few minutes prior. The next day, Saturday, Wen Che awoke early. The first thing he did was to pick up his phone and send Chu Ziqing a good morning message. Following that, he got out of bed to prepare for the day's work. Good morning, baby. Chu Ziqing had also risen early and sent him a photo of herself, already engaged in her morning routine. He enlarged the picture, captivated by her side profile, shrouded in steam, and the few wisps of hair clinging behind her ear. The droplets on the wash basin mirror reflected the delicate curve of her fluttering eyelashes. At that moment, Wen Che realized that these ordinary yet intimate glimpses into her daily life were far more enchanting than any meticulously planned date. With Chu Ziqing's message, he felt invigorated even at the break of dawn, more so than if he had sipped a cup of coffee. Remember to have breakfast. You must eat breakfast. Chu Ziqing's messages continued to encourage him to take care of himself. As he gazed at her reminders on the screen, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, as if a warm piece of candy had been placed in his heart. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Wen Che's response instantly brought a delicate flush to Chu Ziqing's cheeks, her fingers unconsciously caressing the edge of her phone. Even though they were not physically together, they could still feel that their hearts belonged to each other, their souls seemingly drifting towards one another. After a long day of busyness, Wen Che found solace only during breaks and meal times when he could converse with Chu Ziqing. It appeared that she was also quite occupied, as the frequency of her messages was less than usual. Occasionally, she would send him photos to keep him updated on her activities, which reassured him greatly. Having a girlfriend who reported her whereabouts at any time alleviated his worries. The hours of toil passed swiftly, and Wen Che felt as if an entire day had slipped away unnoticed. Finally, the most hectic phase had come to an end. At last, I'm almost done, he messaged Chu Ziqing, sinking into his chair, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank you for your hard work. I'm busy here too, but it will be over soon. Tomorrow, I will get to see you. How wonderful. Indeed, I am eagerly looking forward to it. I'll finally taste your delicious cooking again. Ha ha ha. Chu Ziqing's words conveyed her genuine joy, which in turn filled Wen Che with happiness, providing him ample emotional value. I'm looking forward to it too. What time will you arrive tomorrow? How many people will be with you? I'll prepare in advance. Just me. My sister is unavailable tomorrow. I'll probably head over around noon, since I want to see you sooner. All right. Noted. As Wen Che read her messages, a smile lingered on his lips, unbidden. He never expected to experience a day where chatting with someone would elicit such uncontrollable joy. This feeling, perhaps, could only be truly understood by Chu Ziqing. Okay, I'm going to prepare for a shower now. Remember to eat dinner. Sure thing. Wen Che turned off his phone, ready to wrap up his tasks. Once everything was complete, he could comfortably lie in bed and chat with Chu Ziqing. Colorful fruit stand, a large fruit shop renowned in the vicinity, attracts customers from nearby streets seeking fresh produce. At this moment, numerous patrons were entering and exiting, while several employees busied themselves at various stalls. Chu Ziqing approached a woman who was reviewing accounts and said, "Mom, I'm going to take a break." The woman looked up at her, her brows softened by the passage of time, revealing gentle curves. Her hazel eyes glimmered with a misty warmth, and her chestnut curls were loosely gathered into a low bun, with a few strands framing her face. Adorned with a tortoiseshell hairpin, she brushed her hair back, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming softly as it touched. Go ahead. She is Sun Ruiji, the mother of Chu Ziqing. Here lies the fruit shop owned by the Chu family, thriving in business. Beyond the fresh fruits, they offer a variety of products, such as fruit salads and freshly squeezed juices. Sun Ruiji is engrossed in managing various tasks, appearing quite busy. Shortly after Chu Ziqing ascends the stairs, a young woman enters the fruit shop. Instead of admiring the fresh produce, she strides directly towards Sun Ruiji, as if with a clear purpose in mind. Upon reaching Sun Ruiji, she greets her, "Hello, Annie. You are Chu Ziqing's mother, correct?" Sun Ruiji looks up, momentarily taken aback, sets down her ledger, and softly replies, "Yes, I am. And you are?" She observes the girl before her, who appears to be of similar age to her daughter. If she knows her daughter, she must be a friend. The girl's lips curl into a peculiar smile as she slowly introduces herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cheng Ying, and I am a close friend of Chu Ziqing. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 72. What's the matter? I miss you dearly. I'll just settle down. Haha, it's so comfortable. What are you up to? Wen Che lay on his bed, sending a message to Chu Ziqing. Over an hour had elapsed since their last conversation. Surely, she had finished her shower by now. At this hour, she must be lying down as well. After scrolling through videos for about 10 minutes, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Chu Ziqing had yet to respond, which was unusual for such a prolonged silence. Perhaps she had fallen asleep? Wen Che surmised that she must have dozed off right after her bath. Without a moment to inform him, he recalled similar instances when he would finish bathing, lie down, and drift off to sleep, only to awaken the next day. Oh wait, he seemed to have fainted due to low blood sugar and collapse. Then I shall sleep too. Good night. See you tomorrow. After sending the message, Wen Che turned off his phone and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Yet he found it far from the ease he experienced the previous night. He flipped over, burying his face into the pillow, murmuring, "It shouldn't be like this." The buzzing of the air conditioner outside seemed to carry away his thoughts. Ultimately, the dual exhaustion of body and mind triumphed over his restless musings, lulling him into a deep slumber. Morning light pierced through the gaps in the curtains, casting fragmented golden spots upon Wen Che's eyelashes. He jolted awake, reaching for his phone on the bedside table. As he unlocked it, his nail traced an urgent arc across the screen. The chat with Chu Ziqing remained silent, the last record frozen on his goodnight message. "Good morning. I'm up early." Wen Che sent another message to Chu Ziqing, assuming she was still asleep. He decided to wait until she awakened to converse, especially since they had made plans for her to come over for lunch. He needed to rise promptly to prepare a delightful meal for her. After getting out of bed, Wen Che descended the stairs to begin his preparations. It was just past 7 in the morning. According to their arrangement, Chu Ziqing was expected around noon. giving him ample time to get ready. He first attended to other tasks before focusing on the meal he intended to prepare for her. By noon, Wen Che had laid out a feast featuring cheese, one of Chu Ziqing's favorites, alongside other delicacies he had learned she adored. This entire spread was meticulously crafted for her enjoyment. "Oh, what is all this?" A server approached, eyes wide with surprise as they beheld the banquet Wen Che had prepared. Wen Che scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "I'm treating a friend to a meal." "A friend? A girlfriend, perhaps?" "Indeed, she is." Wen Che did not deny his apprehension. He feared that the meticulously prepared meal would cool down, thus he covered it with a lid to maintain its warmth, albeit only for about an hour. He glanced at the clock, noting that it was already 12 o'clock. Chu Ziqing should arrive within the hour, he thought. However, as he glanced at the chat window, he found that Chu Ziqing had yet to respond. "Are you awake? Are you all right? Will you be coming? If anything is amiss, please let me know. Don't frighten me." He pondered several possibilities. Firstly, it was conceivable that Chu Ziqing was indulging in a rare slumber, still lost in dreams. Yet, Wen Che found this hard to believe, as Chu Ziqing had never been one to oversleep, especially on a day they had planned to dine together. Secondly, perhaps Chu Ziqing was orchestrating a surprise, choosing not to reply in anticipation of a dramatic entrance. While this notion held some merit, he deemed it unlikely, as there seemed no need to ignore him for such a purpose. Thirdly, the most dreadful scenario loomed in his mind, an unforeseen mishap. Could she be unwell? Suffering from fever? Hospitalized? Such grim circumstances filled him with dread, and he fervently hoped for her safety. As the hour hand inched toward 1 o'clock, patrons came and went in waves, while Wen Che reheated the now-cold dishes. The rising steam blurred the screen of his phone, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the device, as if willing a small red to illuminate beside Chu Ziqing's name. He began to refresh his phone incessantly, turning it off and on, each time igniting a struggle within him akin to a fine needle pricking at his heart. Outside, dark clouds gathered, casting a heavy pall over the day. At times, he stood to peer through the glass, eagerly searching the street for her familiar silhouette. At other moments, he returned to the kitchen, consumed by his tasks. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, each speculation flashing through his mind, yet he could not convince himself of any single possibility. "Ah, Wen Che, what are you doing?" At that moment, the head chef's voice jolted him from his reverie. Wen Che trembled, abruptly snapping back to reality, quickly turning off the stove before the pot turned crimson and began to smoke. "I'm sorry, brother, I just need a moment." He gestured apologetically and stepped out of the kitchen. He took a seat at the table reserved for Chu Ziqing, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed vacantly out the window. The food had grown cold, the cheese congealed, rendering it unappetizing. Wen Che had no desire to reheat it. He simply wished for Chu Ziqing to appear soon or to receive a response to his messages. At 2 o'clock, raindrops the size of beans pelted against the glass, creating a web-like pattern of cracks on the surface. Unconsciously, Wen Che traced the water stains with his fingertips. Lost in thought, the mobile screen had long since dimmed, casting a reflection of his darkened eyes, resembling 2 dried tear tracks. Chu Ziqing had not replied to his messages for over 10 hours, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness within his heart. He had attempted to call her, the line connecting, yet no one answered. He had never experienced such a state of mind before, feeling as though a part of his very essence was slowly detaching from him. What emotion was this? Could it be that he had fallen victim to the malady of longing? As the dinner hour approached, Wen Che, without a moment to ponder, rushed into the kitchen to commence his tasks. The dishes he had prepared were hastily consumed in mere bites before being discarded. Once he had finished, he ascended the stairs to gather his belongings, slinging his bag over his shoulder, and made his way downstairs. He weakly informed his father, "Wen Jianhua, Dad, I'm heading back to school." "All right, be safe. It's raining outside. Take an umbrella," Wen Jianhua replied without lifting his gaze, uttering the words carelessly. Moments later, as Wen Che exited the restaurant, preparing to return to school, Wen Jianhua suddenly recalled something, lifting his head in surprise to glance at the door, muttering, "This kid left without asking for money today? What's going on?" Chapter 73. Forgotten to bring something important, returning to retrieve it, not coming back tonight. Wen Che sat on the bus heading back to school, leaning against the window as he gazed at the torrential rain outside. The sound of the bus tires rolling through the puddles was muffled, and he pressed his forehead against the glass, feeling the coolness mingled with the streaks of rainwater. He observed the blurred outline of the roadside trees through the rain curtain. Their dark green leaves, twisted by the wind, resembled the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him at that moment. Raindrops splattered against the window, bursting open, while the distant traffic lights blurred into ambiguous glimmers through the mist. From the back of the bus came the cries of a child, intermingled with the monotonous swish of the windshield wipers, creating a cacophony that made his temples throb. Wen Che lowered his gaze and saw his own reflection overlapping with the rain-soaked glass, his outline fragmented by the relentless downpour. He unlocked his phone, and the previously warm and affectionate conversation now lay cold and desolate. Chu Ziqing's last message from last night echoed in his mind. "All right, I'm going to prepare for a shower. Don't forget to have dinner." Following that were dozens of messages he had sent, all of which went unanswered. Soon, it would mark 24 hours without a single word from Chu Ziqing. "Please, just respond to me, will you? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. I'm so worried. All I need is for you to acknowledge me. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll do anything. Just don't leave me like this. My heart feels so heavy." Wen Che's messages continued to go unanswered, and he felt as though he were nearing suffocation, each breath becoming a struggle. Upon returning to school, it was around 8 in the evening, and the rain showed no signs of abating. He trudged along the path back to the dormitory, the umbrella's ribs creaking in the wind, completely oblivious to the splashes soaking his pant cuffs. The streetlights cast a hazy glow through the rain, elongating his shadow, only to be scattered into tiny points of light by the downpour. Each step felt as if he were treading upon nothingness, the mud beneath his feet resonating eerily with the emptiness within his heart. He stared at his phone screen, yearning for the familiar notification sound, yet as night deepened, silence persisted. Upon entering the dormitory, he found the other 3 roommates already present, seemingly engaged in a lively discussion. As soon as Du Lei saw Wen Che, he exclaimed, "You're back, Xiao Che. Hurry, we're discussing something. Tell us." Which is more authoritative, leftover garlic shoots stir-fried with pork over rice, or the 3 fresh vegetables over rice? Qi Shidao rubbed his chin and remarked, "I can only say that leftover garlic shoots stir-fried with pork leans more towards a casual vibe, while the 3 fresh vegetables feel more businesslike. Not all. Quite the opposite." At this moment, Yu Jiashu slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I must disagree with your opinions. I believe that tomato and egg over rice is the true champion, starting at 3 bowls." Wen Che returned to his seat and, with a calm demeanor, said, "They're all fine. It doesn't matter. Regardless of their authority, if no one eats them, they just end up being discarded." His response rendered the other 3 momentarily speechless, their eyes widening in surprise as they exchanged glances, enveloped in a profound silence. Wen Che gazed at the simple vase he had crafted, which rested on his desk. Inside the vase, delicate baby-s breath, a gift from Chu Ziqing, lay wilted, once lush and cloud-like, adorned with myriad tiny white blossoms. The branches now drooped listlessly at the rim of the vase. The once airy petals had become desiccated and brittle, resembling lifeless fragments of paper, with some curling into shades of brown, ready to cascade down with the lightest touch. The water within the vase was slightly murky, floating remnants of decayed leaves. As Wen Che reached out to touch the stems, his fingertip grazed the dry twigs, which snapped audibly, falling onto the table with a soft thud. "Yu Jiashu," he called softly. "Ah, what's wrong, Wen Ge?" Yu Jiashu hurriedly responded, approaching Wen Che's side with a look of concern. The ambience shifted. Everyone sensed Wen Che's unusual demeanor, and the previous conversation faded into an uneasy silence. "Could you please inquire with Song Qiui if Chu Ziqing has returned to the dormitory?" Wen Ke asked. "Of course." Yu Jiashu nodded without hesitation, promptly retrieving his phone to contact Song Qiui. Meanwhile, Qi Shidao and Du Lei exchanged grave expressions, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. A few minutes passed before Yu Jiashu lowered his phone, hesitating as he spoke. It seems she hasn't returned yet." "Understood, thank you." Wen Che replied coolly, his gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. Yu Jiashu stepped back, astonished that Wen Che had actually expressed gratitude. What was happening today? Who had returned? Was it a false version of Wen Che? What had transpired between him and Chu Ziqing? The other three were filled with questions, yet none dared to voice them. Buzz. Suddenly, Wen Che's phone on the table vibrated. He tapped it twice to illuminate the screen and glanced at it. This glance caused his pupils to constrict sharply, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place, his breath caught in his throat. A text message had arrived from Chu Ziqing's number. Let's break up. These three terse words struck him like poisoned steel nails, piercing directly into his heart. His lips trembled uncontrollably, a muffled whimper escaping his throat, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone tightly. The cold glow of the screen illuminated his pallid face, blood vessels in his eyes bursting in an instant, leaving him a mere shell of a person, as if his very soul had been extracted. At that moment, Wen Che's mind was a chaotic tempest, every thought scattering like leaves in the wind. What did this mean? A breakup? Was this truly from Chu Ziqing? It was indeed her number. She had ignored his messages for 24 hours, only to respond with these three words. What had he done wrong? Why did she want to end things? What was happening? The greatest confusion swirling in Wen Che's mind was whether this message had genuinely come from Chu Ziqing herself. Perhaps it is indeed the case. Maybe she has had enough of the game. She has always treated herself so well. Initially, I truly believed that she had a wealth of emotional experiences and that these matters were merely phases she had traversed. Perhaps she was simply testing the waters, curious to see how long she could indulge in this descent. Now that I find myself ensnared, has she had her fill and decided to withdraw? If that is indeed the truth, then she has played her part exceedingly well, leaving me utterly outwitted. Upon reflection, it makes sense. I have asked myself countless times what merit I possess to warrant such affection from Chu Ziqing. I possess no capability to retain her. She is so extraordinary, so beautiful, with a figure to envy, excelling in her studies, seemingly devoid of flaws in every aspect. What could possibly attract such a girl to me? The reality of our situation now mirrors the most authentic of my initial fantasies, does it not? This outcome aligns perfectly with my innermost thoughts. Well, it is quite satisfactory. Let us regard it as merely a dream. Indeed, so be it. After all, the time was brief. And perhaps the feelings were not profound. Knock, knock. Wen Che's knuckles rapped heavily upon the table, producing a dull thud that caused the wilted baby's breath to shed its fragments. With a sudden surge, he rose abruptly, the metal legs of the chair screeching against the floor, startling the other three occupants of the dormitory. The dazed expression that once clouded Wen Che's face now sparkled with an intense light. It was as though the ominous clouds before a storm had been cleaved open by a bolt of lightning. He seized the black jacket draped over the back of his chair, deftly shaking it out before donning it, the fluttering fabric rustling in the wind it generated. How dare they attempt to dismiss me so easily? Gripping the rain-streaked umbrella, he twirled the handle with finesse, the metal ribs clashing to produce a crisp, clear sound. As Wen Che turned, the tousled strands of hair at his forehead were swept back by the gust, revealing his sharply defined brow. And he seemed to shed the gloom of moments prior, radiating the aura of a disruptor ready to break the status quo. Hey, where are you going? Chi Shirtao's voice called out, pursuing him as Wen Che paused at the door. In the instant he glanced back, the rain outside was illuminated by a flash of lightning, casting his silhouette in stark, chiseled relief. I forgot to retrieve something important. I'm going back for it. I won't be returning tonight. Chapter 74. The first encounter with such a fruit addiction. The moment Wen Che burst through the dormitory door, a fierce wind accompanied by torrential rain assailed him like a wild beast. The large raindrops pounded against his umbrella, creating a rhythmic drumming sound, while the umbrella's ribs twisted violently in the gusts, nearly being overturned. Puddles on the asphalt road transformed into flowing mirrors, reflecting fragmented neon lights. Wen Che splashed through the water, his pant legs thoroughly soaked, clinging to his calves and spraying mist. The downpour washed over his eyelashes, yet it could not dispel the frenzied thoughts swirling in his mind. Wen Che dashed out of the school and stood outside, taking out his phone. At that moment, the words spoken by Chu Ziqing echoed in his mind. Wow, it's only about 20 kilometers from here. That's quite close. Because my family owns a fruit shop, and we have everything you like. 20 kilometers from my home, a fruit shop. Wen Che opened the navigation app, centering it on his family's restaurant, searching for all fruit shops within a 20-kilometer radius. Fresh fruit warehouse, Mugua fresh traces, colorful fruit station, Guiyu time. Which one? Which one? Think, you foolish head. Hurry up and think. Wen Che patted his head, trying to sift through his memories for useful clues. I'll forget it. I'll just visit them all. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, got in, and provided the driver with the navigation address. The driver, seemingly taken aback, looked up at Wen Che and remarked, Young man, this is quite far, isn't it? It'll cost at least 200 yuan to get there. All right, just go. Wen Che nodded without hesitation, completely unconcerned about the cost. He only wanted to reach her as quickly as possible. Are you sure? If I take you there, you'll need to cover the expressway, told yourself. Absolutely. Let us go. The driver, now resolute, pressed the accelerator, splashing a wide arc of water. Within 20 minutes, they were on the expressway, speeding toward their destination. Wen Che no longer glanced at his phone, nor indulged in wild thoughts. Inexplicably, at that moment, all his worries, confusion, and doubts vanished. His resolve had never been so steadfast. After about an hour, Wen Che arrived at the first location, Fresh Fruit Warehouse. He did not exit the car, but peered through the window at the small fruit shop, which had only a single entrance and no second floor. He immediately realized he had come to the wrong place. All right, is it QR code or cash? The driver had already produced the QR code, ready for Wen Che to settle the fare. Meanwhile, Wen Che navigated to another fruit shop and said, Now let us head to this location. Huh, young man, are you joking? That's in a completely different direction. It'll take another 20 minutes to get there. Ding. Wen Che said nothing and promptly scanned the QR code, then transferred 200 yuan. Here's the payment. Now hurry to this place. All right. The driver said little more, for he had apprehended this one individual tonight, and given the downpour, there were hardly any others around. Earning a little was better than nothing. Subsequently, the driver took Wen Che to the next location. Upon arrival, Wen Che beheld a fruit store, the sign for which read Mugua Xianzong, but it was already shuttered, its facade appearing rather dilapidated. The driver lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, then produced another and offered it to Wen Che, saying, Little brother, with such heavy rain and the hour approaching 11, no fruit store could possibly be open. Must you have fruit tonight? Is the craving that intense? We have a couple of peaches at my place. Why not come over and have some? Wen Che navigated to Bin Fengguizhan and showed the driver, who confirmed it was not the current location, leaving them no choice but to proceed to the next one. The driver, cigarette dangling from his lips, shifted gears and said, Let us go. Tonight, I shall risk everything to ensure you have your fruit. This next destination lay in the opposite direction, requiring another 20 minutes of travel. Wen Che clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The torrential rain twisted into serpentine streaks on the window, yet it failed to obscure his unwavering gaze fixed on the shop signs outside. Each time they passed a fruit store, he held his breath, his cracked lips parting slightly as if in silent prayer. The jolt of the taxi traversing over speed bumps sent his heart racing. As the navigation announced they were 500 meters away, he suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt, eyes locked ahead. Before him stood a sizable fruit store, also closed, with its roll-up gate firmly shut and only a few dim spotlights illuminating the entrance. However, unlike the previous two, this establishment boasted 2 stories, and from the second-floor window hung an air conditioning unit. Wen Che narrowed his eyes, noticing what appeared to be a sticker on the window, as if someone resided within. He recalled a time when he mentioned his fondness for apples, and Chu Ziqing promptly brought him one, snapping a photo to show that her family owned a fruit store. It had been late then as well, yet the quickness with which she procured the apple suggested her residence was indeed above the store, akin to living above a restaurant. Well, it's closed too. Shall we leave? Are you hungry? If worst comes to worst, we could grab a bowl of noodles first, and then I'll accompany you in your search. The driver suggested, lighting another cigarette. No need, how much is it? I'll just get out here, Wen Che replied, pulling out his phone to scan for payment. Really? All right then, give me an extra 100. It seems we have a good connection. It should have been 120. After exchanging 100 yuan, Wen Che stepped out of the car with an umbrella in hand. The driver, observing Wen Che's departing figure, shook his head in resignation, muttering, "I've never seen someone so addicted to fruit." He then drove away. Wen Che stood still as the relentless rain continued to pour down like a torrent. The fierce wind roared through the heavens and the earth, a wild beast unleashed, tearing the curtain of rain into chaotic fragments. The large raindrops, accompanied by piercing howls, struck the ground like a barrage of arrows. The water pooling on the asphalt was whipped up by the tempest, transforming into surging waves that intertwined with a rampaging curtain of rain, creating a chaotic web of water. Neon lights distorted and warped in the downpour, casting shattered spots of illumination, as if the city itself had lost its essence amidst the ravages of the storm. Wen Che struggled to hold up the umbrella, which fought desperately against the fierce gales, the ribs creaking under the strain. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind struck, like invisible giant hands seizing the umbrella and yanking it upward with force. Wen Che felt a powerful force escape his grip as the umbrella's ribs twisted and contorted. And with a loud pop, the canopy was completely torn apart, scattering in tatters through the air. The rain poured down like a breached dam, instantly soaking him to the skin. The icy water streamed down his neck, infiltrating his collar, the drenched fabric clinging heavily and coldly to his body. Yet, disregarding the discomfort, Wen Che pressed forward, his gaze aflame with fervent determination. Chapter 75. Chu Ziqing, I Love You. The tempestuous winds, laden with torrential rain, lashed against Wen Che like arrows piercing the air. Yet, he stood resolutely at the entrance, akin to a statue, his drenched shirt clinging to his back, droplets cascading from the tips of his hair down his sharply defined jawline. He lifted his gaze toward the lofty windows, 8 or 9 meters high, the rain blurring his vision but sharpening the obsession in his eyes. However, there were no footholds or leverage points on this wall. Ascending it seemed an endeavor destined for failure. Only a nearby drainage pipe offered a glimmer of hope for his ascent. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Che shed his coat, threading it through the pipe, wrapping the sleeves around himself, and tying them securely. Thus, a rudimentary safeguard was fashioned. He lifted his foot, bracing it against the wall, hands gripping the pipe, his body tensing with effort. The moment his fingers brushed against the icy metal, a bone-chilling sensation surged up his spine. Cautiously, he tested the first fixed bracket of the drainage pipe. The corroded metal groaned under the weight. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his weight upward, but his knee unexpectedly slipped, sending him plummeting downward, his coat tightening painfully around him. Taking a deep breath and steeling his resolve, he pressed his forehead against the damp pipe, his heavy breaths mingling with the rainwater that invaded his throat. As he reached the third bracket, a spasm of agony coursed through his arms, the drainage pipe suddenly swaying violently. Wen Che bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading across his tongue. In the moment the rain obscured his vision, he thought he glimpsed a figure behind the window, this specter igniting the last vestiges of his strength, propelling him inch by inch beyond his limits. When his fingertips finally grazed the edge of the windowsill, he nearly hurled himself upward. The rough concrete scraped against his abdomen, yet he paid no heed to the pain, planting a foot atop the adjacent air conditioning unit. In that instant, he had successfully scaled the height, loosening his coat, now misshapen and distorted. He looked down at his palms, stained dark red with rust and blood, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. How could he have undertaken such an act? In nearly 20 years of life, he had never envisioned himself in such a predicament. At that moment, the wildness of youth had reached its zenith. Raising his head, he beheld the window, mere meters away, yet a flicker of trepidation surged within his once unwavering heart. Had he truly come this far? Was this genuinely the residence of Chu Ziqing? Was she present? Would she be with someone else? He was utterly uncertain. He had climbed this high without assurance. Even if this were indeed Chu Ziqing's abode, would merely opening this window grant him access to her? But what then? His actions felt disturbingly invasive, intruding into another's home without invitation. If those words, "Let's break up," had truly escaped her lips, then was he not merely adding to her distress? Would she even wish to see him? At that moment, if one were to display an expression of utter revulsion upon seeing oneself, it would perhaps be preferable to leap into the abyss instead. One might even expect the authorities to be summoned, leading to one's own apprehension. In such a case, one would undoubtedly become the greatest fool of this century, a subject of derision. It is peculiar, however, that after spending such a considerable time with Chang Ying, parting did not evoke the slightest sense of loss. Rather, it brought a profound sense of relief, with a silent yearning for her to utter the words of separation. Yet, after only 10 days with Chu Ziqing, the sight of those 3 words pierced his heart with unimaginable anguish. This led him to realize that the depth of emotion is not necessarily tied to the duration of the relationship. Some people can part ways after months of a mundane connection without a second thought, while others, having only spent a brief time together, cherish every moment and desire to remain entwined. Wen Che stood outside for approximately 2 minutes, contemplating his next move. Subsequently, he slowly raised his hand and placed it against the window. Having exerted such effort to arrive here, he resolved to take action. He mustered his courage and knocked gently on the glass. Inside, the room was dimly lit, and on the bed lay Chu Ziqing, enveloped in darkness. She curled up, her hands tightly gripping the sheets, her fingertips turning pale. Silent tears streamed down her face, soaking the pillow. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she sobbed quietly, each sob akin to a dull blade, slicing through her heart. Upon hearing the soft knock against the window, Chu Ziqing's cries abruptly ceased, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Stiffly, she turned her head, fixating on the misty glass window. Raindrops meandered down the surface, distorting the figure outside into fragmented shadows. A lingering sob echoed in her throat, transforming into a sharp tremor. "Who is it?" Upon hearing her voice, Wen Che felt his eyes prick with warmth, and his heart erupted in a cascade of fireworks. Rainwater streamed down his lashes, flooding his eyes, yet it could not diminish the brilliance igniting within him. His voice trembled, infused with a joy he scarcely recognized. "It's me, Wen Che." Chu Ziqing's sobs came to an abrupt halt, her entire being frozen in that moment, as if captured within a still frame. Her tear-stained eyes widened in disbelief, resembling suddenly illuminated stars in the cold night sky, fixated on the blurred outline beyond the glass. Her lips quivered, her throat constricted, yet no words emerged. The hands that had clutched the sheets gradually loosened, fingers retaining a curled position, as if struggling to comprehend the voice she had just heard. "Can we talk?" The sound struck her like a heavy hammer, jolting her from her stupor. Chu Ziqing sat up abruptly, her knees colliding with the bed's edge, yet she felt no pain. She stumbled toward the window, droplets of water flinging from her hair, her pale face nearly pressing against the glass. Through the twisted curtain of rain and fog, she discerned the familiar visage, washed by the downpour, yet unmistakably known to her. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her eyelashes trembled wildly, akin to the wings of a startled butterfly on the verge of flight. After several attempts to articulate her thoughts, her lips parted to emit a breathless exclamation. How did you come here?" She could scarcely believe her eyes. Upon opening the window, she was met with the sight of the person before her face a canvas of astonishment. Wen Che unexpectedly appeared here. Upon seeing Chu Ziqing, Wen Che's eyes sparkled with delight. In that moment, a weight lifted from his heart, for he knew that Chu Ziqing was safe and sound, devoid of any misfortune or peril. He then shifted to the matter at hand, eager to uncover the truth. Wen Che slowly began, "Was that text message sincere?" Chu Ziqing paused, blinking in confusion, murmuring, What message?" This utterance illuminated Wen Che's heart. Indeed, Chu Ziqing was oblivious to the matter. The message was not sent by her. This revelation implied that Chu Ziqing had her own reasons. Wen Che gradually allowed a smile to grace his features, his tone transitioning to one of ease. "I understand now. I came here to share something with you." "What is it?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Chu Ziqing. She was enveloped in uncertainty. Firstly, She could not comprehend why Wen Che had suddenly appeared here, nor the significance of the message he spoke of, and what trials he had endured during her unawareness of events that had transpired. Wen Che wiped the rain from his face and softly said, "You once made me a promise. You said you would make me fall for you, and you would indeed do so. Now, you have fulfilled that promise. In return, allow me to make a promise to you. That is, as long as you remain steadfast, I shall never part ways with you. I wish to be with you forever." As he concluded, his gaze burned intensely upon Chu Ziqing, raindrops cascading from his hair, tracing paths down his cheeks. In that moment, he seemed entirely oblivious to his fatigue, his heart and eyes solely consumed by the girl before him, who had captured his every thought. Chu Ziqing gazed at Wen Che in a daze, her eyes swelling with tears once more. Moments ago, she had been silently weeping, yet now her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She opened her mouth, but only a few stuttered sobs escaped. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, fine droplets drifting into the room, mingling with her tears upon her cheeks. Chu Ziqing, I love you. Chapter 76. You may leave, do not concern yourself with them. A year ago, 3rd High School of Anqing City, Class 7 of the 3rd year. Chu Ziqing, please collect the assignments. Certainly, teacher. Chu Ziqing emerged from the office. Her navy blue school uniform jacket fastened neatly to the top button, the loose fit enveloping her slender shoulders. Her ponytail, though not meticulously styled, had a few wisps of hair gently curling at the ends, enhancing the softness of her profile. Her complexion was not excessively fair, yet it radiated health. Her beauty was not strikingly exceptional, but rather, it possessed a quiet charm. Whenever a classmate greeted her in the corridor, her brows and eyes would instantly brighten. Dimples would appear delicately on her cheeks, revealing 2 neat canine teeth, causing her eyelashes to flutter ever so slightly. As the class representative for English, she was now tasked with returning to her classroom to collect the assignments. Upon her return, she began the collection process, and her classmates dutifully submitted their work. Occasionally, 1 or 2 individuals would admit to not having completed theirs. Is this acceptable? Of course. Chu Ziqing is particularly accommodating. A simple conversation will suffice. After all, the teacher only checks to see who has submitted their work. At that moment, 2 boys murmured quietly amongst themselves. When Chu Ziqing approached them to collect their assignments, they suddenly donned friendly smiles. Where are your assignments? Chu Ziqing extended her hand, requesting their submissions. One of the boys replied, "Oh, Chu Ziqing, we forgot to bring ours, but we definitely completed them. We promise. Could you just consider it as submitted?" "Yes, please. We assure you we will turn in our work next time, along with the previous assignments. Could you do us this favor, just this once?" They pleaded with her. And Chu Ziqing stood there, displaying an expression of conflict, biting her lip, her nails leaving faint marks on the list. The boys fidgeted nervously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their voices trembling. "Sister Qing, just this once, we beg you." Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her dimples appearing and disappearing. Inside her heart, it felt as if 2 little figures were at odds. One whispered, "We are all classmates, a little leniency now and then is acceptable." The other, however, countered, "If this precedent is set, how will assignments be collected in the future? How will the tasks assigned by the teacher be fulfilled? Moreover, if the teacher discovers this, the blame would fall solely on you. This is not helping someone. It is causing harm." She parted her lips, intending to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. If she declined, how would she navigate her relationships with her classmates? Would they harbor resentment towards her, viewing her as an adversary, speaking ill of her to others? Perhaps. Just this once? Well, if you 2 haven't written anything, then it simply remains unwritten. Please do not put others in such a difficult position. At that moment, a voice from the front interjected, prompting all 3 to look ahead. The boy seated in front of the 2 turned slowly, his brows furrowed, his expression one of impatience. "What does it have to do with you? Won't you mind your own business?" The 2 boys expressed their displeasure, glaring at Wen Che. However, Wen Che disregarded their hostility and turned to Chu Ziqing, saying, "You should leave. There's no need to concern yourself with them. If they haven't contributed, then they haven't." "Oh, then." Chu Ziqing paused. a warm tide of gratitude washing over her. He had undoubtedly come to her rescue. Yet, this act of chivalry had successfully drawn all the animosity of the two boys onto himself. Before she could articulate her thanks, Wen Che had already engaged in a heated exchange with them, gesturing for Chu Ziqing to leave swiftly. As she walked away, her gaze lingered on Wen Che. During class, her concentration faltered, her thoughts drifting toward him, likely fueled by her appreciation. She was ill-equipped to handle such situations. Without Wen Che's intervention, she truly would not have known how to navigate the conflict. Yet, she felt compelled to express her gratitude, lest he misinterpret her silence as ingratitude. How could she repay him? That posed quite the dilemma. After class, a girl approached Chu Ziqing, standing beside her. "Qingqing, come on, accompany me to the restroom." Chu Ziqing looked up to see Lin Jixia, her close friend. Though not strikingly beautiful, Lin exuded a charming, neighborly warmth. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with joy, and her delicate lashes fluttered with every glance. Beneath a petite nose lay naturally rosy lips that were often pressed into a soft smile. "Sure," Chu Ziqing nodded, rising to accompany Lin Jixia out of the classroom. As they passed Wen Che's desk, she discreetly stole a glance at him. Once outside, they headed to the restroom, engaging in light conversation along the way. Suddenly, Lin Jixia chimed in, "By the way, Qingqing, let us go karaoke this weekend. Just 4 or 5 of us. We can split the bill, all right?" Chu Ziqing felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, pausing in silence. She had no desire to go, as she detested singing. Previous experiences had left her sitting in a corner, waiting until everyone finished their performances, her phone battery drained from boredom. Moreover, the prospect of splitting the cost while contributing nothing was unappealing. Yet, Lin Jixia was her dear friend. How could she refuse? The thought of disappointing her friend weighed heavily on her conscience, and maintaining her bond with Lin was important to her. Perhaps she should just go? "All right," she finally replied. Chapter 77. Just be yourself. How comfortable this life is. As Chu Ziqing returned to the classroom from the restroom, she spotted Wen Che chatting with another boy. The distance was close enough for her to overhear their conversation. "Wen Che, are you joining us online this weekend? We're one short on support. Will you come?" Wen Che shook her head, responding resolutely, "No, I won't." "Come on, we just need you. Show us some face." I said no. I have no desire to go. TSK. "Fine, you're really not a team player." The boy relinquished his invitation and walked away, while Wen Che remained unfazed by his words, engrossed in her own pursuits. Chu Ziqing observed the scene until the end, feeling an inexplicable, long-suppressed emotion stirring within her. Simultaneously, she envied Wen Che for her ability to disregard the opinions or thoughts of others, to refuse without hesitation. Why was she unable to do the same? After school that evening, Chu Ziqing packed her belongings, preparing to leave the classroom. However, just as she stood up and began to walk forward, a boy beside her called out, "Hey, wait a moment, Chu Ziqing, could you do me a favor?" Chu Ziqing halted and turned to the boy, softly inquiring, "What favor?" The boy was gathering his things and lifted a filled trash bag from the ground, handing it to Chu Ziqing. "Could you throw this away for me?" Chu Ziqing hesitated momentarily, instinctively reaching out to accept the trash, thinking that such a small request among classmates shouldn't be a burden. However, just as she was about to take it, a hand suddenly appeared beside her, snatching the bag away and placing it back on the boy's desk, asserting, "You can throw it yourself." Chu Ziqing was taken aback and turned to see Wen Che's profile. The boy looked up, frowning at Wen Che, and remarked, "TSK. So stingy. It's not like I asked you to throw it. You're really petty. Can't you even help throw away some trash? No one owes you anything. So what's wrong with not helping? If you need someone to throw away your trash, you're just lazy." Wen Che scoffed, and after her retort, she departed the classroom. Chu Ziqing's gaze lingered on Wen Che as she left, her mouth slightly agape, wanting to say something but unable to articulate her feelings. The boy's expression was filled with disdain as he muttered, "So annoying. People like that won't get far in society. Just ignore her. Please help me throw this away, thanks." Yet this time, Chu Ziqing chose to disregard the boy. Instead, she hurriedly quickened her steps to follow after Wen Che. As the young man gazed at Chu Ziqing's unwavering silhouette departing, he found himself momentarily stunned, his expression a blend of hesitation and embarrassment. After exiting the classroom, Chu Ziqing pursued Wen Che's figure until she finally caught up with him outside the school. "Wait!" Chu Ziqing called out, halting Wen Che in his tracks. He turned around, glancing at her with a hint of confusion. "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Thank you." Chu Ziqing managed to express her gratitude at last. It was Wen Che's assistance earlier that had spared her from unnecessary trouble. "It's nothing. I merely found them displeasing." They've grown accustomed to bossing others around. Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, considering it a trivial matter akin to a mere convenience. Though discarding trash was a minor act, he understood the boy lacked appreciation and would only escalate his behavior. It was imperative that he remained unaware of the fact that others could be easily bullied. As Wen Che prepared to leave, Chu Ziqing called out to him once more. "Wait, I have something else to ask you. What is it?" she inquired, stepping closer to him. "Aren't you afraid of your classmates speaking ill of you behind your back? Accusing you of being antisocial or petty?" "Not at all. I couldn't care less about them," he replied nonchalantly. "Why is that?" Chu Ziqing struggled to comprehend his perspective, eager for clarity. Wen Che shrugged and stated, "There's no reason. I'm not living for them, so why should I concern myself with their opinions?" This statement seemed to unlock a new realm of thought for Chu Ziqing. She had never considered it in such a light. Wen Che chuckled softly and continued, "The way I choose to live my life has nothing to do with others. I don't require their approval. I needn't be overly obedient, excessively understanding, or overly accommodating. I shouldn't force myself to conform to others' preferences, nor should I fear being disliked to the extent of avoiding rejection. I can simply be myself, and what a comfortable existence that is. Just be yourself?" she echoed, pondering. "Indeed, those individuals are not your superiors, and you don't rely on their salaries for your livelihood. Why heed their words? No one can please everyone, and there's no need to accommodate others at the expense of your own comfort. If friends disappear, let them go. Isn't that perfectly fine?" As his words resonated, Chu Ziqing felt her pupils tremble slightly, as if pierced by a sudden, blinding light. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. The hesitations that had long been trapped within her heart, the moments of tug-of-war between rejection and compromise, surged forth like a tidal wave. It dawned on her that there truly existed individuals who could live so liberally. The night breeze whisked away the withered leaves from the roadside, brushing against her ankles. In that moment, she suddenly perceived the truth. The burdens of human expectations that had accumulated around her were merely a cocoon of her own weaving. "I understand." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, and her eyes shimmered softly beneath the glow of the streetlights. Wen Che glanced back at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet he said nothing further, turning away to stride purposefully into the night. His silhouette gradually melded with the shadows. The crisp sound of his canvas shoes striking the cobblestone path lingering in Chu Ziqing's ears. She remained rooted in place, gazing at the desolate street, suddenly feeling the weight of her chest lighten significantly, as though someone had opened a long-sealed window, allowing the winds of freedom to finally sweep into her heart. Later that evening, upon returning home, Chu Ziqing found herself ruminating over Wen Che's words. She felt as if she had been reborn, her mind illuminated, her spirit more unburdened than ever before. The following day, the students proceeded to school as usual, and so did Chu Ziqing. However, her perspective had transformed entirely from the previous day, for she realized there was something she must accomplish. "Good morning, Qing." Lin Jixiao exclaimed as she saw Chu Ziqing enter the classroom, waving her hand in greeting. Chu Ziqing nodded in response, saying, "Good morning. There's something I wish to discuss with you." Lin Jixiao smiled brightly and inquired, "What is it? You seem quite mysterious. You all should go singing this weekend." "I want to join. I'm not particularly fond of singing, and if I go, I would merely be present. If there are other activities, I will consider participating." Chapter 78. She had quite the fun, didn't she? Can you believe it? Huh? You had agreed to go. So how can you just refuse now? Lin Jixia asked, bewildered. "I simply do not wish to go," Chu Ziqing replied, then returned to her seat. As she passed by Wen Che, she cast a gentle smile in his direction and said, "Good morning." Wen Che looked up, somewhat astonished. pondering why Chu Ziqing had suddenly wished him a good morning, given that she had never done so before. Could it be related to his words from the previous night? Ah, good morning, Wen Che nodded, offering a brief response without delving further into his thoughts. Lin Zhixia observed this exchange, her brow furrowing in confusion. Chu Ziqing, could I borrow your English homework to copy? I want to lend it. You must complete your own assignments. Chu Ziqing, may I use a bit of your tissue? Sorry, I only brought one pack, and I still need it. Perhaps you could borrow from someone else. Chu Ziqing, could you help me wipe the blackboard? You are the monitor. You should do it yourself. It's not my responsibility. Throughout the morning, many approached Chu Ziqing as usual, seeking her assistance, knowing she was the most accommodating. Yet, for reasons unknown, she declined all requests today. This was an unprecedented occurrence. What was going on with Chu Ziqing? The classmates began to speculate and discuss her unusual behavior, noting how her temperament bore a striking resemblance to Wen Che's. Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing paid no heed to their chatter. She was in exceptionally high spirits. Little did she anticipate how delightful it felt to say no. Wen Che was right. Her life had indeed become much more comfortable, significantly alleviating the constraints and grievances she had previously endured. She would still help with matters she was inclined to assist with, for she remained a kind-hearted person. However, requests that required her to undertake others' responsibilities, she resolutely rejected. As for those who sought to borrow from her, she politely declined as well. After all, lending to others would leave her without, and she had no desire to compromise her own comfort through excessive generosity. Perhaps this was a sign of her naivety in social dealings, but her spirits had lifted considerably, and her heart felt much lighter. At noon, around the corner of the hallway, Lin Zhixia stood conversing with a boy. What? Chu Ziqing isn't going? Why not? The boy's expression turned to one of surprise upon hearing Lin Zhixia mention that Chu Ziqing had declined the invitation to sing together over the weekend. Lin Zhixia shook her head, saying, I don't know. I have no idea what has gotten into her today. What should we do then? You promised you would help me get together with Chu Ziqing. You took the money. You inquire of me, yet I am at a loss. Who can ascertain the nature of her situation? It is rather peculiar. Lin Zhixia began to reminisce about the events of the morning. It seemed that Chu Ziqing had undergone a significant transformation, no longer as amiable as before, nor as accommodating to requests. Moreover, she appeared to cast glances in Wen Che's direction from time to time. This morning, she even greeted Wen Che with a good morning, a gesture she had never extended to any male classmate. Lin Zhixia furrowed her brow and murmured, could it be that she has developed feelings for Wen Che? Really? Wen Che? What is so special about that lanky fellow? It was uncertain, yet it felt as though she harbored an interest in Wen Che. The entire class was abuzz with discussions, noting that Chu Ziqing's demeanor today resembled that of Wen Che. The boys were suddenly agitated, stamping their feet in distress, exclaiming, no, that cannot be. What am I to do? Why not refund my money? Upon hearing the mention of a refund, Lin Zhixia tightened her brows and retorted, what do you mean? I never said I wouldn't help you. How can you assist? Simply make Wen Che uninterested in her, right? A mere rumor will suffice. It's simple. A rumor? Will that work? Won't Chu Ziqing be angry? Not at all. Chu Ziqing appears to be quite the honest person, always smiling. She wouldn't get upset. In the afternoon, during the break, Chu Ziqing stood up and exited the classroom, intending to visit the restroom. However, upon noticing the long line, she decided to return and postpone her visit. Yet, as she turned the corner of the hallway, she unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures. She immediately stepped back, refraining from proceeding further. With wide eyes, she thought, isn't that Wen Che and Lin Zhixia? What are they doing together? Wait. I mentioned I had something to discuss with you. Lin Zhixia's voice rang out, seemingly attempting to detain Wen Che to convey something. I'm not interested in what it is. Oh, it concerns Chu Ziqing. You ought to at least listen to her. Lin Zhixia nonetheless managed to stop Wen Che, determined to share her thoughts. Wen Che stood still, looking at Lin Zhixia with a helpless expression, perplexed by her intentions, while Chu Ziqing remained hidden around the corner, able to hear their conversation clearly. Upon realizing that Lin Zhixia intended to speak about her, she felt a surge of confusion. I urge you, do not get too close to Chu Ziqing. She's not a good person. Lin Jixia deliberately lowered her voice as she spoke to Wen Che. What? Wen Che's brows furrowed, gazing at Lin Jixia in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing's brow furrowed in response, her expression darkening considerably. She is quite the troublemaker. Do you not realize? Many boys in the class are flirting with her. How else could she smile at those boys every day? In that instant, Chu Ziqing felt a buzzing in her ears. She clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her nails digging into her palm as her body trembled uncontrollably. Malicious words slithered into her ears like venomous serpents, igniting her heart's confusion into a blaze of fury. The kindness and assistance she had once bestowed upon Lin Jixia now felt like a resounding slap across her face. She had believed herself to be a true friend, only to discover that Lin Jixia spoke of her so disparagingly behind her back. Clenching her teeth, with tears welling in her eyes, an ocean of grievance and indignation surged within her. The friendship she had cherished had been met with such despicable slander, filling her with both anger and hatred. It felt as though a fierce inferno raged within her chest, compelling her to confront Lin Jixia and demand to know why she would spread such rumors. Yet, reason urged her to suppress her impulse, leaving crescent-shaped imprints from her nails on her palms. What are you saying? Wen Che tilted his head, his gaze towards Lin Jixia tinged with impatience. I am merely trying to warn you. I've noticed she has been trying to get closer to you lately. She surely intends to entice you. Do not be deceived. Chapter 79, I merely feel that some individuals exhibit too many smiles. Why are you sharing this with me? Aren't you a close friend of Chu Ziqing? Why speak ill of her? Lin Jixia momentarily found herself at a loss for words. After pondering for a while, she finally spoke. I perceive you to be a genuinely kind person and cannot bear to see you harmed by Chu Ziqing. Please, do not disclose this to anyone else. You are the sole confidant. You understand. As she spoke, Lin Jixia intentionally cast a flirtatious glance at Wen Che. However, Wen Che seemed oblivious to her advances. He shook his head and replied, No, I do not understand. Please refrain from discussing such matters with me. They do not concern me. With that, Wen Che proceeded to walk away. Just before departing, he abruptly halted and said, Furthermore, before betraying a good friend, craft a more compelling tale. Are you attempting to slander Chu Ziqing? She is quite admirable, and you truly do not deserve to be her friend. You. Lin Jixia whirled around, her finger pointed accusingly at Wen Che, her expression darkening, revealing her displeasure. Yet, Wen Che had already left, concealed in a corner. Chu Ziqing listened as Wen Che ruthlessly countered Lin Jixia's words. A tempest of anger and grievance surged within her, abruptly stalling. She recalled the surprised yet earnest response he had given her when she greeted him that morning. She remembered the sincerity that shimmered in his eyes as he spoke the previous night. At that moment, fragmented images flickered through her mind, gradually merging with the figure that stood up for her now, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. The lump in her throat transformed into a rhythmic thrum of her heart. She could distinctly hear the drumming of her heartbeat, as if an invisible hand gently squeezed and then slowly released it, disrupting the cadence entirely. How extraordinary it is to feel the unwavering trust of another. Igniting such profound emotions, the following morning, Chu Ziqing entered the school, walking down the corridor toward her classroom. Hey, Chu Ziqing, good morning. A classmate spotted her and attempted to greet her, but in an instant, the smile froze in place. When Chu Ziqing's obsidian-like eyes swept in her direction, it felt like a frostbitten blade, chilling her to the bone. She nodded mechanically, her lips barely moving to utter a flat-toned morning, as if the words emanated from a recording device. After speaking, she turned and walked into the classroom, leaving her classmate bewildered, mouth agape, standing motionless in place. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Had she said something wrong? Surely not. It was merely a simple greeting. But Chu Ziqing's demeanor, that expression, it felt as though she had committed some grave error. Chu Ziqing seemed to carry an invisible barrier around her, her back straight, hair cascading like ink, and when her icy gaze passed over her, it rendered her feeling as if the Chu Ziqing before her was a complete stranger. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a pattern of alternating light and shadow across the classroom floor. Lin Jixia clutched the strawberry milk she had just purchased that morning and skipped over to Chu Ziqing, greeting her with a bright smile. Good morning, Qing. Chu Ziqing's curt response left Lin Jixia momentarily speechless, as she didn't even glance at her. What was going on? This was even stranger than yesterday. However, Lin Jixia's intention in approaching was not to inquire about Chu Ziqing's state, but rather to invite her out. Feigning normalcy, Lin Jixia continued, Qing, let us hang out this weekend. How about it? It's on me. You don't have to pay. The sound of flipping pages abruptly ceased as Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, casting a cold shadow beneath her lashes. She closed her book, her knuckles rapping sharply against the cover, producing a crisp sound. Not interested. Lin Jixia was utterly taken aback, standing frozen in place, the bottle of strawberry milk in her grasp emitting a faint, crumpling sound. She opened her mouth, wanted to probe for an explanation, but as her gaze met Chu Ziqing's piercingly cold stare, her throat felt constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her speechless. Throughout the day, few classmates dared to approach Chu Ziqing, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor, which made her seem almost unapproachable. It felt as though getting too close would result in being pierced by her icy gaze. As the school bell rang, students exhaled in relief, hastily packing their bags in preparation to head home. Yet, Lin Jixia's heart felt as heavy as lead, for she had noticed Chu Ziqing's complete disregard for her throughout the day, leaving her utterly bewildered. Finally, unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Lin Jixia hurriedly stepped in front of Chu Ziqing, who was about to leave, and anxiously asked, Qing, what's wrong? I can't have upset you, right? You've been so cold all day, as if everyone owes you money. What on earth happened? In response to Lin Jixia's inquiry, Chu Ziqing remained entirely indifferent, not even raising her head, continuing to pack her bag. Seeing this, Lin Jixia's anxiety intensified, prompting her to raise her voice. Qing, please say something. I genuinely don't know what I did wrong. It hurts when you ignore me. However, Chu Ziqing seemed to disregard Lin Jixia's words entirely, methodically organizing her belongings, then leisurely zipping her bag shut, preparing to turn away. As Chu Ziqing stood beside Lin Jixia, her expression remained devoid of emotion, her gaze fixed ahead. She leaned in slightly and spoke in a chilling tone that sent shivers down one's spine. I simply feel that some people have given smiles too freely. With that, Chu Ziqing walked out of the classroom without a backward glance. Lin Jixia turned to watch Chu Ziqing's retreating figure, her expression faltering, tightening as if coated with a layer of glue. She couldn't comprehend what had transpired with Chu Ziqing. In just 2 days, it seemed she had transformed into an entirely different person. After Chu Ziqing exited the classroom, she could not help but quicken her pace. Her gaze was fixated ahead, rendering everyone around her a mere blur, mere background figures, while the silhouette she sought remained vividly clear. Wen Che. Chu Ziqing pursued Wen Che's figure, not halting her chase until she reached the school's exit, finally calling out to him. Wen Che paused, turned to glance back. Upon seeing Chu Ziqing, he momentarily froze. What's the matter? What is it? Chu Ziqing took a few hurried steps, nearly running to stand before him. Her chest heaved violently, her ears flushed crimson as if ready to bleed, yet she mustered the courage to meet his gaze. At that moment, the icy demeanor she usually bore had entirely vanished, seemingly reverting to her former self. After a brief pause, she slowly spoke, Wen Che, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? In an instant, Wen Che's eyes widened in shock, nearly dumbfounded, staring at Chu Ziqing in disbelief. Can you give me this opportunity? He stammered. Chu Ziqing, lowering her head, mustered the courage to ask once more, unable to meet his eyes any longer. After what felt like an eternity, Wen Che finally regained his composure. Looking away, he hesitantly replied, I'm not looking to date right now. Thank you for your feelings. Chu Ziqing lifted her head, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment passing through her eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. In its place was a slight upturn of her lips. It's all right. I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will not give up. With that declaration, she turned and dashed into the darkness, the small bell on her backpack jingling with each stride. Wen Che watched her disappear into the distance. as the evening breeze swirled the fallen leaves at his feet. At that moment, Chu Ziqing found herself hiding around a corner, gasping for breath, her cheeks aflame. Yet within her heart blazed an increasingly fervent fire. It turned out that although the taste of rejection was bitter, the sweetness of courage to step forward for the one she cherished was far more profound. Chapter 80. I fear I may never see you again. I dread the thought of parting from you. Chu Ziqing, I love you. Wen Che's voice reverberated throughout the room. The moment he uttered those words, both Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were suddenly transported back to a year ago, to their high school days. At that moment, memories flooded back. Wen Che recalled his words to Chu Ziqing, the transformation she had undergone, while Chu Ziqing reminisced about how her affections for Wen Che had blossomed. Abruptly, Chu Ziqing was jolted back to reality. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Wen Che was precariously perched on the air conditioning unit outside. It was far too dangerous, and he was getting drenched in the rain. Hurry, come inside. Chu Ziqing reached out her hand, attempting to pull Wen Che in. Upon seeing her gesture, Wen Che smiled. It seemed she was still willing to embrace him. His decision to come here felt justified. Thankfully, he had arrived. With great care, Wen Che climbed over the windowsill, preparing to enter the room. His clothes were thoroughly soaked, and as he stepped inside, water dripped from him onto the floor. Wait a moment. I will fetch you a towel and some dry clothes. Don't catch a chill. Chu Ziqing called out before quietly exiting her room, leaving Wen Che standing alone, frozen in place. The room was now devoid of wind, yet the drenched fabric clung to his skin, rendering him acutely cold. His body involuntarily shivered, his teeth chattering. He began to observe Chu Ziqing's room, which was tidy and immaculate, infused with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Wen Che recognized it as the subtle scent of her body, which he had occasionally caught whiffs of before. As he glanced toward the other side, he abruptly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. There, on the desk, lay an array of books and several neatly arranged photographs. Among them were pictures he had previously shared on social media, astonishingly printed out by Chu Ziqing. One in particular was a graduation photo from high school, albeit with the extraneous parts torn away, leaving only her and him. When he turned his gaze to the bookshelf lined with volumes, his heart swelled with astonishment. The Art of Romantic Persuasion. The shelves were lined with books bearing titles such as Piercing the Heart's Defenses, From Confession to Passion, The Secrets of Romantic Success, Capturing the One You Desire, A Guide to Love Hunting, Psychology of Love, Unlocking the Code to Happy Relationships, and the Dating Bible, Techniques to Create Heart-Fluttering Moments. My goodness. Wen Che stood there, mouth agape, unable to comprehend the sight before him, an entire shelf dedicated to the art of romance. No wonder Chu Ziqing was so adept at it. He had mistakenly believed that she possessed vast romantic experience. In truth, these were the crucial elements. No one is born with an innate understanding of love. It is only those who earnestly strive to please you who truly learn. After a while, Chu Ziqing returned, holding clothes and 2 dry towels. Quick, dry off and change, she urged. With a towel in hand, she approached Wen Che and gently dried his damp hair, cheeks, and neck. Watching her diligently attend to him, he felt a warmth within despite his chilled body. Hurry, put this on, she said, handing him a plush pajama set that appeared quite cozy. Wen Che nodded, accepting the garment, casting an awkward glance at Chu Ziqing. Suddenly, Chu Ziqing seemed to recall something, pursed her lips, and turned away, presenting her back to him. It felt somewhat awkward to change clothes in her presence. Once she had turned, Wen Che began to undress, removing his soaked attire and setting it aside, using the towel to dry himself before donning the warm pajamas. All set, he announced. At the sound of his voice, Chu Ziqing turned around to face him. In the dimly lit room, they locked eyes, each reflecting a myriad of unspoken words, both yearning to communicate, yet unable to articulate their thoughts. Moments later, they found themselves seated on the bed, positioned closely, nearly leaning against one another. In that instant, their connection transcended mere words, offering solace to their hearts and spirits. Just being near each other brought them profound comfort. After a brief silence, Wen Che slowly spoke, What exactly happened? Last night you mentioned taking a shower, and then You never replied to my messages." He deliberately withheld the mention of the text messages, eager to first comprehend the events that had transpired. Chu Ziqing's voice, still tinged with the raspy remnants of tears, replied. "It was Cheng-Ying." "Cheng-Ying? She came here and found my mother, fabricating an abundance of false evidence, claiming that I was deceived by you, labeling you a scoundrel, asserting that you were simultaneously involved with both her and me, straddling two boats." As Chu Ziqing's words hung in the air, an almost tangible fury enveloped Wen Che, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles protruding grotesquely. Veins bulged ominously along his neck, his temples pulsating as if they might burst forth. His eyes, glowing crimson like raging flames, fixated on the void. "Damn it," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice a low, raspy growl infused with a suffocating rage, his chest heaving violently, breath coming in labored gasps akin to a wild beast. He could no longer endure it. That wretched Cheng-Ying was at it again. Vengeance was imperative. She must not escape unscathed. A price must be exacted. Then, I had a fierce argument with my mother, the first of my life, as she feared I might make a grave mistake. She confiscated my phone, forbidding me to leave the house, even to attend school, until I could come to terms with everything. At this juncture, Chu Ziqing's voice faltered, as if her throat was obstructed by a wad of soaked cotton, an intense wave of bitterness surging within her. With her head bowed, her eyelashes trembled violently, tears forming glistening droplets that fell onto her knee, staining the light fabric. Following that, a torrent of scalding tears cascaded forth, tracing glistening paths down her reddened cheeks. "I am so afraid," she choked, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her voice fragmented into incoherent fragments. "I am so afraid I will never see you again. I am so afraid of being apart from you." Chapter 81. No matter how you appear. "I adore you." Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's trembling shoulders, unable to suppress the ache swelling within him any longer. He suddenly reached out, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, resting his chin gently atop her head, feeling her tears seeping into the freshly donned fabric of his nightwear. "Do not fear. Do not fear. I am here, and I will not part from you." His voice, laced with fiery compassion, caressed her back in soothing strokes, as if to smooth away all her grievances. Chu Ziqing's muffled sobs intertwined with her sporadic gasps, tugging at Wen Che's heart in the stillness of the room. He held her even tighter, his senses filled with her delicate fragrance mingled with the saltiness of her tears. "Is it truly so?" Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, looking into Wen Che's eyes, her expression brimming with hope, her voice slightly quivering. Wen Che's Adam's apple bobbed as he assured her with a nasal certainty. "Of course it is true. I have already made you a promise. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly fulfill it." His deliberately softened tone carried a hint of clumsiness in its attempt to comfort, as his fingers subtly entwined with her fingertips hanging by her side. Recalling Wen Che's words spoken earlier from outside, particularly the declaration of his love, a wave of warmth surged through Chu Ziqing, smoothing out the tumult of panic and grievance within her chest. Outside, the sound of rain gradually diminished, transforming into a gentle rustle. The rain had ceased. "By the way, you have yet to explain why you came here. What have you endured?" Chu Ziqing noticed a fresh abrasion on Wen Che's palm, glimmering red under the moonlight. The moment she first laid eyes on him, apart from her shock, there was an overwhelming sense of heartache. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, she could hardly fathom how he had managed to arrive, especially after climbing up from below. How perilous. Wen Che's mind flitted through the events of the day. He had risen early, prepared a feast for Chu Ziqing at noon, only to discard it later. Upon returning to school, he had been absent-minded. He had taken a taxi to 3 different places, his heart in his throat, and while scaling the water pipe earlier, he had nearly fallen. Ultimately, however, he chose not to voice these thoughts, feeling it unnecessary at this moment. "It's nothing. I simply missed you." Wen Che tightened his embrace around Chu Ziqing, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. His arms, like unyielding shackles, encircled her, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin fabric, an unending source of comfort. Chu Ziqing nestled her face against Wen Che's neck, her breath cascading upon his delicate skin, trembling slightly. The two hearts, almost pressed against each other through their rib cages, beat in a fierce rhythm, intertwining in a symphony of sound. This embrace transcended mere physical contact. It was a silent vow, a steadfast commitment to one another, unyielding despite the trials faced. Though Chu Ziqing felt slightly breathless from his hold, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. She could distinctly perceive the tension and fear radiating from Wen Che, as if the mere act of releasing her grip would render him invisible. Consequently, she extended her arms, enveloping his back and gently patting him. "How I long for you." The entire day had been an excruciating ordeal for her eyes swollen and red from tears. Even beneath the covers, warmth eluded her. With her eyes shut, all she could envision was Wen Che's face, rendering it impossible to entertain any other thoughts. After all, she had finally managed to be with Wen Che, to feel him gradually accepting her, and their relationship blossoming. How could such trivial matters stifle their bond? Wen Che sensed that, at this moment, Chu Ziqing had yet to reveal her true self. The books on the shelf illuminated his understanding. Chu Ziqing was merely playing a role, striving to be someone he would admire. The knowledge gleaned from textbooks was merely being applied to her own existence. Yet this was exhausting. She was not her authentic self, merely a fade. Wen Che wished for Chu Ziqing to abandon such pretense, hoping instead that she could joyfully embrace her true self. His fingers gently untangled her disheveled hair, planting a warm kiss atop her head. He leaned back slightly, maintaining a gaze that allowed them to lock eyes. His thumb tenderly caressing the reddened corner of her eyes, wiping away the remnants of her tears. He enveloped Chu Ziqing's hand within his palm, exuding an undeniable resolve. "Here, by my side, you need not don any disguise. Share with me all your insecurities, fears, and grievances. What I desire is your unreserved sincerity. Do you remember? There is no need to force oneself to conform to the preferences of others, nor to fear unpopularity to the extent of being unable to refuse. One should not deplete themselves through excessive giving. Simply being oneself is sufficient." He gently pressed Chu Ziqing's head against his shoulder, his chin resting atop her crown, his voice imbued with tenderness and concern. "Rest assured, no matter how you are, I will always cherish you." Wen Che's words were akin to a delicate key, softly unlocking the tightly shut door deep within Chu Ziqing's heart. Her eyelashes fluttered violently, and the tears that had once been held back surged forth anew, each scalding droplet striking Wen Che's hand, leaving darkened imprints. I, she choked, her voice fragmented like whispers scattered by the wind, trembling fingers clutching tightly at Wen Che's collar. She buried herself into the crook of his shoulder, weeping more fiercely than before. No longer stifled sobs, but an outpouring of long-buried grievances, restlessness, and an ardent yearning for her true self, all transformed into torrential tears cascading forth. Wen Che merely tightened his embrace, rhythmically patting her back with his palm, allowing her to release every emotion within his arms. After a brief moment, Chu Ziqing slowly began to speak, her voice quavering as she confided. I actually feel very insecure. I know, you've already done exceedingly well, yet I cannot help but greedily desire all your love. My possessiveness is strong. I wish for you to belong solely to me. I am particularly envious, a bit petty. I do not want you to engage with other girls. I wish for no other girl to even glance your way. I long to be with you at all times, to cling to your side, to have my presence woven throughout your life. When you share moments with me on social media, I feel such joy, such happiness. I dare not express these feelings, nor reveal them to you. I fear that you may not accept this side of me. I understand that being with someone like me can be suffocating, devoid of freedom, and utterly exhausting. I am afraid of losing you. Chapter 82. Just be yourself, and I will take care of loving you. Wen Che felt a sudden pang in his throat as Chu Ziqing's tearful words pierced his heart like a delicate needle. He had never anticipated that Chu Ziqing had concealed so much. She had completely shielded her innermost feelings, making it impossible for anyone but herself to discern her true self. This girl had wrapped herself in layers of pretense, and only now did he finally catch a glimpse of the authentic soul curled up within that cocoon. All right, All right, I understand. I remember everything. Rest assured. Wen Che gently comforted Chu Ziqing, his tone remarkably tender, as he softly caressed her head, as if fearful of causing her any pain. Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze, tears hanging precariously on her lashes. The warmth of Wen Che's palm slid from her crown down to her trembling shoulders. An action she had envisioned countless times in her heart, now rendered so real that her eyes burned once more with unshed tears. Biting her lower lip, her voice quivered with fragility. Do you not mind? All my flaws. These were words Chu Ziqing had never dared to voice before. Yet today, emboldened by Wen Che's encouragement, she spoke them aloud. Still, she was apprehensive, worried that her confession would burden him, that it might place him in an awkward position. She could endure a lifetime of pretense, as long as Wen Che did not come to despise her. How could that be? To me, these are not flaws. On the contrary, I find them endearing. Wen Che's lips curled into a warm, suggestive smile. If only he had known Chu Ziqing's thoughts sooner, he would have understood how to approach her, avoiding the confusion he had felt previously. Endearing? Chu Ziqing was taken aback, as Wen Che gently wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, the warmth of his fingertips seemingly searing into her skin. Endearing, he reiterated, his gaze brimming with sincerity. I adore every facet of you. I appreciate your possessiveness, for I am the same. I cherish your clinginess, as I long for your constant presence by my side. I revel in your jealousy, for it assures me of your care, and that brings me immense joy. Chu Ziqing gazed at him, suddenly feeling a sense of disorientation. For so long, she had grown accustomed to concealing her true self, presenting a facade to the world. In school, she appeared exceptionally friendly and amiable, embodying the image of someone always eager to help. This demeanor endeared her to many, resulting in a remarkable social circle. However, when those individuals began to take her kindness for granted and ultimately betrayed her, she transformed once more, becoming a creature of thorns, warding off all who dared approach. For she believed that as long as no one got close, she would remain unscathed. Yet, the most authentic version of herself was not one of hostility. She was merely an ordinary girl, possessing the same emotions as anyone else, with nothing particularly special about her. Now, she had encountered someone with whom she could truly reveal herself, Wen Che. For him, she was willing to shed her prickly exterior, remove her mask, and embrace him with her softest self, kissing him in her most genuine form. Chu Ziqing clutched Wen Che's shirt tightly, the grievances, anxieties, and carefulness of so many years converging into a moment of pure happiness and warmth. To be embraced unreservedly by another was a feeling of profound comfort and solace. I used to fear that if you discovered the real me, you would leave. Chu Ziqing gazed into Wen Che's eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. I will not leave, he whispered in her ear. No matter what happens from now on, I will be here. Just be yourself, and I will take care of loving you. The love surging within Chu Ziqing felt as though it might burst forth from her throat. Each of Wen Che's promises ignited a wildfire that consumed her last vestiges of restraint. Suddenly, she leaned in, wrapping her arms fiercely around his neck, tilting her head back, and pressing her trembling lips against his. This kiss was imbued with a reckless abandon, the sound of their teeth colliding resonating softly. As his soft lips met hers with fervor, Wen Che's pupils dilated in surprise. His fingers, which had been lingering in her hair, froze, his gaze filled with astonishment, and a muffled sound escaped his throat. Chu Ziqing's trembling fingers clutched at his shirt, the scent of jasmine mingled with her salty tears enveloping them. Wen Che's reason crumbled beneath the intensity of her tearful kiss. His hand tightened around the nape of her neck, pressing her body against the cool wall behind them. The contrast of the wall's chill against their heated skin sparked an electrifying connection, and when his tongue pried open her quivering lips, he tasted the remnants of her tears. Chu Ziqing's nails dug deeply into the nape of his neck, her fingertips brushing against the fine beads of sweat. Wen Che's kiss was irresistibly commanding, entwining and claiming her as they breathed in sync, punctuated by hurried breaths and suppressed moans. Chu Ziqing felt as though she might drown in this overwhelming tide of love. Her legs weakening, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wen Che's hand cradled the back of her head, preventing any chance of escape, while the other hand slid down her spine, drawing her closer into his embrace, as if to meld their bodies into one. The sounds of their clothing rustling and the moist whispers of their lips mingling echoed within the confined space. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, their breaths grew labored and heavy. Wen Che reluctantly released her, yet still held her within his embrace, their foreheads touching gently. The flush of their lips was mere centimeters apart, their moist breaths intertwining, forming transparent, silken threads in the air. Chu Ziqing, her half-closed eyes hazy, gazed into Wen Che's equally desire-laden gaze, leaning in once more to softly nip at his lower lip, her tongue tracing the imprint of her bite, which elicited a fresh storm of fervent kisses from him. The night outside seemed to succumb to this fervor, becoming ambiguous and enchanting. Wen Che's Adam's apple bobbed heavily as Chu Ziqing's fingertips ventured along the nape of his neck, slipping beneath his collar. This bold caress rendered him utterly unrestrained. As Wen Che laid Chu Ziqing back, the coolness of the sheets met her back, and his descending kiss bore an almost predatory heat. She trembled as she sought to unfasten his belt, the metallic clinks resonating sharply in the stillness. However, Wen Che was quicker, tearing away the fabric from her shoulder, revealing the ivory-like perfection of her exposed skin, which seemed to quiver slightly. Their minds had succumbed to a blankness, every action driven by instinct, devoid of reason. Chapter 83. I helped you retrieve your stolen phone. Now explain to your little boyfriend. Wen Che's kiss brushed against Chu Ziqing's flushed cheek like a feather, lingering momentarily on her heated earlobe. As his tongue gently traced the curve of her ear, he felt her shudder slightly in his embrace. His fervent breath cascaded over the nape of her neck, his Adam's apple bobbing as his lips began to glide down the elegant line of her swan-like neck, pausing at the hollow of her collarbone. Chu Ziqing's fingers sank deeply into his hair, a muffled whimper escaping her throat. Wen Che's warm lips found their place over Chu Ziqing's heart, and when his fingertips brushed against her sensitive waist, an electric current surged through her body, causing her to involuntarily tremble. In that moment, she accidentally knocked over a picture frame on the table, the wooden frame crashing to the floor and shattering the intimate atmosphere. The sharp sound of breaking glass struck like a heavy hammer against their muddled consciousness. Both Chu Ziqing and Wen Che jolted, the lingering haze of passion abruptly dissipating. They raised their gazes to the shattered frame on the floor, momentarily taken aback. It was their most recent photograph together, printed by Chu Ziqing herself. Wen Che's mouth fell slightly ajar, a look of astonishment washing over his face as he quickly sat up, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Chu Ziqing hastily picked up the broken frame, a look of regret etched across her features. In that instant, Wen Che realized he had perhaps lost control just a bit. The ambience had been overwhelmingly intimate, and they had both been immersed in it, nearly crossing a line. Climbing through a window in the middle of the night to visit her and almost becoming intimate, he couldn't help but feel somewhat beastly. "Be careful not to cut your hand," Wen Che said, extending his hand to gently grasp Chu Ziqing's wrist, preventing her from collecting the shards of glass. Yet, Chu Ziqing still felt a pang of regret. It was her favorite photograph, and now that the frame was broken, it felt utterly disheartening. "It's all right. We can take more in the future," Wen Che reassured her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder gently. Chu Ziqing glanced at Wen Che, a smile slowly curving her lips as she nodded emphatically, "Ahem." Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from above, sending a wave of surprise across Chu Ziqing's face, her delicate eyebrows arching high like willow leaves. "It sounds like my mother." "What? Your mother lives upstairs?" Wen Che's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Our building has 5 floors. The first 2 are stores, my room is on the 3rd, and my mother's room is above us." "Oh no." Wen Che's lips twitched as he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have chosen the right floor. What if it had been Chu Ziqing's mother? That would have been disastrous. What should we do now? She must have heard the sound just now. Wen Che leapt off the bed, frantically darting about. for she was on the verge of being discovered by Chu Ziqing's mother in this very room. If she were to see her, the mildest consequence would be a furious reprimand followed by expulsion, while the most severe could lead to a call to the authorities to have her taken away. Quickly, she thought, let me hide beneath the bed. Chu Ziqing pointed to the space under her bed, which could accommodate a person lying down. Without hesitation, Wen Che hastily moved the bed, and Chu Ziqing lent a hand, slightly lifting it to allow Wen Che to slip underneath before gently lowering it back in place. At that moment, the footsteps grew increasingly closer, arriving directly at the door. Knock, knock, daughter. Are you asleep? What was that noise just now? The voice of Chu Ziqing's mother, Sun Ruiji, echoed from outside. No, it's nothing. I'm coming to take a look, Sun Ruiji announced before slowly opening the door to the room. She peeked in, her gaze sweeping across the dimly lit space, and her eyes fell upon the shattered picture frame on the floor. Sun Ruiji stepped inside, picking up the frame and glancing at the photograph within, her brow furrowing in confusion. She turned to Chu Ziqing, who sat obediently on the bed, utterly still, her silence punctuated only by her reddened eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Che lay beneath the bed, able to see their ankles, scarcely daring to breathe, inhaling and exhaling gently, careful not to let her chest rise too markedly. Clean up in the morning. For now, get some sleep. Do you understand? We'll talk about it tomorrow, all right? Be obedient. At this moment, Chu Ziqing had no desire to argue with her mother, especially with Wen Che still hiding beneath the bed. She simply wished for her mother to leave promptly. Thus, she refrained from retorting and nodded in agreement. Sun Ruiji, sensing nothing amiss, placed the picture frame on the table and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Upon hearing the door click shut, Wen Che exhaled in relief, extending her hand to gently pat Chu Ziqing's ankle, signaling for her to come out. But suddenly, Chu Ziqing grasped her wrist tightly, immobilizing her. Startled, Wen Che did not dare to utter a sound or move. After a few seconds, they heard the footsteps outside receding further away, and only then did Chu Ziqing release Wen Che's hand. Standing up to lift the bed, Wen Che slowly crawled out from beneath, murmuring softly, "Phew, that was close. You nearly scared me to death. Are you all right?" Chu Ziqing inquired quietly, hastily brushing off the dust from Wen Che's clothes. "I'm fine." But before Wen Che could finish her sentence, the door to the room was suddenly knocked upon. There was no preceding sound of footsteps. Knock, knock. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing were startled, their bodies trembling in fear. Quickly, Chu Ziqing whispered, promptly gesturing towards the space beneath the bed. Wen Che, who had just straightened his back, bent down once more. With Chu Ziqing's assistance, he returned to his hiding place beneath the bed. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from outside the door. "Ching Ching, it's me. Open the door." Chu Ziqing was taken aback. The voice was faint, yet she recognized it was not her mother, but her sister, Chu Wen. Chu Ziqing stood up and approached the door, slowly opening it. Standing at the threshold was indeed her sister. Chu Wen glanced furtively down the corridor before swiftly entering Chu Ziqing's room. "Sister, what are you doing here?" "I thought it was Mom." Chu Ziqing spoke to Chu Wen with a demeanor markedly different from how she had acted moments ago with her mother. She appeared considerably more at ease. After all, Chu Wen was aware of her relationship with Wen Che and knew him well. She had never uttered any words of disapproval. At that moment, Chu Wen reached into her pocket and pulled out a mobile phone, handing it to Chu Ziqing. "Here, I managed to sneak your phone back. You should explain things to your little boyfriend." Chapter 80. For once we had a chat. Mother Wen Che intervened. "Will she?" "My phone." Chu Ziqing instantly displayed a look of surprise, for in Chu Wen's hand was none other than her own mobile device. "Ah, you're the best, sister." Chu Ziqing joyfully embraced Chu Wen, nearly bouncing with excitement. Chu Wen quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and whispered, "Keep your voice down. We mustn't let Mother hear. Sit down. I'll explain everything to you and how to articulate it to him." Chu Wen gently guided Chu Ziqing to a seated position on the bed. Wen Che felt the space beneath him shrink just a bit more. The bed board pressed tightly against his chest. Chu Ziqing, seated beside Chu Wen, was left wondering what her sister would say and whether it would be a lengthy discourse. With Wen Che still hidden beneath the bed, She was anxious to ensure he didn't encounter any trouble. Listen, once Mother found out, she didn't quarrel with you. I spoke to her on your behalf, advocating for you and your young beau. Mother isn't foolish. She merely wishes the best for you, fearing you might fall victim to deceit. So, I suggested we conduct a little test. What kind of test? Chu Ziqing furrowed her brow, gazing at Chu Wen with eyes full of confusion. I sent him a breakup message using your phone. What? How could you? Before Chu Wen could finish her sentence, Chu Ziqing sprang to her feet, her voice rising several notches, startling Chu Wen quickly covering her mouth. Chu, keep it down. Let me finish. At that moment, Wen Che, hidden beneath the bed, was taken aback. At last, he had uncovered the source of the message. Fortunately, he had never suspected that it was Chu Ziqing who had sent it. Realizing this, Chu Ziqing pieced together what Wen Che had initially said regarding the message. Don't panic. I had no other choice. Otherwise, Mother would remain uneasy. Let me explain. I told her that I would send a breakup message to see if he would give up or come looking for you. If he relinquishes and doesn't pursue you, accepting the breakup, it only proves he doesn't love you. Under such circumstances, you should also accept the breakup with equanimity. But if he doesn't give up and seeks you out, it would demonstrate his deep affection for you. That way, Mother would understand he hasn't deceived you, and the rumors would be dispelled. She would feel secure about your relationship with him. Upon hearing Chu Wen's words, Chu Ziqing gradually calmed down. So, that was the situation. She had believed her sister had betrayed her, siding with their mother. While their mother couldn't access her phone, her sister could, thanks to her fingerprint, which underscored the trust Chu Ziqing had in her sister. I see. Chu Ziqing's tone softened as she sighed in relief. Moreover, she truly felt that Wen Che cared for her deeply. The message had likely been sent just a few hours prior. Wen Che has already located her home and rushed over. How remarkably efficient. Instead of succumbing to a bewildering text message that could have led to a breakup, he braved the elements, persevering through the storm to ascertain her true feelings. Chu Ziqing lowered her gaze, biting her lip, while her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. The anxieties concealed within her heart were instantaneously shattered into stardust, transforming into an irrepressible smile at the corners of her lips. At that moment, Wen Che, who was beneath the bed, came to a sudden realization. The origin of that text message was thus revealed. So, having come here, he must have passed the test, right? Just then, Chu Wen quietly remarked, I secretly retrieved your phone. You must quickly explain everything to him and send him our address so he can come over tomorrow. So that was the case. Thank you. Sister Chu Ziqing finally grasped the situation. Her sister had intervened on her behalf, ostensibly orchestrating a test with their mother to see if Wen Che would come. However, this was fraught with risk, for Wen Che was entirely unaware. What if he accepted the situation too readily? Now, with her phone returned, she could reveal the truth to Wen Che, thus eliminating the risk. Fortuitously, she had her sister. Otherwise, she might still be at an impasse with her mother. And thankfully, Wen Che did not misinterpret her intentions. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room burst open, startling both Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen. As the door swung open, Sun Ruiji appeared at the threshold, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with inquiry and discontent. Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen froze in place, their faces paling in an instant. So you two sisters have conspired to deceive me, have you? Sun Ruiji's expression darkened like the ominous clouds before a tempest, suffocating in its intensity. Her voice low and powerful. Mom. Chu Wen rose, offering an awkward smile, instinctively placing herself in front of Chu Ziqing. Sun Ruiji approached, seizing Chu Wen by the ear. Ouch, that hurts. Chu Wen, how old are you? Still dragging your sister into your mischief. I didn't want Qingqing to be heartbroken, which is why I trusted you. Yet you choose to bamboozle me instead? You lack confidence in that boy not giving up. Yet you spoke so assuredly to me? Sun Ruiji began to admonish Chu Wen. Chu Ziqing, witnessing this scene, hurried forward, grasping Sun Ruiji's arm gently and whispering Mom. Don't blame my sister. It's not her fault. Sun Ruiji glanced at Chu Ziqing, then released her grip, sighing in exasperation. Alas. My daughter, it's not that I want to prevent you from dating, but there's no smoke without fire. Even if, As you say, that girl is his ex-girlfriend, deliberately causing trouble to ruin your relationship. I still need to understand what kind of person he is. I'm merely thinking that if he truly comes, I can have a proper conversation with him. If it goes well, I'll one-t stop you, right? But look at your sister. What a terrible idea this is. Why should I give that boy a heads up in advance? What significance does it hold? Hasn't my mother ever spoken ill of him? I bear no ill will. I simply wish for you two precious daughters to avoid encountering any malefactors. As Sun Ruiji earnestly expressed her concerns, her gaze discreetly drifted toward the interior of the room. At that moment, she abruptly switched on the lights within the room. As the illumination brightened, every detail on the floor became vividly apparent. Shattered glass, rainwater by the window, a towel that had been wiped, and several damp articles of male clothing strewn about. Chapter 85 It's alright if you hit me. Just please don't call the police. At that moment, both Chu Ziqing and Chu Wen stood in stunned silence, watching their mother slowly approach and pick up the drenched garment from the floor. Chu Wen, puzzled, turned to Chu Ziqing, noticing her sister's face had drained of color, perhaps paralyzed by fear. Sun Ruiji turned around, holding the sodden clothing, and stepped back toward Chu Ziqing, inquiring, "What on earth is going on?" I. Chu Ziqing stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her mind rendered incapable of coherent thought as she stood frozen like a statue. Sun Ruiji set the garment down and returned to the window, noticing the rainwater still pooling there. She drew back the curtains and opened the window, glancing outside. Her gaze fell upon the air conditioning unit, caked in mud, and she observed footprints along the window's edge. Chu Ziqing felt as though her heart had ceased to beat, her breath caught in her throat as her limbs gradually stiffened at an alarming rate. Seemingly grasping the situation, Sun Ruiji turned, crossing her arms and tilting her head, exclaiming loudly, "Come out on your own, or I will find you." Thunderous rumblings reverberated as, in the next instant, the bed jolted unexpectedly. Startled, Chu Wen jumped aside, seeking refuge behind Chu Ziqing. With her eyes shut tight, Chu Ziqing bit down hard on her lower lip. An expression of torment etched across her face. Moments later, Wen Che's head emerged laboriously from beneath the bed, casting a glance at Sun Ruiji and offering an exceedingly awkward smile. Hello, Annie. It's alright if you hit me. Just please don't call the police." 10 minutes later, in the brightly lit living room, around a table, Sun Ruiji sat with her legs crossed and arms folded. Chu Wen occupied the left side, while Chu Ziqing sat on the right, and Wen Che stood across from them like a suspect under interrogation. Chu Ziqing's face was flushed crimson as she lowered her head, propping herself up with her arms to avoid collapsing onto the table. Chu Wen scrutinized Wen Che from head to toe, occasionally nodding and stroking her chin thoughtfully. Sun Ruiji lifted her chin, gesturing to the chair opposite her, saying, "Take a seat." No. I'm fine standing." Wen Che obediently remained on his feet, hands clasped in front of him, slightly hunched over, embodying a state of profound awkwardness and discomfort from every angle. "Come on. If I tell you to sit, then sit down. What are you afraid of?" Chu Wen approached, grasping Wen Che's arm and guiding him to the chair, pressing him down into it. Returning to her place, Chu Wen looked at Sun Ruiji and remarked, "Hey, Mom, why didn't he give him a heads up? He came straight after receiving the text. It's nearly 100 kilometers from school." With unwavering perseverance and a refusal to surrender, he managed to find his way without even being informed of the address. This indicates that his intellect is certainly sufficient, scaling the 7 to 8 meters with sheer determination. He demonstrated both strength and bravery. What a remarkable child he is. She gasped. Sun Ruiji inhaled sharply, casting a sharp glance that silenced her immediately. She shrugged, rising to her feet as she announced, "I'll fetch some water for you." Subsequently, Sun Ruiji turned her attention to Wen Che, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Auntie, my name is Wen Che, the one in literature and the Che in clear." At that moment, Wen Che was exceedingly nervous. The anxiety he felt now surpassed even that of facing opponents under the tower. He nearly addressed her as Auntie again, which would make him appear rather foolish. "Oh, your surname is Wen?" Upon hearing his name, Sun Ruiji raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. "Yes, Are you and Ching high school classmates? Yes. Wen Che responded stiffly, like a robot, his nod barely animated. Sun Rueji chuckled softly, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. Do not fret. I do not hold it against you, nor will I criticize you. I understand your feelings. It is quite normal to act in such a manner at your age. Sun Rueji wore a gentle smile, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on Wen Che. However, you must refrain from climbing through windows in the future. It is far too dangerous. Just imagine how many people would be heartbroken if you were to fall. She glanced at Chu Ziqing, who also nodded in agreement, sharing her concern for Wen Che's safety. Wen Che hurriedly assented, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Auntie, I promise I will never do it again. I was simply too anxious this time. Anxious about what? Sun Rueji narrowed her eyes slightly. Taking a deep breath, Wen Che summoned his courage and confessed, Auntie, I haven't been with Chu Ziqing for long, but I truly care for her. She means a great deal to me, which is why I rushed here. I have sworn that I will never give up. I'll not leave her. At this revelation, Chu Ziqing's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, nervously tugging at her clothing. She was utterly mortified that Wen Che would express such sentiments to her mother. Sun Rueji regarded Wen Che with keen interest, taking a moment before speaking. There is nothing wrong with having feelings for someone, but one must approach such matters with prudence. Passion for someone is important, yet maturity and composure are equally essential. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Wen Che nodded emphatically. While he did not regret his actions, he recognized the necessity of being more composed in the future. A bit of recklessness could suffice for now. Very well, I shall prepare a room for you. It is getting late. You may stay here tonight, and in the morning, the two of you will return to school together. As she spoke, Sun Rueji rose to her feet, preparing to leave. Chu Ziqing and Wen Che exchanged astonished glances, their expressions mirroring their disbelief as they watched Sun Rueji depart. Was that truly the conclusion? Wen Che found it hard to fathom. He had braced himself for reprimands, perhaps even punishment, or being expelled from the premises altogether. Yet, it appeared that everything had resolved so swiftly, allowing him to remain. Just then, Chu Wen returned, carrying several cups and a pot of water. Chu Ziqing looked up, incredulity etched on her face as she regarded Chu Wen, before a wave of excitement washed over her. Sister, has Mother truly consented to our plans? She said nothing earlier and even permitted Wen Che to stay, allowing us to return to school together tomorrow. Chu Wen poured herself a cup of water and replied, Of course. Given how far we've come, what grounds does she have to object? Rest assured, our mother is quite open-minded. Chapter 86, however. It now appears that this dog food is far sweeter than milk. All right, I shall retire for the night as well. Alas, I have been so stirred that I haven't slept well. Chu Wen stretched lazily and proceeded upstairs to prepare for bed. At this moment, only Wen Che and Chu Ziqing remained in the living room, quietly seated, relishing the joy that followed their victory. Wen Che slowly lifted his gaze towards Chu Ziqing, and coincidentally, she too glanced up at that moment, their eyes meeting for an instant. Wen Che was the first to break the silence, a suppressed chuckle escaping his throat, his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Chu Ziqing felt a blush creep up to her ears, turning her head to evade his intense gaze, yet she could not resist stealing furtive glances at him. When their eyes collided once more, they both erupted into laughter. Chu Ziqing pressed her fingertip against her lips, her shoulders trembling with mirth. In the tranquil living room, their delicate laughter scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, light and joyous, filling the air with a sweetness akin to honey. By the way, darling, may I borrow your phone? Wen Che suddenly recalled something and extended his hand towards Chu Ziqing. Without hesitation, she nodded of course. She then handed her phone to him. Upon receiving it, Wen Che opened the phone case, revealing a small note tucked inside. Chu Ziqing remembered inserting that note herself. It contained a question she had asked Wen Che during their classes together. Will we always be together? Alongside it was Wen Che's response. We should. At that time, Wen Che had hesitated to make a promise, fearing that various circumstances might lead to their separation, hence his use of should. Now, Wen Che found a pen. He placed the note on the table, then, with a swift motion, crossed out the phrase should be. Subsequently, he wrote in bold letters, We definitely will. Chu Ziqing's fingertips trembled slightly as her gaze remained fixated on the note that was once again tucked into the phone case. In the next moment, she suddenly leaped into Wen Che's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, her nose brushing against the warmth of his neck. Her voice, muffled yet brimming with excitement, declared, "You are the best. I will never part from you." Wen Che chuckled softly, encircling her waist, his chin gently grazing the top of her head. "I feel the same," he replied. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ziqing abruptly lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with fragments of light. Suddenly, she planted a kiss on his lips, a seal of affirmation. Hehe, absolutely. Cough, cough. A sudden, clear cough pierced the sweet atmosphere. Chu Ziqing, startled like a frightened rabbit, sprang from Wen Che's embrace. Turning, she found Chu when leaning against the stair railing, twirling an unopened milk carton with her fingertips, a teasing smirk gracing her lips. I wondered why there was such a commotion downstairs. "It seems you two are putting on a melodrama?" Wen Che's ears flushed crimson, and he instinctively adjusted his disheveled collar. Meanwhile, Chu Ziqing's face swelled like a ripe chili pepper, her feet shuffling awkwardly on the floor. "Sister, didn't you say you were going to sleep?" "I came down to fetch some milk," Chu shrugged, then deliberately elongated her tone. "But it seems this dog food is much sweeter than milk." At that moment, Sun Ruiji also descended, addressing the two. "All right, everything's tidied up. You two should hurry back to bed. It's quite late." Without hesitation, they sprang to their feet, fleeing as if to escape further teasing from Chu Wen. Wen Che resided in a modest room, sparsely furnished with merely a bed and a set of table and chairs. However, he was indifferent, as he knew he would be restless this night, brimming with excitement. Finally, he had resolved this issue and earned the approval of Chu Ziqing's mother. They could finally be together, or so he thought. Suddenly, as he lay in bed, an important matter struck him. The true perpetrator of this predicament remained unaddressed. This time, he was determined to eradicate the problem once and for all, ensuring no future disturbances would occur. He could not afford to show any mercy. He vowed that Cheng Ying would pay the price, even if it meant sacrificing something of his own. Buzzing, Wen Che's phone rang. He opened it to find messages from Chu Ziqing. She, too, was lying in bed, finally having the opportunity to check her phone. Upon seeing the numerous messages from Wen Che, it was evident how anxious he had been. Chu Ziqing could empathize with his urgency. "Are you able to sleep?" Wen Che smirked as he replied, "Can't sleep. I'm too happy." "Haha, me too. Should I come keep you company?" Wink, 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 though I'd love to say come quickly. Reason tells me otherwise. If your mother finds out, I'd be in trouble. Fear, Wen Che dared not take the risk. Having finally gained approval, he feared the consequences if her mother discovered their clandestine rendezvous. Besides, he knew it would only make him more restless, and he would struggle to rise in the morning. He believed Chu Ziqing needed rest, and he too required a moment of respite. After such a tumultuous night, he felt utterly drained, lacking the energy for any further activities. "All right, I suppose I'll just have to endure a little longer," he texted. "Haha, thank you for your patience. Let us get some sleep. We return to school tomorrow morning." "Okay, good night, baby. I love you. I love you. I love you." Wen Che gazed at the lengthy declaration of love, feeling as though a jubilant little rabbit was dancing within his heart, refusing to settle. After replying, he lingered over his phone screen for a while, reluctantly placing it aside, forcing himself to close his eyes. His mind was filled with the radiant smile of Chu Ziqing, and it was only after a considerable time that he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. He set an alarm and managed to sleep for approximately 5 or 6 hours before rising. Wen Che's clothes had been washed by Sun Ruiji the previous night and were already dry by morning. He dressed himself and prepared to return to school with Chu Ziqing. However, before stepping out, he eagerly retrieved his phone to contact someone. Lei. "Hey Lei, are you in the dormitory? I'll be back shortly. Could you do me a favor and get in touch with Sisterly? There's a business opportunity I'm uncertain if she can handle, but if she can, I'm willing to pay any amount." Chapter 87. How should these pieces of evidence be utilized? Should I report it? Wen Che and Chu Ziqing found themselves seated together on the bus returning to school, their fingers intertwined naturally, reluctant to part from one another. Outside the window, The shadows of the phoenix trees swept across the glass, casting fragmented movements upon Chu Ziqing's eyelashes. Her fingertips caressed the prominent knuckles of Wen Che's hand, and suddenly, she pressed her thumb gently against the pulse on the inner side of his wrist, feeling the rhythmic vibrations synchronize with her own heartbeat. She then turned her head to gaze at Wen Che, her smile reminiscent of cherry blossoms quietly blooming in spring, gentle yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her face in a soft halo, and the affection shimmering in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Wen Che, captivated by this enchanting sight of Chu Ziqing, felt his throat involuntarily constrict. He raised his hand and tenderly tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her warm earlobe. "What are you thinking about?" Wen Che's voice was low and gentle, laced with a touch of allure. Chu Ziqing blinked and leaned her head against Wen Che's shoulder, softly murmuring, "I was thinking about how happy I am right now." Wen Che's heart quickened, a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his chest. "So am I," he replied, tightening his grip on her fingers as they leaned against each other, savoring the tranquility. Upon their return to school, the hour was still early, allowing them to first return to their dormitory, especially since Chu Ziqing had belongings to carry. After escorting her to the base of the dormitory, Wen Che made his way back to his own room. As he entered the dormitory, each step down the corridor felt particularly heavy and resolute. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and in the oppressive silence, he could almost hear the subtle rhythm of his own heartbeat. Wen Che opened the door to his room and glanced around. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu were still asleep, while Dulei had already awakened and sat below, smoking. He looked up at Wen Che and inquired, "I received the news. What is going on?" Earlier in the morning, he had received a message from Wen Che, but had responded only with a brief note stating he was in the dormitory. "What do you think? Some people have truly tested my patience," Wen Che said, sitting down opposite Dulei, his brow furrowed, his tone revealing a hint of irritation. Dulei immediately guessed the situation and asked casually, "Qingying?" "Yes. Perfect timing. I have something to show you." Dulei nodded, then retrieved his phone, fiddling with it for a moment before handing it to Wen Che. "What is this?" Wen Che asked, puzzled, as he took the device and glanced at the screen, his pupils widening momentarily in surprise. "This is," Dulei chuckled, rising to place a hand on Wen Che's shoulder, saying, "These are all pieces of evidence of Cheng Ying's mischief. She had that fool Kashu doing a lot of things, dumping trash on your bed, stealing your student ID, and gluing your chair, among other antics. Thankfully, that fool, otherwise, we wouldn't have obtained so much evidence. All right then. Indeed, that fool has been coming to our dormitory frequently these past few days, compelling me to lock my belongings away and refrain from leaving them out," Wen Che remarked, gently patting Dulei's back, a smile gracing his lips. He felt a tinge of curiosity at the time, yet refrained from inquiring further due to Dulei's peculiar disposition. Little did he know that Dulei had been orchestrating such matters behind the scenes, successfully managing to keep that foolish Kushui in check. Now, with this evidence in hand, it should suffice, right? Coupled with what transpired last night, though I am unaware of the specifics. It must have been quite egregious to provoke such anger. My grievance with Cheng Ying is another matter. That wretched girl nearly brought about my demise last time. Dulei rubbed the back of his head, chills running down his spine at the mere recollection of that fateful Temple Run game. Had that stone struck him, he mused, he might have already departed from this world. How should we utilize this evidence? Should we report it to the authorities? Leave that to me. Sister Lee can handle these matters adeptly. Dulei retrieved his phone and proceeded to contact Sister Lee, relaying the situation to her. Wen Che waited in silence, his emotions having settled. Should this incident lead to a separation from Chu Ziqing, he vowed he would not allow Cheng Ying to escape unscathed. "All right, I understand. I'll convey this to him," Dulei said after sending a voice message, returning to sit beside Wen Che, his expression grave as he regarded him. "What did Sister Lee say?" Dulei nodded, replying, "She mentioned that having this evidence makes our task considerably easier, depending on what level of action you desire. What options do we have? For 200 yuan, she can teach her a lesson, though it comes with a guarantee allowing for future reprimands should she misbehave again. However, Consistently resorting to such measures is hardly a sustainable solution, especially with someone like her, who clearly doesn't learn from her mistakes. Indeed, that would be far too lenient for her. Wen Che shook his head. After enduring such torment with Chu Ziqing, he had no intention of letting Cheng Ying off so easily. She was like a deflated ball. Insufficient pressure would only result in a more forceful rebound. Thus, to deal with her, one must exert ample pressure, ideally to the point of bursting the ball, leaving her no room for retaliation. 4. 300 yuan. A public reprimand across the school, along with a demerit and disciplinary action. Once Sister Li intervenes, she will certainly find herself isolated, with no one daring to converse with her. Even vendors will hesitate to sell to her, rendering her dormitory life quite uncomfortable and subjecting her to relentless torment throughout her academic tenure. For 700, we could pursue detention for instigating trouble alongside a fine. However, she advised against this. While she can manage things within the school, once outside, Cheng Ying's influence would be uncontrollable, leaving her only able to provide limited assistance. For 1,000, expulsion is recommended. This would eliminate any future threats, ensuring she cannot harass you within the school premises. Sister Li is well-versed in the regulations of the Student Affairs Office and has numerous acquaintances there, having successfully navigated similar situations before, especially with ample evidence at hand. After Du Lei finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Wen Che's eyes and said, Sister Li is primarily a reliable intermediary. With this evidence, you could actually handle it yourself, though the process is quite cumbersome and not so straightforward. Furthermore, the success rate is rather low. However, you could save a considerable sum. The choice is ultimately yours. That said, I must share my suggestion. What? Du Lei lowered his voice, gently tapping Wen Che's chest, and continued. Aren't you looking to find a lucrative opportunity with Sister Li? I recommend that you let her handle this matter, allowing her to earn some profit. In the end, when benefits arise, it will facilitate smoother dealings. Chapter 88. Has she won the lottery? She seems absolutely elated. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Ziqing entered to find the other 3 girls engaged in conversation. The moment they laid eyes on her, their chatter abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of astonishment. Song Qiui quickly rose and approached her, concern evident in her voice as she asked, What happened last night? You didn't return, and you didn't reply to my messages. Wen Che was even inquiring about your whereabouts in the dorm. She had sent numerous messages to Chu Ziqing the previous night, worrying about her well-being, yet received no response. The entire night had been filled with anxiety, fearing that something might have occurred. Now, seeing her return unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chu Ziqing appeared vibrant, her complexion rosy and radiant, seemingly in excellent spirits. Chu Ziqing shook her head gently, responding softly, I'm fine. I just didn't come back too late last night. Is that so? Song Qiui felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. However, since Chu Ziqing had already spoken, she refrained from pressing further. I'm sorry for making you worry, Chu Ziqing added before taking a seat to organize her belongings. Song Qiui stood there, momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. Did she just hear Chu Ziqing apologize? Ah, no, it's nothing, she mumbled, still grappling with the incredulity of the moment. She sensed a subtle transformation in Chu Ziqing, yet could not pinpoint its nature. It seemed that her usual aloof, untouchable demeanor had softened, losing some of its sharpness. What could have transpired to incite such a change? Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze and noticed Song Qiui still standing beside her. She appraised her friend, then smiled faintly, saying, You look like you've lost weight. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. The other 2 girls, who had been seated at their desks, hurried over. The trio, like marionettes frozen in time, gazed at the faint curve of Chu Ziqing's lips, their throats involuntarily swallowing in disbelief. This ice queen, who typically wouldn't even lift her gaze, now radiated warmth like the gentle thaw of spring. Thank you, Song Qiui stammered, her hands fidgeting uncertainly, appearing utterly flustered. Chu Ziqing then rose and headed to the restroom. The other 2 girls promptly shook Song Qiui, lowering their voices to inquire, Hey, what's going on? What has happened to Chu Ziqing? Has she won the lottery? She looks so cheerful. For them, this transformation in Chu Ziqing was akin to a jubilant dance, a remarkable display of happiness. Song Xiui was equally perplexed, yet she understood that, typically, such a change in Chu Ziqing could only stem from one possibility. It might be related to her boyfriend, perhaps. She suspected that Ken and Wen Che had something to do with it. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that Chu Ziqing would be so elated. Emerging from the restroom, Chu Ziqing glanced at her companions and inquired, "Shall we head to class together?" "Ah, of course. Absolutely. I'll be ready in a moment," they hastily replied, scrambling to tidy themselves up, their makeup only half complete. Chu Ziqing settled into a chair, pulling out her phone to chat with Wen Che. They had already shared breakfast that morning, and Wen Che had mentioned needing to attend to a few matters upon returning, prompting Chu Ziqing to invite the others to accompany her to class. Otherwise, she would have been waiting downstairs at the boys' dormitory for Wen Che. Meanwhile, Wen Che was in his dormitory, chatting with Du Lei, as Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu were just waking up. "Wow, what did you get back?" Qi Shitao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wen Che. He quickly donned his glasses and leaped from his bed. They had spent the previous night deliberating over Wen Che's sudden disappearance during the torrential rain, and he had not responded to their messages, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Wen Che glanced at him and replied, "I just returned." At that moment, Yu Jiashu finally noticed Wen Che, having just sat up and been lost in thought for a while, still recovering from slumber. "Hey bro, where did you go last night?" he asked, throwing off his covers and bounding over to Wen Che, his hair a disheveled mess. Before Wen Che could respond, Du Lei interjected, "He was framed by someone last night." "Who?" "Chengying? See, you didn't even need to be told, and you guessed it. It seems her reputation precedes her." Yu Jiashu chuckled, adding, "It's only her who would go to such lengths to ensnare Wen Che. Who else would have that kind of time?" Qi Shitao frowned, his voice cold. "When will she ever be done? It's astounding she's made it this far in life." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Don't worry. After today, she won't be able to stir up any trouble." He then turned to Wen Che, offering a slight smile. Wen Che closed his eyes and slowly stated, "Let's hope so." Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu were oblivious to the secretive exchange between the two, yet they sincerely empathized with Wen Che. If they had a former girlfriend like that, it would surely be a stroke of misfortune. As Qi Shitao dressed, he remarked just yesterday, "My girlfriend mentioned wanting to invite both of you to join us for a weekend outing. I told her Wen Che would probably be unavailable." "Yeah, that's true." Wen Che began to speak, but swallowed his words. He had intended to express that he truly had no time, as he needed to earn money over the weekend. However, upon reflection, the idea of spending the weekend with Chu Ziqing sounded rather appealing. Perhaps he ought to take a break and enjoy some leisure time, considering he had been consistently working at the restaurant every week without fail. However, if I take a leave of absence, it would pose a dilemma for the restaurant. Every weekend, numerous patrons come specifically for him, with some even making reservations several days in advance. Perhaps I shall consider this matter further in a few days. I may not necessarily have the time this weekend. Subsequently, Wen Che could only provide this tentative response, as he needed more time to deliberate. He could earn approximately 1,000 on weekends. If he were to indulge in leisure activities, such earnings would elude him. Yet, the mere thought of spending time with Chu Ziqing ignited a flicker of excitement within him. Qi Shitao nodded and remarked, "It's perfectly fine. We can manage regardless. If you are unavailable, it's no trouble at all." Chapter 89. Incitement to murder. Is this person out of their mind? Soon after, the four of them left the dormitory together, preparing to attend class. Wen Che glanced at Yu Jiashu and inquired, "What did you do this weekend? Did you just stay in the dormitory the entire time?" I. Before Yu Jiashu could respond, Du Lei interjected, "This guy went for a run with that. With your girlfriend's roommate, that chubby girl." Yu Jiashu slapped Du Lei lightly and retorted, "Who are you calling chubby? She is not fat, all right. I think she is just right. I don't even know her name. I asked you, but you wouldn't tell me." Du Lei looked at him helplessly. "Who? Song Xiui?" Wen Che asked with an intrigued smile, directing his gaze at Yu Jiashu. "What is going on? Is there something between you two?" "No. I was just really bored in the dormitory, so I found her chat. Then she mentioned going for a run, and I thought I might as well join her since I had nothing else to do." Yu Jiasu reminisced about how dreadfully dull the weekend had been, lying in the dormitory playing on his phone. Once the battery died, he charged it while napping, waking up to resume his games with no one else around. In desperation, he scoured his contacts for someone to hang out with, but to no avail. Ultimately, he shamelessly approached Song Chioi for a conversation. It had been quite some time since they last spoke, as she was usually preoccupied with her fitness routine. Feeling utterly bored, he decided to accompany her. That sounds great. You should lose a bit of weight too. Otherwise, you'll end up a little chubby, Wen Che remarked, playfully pinching Yu Jiasu's fleshy chin. Yu Jiasu shot him a glance and replied dryly, "Perhaps I should share my weight with you. Then we would both be perfectly normal." He was slightly shorter than Wen Che, standing around 178 centimeters tall and weighing approximately 80 kilograms. While this weight was not excessive, he lacked muscle tone, resulting in a soft appearance and less firm skin, giving him a slightly puffy look. Not at all. Being chubby is a blessing. You should keep that blessing to yourself. Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, rejecting his offer. Chi Sherdao also pinched Yu Jiasu's belly, saying, "You've got dampness in your body. You need to expel it. Frequently using air conditioning and drinking cold beverages will ruin your health." "How do I expel dampness?" Du Lei's eyes lit up as he chimed in, "Oh, I have experience. Soaking your feet or cupping works wonders. I can take you. I have a membership card and can recommend a skilled therapist." Yu Jiasu wrinkled his brow and scoffed. "Is that really a proper place to expel dampness? It better not involve some other things along with it." The four of them arrived at the classroom and settled down together. They formed the most cohesive group in their class, as well as the most united dormitory among the boys. They generally act in unison, indulging in drinking and various activities, which has led other dormitories to label them as morally corrupt. Just then, someone suddenly dashed over. Wen Che and his three companions simultaneously lifted their heads to the side and discovered that the approaching individual was Shuai. Initially, Wen Che harbored a strong aversion toward Shuai, who had previously been quite distasteful to him, though it did not reach the extreme of Chang Ying's behavior. It was nonetheless quite bothersome. However, after hearing from Du Lei that the evidence against Chang Ying was provided by Shuai, Wen Che found himself developing a certain fondness for him. As Shuai reached Du Lei's side, it was evident he wished to communicate something, but upon noticing Wen Che seated nearby, he abruptly fell silent. Du Lei lifted his chin slightly and said, "Go on, it's fine." Wen Che is aware of the situation. "Ah, then I'll speak," Shuai replied, producing his phone and placing it before Du Lei. "I spoke with Chang Ying yesterday. I initially intended to extract some evidence from her, but unexpectedly stumbled upon something significant." Du Lei glanced at Shuai's phone, and the three of them hurriedly leaned in to catch a glimpse. On Shuai's screen were the chat logs with Chang Ying. "Shuai, I've done everything you asked me to. Hehe, can you be with me now? Chang Ying, get lost. Stop bothering me. I'm dealing with something right now." "Shuai, what are you so bothered about? I did everything as you instructed. Was it Wen Che who upset you again? Chang Ying, can't you understand? Get lost. If you're bored, go annoy Wen Che instead of pestering me." "Shuai, you can tell me anything. I'm willing to do anything for you." "Chang Ying, then go kill Wen Che." Du Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the phone. Wen Che's lips twitched, and his facial muscles involuntarily spasmed in shock. "Incitement to murder? This person has lost their mind," Chi Sherdao remarked, shaking his head as he sat down. Yu Jiasu, equally astonished, turned to Wen Che and inquired, "Why does she hate you so much? You merely broke up with her, didn't you? You didn't do anything wrong." Wen Che shrugged and explained, "That's just how she is. She can break up with others, but she cannot bear to be the one discarded. It shatters her pride. She seeks to prove that she is right and everyone else is wrong. She will persist until you feel you are in the wrong, kneeling in regret, begging her to return. Only then will she be satisfied." He understood Chang Ying's character all too well. A normal person might feel devastated after a breakup, perhaps shedding a few tears and gradually moving on. Even if the memories linger, they rarely engage in disruptive behavior. But Chang Ying could not stand the thought of losing. She had to be the victorious one. If she were to be broken up with, she would seek revenge until her former partner felt regret, wishing they had never provoked her. That, in her eyes, would be her triumph. When Wen Che and she first became involved, it was not like this, otherwise. Wen Che could never have been with her. This outcome is a result of the indulgence cultivated by those boys who merely sought fleeting pleasures, with no intention of commitment or matrimony. They entertained themselves, and once their amusement waned, they simply moved on. However, Cheng took things seriously, believing she truly deserved to be pampered. At this moment, Du Lei raised his hand and said, "Actually, I bear some responsibility in this matter." He recalled the times he had angered Cheng, nearly provoking her to the point of explosive fury. While venting his frustrations felt satisfying, it was akin to dousing a raging fire with a bucket of gasoline, ultimately igniting Cheng, a veritable bombshell. The moment she hurled a stone at him made it evident that she genuinely harbored murderous intent. Ku Shui pointed at his phone and remarked, "She's just venting. She seemed quite upset, but I have no idea why." Du Lei waved his hand dismissively, a smile spreading across his face as he laughed. "Who cares? Send me a screenshot. Ha ha ha. This is getting interesting. It's time to teach this young lady, who possesses the airs of royalty without the corresponding entitlement, a lesson." Chapter 90, at the very least. I am not like you. A disgrace. What is happening? What has gotten into Chu Ziqing? Is it really her? I'm not sure. Ever since I learned she started dating, she seems a bit different. The classmates in the class are all discussing Chu Ziqing's transformation. They appear to notice that her mood has significantly improved. At times, she sits there swaying her head unconsciously. Adorably. Only Chu Ziqing herself comprehends the extent of her happiness. Previously, when she was with Wen Che, she was already quite joyful, yet at that time, Wen Che's feelings for her were not entirely clear. However, now, Wen Che's affection for her is unequivocal. Sweet nothings he has whispered are etched in her heart. She truly feels blissful now. Merely envisioning a future filled with happiness alongside, Wen Che fills her with immense joy. After class at noon, Chu Ziqing eagerly rose, preparing to leave the classroom, for she had arranged to have lunch with Wen Che. She organized her belongings and stepped out of the classroom. Just as she crossed the threshold, she suddenly spotted someone standing ahead, seemingly waiting for her for quite some time. Cheng. In an instant, Chu Ziqing's crescent moon-like eyes froze into two icy beams. The lingering smile on her lips shattered like glass, leaving only a cold, hard curve. The veins in her neck subtly bulged, her breath momentarily stilled in her chest before exhaling a frosty sigh. Her right hand, gripping the strap of her bag, trembled violently, the knuckles turning a sickly pallor, as if on the verge of twisting the leather strap into two. The surrounding air seemed to lose its warmth, startling her classmates who had just exited alongside her. Just moments ago, Chu Ziqing was in a cheerful state. How could her mood shift so abruptly? Standing before her, Cheng exuded an aura that was equally formidable as Chu Ziqing's, appearing to be in a rather dismal state. It was unclear what she had endured. Her half-lidded eyes were laced with spiderweb-like veins, her pupils fluctuating between dilated and constricted, her lips a shade of bluish-purple. Her entire demeanor resembled that of a drunken wretch. At this moment, her gaze fixated on Chu Ziqing, brimming with a murderous intent, as if she could not help but blame everything she had gone through on Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. Even stumbling over a stone would elicit a tirade against the two. Chu Ziqing, Chu Ziqing. Cheng muttered through clenched teeth, then slowly approached Chu Ziqing, her steps unsteady as if she were walking on cotton. Chu Ziqing stood her ground, unperturbed by the approaching Cheng, as if she had already braced herself for what was to come. Just then, unexpectedly, a figure interposed itself before Chu Ziqing. This caused Cheng to halt abruptly, staring incredulously at the person before her. Song Qiui? Chu Ziqing was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the one standing in front of her would be Song Qiui. Song Qiui fixed her gaze on Cheng, softly inquiring, "What are you planning to do?" "None of your business. Get lost. You fat pig." Cheng Ying's scathing rebuke pierced through Song Qiui's heart like a sharp sword. If one were to identify the phrase that caused her the greatest anguish, it would undoubtedly be the derogatory term fat pig. As a young woman, she possessed an inherent desire for beauty, yet upon hearing those words, it felt as if she had been struck by lightning, leaving her frozen in place with crescent-shaped imprints etched deeply into her palms from her nails. Generally known for her remarkably gentle temperament, she rarely succumbed to anger, earning the reputation of being an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. However, in this moment, her fury ignited with unprecedented intensity. Her body trembled slightly, and then, with lips parted, she uttered the words, "At least, I'm not like you." A harlot. This was the most cutting remark she had ever expressed in her life. It echoed a conversation she had with Yu Jiashu, where she had been taken aback by the term, never imagining that one day she would utter it herself. Cheng Ying's pupils dilated in shock, as if a powder keg had exploded. The veins in her neck throbbed violently with each labored breath, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Yet she remained oblivious to the pain. "What did you say?" Her hoarse scream shattered the silence of the corridor as she stumbled towards Song Qiui, her disheveled hair obscuring half of her contorted face, resembling a wild beast out of control. Instinctively, Song Qiui recoiled a step back, and in that critical moment, Chu Ziqing seized her arm, pulling her aside. Cheng Ying missed her target and crashed heavily into the doorframe of the classroom. With a resounding thud, Cheng Ying fell to the ground, her body striking the unforgiving tiled floor with a jarring noise that sent shivers down the spine. She lay there, her hair cascading like a spider's web beside her pale cheek, emitting intermittent sobs that blurred the line between pain and hatred. Song Qiui's hand remained in the position it had been yanked from, her fingertips trembling slightly. Cheng Ying's outburst had genuinely startled her. She had not anticipated encountering such madness. "Quick!" At that moment, a male voice echoed from a distance. Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui turned to see several figures approaching. Chu Ziqing's gaze instantly locked onto her beloved, Wen Che, who was among them, alongside Du Lei, Qi Shitao, Yu Jiashu, and Ke Shuai. Upon witnessing the earlier scene, Wen Che hurried over, striding with urgency to reach Chu Ziqing's side. With concern etched across his face, he asked, "Baby, are you all right?" He gently grasped her arm, his worry palpable as he scrutinized her, anxious that Cheng Ying had harmed her. Chu Ziqing offered a faint smile and shook her head, reassuring him, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Yu Jiashu approached Song Qiui, gazing at her intently as he inquired, "Are you all right? Did she hurt you?" Song Qiui was momentarily taken aback, then gazed into Yu Jiashu's eyes, shaking her head softly as she murmured, "No. It's all thanks to Chu Ziqing." Meanwhile, Qi Shitao, Du Lei, and Ke Shuai gathered around the reclining Cheng Ying, leaning forward with an air of spectatorship. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How did it come to this? She resembles a madwoman." Du Lei shook his head, his words carrying a tone of regret that was utterly overshadowed by a hint of mockery. Ke Shuai quickly interjected, "I heard she was on drugs last night. A roommate from our dorm told me." Qi Shitao adjusted his glasses and addressed the other two. "Enough of this chatter. Aren't we here to escort her to the student affairs office? Let us attend to the matter at hand." Chapter 91. Training others requires skill. Both whips and rewards the moment Cheng Ying laid eyes on Du Lei. She resembled a cat spotting a mouse, her eyes wide and claws poised to pounce. In an instant, Du Lei leaned back, narrowly evading her grasp. Otherwise, he would have certainly been left with a disfiguring scratch across his face. Cheng Ying, in a frenzy, flailed and kicked on the ground, as if she wished to spin like a top. What was she doing? Was this some sort of ground fighting technique? How could they close the distance? Qi Shitao and the others quickly stepped back, eager to avoid any unintended injuries from Cheng Ying. A crowd of students began to gather, some capturing the scene on their phones, whispering among themselves, "This is getting out of hand. We should call security. We can't handle this ourselves. If she bites us, we'll need rabies shots." Du Lei shook his head vigorously, waving his hands in refusal. The chaotic struggle on the ground resembled a scene from a pig slaughtered during the New Year. Without 4 or 5 people to restrain her, it was futile. Moreover, a pig wouldn't claw at someone, but those long nails could certainly leave a scar if they made contact with a face. It wasn't worth the risk. Spotting Ke Shuai nearby, Cheng Ying immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Come help me." Ke Shuai took a few steps back, positioning himself beside Du Lei with an expression of disdain, retorting, "Who would help you? Look at yourself right now. you're quite terrifying." Cheng Ying's eyes widened, her eyelids twitching, her lips quivering. "Didn't you say you liked me? Were you lying? Truly, there isn't a decent man among you. You all bully me." Ke Shui appeared conflicted as he replied, "That may have been true before. Consider it my naivety. Lei Ge has shown me the world, and frankly, your current state is rather hard to assess. Besides, you've fallen so low. Who would still like you?" Qi Shitao leaned closer to Du Lei and whispered, "What did you do to him?" Du Lei shrugged and quietly replied, "Nothing much, just took him out for some fun over the weekend. Training others requires skill. One must wield both the whip and the sugar, you know." Before long, security arrived and forcibly escorted the now irrational Cheng Ying away, who screamed and shouted, completely devoid of her former composure. Qi Shitao smirked, saying, "Why is this so frightening? What on earth happened to her?" As the crowd watched Cheng Ying being taken away, they understood her fate was likely grim. This might be their last glimpse of her. "I know what is happening." At that moment, everyone turned to hear a girl's voice. Wen Che recognized her immediately as Cheng Ying's roommate. She bit her lower lip, appearing hesitant and troubled, her expression fraught with difficulty. "What is going on?" Wen Che and the others were eager to understand the drastic transformation of Cheng Ying, sensing that her mental state seemed rather unstable. A girl spoke softly, revealing she was drinking in Anqing City the night before last, where she met several young men and seemed to enjoy their company, but it appears she was drugged. The next day, those men were nowhere to be found. When she returned yesterday, she seemed utterly shattered, having slept the entire day, only to indulge in drugs and alcohol again at night. A collective realization dawned upon the group. It was no wonder her descent had been so rapid, for she had endured such an ordeal. She deserves it. Her fate is well-deserved, Yu Jiashu scoffed, feeling no sympathy for someone who had brought such misfortune upon herself. The girl continued. Upon her return yesterday, she shouted in the dormitory, blaming everything on Wen Che's betrayal, claiming that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have suffered this fate. Wen Che could only express his bewilderment. How was it possible to place the blame on him? If he had chosen to remain with her, enduring her betrayal, she would have continued her reckless ways. Chu Ziqing gently caressed Wen Che's chest, attempting to soothe his frustration. "All right, there's no need to be angry with someone like her. She brought this upon herself. Had Cheng Ying not insisted on venturing to Anqing City, she wouldn't have encountered such nefarious individuals. It can only be seen as poetic justice," Chu Ziqing added. She then turned to Song Qiui, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you for standing up for me earlier." She anticipated such support from Song Qiui, as their relationship had never seemed particularly close. Perhaps it was simply a reflection of Qiui's innate kindness? Not at all. It was the least I could do. Song Qiui replied, her heart swelling with gratitude at Chu Ziqing's acknowledgement, a smile brightening her face as she waved her hands dismissively. Du Lei retrieved his phone, holding it to his mouth as he recorded a voice message. "Li Jia, it's done. I've taken it to the student office. You can handle the rest. All set. Let's go. Time for dinner." He put away his phone with a flourish. Finally, it's over. It felt like defeating a boss. What a hassle. Qi Shitao stretched his neck, astonished that a girl could resort to such extremes. Targeting Wen Che was a grave mistake. It's no different than provoking our entire dormitory. Yu Jiashu remarked nonchalantly. Song Qiui walked alongside Yu Jiashu and mused. Perhaps she felt she had no other options. Yu Jiashu turned to her, replying, "You are far too kind, always seeing the best in others. What do you mean by having no options? Haven't you heard the saying, a child who knows their mistakes and corrects them is a good child, while one who knows yet continues to err is lost?" Very well. She conceded. Song Qiui nodded in agreement with Yu Jiashu's sentiment, believing she deserved her fate and was unworthy of sympathy, especially since that individual had just insulted her as a fat pig. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing walked side by side at the rear, their fingers intertwined, sharing warmth as their shadows entwined on the ground in a tender embrace. Chu Ziqing gently rested her cheek against Wen Che's shoulder, her hair brushing lightly against his arm in the gentle breeze. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the softness of his features, her voice laced with a hint of anticipation and anxiety. "Now, we should have no obstacles, right?" Wen Che nodded and replied, "Yes, indeed." Even if there are obstacles, I will protect you. I will not allow you to suffer any further harm. Chu Ziqing tightened her hold on Wen Che's arm and said, I know, as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. Chapter 92. Otherwise, little Ching will come and deal with you. The announcement has been made. Du Lei entered the dormitory, exclaiming loudly. At that moment, Wen Che and his two companions were present in the dormitory, and upon hearing Du Lei's voice, they immediately lifted their heads. The incident regarding Cheng Ying being taken away had occurred yesterday, and they were all aware that she would undoubtedly face the appropriate consequences. Let me see. Qi Shitao and Yu Jiashu hurriedly descended from their beds, gathering around Du Lei to peer at his phone, which contained the recorded content. Meanwhile, Wen Che remained seated in his place, opting not to join them, as he already had a fair understanding of the outcome. Subsequently, Du Lei, holding his phone, began to read aloud, Ahem, to uphold strict school regulations and maintain the normal educational order on campus. The school has decided to announce the disciplinary actions regarding Cheng Ying's misconduct as follows. Upon investigation, it was found that Cheng Ying repeatedly violated school rules during her time at the institution, causing severe repercussions. Firstly, she contravened national laws and regulations, as well as the school's anti-drug policies, engaging in the illicit abuse of addictive substances, thereby posing a grave threat to her own and others' physical and mental well-being. Secondly, she intentionally disrupted others' living environments, infringing upon her classmates' legitimate rights. Thirdly, she incited others to engage in undesirable behaviors, disturbing the campus atmosphere. Fourthly, she maliciously disrupted normal interpersonal relationships among her peers, severely undermining the harmony between students. Cheng Ying's aforementioned actions have grossly violated the relevant provisions of our school's disciplinary measures for student misconduct. Consequently, the school has decided to expel Cheng Ying, effective immediately upon the release of this announcement. We urge all students to take heed, strictly adhere to laws and regulations, and foster a proper set of values and conduct to collectively maintain a positive academic environment. What relief! After Du Lei finished reading, he turned off his phone and continued. I heard that she was taken to a psychiatric hospital. It seems her mental state has genuinely deteriorated. When her parents arrived, she was both hitting and scolding them. Qi Shitao sat down and remarked, she must have been furious. She would kick a dog that happened to pass by. Yu Jiashu approached Wen Che, patted him on the shoulder, and softly said, It's truly impressive that you managed to endure such a person for so long, my brother. Your resilience is undoubtedly formidable. Wen Che shot him a glare, retorting, Oh, please. Most of the time, I was just chatting with her. We hardly spent time together. She was ultimately swayed by vanity and the sweet nothings of those boys. Don't make it sound like I'm some sort of masochist. Du Lei also moved over, draping an arm around Yu Jiashu's shoulders, adopting a peculiar tone. Indeed, let us not speak of him now. Or else little Ching might come and deal with you. Wen Che lightly punched Du Lei's waist and said, You also call her little Ching? Look at you, so protective of your wife. Ha! I won't chat with you any longer. I'm off for a date. With that, Wen Che stood up and departed from the dormitory. After Wen Che left the dormitory, she arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Chu Ziqing. Standing beneath a tree, the warm sunlight, nearing summer, filtered through the leaves of the phoenix tree, casting dappled shadows upon Chu Ziqing. She donned a light blue denim jacket, the most distinctive feature being the flowing tassels that dangled from the sides, swaying gently in the breeze and brushing against the edge of her white lace camisole dress. This high-waisted white lace gown, with its intricate lace patterns reminiscent of blooming moonlight, shimmered softly in the sunlight, cascading from the neckline to the voluminous skirt. The high-waisted cut naturally elevated her waistline, accentuating Chu Ziqing's delicate figure, while the skirt billowed with the wind, resembling a blooming white rose, exuding an ethereal grace. Her feet were adorned with white cross-strap sandals, the delicate leather wrapping around her ankles and tied into an elegant bow, skillfully elongating her leg line and emphasizing her slender ankles. Silver geometric earrings swayed at her temples, while a matching bracelet chimed softly with her movements. Standing by the designated tree, Chu Ziqing occasionally rose on her toes, peering into the distance for Wen Che's arrival. When that familiar silhouette came into view, her eyes sparkled with undeniable brightness, and her lips curled into a radiant smile. "Darling, you're here." Her melodious voice rang out, brimming with uncontainable joy and excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she eagerly took off, her skirt fluttering like a joyful fawn racing towards Wen Che. Upon reaching him, Chu Ziqing opened her arms wide and, with all her strength, leaped into his embrace. Wen Che stumbled slightly back from her exuberance, but quickly regained his composure. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he securely wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Lowering his head, the tip of his nose brushed against her soft hair, the familiar light fragrance enveloping him, melting his heart in the process. "Have you been waiting long? Did you miss me?" Wen Che asked softly, though in reality, they had only been apart for about 2 hours. Chu Ziqing rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, replying, "I missed you so much." Wen Che's face blossomed with a joyful smile. "I missed you too. Shall we go have some fun?" "Absolutely." As the two strolled together along the bustling commercial street, their moods had shifted significantly from just a few days prior. Wen Che, with an air of confidence, openly displayed his affection, gazing at Chu Ziqing through a lens of admiration that rendered her even more enchanting. For reasons unbeknownst to him, every aspect of her appearance, her attire, and her every movement captivated him in a way he had never anticipated. Previously, he had longed to capture numerous moments with her for posterity. However, in her presence, he found himself so engrossed in admiration that the thought of recording their memories eluded him entirely. Chu Ziqing, too, had begun to shed her hehe since revealing her innermost feelings in front of Wen Che. Gradually, she relinquished her pretense and embraced her true self with grace. As they passed by an ice cream parlor, Chu Ziqing suddenly came to a halt, her gaze seemingly ensnared by the transparent glass door. Gently, she tugged at the hem of Wen Che's shirt, prompting him to stop and follow her line of sight to the ice cream shop. A soft smile crept upon his lips as he observed the intensity in her eyes. "Shall we? Let us indulge in some ice cream," Wen Che said tenderly, his voice laced with a hint of affection. "Yay!" Chu Ziqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she bounced in excitement, taking his hand and leading him eagerly into the ice cream shop. In the end, she selected a strawberry-flavored ice cream, while Wen Che opted for fresh milk. Holding her ice cream in hand, Chu Ziqing did not rush to taste it. Instead, she carefully brought it to Wen Che's lips and softly urged, "Here, you try first." Wen Che, taken aback, nevertheless smiled and parted his lips to take a small bite. Chu Ziqing watched him with amusement, bursting into laughter as she inquired, "How is it?" He nodded, still savoring the ice cream, and replied, albeit indistinctly, "Delicious. You should have a taste too." Suddenly, an idea seemed to dawn on Chu Ziqing, and a subtle blush appeared on her cheeks. She stood on her tiptoes, leaned in closer to Wen Che, and with a gentle flick of her soft, rosy tongue, delicately licked the corner of his mouth where a trace of the ice cream lingered. Wen Che froze in place, his ears turning crimson, his eyelashes fluttering like startled butterflies, and his throat bobbing nervously. Chu Ziqing tilted her head slightly, gazing at Wen Che's face with a playful smile. It truly is delightful." Chapter 93. What are your impressions of Yu Jianshu? Wen Che and Chu Ziqing had been enjoying their time outdoors until dusk before deciding to return. Although both yearned to remain together, they understood that a comfortable romance requires moments of respite and reflection. Thus, despite their inner reluctance, they maintained a fade of composure, knowing that countless opportunities lay ahead. As they strolled through the campus, Wen Che intended to escort Chu Ziqing back to her dormitory. The twilight cast a honeyed hue over the surroundings, elongating Wen Che's shadow, which by chance intertwined with Chu Ziqing's to form an irregular heart shape. Upon hearing Wen Che speak, Chu Ziqing turned her head to look at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. "If I were to seek a job on campus, do you think that would be feasible?" "Of course. But wouldn't that be too taxing for you?" Chu Ziqing noted Tao Gu Fun. Yet her concern for Wen Che's well-being soon surfaced. Having witnessed his exhaustion during his previous weekend shifts at a large restaurant, her heart ached for him. School was meant to be a time of relaxation, and while she understood his desire to earn money, she couldn't bear the thought of him overexerting himself. I think it should be manageable. Working on campus is certainly less strenuous than in a restaurant, and I want to be doing any physically demanding tasks like parcel sorting. He believed that the campus job would be significantly less exhausting, considering he was merely a part-time worker. Moreover, this was merely a fleeting thought. There had been no concrete plans yet, despite discussions of possible arrangements from the previous week. However, if I do take on work, our time together would undoubtedly diminish. Wen Che's intention in broaching this topic stemmed from this very concern. He and Chu Ziqing were still in the throes of passionate romance, deeply connected and wishing to be in each other's presence as much as possible. The thought of needing to work during their leisure time threatened to curtail their cherished moments together, which would surely displease Chu Ziqing. While Chu Ziqing slightly raised her head, contemplating seriously for a moment. Then, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, she remarked, "Then I shall join you in your endeavors." That should work, right? Yeah. You want to work too? That might not be appropriate, especially since we don't even know what the job entails. Wen Che was taken aback, primarily because he was uncertain about the nature of the work. If it turned out to be particularly exhausting, it would not be suitable for Chu Ziqing. What is inappropriate about that? As long as I can be with you, that's all that matters. For me, enjoying our time together is the essence of a date. So this dilemma is resolved? Isn't it? As she spoke, Chu Ziqing playfully poked Wen Che's arm, her eyes sparkling with a blend of mischief and anticipation. Wen Che gazed at Chu Ziqing's earnest demeanor, a warm current surging within him. He reached out and gently tousled her hair, saying, "You're truly clever, my dear. However, if we were to work together, I would be quite concerned about tiring you out. Do not worry, I'm not so delicate. I often help with chores at home. You know, when I sold peaches, I was the best at it. They all call me the Peach Fairy," Chu Ziqing said with a touch of pride, patting her chest. Wen Che's lips quivered as if a smile were about to emerge. That title seemed to rival even that of the Tofu Fairy. What would his title be? The Stir-Fry Lad? All right, you are the best," Wen Che exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Chu Ziqing's waist, drawing her close, and gently kissing her cheek. Chu Ziqing laughed joyfully, raising her hand and earnestly declaring, "Then it's settled. I will accompany you." "Very well. I shall heed your wishes," Wen Che nodded, choosing to acquiesce to Chu Ziqing's desires, for her happiness was all that mattered to him. He had few demands of his own. The two strolled slowly to the lakeside, where many people walked in the evening, the path spacious enough for numerous joggers. Wen Che casually glanced around and spotted a familiar figure. Yu Jiashu? Wen Che squinted, observing Yu Jiashu seemingly jogging alongside a girl who could only be Song Qiui. Were they running together? Had these two become a couple? Chu Ziqing also found it somewhat peculiar. Although she was not one to concern herself with matters beyond Wen Che, she could sense that Song Qiui, her roommate, appeared quite close to Wen Che's roommate, Yu Jiashu. I doubt it. Yu Jiashu has denied it many times, and his gaze towards Song Qiui seems devoid of those feelings. As if they are merely good friends of the opposite sex, she mused. Is that so? They stood there unconsciously, watching Yu Jiashu and Song Qiui jog past. Yu Jiashu still had some energy left, but Song Qiui appeared to be somewhat fatigued, running slowly, while Yu Jiashu deliberately slowed his pace to match hers. As they approached Wen Che and Chu Ziqing, Yu Jiashu caught a glimpse and immediately locked eyes with Wen Che. Yu Jiashu halted, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, cheeks, and neck. Song Qiui, noticing Yu Jiashu had stopped, did likewise, finally spotting Wen Che and Chu Ziqing. "Hey!" she exclaimed, waving her hand, smiling as she greeted both Chu Ziqing and Wen Che, despite her evident exhaustion and heavy breaths. Yu Jiashu sauntered over and asked, "You're back from your date? Have you eaten dinner?" "Yes, we have," Wen Che replied with a teasing grin. "So, you're running with a partner now?" Yu Jiashu waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a simple jog, a date to run. You know, running isn't jogging." "I haven't said anything. So why are you explaining?" Chu Ziqing scrutinized Song Qiui, genuinely able to discern that she had lost weight. Her efforts were evident to her roommates. She consumed only wholesome foods with minimal oil, sugar, salt, and fat. Her diet was meticulously planned, complemented by appropriate exercise, which rendered her weight loss remarkably effective. At that moment, Yu Jiashu turned to the side and gently inquired, "I'm going to buy some water. What would you like?" "Just mineral water will suffice." "All right." Yu Jiashu nodded and departed to fetch the water. Once he was out of earshot, Wen Che suddenly asked Song Qiuyi, "What do you think of Yu Jiashu?" Chapter 94. Just now, I overheard Wen Che saying that you have a keen desire for romance. Is that true? Song Qiuyi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Her lips slightly parted, struggling to find her words. After a brief pause, she finally whispered, "I think it's quite nice. Indeed, he is rather charming. How is it that he cannot find a girlfriend? What could be the reason?" Wen Che stroked his chin, adopting a serious demeanor as he pondered over Yu Jiashu's predicament. Chu Ziqing, perceiving Wen Che's subtle intentions, pressed her lips together, casting her gaze elsewhere, as if to suppress a laugh. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyi's face flushed a delicate shade of red, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from embarrassment or fatigue from their run. In any case, he often confided in me within the confines of the dormitory, expressing his wish to explore romance. Perhaps you could lend a hand? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Song Qiuyi's eyes, and she stammered, "Ah? How? How can I help? It wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere." Wen Che maintained a calm demeanor, smiling with ease. "What is wrong with that? You're a girl. After all, with plenty of friends. Why not introduce him to a few?" Suddenly, Song Qiuyi appeared taken aback. "Introduce? Oh, I see that's not a problem." Then, in a voice as faint as a whisper, she murmured, "I thought." At that moment, Yu Jiashu returned, holding 2 bottles of water, one of which he handed to Song Qiuyi. He glanced at Wen Che and the others, saying, "I didn't bring any for you. Don't blame me. It's too much for me to carry alone." Wen Che waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, we're not thirsty." Noticing something amiss with Song Qiuyi, Yu Jiashu observed that after accepting the water, she kept her head down and avoided his gaze, puzzled by her behavior. Did they discuss something while he was away, fetching water? "All right, we're off now, goodbye." With his objective accomplished, Wen Che took hold of Chu Ziqing's hand, bidding farewell to the two before departing. Yu Jiashu found it somewhat peculiar, but did not dwell on it, turning to Song Qiuyi and suggesting, "Let us take another lap." After their run, it was essential to keep moving. One couldn't just rest immediately. Thus, Yu Jiashu invited Song Qiuyi to accompany him. Song Qiuyi nodded, falling in step beside Yu Jiashu as they strolled together under the setting sun. "In truth, I believe obtaining a gym membership at the school would be quite beneficial. At the very least, it won't close down and the business seems to thrive. These past few days, I have maintained a clean diet. I certainly won't indulge in takeout. Perhaps it would be wise to purchase a small electric cooker to prepare meals in the dormitory. Furthermore, I ought to engage in strength training, reducing some cardio. That would suit me better, what do you think?" Yu Jiashu continued to speak animatedly, while Song Qiuyi appeared to be lost in her thoughts. It seemed as though she were preoccupied with something, for despite Yu Jiashu's numerous remarks, she absorbed none of it. She merely nodded in agreement, softly responding to Yu Jiashu, yet her mind remained elsewhere. Yu Jiashu sensed something amiss with Song Qiuyi, and suddenly positioned himself in front of her, startling her momentarily. Song Qiuyi halted her steps, lifting her gaze to Yu Jiashu, her eyes instantly brimming with alarm. "What is wrong? Are you exhausted from running?" Yu Jiashu inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he perceived that Song Qiuyi seemed utterly fatigued. His previous remarks had elicited no response, and now she appeared somewhat dazed. He presumed she was too worn out from her run to engage in conversation. "I'm fine," Song Qiuyi replied softly, shaking her head as if harboring a secret that she wished to keep from Yu Jiashu, turning her head away. Yu Jiashu felt increasingly bewildered. Had he inadvertently said something amiss? Why did she seem disinclined to converse with him? Is something wrong? Are you unwell? Shall I accompany you home? "No, I truly am fine. I was just lost in thought," she murmured. "What were you thinking about?" This caught Song Qiuyi off guard. She hadn't anticipated Yu Jiashu's persistent inquiries. How could she articulate the thoughts that had crossed her mind? "You seem rather peculiar, hesitant to speak." Is it something you cannot share with me? Not really, it's just nothing significant. Whether I say it or not is inconsequential. Then why not share? We're merely chatting. Otherwise, the silence becomes rather awkward. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Jiashu continued to encourage her, primarily due to the fact that he had dominated the conversation, while Song Qiuyi remained silent, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. All right, they continued walking, and after a few moments of silence, Song Qiuyi, her head bowed, slowly ventured, "Do you consider me a friend?" "Ah, of course. What else could we be?" Yu Jiashu was bewildered by the oddity of her question. Surely they were friends. After all, they could chat and run together, could they not? That is true. Song Qiuyi bit her lip and proceeded to ask, "Then what prompted you to reach out to me, to invite me for a run?" Because Yu Jiashu scratched his head, revealing an awkward expression. After a brief pause, he began, "I actually don't have many friends. Aside from my roommate and a few classmates, I don't have anyone else. They're often busy and don't have time to hang out with me, however. Whenever I reach out to you, you always respond, and you agree to run with me. I just think you're quite a nice person." He shyly expressed his thoughts, speaking candidly about his situation. Unlike the others in the dormitory who were preoccupied with their own affairs, he found himself devoid of any engagements, relegated to spending his weekends within the confines of his room. During such moments, his thoughts drifted to Song Qiuyi. Each time he reached out to her for a conversation, she would invariably respond, in stark contrast to his previous interactions with others, where the exchanges would often dwindle into silence, leaving him wondering about their whereabouts. Yet, Song Qiuyi was different. Every message he sent was met with a reply. It dawned on him. Song Qiuyi understood the underlying reason. She was simply a kind-hearted person. Indeed, his disposition made it easy to forge friendships, and she had cultivated a commendable social circle. In essence, he had unwittingly bestowed upon her the title of a good person. Just moments ago, I overheard Wen Che mention that you have a strong desire for romance. Is that true? Chapter 95. Who truly resembles a homebody? Yu Jiashu's lips twitched as he pondered how it was that one just seemed to voice everything. No wonder upon his return, the atmosphere felt so peculiar. It turned out Wen Che had mentioned such matters. How embarrassing. It was as if he had become a foolish lad, eagerly awaiting the arrival of love before Song Qiuyi. Yet, he could not deny that each time he spotted couples strolling through the campus, a flicker of yearning for romance ignited within him. I'm actually fine. There's no need to rush, right? Being overly hasty often leads to farcical situations. Let me tell you, before Wen Che and Chu Ziqing got together, I even had Wen Che deliver a love letter to Chu Ziqing for me. How foolish. Song Qiuyi was unaware of this incident, but she wasn't overly surprised. After all, it was quite normal to send love letters to someone like Chu Ziqing. The number of love letters she received was simply overwhelming. Even if Yu Jiashu had sent one, she could certainly understand. However, she could not quite grasp Yu Jiashu's words. Foolish? Why foolish? Isn't it foolish to send a love letter knowing it could never come to fruition? Yu Jiashu shrugged, his tone laced with self-deprecation. Foolish, am I? Song Qiuyi murmured to herself, her nails unconsciously digging into the hem of her garment. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun walking back, preparing to return to their respective dormitories. Are you going to check out the gym at school tomorrow? Yu Jiashu suggested before Song Qiuyi departed. He believed that if one intended to pursue fitness earnestly, the gym would provide an excellent opportunity with its varied equipment, making workouts more convenient. Without hesitation, Song Qiuyi nodded, replying, "Sure." In truth, she had long desired to go, but the thought of venturing alone had intimidated her. She envisioned the gym filled with individuals possessing enviable physiques, and she felt somewhat daunted by the idea of being in such an environment, leading her to abandon the notion. However, with Yu Jiashu accompanying her, it should pose no issue. At least she would have a companion, alleviating the awkwardness. All right, let us go after class tomorrow afternoon. Bye. Goodbye. Song Qiuyi slowly waved her hand, watching Yu Jiashu's retreating figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. It was not until Yu Jiashu was out of sight that she turned and entered the girls' dormitory, making her way back to her room. The dormitory was eerily quiet, save for the sound of rushing water emanating from the bathroom. Chu Ziqing was taking a shower, her graceful form partially obscured by frosted glass. Song Chioi gazed at that flawless silhouette, her throat tightening. She retrieved a scale from beneath her desk. The display glowed with an eerie blue light, resembling a malevolent eye. With a deep breath, Song Chioi covered her eyes with her hands, trembling as she stepped onto the scale. The numbers danced wildly before finally settling, and she cautiously released her fingers to reveal one eye. 130. She exhaled, a wave of relief washing over her. Thankfully, her weight had not increased. Compared to her weight before embarking on her weight loss journey, she had shed quite a bit, at least over 10 pounds. Yet, she was acutely aware that this path would be long and arduous. She reached out, pinching the flesh on her abdomen and the soft contours of her jaw, troubled by the thought of when she might achieve a figure akin to others. Although it is said that thinness does not equate to beauty, she had never witnessed what she looked like at a lighter weight, a lingering regret that fueled her resolve. Thus, she felt compelled to strive, to uncover the reality of being slender, to see what her ideal form might resemble. Furthermore, attaining a desirable physique would surely instill confidence in her. At the very least, she would undoubtedly feel more self-assured than she did now. With newfound confidence, her life would inevitably transform. She would no longer shy away from conversing with Chu Ziqing. No longer would she feel embarrassed to step into the gym, and perhaps she could even boldly pursue the one she admired. Therefore, she urgently needed to cultivate her confidence, to the point where others would gaze at her figure without her feeling shame, no longer perceiving herself as inferior, nor allowing others to deride her as a fat pig. With this thought, Song Chioi suddenly felt invigorated, a surge of energy coursing through her. She returned the scale to its place and retrieved a kettlebell, ready to continue her workout. Within her dormitory, her collection of fitness equipment was quite extensive, while others filled their cabinets with fashionable attire and skirts. Her own was nearly brimming with workout gear, yoga mats, kettlebells, small dumbbells, resistance bands, and the like. Beautiful clothing was nearly absent, and her everyday wear was even simpler than that of her male peers. She found little interest in pretty outfits at present. Her anticipation lay in the moment she would slim down and finally don those beautiful garments. Chu Ziqing emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a steamy mist scented with sweet citrus. Water still dripped from the ends of her hair, a loosely draped white towel haphazardly wrapped around her head, with a few strands of dark hair cascading down her neck like unintentional ink strokes in a watercolor painting. Water droplets glided along the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, trickling into the collar of her bathrobe, leaving a serpentine trail on her fair skin, while the gentle hollow of her collarbone cradled shimmering droplets that danced subtly with her movements. She noticed Song Chioi diligently exercising, her face flushed, sweat dampening her attire. Moderate exercise is sufficient. Overexertion can lead to injury. One should never rush, Chu Ziqing kindly cautioned, recognizing that Song Chioi seemed a bit overly enthusiastic. If she continued at this pace, a moment's carelessness could result in harm. Song Chioi was taken aback by Chu Ziqing's unexpected reminder, compelling her to pause and heed her words. Complying with a gentle nod, she replied, "Yes, I understand," lowering her gaze to her hands. She pondered when she might muster the confidence to engage in deeper conversations with Chu Ziqing, inviting her to attend classes together, to enjoy outings, shopping, and dining. Unbeknownst to her, she had already unconsciously placed Chu Ziqing on a pedestal, which fueled her motivation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Jiashu stepped inside to find the other three sprawled across their beds, engrossed in their phones, their postures strikingly similar, elbows propped up, heads resting on their shoulders. With a sigh, he stood at the threshold and remarked, "Why do you three resemble a bunch of reclusive boys? Get up and engage in some exercise." Du Lei chuckled, retorting, "Oh, have you been running for a few days and now consider yourself a fitness guru? Ready to lecture us?" Chi Shirtao cast a glance his way, coolly responding, "You're the heaviest in this dorm. How dare you criticize us?" When Che concluded the exchange, it's hard to say who truly resembles a recluse. These remarks left Yu Jiashu speechless, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly before adopting a more cordial tone. "Hey, I'm planning to hit the gym tomorrow. Would you all like to join me? Let us go together." Chapter 96. It's fine, I accept that. The The gym? I have no time. Chi Sherdao shook his head, unhesitatingly declining the invitation, for he would never squander his time in such a place. With that time, he could engage in far more significant endeavors. Upon witnessing Chi Shirtao's resolute refusal, Yu Jiashu refrained from extending another invitation, knowing well that he could not sway Chi Shirtao's decision. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the other two, Wen Che and Du Lei. Wen Ge, Lei Ge, shall we go together? We are merely idling here. I truly lack the time to entertain you. I have a date. Where would I find the time to accompany you to the gym? Wen Che shook his head, his disinterest evident. Though he had previously contemplated a visit to the gym, he was now preoccupied with his date with Chu Ziqing. This was the prime period of their blossoming romance, the most intimate phase of courtship. Naturally, he would prioritize their time together. What do you do on your dates? It's just dining and shopping every day, rather monotonous, don't you think? Occasionally, you should switch things up. You could even consider the gym as a venue for your date. I am quite at leisure, and to go on a date, I must first obtain a gym membership. The initial experience is complimentary. I shall ponder it. Upon hearing free, Wen Che waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away, opting not to respond. However, Yu Jiashu understood that Wen Che's silence implied a flicker of interest. There was no need for further persuasion. He could simply allow him to contemplate. Subsequently, Yu Jiashu glanced at Du Lei, inquiring, "Are you going or not?" Du Lei shook his head, directly refusing. "No, what's the point? It's a waste of time." Yu Jiashu pursed his lips, yet he did not concede defeat. Instead, he climbed to the edge of Du Lei's bed and whispered, "I've heard there are quite a few girls there. It's south an excellent place for mingling. Du le honnête questioning. Why must I go there to approach girls? The quality is exceptional. You've never tried to flirt at the gym, have you? Trust me, just go once, and you'll surely have a delightful experience." Du Lei fell silent for a few moments before turning over, presenting his back to Yu Jiashu. "I'll consider it. You too, with your persistent suggestions." The group fell into silence, and, as the night deepened, Wen Che bid good night to Chu Ziqing before preparing for bed. Ever since his relationship with Chu Ziqing had flourished, Wen Che felt a marked improvement in his sleep quality. Awakening each morning, he felt invigorated, his complexion noticeably brighter. In stark contrast to the past, when he would rise feeling utterly fatigued and mentally unsettled. For Chu Ziqing, the situation was no different. After all, previously, Wen Che had been with Cheng Ying, and she often found it difficult to sleep. Although she appeared indifferent on the surface, concealing her emotions, her true self was far from that. In the stillness of the night, her mind would spiral into turmoil, speculating on the moments Wen Che shared with Cheng Ying. The mere thought of them laughing together, enjoying playful moments, or engaging in intimate gestures would keep her awake, tossing and turning, engulfed in insomnia, and sometimes even shedding tears in the dead of night. Fortunately, after becoming involved with Wen Che, she discovered that his relationship with Cheng Ying was rather mundane, lacking the depth of a typical couple, which alleviated her worries significantly. Now, she no longer succumbed to the same anxious thoughts. Her sleep was sound, and a smile would often unconsciously grace her lips as she eagerly anticipated their meetings each day. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and before the alarm clock rang, Chu Ziqing quietly rose from her slumber. After freshening up and attending to her simple grooming, she gathered her pre-prepared items and left her dormitory, heading towards the dormitory supervisor's office. The supervisor, a woman nearing 50, smiled wryly as Chu Ziqing entered, noticing the items in her hands. "Making breakfast for your boyfriend again?" she inquired. "Yes." Chu Ziqing nodded enthusiastically, then plugged in a small electric pot and arranged the ingredients beside her, preparing to commence her culinary endeavor. The supervisor ambled over, hands clasped behind her back, and adjusted her glasses. "Oh dear, it's rare to see a girl like you who treats her boyfriend so well. You must really adore him to go through all this trouble," she remarked. "Very much so." Chu Ziqing's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth at the mere mention of Wen Che. "What has he done for you?" The supervisor pressed. "Love requires mutual effort. Don't be the only one giving. My kindness towards him isn't contingent upon what he does for me," Chu Ziqing replied, her voice steady. "I simply follow my heart. My affection for him compels me to care for him." She understood how significant Wen Che was in her life and recognized the love he offered her, which made her gestures feel like a natural extension of her feelings. The supervisor clicked her tongue and shook her head. Oh dear, what do they call it? Love struck, right? You can't let it cloud your judgment. Ultimately, it may hurt you. Chu Ziqing lifted her gaze to meet the supervisor's, offering a reassuring smile. That's all right. I accept that. Alas, it seems futile to persuade her. The young lady is so striking, yet so obstinate. I truly hope your boyfriend shares your sentiments. If so, your relationship will flourish. However, should he not feel the same, it is you who will bear the consequences. The dormitory supervisor, observing Chu Ziqing's current state, recognized the futility of further persuasion and sighed as she returned to her post. Having served as a dormitory supervisor for many years, she had encountered numerous love-struck girls. Yet none had been as deeply ensnared as Chu Ziqing. She felt compelled to constantly monitor Chu Ziqing's romantic affairs, for she understood that in such circumstances, any issues such as quarrels or breakups could lead to dire consequences. After a series of intricate preparations, Chu Ziqing was ready to prepare breakfast for Wen Che. Once she had completed her tasks, she departed from the space. The dormitory supervisor watched Chu Ziqing leave, clutching a newspaper, perplexed by how this girl could utter such sentiments. After exiting the dormitory, Chu Ziqing made her way to the foot of the boys' dormitory, awaiting Wen Che. They had previously conversed on their phones and agreed that he would come down now. As Wen Che emerged from the dormitory and spotted Chu Ziqing standing there, he immediately quickened his pace and jogged towards her. I'm here, darling. Chapter 97. Your worth is not for you to decide, but for me to determine. Wen Che and Chu Ziqing sat together on a bench, savoring their breakfast. Since last night, Wen Che had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He found himself utterly enamored with the dishes prepared by Chu Ziqing, believing her culinary creations far surpassed his own efforts. After all, her meals were crafted with genuine care, whereas his cooking for guests lacked such heartfelt dedication. Merely ensuring cleanliness and hygiene sufficed. As Wen Che took a bite of the sandwich made by Chu Ziqing, a wave of delight washed over him. He gazed at her, shaking his head slowly in sheer enjoyment, exclaiming, "This is incredible. I've truly become addicted to your cooking. It's simply exquisite." Hearing such praise from Wen Che filled Chu Ziqing's heart with sweetness beyond compare, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. I'm glad you like it. I was worried that my cooking might not suit your taste. How could that be? Your skills are worthy of opening a restaurant. Oh, but please don't actually do that. I wouldn't want you to cook for anyone else. Rest assured, I'll only cook for you, Chu Ziqing replied, a gentle curve gracing her lips as she tenderly caressed Wen Che's cheek. As her fingers withdrew, they brushed away the breadcrumbs lingering at the corner of his mouth, her eyes glimmering with affection and adoration. By the way, last night, Yu Jiashu asked me if I wanted to go to the gym. It seems he and Song Qiui are planning to go. Chu Ziqing tilted her head slightly, looking at Wen Che with curiosity. Do you want to join? Wen Che contemplated briefly, acknowledging that he had entertained such thoughts before, particularly due to his physique. He glanced at his body, noting that he had gained a bit of weight recently. Although he had not drastically changed, he realized that if he did not start exercising, he might eventually become a soft, plump version of himself. For someone slender like him, the pursuit of muscle and weight gain required both proper nutrition and exercise. His appetite had indeed increased, yet he had yet to commence any training. He thought it prudent to give a try, to see if he could improve his condition, or at the very least, avoid becoming overly heavy. After all, standing beside Chu Ziqing, others might surely comment that he was unworthy of her. What if in the future, she were to see him as a portly figure and grow disenchanted with him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Ziqing spoke up. It's all right. I like you just the way you are. I'm not with you because of your appearance or physique. And I certainly wouldn't part ways with you over such trivial matters. In fact, I think it would be even better if you gained a bit more weight. Then there wouldn't be anyone to compete with me for your affection. Wen Che waved his hand and said, You are too flattering. Otherwise, no one would be competing for me. I'm not that sought after. Despite his words, he felt a warmth in his heart from Chu Ziqing's remarks. He cherished her possessiveness immensely. Conversely, It was you who were the most desirable. I worry that others might vie for your attention. Wen Che harbored some concern. He believed that Chu Ziqing would not leave, yet he was aware that there would inevitably be boys who would harass her. Being a man himself, he understood all too well the nature of those individuals. Any man who recognizes that a girl has a boyfriend should refrain from intruding. He would respect such a man. However, there were far too many who, knowing full well she was taken, would still deliberately cause trouble, making it sometimes impossible to defend against their advances. Both Wen Che and Chu Ziqing possessed strong possessive instincts, so whenever such individuals appeared, it would undoubtedly irritate him. Just then, Chu Ziqing leaned in and unexpectedly kissed Wen Che on the cheek. He was taken aback, covering his face with his hand, looking at her with a bewildered expression. I will only ever love you. I will not allow anyone to come close to me. You can use my phone freely. The password is your birthday. A faint smile graced Chu Ziqing's lips as she gazed intently at Wen Che, handing him her phone. Wen Che paused for a few seconds, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Then, looking down, he softly replied, "No need. I trust you. You can also look at my phone anytime. The password is your birthday." "You know my birthday?" Chu Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. It seemed she had never shared her birthday with Wen Che before. She had never cared much for her own birthday, which fell on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, known as the Ghost Festival. Her family, concerned about its inauspicious nature, did not celebrate it. Growing up without birthday festivities, she had become indifferent to such matters. However, her sister, Chu Wen, would always buy her a cake and gifts each year for her solar birthday, as that date remained fixed while the lunar date varied, eliminating any superstitions. She never anticipated that Wen Che would know her birthday. Wen Che nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course. How could I not pay attention to my girlfriend's birthday? You are so wonderful." Chu Ziqing immediately wrapped her arms around Wen Che's neck, giggling, and then joyfully kissed his cheeks several times, like a playful child. "You flatter me again, but what have I done to deserve such praise? This is merely my duty. I am only striving to catch up to you. When will I ever achieve a level akin to yours? That would truly be commendable." Wen Che wished to accomplish even more, for only then could he approach the extent of what Chu Ziqing had done for him, alleviating the heavy guilt within his heart. After all, if Chu Ziqing had done so much for him, yet he achieved nothing in return, he would undoubtedly be the subject of gossip. Chu Ziqing extended her hand, gently tapping the tip of Wen Che's nose, and with a smile, remarked, "Your worth is not determined by you, but rather by me." Wen Che stared at her in confusion and inquired, "What do you mean?" "It hinges upon how much I cherish you. If my affection were less, even if you were to pluck stars from the sky or the moon, I would find it lacking. However, if I hold you in high regard, then even if you do nothing but utter a single word that brings me joy, I would perceive you as exceptionally wonderful. Is that so?" Wen Che pondered. Indeed, such matters lack a definitive standard. Each individual possesses their own criteria. In my heart, you are simply remarkable. Thus, you need not do anything at all. As Chu Ziqing continued speaking, Wen Che suddenly cupped her face in his hands, causing her cheeks to puff slightly and her lips to pucker. While Chu Ziqing remained in a state of bewilderment, Wen Che leaned in abruptly and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. "You have your standards, and I certainly have mine. I shall endeavor to achieve what I believe to be the best, and that is what matters. Do you understand?" Chapter 98. Please do not abandon me. As Wen Che entered the classroom and settled beside his roommates, the other three gazed at him intently. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Wen Che inquired, brushing his hand across his visage, yet felt nothing amiss. Chi Shirtao then handed him a tissue, saying, "Wipe your mouth." "Oh!" After dabbing his lips with the tissue, Wen Che glanced at it, only to find a conspicuous lipstick mark upon the pristine paper. "Ah!" Laughter erupted from the trio as they pounded their fists on the table. Du Lei cheekily probed, "Did you have breakfast this morning, or did you indulge in Chu Ziqing instead?" Embarrassment washed over Wen Che as he lowered his gaze, having forgotten to wipe off before entering. After uttering that statement earlier, Chu Ziqing had unleashed a fervent kiss upon him, and although they restrained themselves due to their surroundings, it lasted a brief moment, merely a few seconds. After a fit of laughter, the trio gradually calmed down. Yu Jiashu wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes and asked, "So, did you inquire? Would you like to join us at the gym this afternoon?" "Sure, why not? We have nothing else to do. Just a casual stroll," Wen Che nodded. He instinctively knew that Chu Ziqing would acquiesce to his wishes. If he intended to go, she would undoubtedly follow, as they had not previously arranged their plans. This option seemed quite agreeable. All right. Upon receiving Wen Che's response, Yu Jiashu turned to Du Lei, urging, "Come on, since Wen Che is going, you should join too, Casanova." Du Lei frowned, addressing Yu Jiashu. "What do you mean by Casanova? Making women happy is my duty. I could never harm them." Qi Shidao shot him a disdainful look, retorting, "You have inadvertently caused harm to women before. To be precise, was it inadvertent or something else entirely?" Qi Shidao mused, reaching out to ruffle Du Lei's hair, feigning confusion as he murmured, "How can there be so much chaos in a human mind?" Du Lei swatted Qi Shidao's hand away, declaring, "Are you suggesting that my thoughts are impure? Survival and reproduction are innate biological instincts. Some animals may only experience their mating season for a few days a year. Yet humans lack such fixed periods. We can be driven by instinct every day of the year. It is unavoidable. I merely adhere to biological impulses." Biological impulses, indeed. You simply allow the little head to govern the big head. How do survival and reproduction pertain to you? You have not even reproduced. You are merely enjoying the process of it. You should really accompany them to the gym and find something productive to do. It may distract you from those thoughts. All right. I won't argue with you. I'll go. Is that satisfactory?" Du Lei found himself exasperated by Qi Shidao's incessant retorts. It seemed that whatever he said would only serve to undermine him. Consequently, he resolved not to continue this fruitless exchange. After attending their afternoon classes, Yu Jiashu, Wen Che, and Du Lei departed from their dormitory to wait beneath the girls' dormitory for Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui to emerge together. To put it bluntly, you two are merely planning a rendezvous at the gym, aren't you? Why must you insist on my presence?" Du Lei remarked, casting a bemused glance at Yu Jiashu and Wen Che. Yu Jiashu fixed him with a serious gaze and retorted, "What are you talking about? I am genuinely going to work out. Am I not serious enough?" He showcased his athletic gear, revealing a crossbody bag brimming with essentials, his change of workout attire, sneakers, water, and toiletries for after his workout. "Indeed, am I not earnest enough?" Wen Che chimed in, gesturing to his own outfit, convinced that donning a sleeveless tank top signified a sincere intent to hit the gym. Subsequently, both Wen Che and Yu Jiashu pointed at Du Lei and remarked, "You, on the other hand, seem to lack any serious intention of exercising with that outfit." Du Lei's attire appeared more suited for a night out than a workout. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not concern yourselves with me. You may indulge in your activities while I merely stroll about, perhaps eyeing some yoga pants and striking up a conversation with a lovely personal trainer." At that moment, Chu Ziqing and Song Qiui emerged together. Chu Ziqing, adorned in pink dad sneakers and a misty blue crop sports tank that accentuated her slender waist, wore cream-colored cargo joggers embellished with subtle camouflage patches along the sides. The tailored cuts at the knees lent an air of sharpness, and the high-waisted design, complete with adjustable drawstrings, caused the pant legs to sway gently with her movements. Song Qiui, in contrast, opted for the most basic black loose-fitting quick-dry t-shirt, casually tucked into her dark gray athletic shorts. For practicality, she had tied her hair into a low ponytail, with her only accessory being a sports watch on her wrist. "Hey!" Chu Ziqing exclaimed, dashing to Wen Che and enveloping him in a warm embrace, the faint scent of jasmine wafting from her hair. Careful! Wen Che quickly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from tumbling, taking a couple of steps back to steady himself. Let us go. We'll leave them to it." Du Lei waved his hand, urging Yu Jiashu and Song Qiui to move ahead. He surmised that the two would linger a while longer, and he had no desire to witness their affectionate exchange. Wen Che chuckled helplessly, then grasped Chu Ziqing's hand, following closely behind. The gym was located in the northern part of the campus, not too far away and quite popular among students, ensuring a lively atmosphere within. As they stood at the entrance, a staff member wearing a name tag approached them, greeting, "Hello there. Are you members?" Yu Jiashu shook his head and said, "Oh no. This is our first visit. Allow me to introduce everyone. Please follow me. At that moment, Song Xiui noticed that although the space inside was quite expansive, it was also filled with numerous individuals, several of whom were casting glances in their direction. A wave of trepidation washed over her, and she pondered whether she should simply practice in her dormitory or perhaps go for a jog instead. Did she truly need to be in a gym? She glanced around and observed that many individuals possessed admirable physiques, adorned in form-fitting attire, while she herself wore loose clothing and felt self-conscious about her own figure. As she tightened her grip on the hem of her garment, Yu Jiashu subtly nudged her with his elbow and whispered in her ear, "Hey, I'm feeling a bit anxious. I'll be relying on you to keep me company in a moment. Please don't abandon me." Chapter 99. I consider lifting 95 kilograms as bullying you. Let us start with 95 pounds to taste the waters. Song Xiui lifted her head and caught sight of Yu Jiashu smiling at her, winking as if conveying a silent message. Momentarily taken aback, Song Xiui felt a sudden flush creep onto her cheeks. Yu Jiashu's seemingly casual gaze left a profound impression on her, while the staff began enthusiastically introducing the equipment area, the class zone, and the personal training section. Amidst the cacophony of voices, she found herself unable to hear anything. "All right then," she hurriedly replied, lowering her head to discover that Yu Jiashu had discreetly slipped a bottle of mineral water in her hand. The cool sensation jolted her back to reality. They had come today to experience the facilities, hence the staff's detailed introduction was unnecessary. After completing the experience form, they ventured inside. The interior was bustling with numerous patrons, predominantly university students, with a few local residents opting for membership due to its affordability. Song Xiui stood there, somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Yu Jiashu gently patted her shoulder and pointed towards the treadmill, suggesting, "Shall we warm up a bit?" "Ah, yes, sure." Song Xiui quickly nodded, following Yu Jiashu, as she would have otherwise hesitated to act independently. Du Lei, on the other hand, patted Wen Che's shoulder and exclaimed, "Let us go. I'll guide you through the exercises. To be honest, I often trained at the gym before." Wen Che shot him a glance and inquired, "Is that so? Were you 3 lifts?" Du Lei paused, looking up as he mumbled, I believe it was 95, 73, 95. "You mean those are your measurements?" Wen Che retorted. "Isn't it the same?" Du Lei countered. "Then go and bench press 95 kilograms. If you succeed, I'll call you Dad. Let us go, let us go." Du Lei and Wen Che promptly moved ahead, with Chu Ziqing trailing behind them. They arrived at the bench press area, finding it unoccupied. Du Lei quickly dashed over, took a seat, and called out to Wen Che, "Come on, add some weight." Wen Che walked over reluctantly and asked, "Are you benching 95 kilograms or 95 pounds? Du Lei furrowed his brow and turned to stare at Wen Che, questioning, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much, just that it doesn't matter what you choose. You surely won't lift either," Wen Che replied. "Hey!" Du Lei stretched his limbs and scoffed. "Who do you look down upon? If I lift 95 kilograms, that will be bullying you. Let us start with 95 pounds to see how it feels." "Fine." Wen Che began adding weight to the barbell until it reached 95 pounds. "Here I go." Du Lei lay back down, extended his arms, and grasped the barbell, taking a deep breath. His fingers turned white as they clutched the bar, his arm muscles contorting into peculiar shapes, and he emitted a bellow akin to a bull's roar. MMHM. With all his might, Du Lei slowly pushed the barbell upwards. Approximately 3 centimeters away from the rack, he gently shifted the barbell away from the support, allowing it to descend slowly toward his chest. Ultimately, it reached its nadir, resting against his torso, at which point Du Lei resembled shrimp, his entire waist suspended in the air. However, as he attempted to exert force to lift the barbell, a sense of unease washed over him. Whether it was due to the barbell being positioned too low or the weight proving too burdensome, he found himself unable to muster any strength. Soon, his face flushed crimson from the strain, yet the barbell remained immovable, his energy waning. Wen Che stood nearby, arms crossed, blinking as he quietly observed the struggle. "Is he all right?" Chu Ziqing noticed something amiss with Du Lei. Why had he not lifted the weight after such a prolonged effort? Wen Che finally spoke, "Brother, if you can't do it, just say so. Don't make me watch you get crushed by the barbell. Get lost. Who can't do it? A man must never admit defeat. Such a trivial weight. Just, help. Wen Che chuckled, bending down to assist Du Lei in returning the barbell to its rack. Du Lei immediately sat up, resembling a boiled crab, his face flushed and gasping for breath. He abruptly turned to Wen Che and inquired, "What is going on? Did you secretly add weight? Is this really 95 pounds? Of course not. Why would I do that? If I let you get crushed, I'd be the one squatting in shame. That would be premeditated murder. Then why can't I lift it? Because you've never trained. You smoke, drink, and stay up late. Why would you expect to lift it immediately?" Wen Che shrugged and shot him an exasperated glance. "Then you try." Du Lei stood up, making space for Wen Che to give it a go, feeling humiliated by Wen Che's nonchalant demeanor. Wen Che nodded, taking a seat. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Chu Ziqing displayed a worried expression, stepping forward, her hand raised in a futile attempt to intervene, ultimately only managing to say, "Be careful." Wen Che waved her off, assuring, "It's fine." Lying down, his well-defined fingers grasped the barbell. Du Lei stood behind him, stating, "All right, I'm ready. If you can't do it, just shout." Before his words could fully escape, Wen Che exhaled sharply, lifted the barbell, and effortlessly pushed it upward after it made contact with his chest. The speed was such that Du Lei's sentence remained unfinished. Du Lei stood in adase, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, his eyes fixated on Wen Che's fluid movements. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, yet no sound escaped his lips. After Wen Che had completed 6 or 7 repetitions, Du Lei finally returned the barbell to its rack and sat up, gazing at Du Lei with a question. "Is that impressive?" Chu Ziqing, observing from the side, was visibly illuminated with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she gently applauded, a radiant smile adorning her face. "Incredible. Truly remarkable. But how is this possible? You appear even leaner than I am, yet you possess such strength." Du Lei, unable to believe his own eyes, could not restrain his skepticism. "Regardless of anything, I work quite a bit in the kitchen each week, lifting large ladles and the like. Isn't it only natural that I would have more strength than you? What does lifting a ladle have to do with bench pressing? Isn't that an exercise for the chest? Are you pushing it up with your arms?" "No, that's not what I meant. I simply meant to say that, no matter what, my muscle mass must surely exceed yours. While I may not compare to others, surpassing you should be entirely feasible." Chapter 100. What have you been up to? Will you return for dinner tonight? Your words cut deep. Du Lei felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, never anticipating that one day he would be spoken to so harshly by Wen Che. It was truly disheartening. They had always assumed that Wen Che was the weakest among them due to his slender physique, yet it turned out he was far stronger than Du Lei himself. Wen Che shook his head and remarked, "Brother, you have indulged yourself too much. Your health is suffering. Smoking, drinking, staying up late, neglecting proper meals. I believe it would be wise for you to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Your body is certainly in distress, aches in your lower back and knees fatigue. Furthermore, you ought to pay attention to your cardiovascular health." Wen Che could visibly see the toll that Du Lei's poor state was taking on him, with bloodshot eyes appearing intermittently. In such a condition, it was indeed remarkable that Du Lei had any energy at all. "Wait, are you implying that this applies to me?" Du Lei questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "Indeed," Wen Che whispered, leaning closer to Du Lei's ear, his voice low yet clear enough for him to discern. "You must be feeling a bit depleted. Time for some nourishment." Du Lei stood frozen, lost in thought for several seconds. Then, with a dramatic wave of his hand, he exclaimed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" His face was etched with skepticism, as if the matter required no contemplation to be entirely dismissed. Wen Che pouted, choosing not to press further. After all, it was difficult for a man to endure such remarks. Out of respect, he spared Du Lei the embarrassment of a public confrontation, opting instead for a discreet conversation. Although the truth was not particularly palatable, it was a kind reminder nonetheless. "Come on, let's find something else to do," Wen Che said, pulling Chu Ziqing away, intending to spend time with her without further disturbing Du Lei. Remaining there would likely only exacerbate Du Lei's discomfort. Du Lei sat alone on the bench press, his head bowed in contemplation. He felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was unwilling to accept the reality Wen Che had presented, yet on the other, The various ailments plaguing his body forced him to confront the truth. "Hey, how many sets do you have left?" Someone approached and inquired. Dulé quickly rose, saying, "You go ahead." What did it matter how many sets he had left? He hadn't even begun, unable to perform a single one. It was better to clear the area than remain an obstruction. He glanced over at the treadmills and noticed Yu Jiashu and Song Qiui jogging together, prompting him to join them. If he struggled to understand the equipment, surely he could manage a treadmill. Stepping onto the treadmill beside Yu Jiashu, who noticed him and raised his head in confusion, he asked, "Oh, are you here for some cardio?" Yu Jiashu slowed the treadmill speed and began to walk. Since I can't figure out those machines, I might as well jog for a while." Dulé refrained from mentioning the recent events and instead activated the treadmill, preparing to commence a leisurely jog. The machine was set to a speed of 6, which was quite suitable for a gentle run. Yu Jiashu cast a sidelong glance at Dulé's treadmill and then discreetly adjusted his own to a speed of 8. As he accelerated, his breath quickened, slightly outpacing Dulé. This caught Dulé's attention. He furrowed his brow and pressed the button to increase his speed. Beep, beep, beep. His pace surged to 10. His strides became significantly quicker, his legs moving in a relentless rhythm, unable to pause. Yu Jiashu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Dulé's intentions. Was this a challenge? Unwilling to concede, he matched Dulé's speed, synchronizing his steps with equal fervor. The situation escalated. Dulé, having just begun his run, soon felt fatigue creeping in. His thighs were heavy, and his calves ached. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, sensing Yu Jiashu was competing with him. Although he was unsure of Yu Jiashu's precise motives, their spontaneous rivalries were not uncommon. Meanwhile, Song Qiui, who was maintaining a steady jog, sensed something amiss. She gradually slowed her pace, glancing curiously at the two. While she continued her gentle run, it appeared that the duo had shifted into a higher gear. Sweat trickled down Yu Jiashu's forehead, splattering onto the treadmill's display, his breathing growing increasingly labored, every step feeling as if he were treading on clouds. Dulé est un peu trop bête. Sweat dripping from his eyelashes into his eyes, stinging painfully. He mechanically propelled his legs forward, the soles of his shoes screeching against the treadmill's belt, each step akin to a tug-of-war with gravity. Beside him, Yu Jiashu's heavy breaths filled the air, and he nonchalantly remarked, "Not fast enough." He promptly increased his speed to 14. Now, the pace was truly rapid, causing Dulé's eyes to widen in astonishment, the treadmill vibrating violently and emitting a creaking noise. Who could argue otherwise? Wasn't this merely a warm-up? Observing this, Yu Jiashu's gaze flickered with determination as he too adjusted his speed to 14. Their breaths intertwined, creating a palpable tension within the gym. Dulé felt his throat parched and painful, his lungs as if filled with burning cotton, and his thigh muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. The two individuals seemed to be engaged in a competition, their speed already quite brisk, neither willing to yield to the other. Yu Jiashu had already been jogging for a while, thus he was warmed up and found it less exhausting than Dulé. At this moment, Dulé felt as though his legs were no longer his own. His back was drenched in sweat, and he was not wearing proper running shoes, making the experience even more uncomfortable. Furthermore, a slight tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, leaving him in a state of general discomfort. Suddenly, Dulé felt a heavy sensation in his head, his vision darkening as his feet inexplicably halted. No matter how he tried to move his legs, they would not respond. In a swift motion, he was flung off the treadmill by its conveyor belt, propelled backward several paces due to inertia. Yu Jiashu, still running, caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and noticed that the treadmill had become vacant, still whirring in place. He turned his head to look back at the retreating Dulé and called out, "What are you doing? Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Ultimately, Dulé's legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor. He blinked forcefully, attempting to regain his clarity, and scratched his head in bewilderment, murmuring, "What on earth? What is happening? Why do I feel so disoriented?"